Hey, it was a good night to hate watch if you're into that sort of thing. Dallas loses to Edmonton 4-1. They drop 3-1 down in this series. Pacers take a 3-1 series lead over New York if you're into what I'm into, which is all those Knicks fans that were pretty high on their hog earlier in this postseason. Now thinking maybe we peaked too early. It was a good night for it. And I don't know how many people are still doing the Mikko Rantanen watch what he's doing thing. Remember, he had that stretch where he put the hat trick on you to close out the series. He then goes into Winnipeg. He gets another hat trick. But he has been held without a goal in his last 7 games. Only 3 assists in their last 7. It's not just him. It's a whole bunch of people on Dallas that's struggling right now. But it looks very much like we could be towards a rematch of last year's final. And to be honest, sure. Go ahead. Do it. I don't want Dallas in here. I don't really want Edmonton either, but I have to choose somebody. So in both cases, I'm choosing the teams out of the East, and I love that it's the Pacers because I did not want to have to go with the Knicks. And the Pacers being up 3-1, I think it's death's march now to the end of these series.
So if Florida makes it back, are you trotting out your mission from last year again?
Yes.
Known Florida man Brett Kane is back?
Here's the other thing. I mentioned this before. I think being a good friend is being somebody when your team is out and a friend's team is still in, you root for your friend's team. I got a buddy who's very much into the Florida Panthers, so I am all in on Florida. But also that reason, yes. Now, the NBA one's easy. I hate both the teams in the Western Conference. No, the only time I feel like you should be rooting for teams that reside in your conference, division, whatever, is in college sports. Because college sports, and when I say root for them, it's only if your team has a vested interest still. And here's what I mean. Like in college football, when it's non-conference season, you should be rooting, if you're a CU fan, you should be rooting for every team in the Big 12 to win. Like take whoever you feel like is your most hated team now in the Big 12. It's a little bit different, I understand. But let's say Kansas State, okay? If Kansas State is playing Bama in a non-conference game, you want Kansas State to win because it makes your conference look better, which by and large makes you look better, which gives you a better opportunity at making the college football playoff. You should always do that. Basketball, the exact same thing. Everybody in CSU's conference, you should be rooting for them to do amazing because you want the conference to look better. So when it comes down to tourney selection time, they factor that in a positive way.
Point of order, Brett. Back in the good old Pac-12 days, you couldn't pay me enough money to root for USC for any reason at any time, even though they were in the same conference as my Buffs.
Yeah.
I hope that the USC Trojans get squashed like an ant under the boot of whoever they're playing.
I totally get it. Totally understand. The only point is you could argue there's a rooting interest if you can get past your hatred just for the fact that it can make you look better. Now, I'll say this, Nelly. If CU goes 5-7 and misses out on a bowl game, then I want USC to get smashed. Like, I want them to be totally obliterated in whatever happens next. That's what I want.
If you change that record to 2-10, that was my life when I was at CU.
Well, that's the thing.
There you go.
Like, it never really mattered. But once you get to a level where you're, like, in the conversation, you should. And in pro sports, doesn't matter. Because there's no selection committees. There's a set of circumstances. This is how you get to winning and losing a division, a conference, making a playoff spot, winning a championship. And so in that case, I choose death for all of my enemies. Death to the Raiders, death to the Chargers, death to the Chiefs, because who cares? Whether everybody else in your division, do you know who else has an awful division where everybody sucks? The Houston Texans, and it never matters. All you get is, congratulations, you have made the postseason again. Division winners. Like, that's all that matters. But college sports is just a little bit different. Now, today is going to be David Adelman's introductory press conference. And for a guy who's been here a long time, it's kind of funny to have an introductory press conference for somebody who's been here for 6 or 7 years. But he's earned it as the permanent head coach. Now, here's what I wonder. So this is going to be at noon. We'll carry this live on 92.5. Are we in for another surprise? Because typically how these go, Kroenke will sit up and first introduce the press conference. He will hand it over to David Adelman. I'm just curious if there's going to be some other announcement today of Tenzer maybe being promoted to GM or something. I don't know. I would doubt it because I don't think you want to take the spotlight away from David Adelman, but I didn't think that they were going to announce anything the last time that Kroenke spoke, and then all of a sudden Adelman was the head coach.
Maybe it's different because, like you said, Adelman has been in the organization for so long, but how do these introductory coach pressers always go? Hey, coach, what's your vision for this team? Well, if you don't win a championship, then you fell short of your goal. Cool, thanks. Back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah,
these are the most milquetoast bland. We learn nothing. Hey, are you going to keep X player? Is Dario Saric going to be on the roster? Well, it's a long off season, and we're going to evaluate everything. I think any player is.
And he's also not in position to answer that as the head coach. I mean,
but you still ask these softball questions, and the answer is always, well, we'll see.
The one thing I would be curious about, if he asked what's his biggest difference from a purely basketball perspective and what Michael Malone did compared to what you want to do, what his answer would be on that. Because I will say that he was different in, before you hit the sound, schematically. He was different in defense, like he would play more zone in the postseason than I remember Michael Malone ever doing. But to a certain extent, all of these things took them to, I do believe, took them to a higher level than what they were at previously.
Schematically.
I've said multiple times, I don't think that if Michael Malone was still the head coach in that postseason, they get as far as they did. I don't think there's a chance that that happens. I just think his voice, his messaging got stale, and David Adelman provided a couple of changes that really helped. At the same time, there was a limitation. You can only go so far as your roster will allow you to take you. And they went a long ways. And they had two guys that were playing at about 50%. And then news comes out yesterday about Russell Westbrook. Maybe it was like three guys at 50%. Here's the interesting thing about Westbrook and his injury. So Westbrook announces on Twitter yesterday, or Instagram or whatever, his blog, the Word of Westbrook newsletter is what it's called. I had no idea that professional athletes had newsletters. Can we just real quick on the text line 303-504-0925, can you give me a simple yes or no if you subscribe to a newsletter?
And say what letter it is. I want to know who we're subscribing to.
I've never done it before. Maybe I'm missing out. But Westbrook, I guess, has a newsletter. And he said he was undergoing surgery on his right hand. And it's to fix two breaks that happened during the season. Now, it doesn't specify as to when, but at times that he was missing at the rim, especially late in that OKC series when he's airballing threes, maybe that had something to do with it. Don't know. So who knows how many guys are playing injured. But think about this for a minute. Porter's playing with one shoulder. Gordon played game 7 with one hamstring. Russell's playing with a shooting hand, a broken shooting hand. Joker has had a litany of different injuries throughout the course of the year that I don't think he's ever going to admit to, but it's pretty obvious when he's wearing a giant brace on his left arm or sleeve that the elbow's bothering him. Sorry, right arm, not left arm. You had a lot of injuries you were dealing with in that postseason. So a few responses coming in here. Yes, I subscribe to the Buffs newsletter. Next text is, what is a newsletter? Honestly, I think the same thing as you, sir. And I would not be surprised at all if Altitude Sports Radio had a newsletter and I was unaware of it. We might. Maybe Nelly should start doing one. And it just says, get up, the show's on every morning. Maybe we should do that.
I think our HR department used to send out a newsletter, the whole KSC HR department. Because remember, there was one time that someone came in and they stood up on that balcony out there behind the break room, and we all stood down there by the chairs, and they took a picture, like a sitcom photo of everybody.
That's right.
So I think we've done internal company newsletters before, but we haven't done anything external.
Do you consider like the mass email that we get a few times a year from Josh Kroenke a newsletter?
Or the ones that we get from Kevin Demoff, which never have a subject.
Yeah, I love that.
He just sends these emails with no subject line, and then he writes a 12-paragraph essay about his thoughts on everything.
Those are funny.
All right, well, maybe that's why you can't pick a subject, because this is just a Jack Kerouac stream of consciousness.
They're great emails, though. They really are. Now, again, you had so many injuries. You know, I am very much, I want to get to something. Maybe we can save this for later, at least get into it in more detail later. And we'll talk to Jake Coyne, who had the big offseason write-up for the Nuggets yesterday. We'll talk to him at 8:20 this morning. He knows everything you need to know about what is possible and what is not for the Nuggets postseason. But with Russell Westbrook specifically, I think it would almost be foolish to let him walk. That is somebody who is capable of giving you reliable minutes every single night on a minimum contract. You know how hard that is to find? Guys like that? I don't think it needs to be in the same role that he played last year where he's getting 25 minutes a night, maybe a more reduced role. But still, I think if Westbrook's down to come back on that option, which I would think with a broken hand he probably would be, I think you'd be foolish to let him walk. If he says, yes, I want back, and you say no, then I don't know what we're doing here. We're looking for depth pieces that you can trust. This guy doesn't on a vet minimum contract. How many of those guys exist? Short answer, almost none. So we can take a deeper look, I suppose, at the postseason for the Nuggets with Jake Coyne at 8:20 this morning. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Couple things on the Broncos I want to get to here. So the Broncos obviously made the big announcement yesterday that DT is going to go into the Ring of Fame. I want to talk about that along with a stat that I think matters that has not existed within the Broncos organization for a long, long time. And they head into the postseason, this new season of the NFL as the number one team in the league at it. Get to it next. All right, first of all, very cool that DT will be enshrined into the Broncos Ring of Fame. So that's going to happen on week 7 versus the Giants. So I believe that's the week after they return from London, if I have that right. He's obviously incredibly deserving, and I think it's absolutely the right decision. No brainer. No one will question it at all. You talk about somebody who is not just an unbelievable player. You look, it's funny. He was so good and so respected, and at the same time, I think underrated. I really do. And you can play the game of, he had Peyton Manning throwing him the foot, or whatever. It was very obvious that guy was just different. And different as a football player, but also as a human being. Like, genuine human. It's still amazing to me that Georgia Tech, who did not throw the football, had Calvin Johnson and DT coming out of there in the span of 4 or 5 years apart from each other. It's just wild. But obviously, right decision. And I don't think there's a single human being on earth that would say anything to the contrary. Now, I saw a number yesterday. This is from Over the Cap. And it's this. Teams with the highest percentage of players returning to the roster in 2025. This does not include practice squad players. So your 53-man roster. The Broncos have 86% of their roster returning from last year. That ranks number 1 in the NFL. Let me give you the teams that round out the top 10 here, okay? Broncos are 1. Then it's Packers, Bills, Lions, Bengals, Bucks, Cowboys, Rams, Giants, Commanders. In most of those cases with teams I mentioned, those are pretty damn good football teams. And they have been for a couple of years. With the exception of what? The Giants? I mean, I know everybody gives the Cowboys grief, but the Cowboys, when Dak Prescott is healthy, are at least a viable contender. The one thing the Broncos really struggled with, basically since I've been here and a few years before that, they have never had organizational consistency. It has been revolving doors of players and coaches and front office members and owners and everything that has to do with successful football franchises. They've just been sort of cycling through a whole bunch of them. And they finally seem to have some consistency. You're going into year 3 of a head coach. You're going into, is it 4 or 5 for George Payton as the GM? One of the two. I believe it's 5. You're going into year 2 of the same quarterback. You've had changes in the assistant staff surrounding your coaching staff, but the key positions that we're talking about is staying consistent. And you have a lineup, and this is why you bring back 86% of your players. You don't do that because you're hamstrung. You do that because you think they're good. And bringing back 86% of the roster, really think about it, guys. For the changes that were made in the offseason, what are the major ones that we're talking about here? So you got a new tight end, you got a new linebacker, you got a new safety. You have hopefully a new running back. And then that feels like kind of it. Out of the 22 available starting positions, 4 different guys are going to be different. Now, you could say Jahdae Barron maybe at the nickel corner spot. That would take you up to 5. But that's pretty nuts. But it's a compliment to how good you believe your roster is going to be. And I'll tell you this much. Quarterbacks heading into year 2, if you're worried about them hitting the rookie wall, giving them comfortability, consistency, and allowing chemistry to continue to build can offset a lot of that. I mean, it's something that's been gone forever that you've now brought back. Again, the list of teams that I mentioned in here as far as top 10 in players returning to their roster in 2025. How many can we say about this? The Packers. Are they championship contenders? Maybe on the outside? On the peripheral? The Bills? They certainly are. Detroit? Won 15 games last year. You'd think so. Cincinnati? Had a down year last year, but are you going to count out Joe Burrow? Because I'm not. The Bucks? Probably not. Don't think they're quite there, but still a playoff team. The Cowboys? Meh. The Rams? They were this close to beating Philly in the postseason last year in a snowstorm. The Giants are not, and then the Commanders, obviously, they made the NFC Championship game. Like, these are all teams that you're talking about as Super Bowl contending type of teams that are doing what the Broncos are doing. Are the Broncos there? I don't know. Maybe. They could be. I'll tell you what the Broncos aren't. They aren't bad. And I think that's the first time you could say that definitively in a while, that this is a football team that is not a bad football team at a minimum. They're going to be at least pretty good. Now, it's funny. When I mention, like, do you consider them, quote, championship contending teams? Or the Broncos a championship contending team? My answer to that is kind of always, with maybe a few exceptions. If you're a playoff team, then yes. If you put yourself in a position where it takes 3 wins to get to a Super Bowl, then yeah, I think you are. Now, there's some teams that are exceptions. You know, if there's like a 7-9 playoff team that just kind of sneaks their way in, probably not. But even still, like the Giants won when they went 9-7. Beat an undefeated Patriots team to get there. But I think if you're a playoff team, then you're a championship contender. And the Broncos made the playoffs last year, and I think they're going to challenge for the division. You know, I'm actually curious. I'm going to look this up now and just kind of see where different sports books have the Broncos as far as, you know, it's May 28th, whatever. But just kind of where do they see them? Is this more looking at a step back? Is this more looking at they could push their way forward? So just to win the division, here's how the AFC West stacks up on Circa. So the Chiefs are still the favorites, minus 105. Chargers are plus 280. Broncos plus 340. It's kind of all in the same sort of boat, with the Chiefs being the heavier favorite. Win totals for the Broncos this year, it's set at 9.5. That sounds about right. Like, when you're in that sort of stratosphere, you're in good shape. But I couldn't think of a better number for the Broncos, or a better stat heading into a brand new season coming up with OTAs and training camp and everything right around the corner, is that you're returning 86% of your roster. It tells you one thing. You have players that you believe in. You know, we talk about this all the time, and I use Logan O'Connor as sort of the beacon or the epitome of this point of guys you want on your roster, because I think as a coach, you take consistency over everything. If you know what player you have, you do not need to worry about them. The guys you worry about are the inconsistent ones. Would you rather have a quarterback like Jameis Winston, or would you rather have a quarterback like, I don't know, let's take like a prime Flacco. Like Jameis Winston's capable of the 400-yard, 5-touchdown game. He can also rip off 5 picks in a hurry. Or would you rather have the steady Eddie guy that maybe doesn't throw for 400 yards, maybe it's 250, but it's a couple of touchdowns, doesn't turn the ball over, doesn't make mistakes? Like, I think you would rather take that. But now it feels like you got a roster full of guys that you have that same sort of trust and belief in. Like, how many guys do you not? It's kind of like the way I view the Broncos offensive line. I don't know how, like, overall talent-wise good they are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the top end of a McGlinchey or a Bowles or a Ben Powers or whatever is. You know, is Bowles or McGlinchey, are they like Penei Sewell types? You know, are they best tackles in the league? Are they, why am I blanking on the dude from the Niners? Big guy.
Trent Williams?
Trent Williams. Are they a Trent Williams? No, I don't think they're that. But they go out and do their job. And for as many mistakes as Bowles has made early in his career, he's stopped that and become a very reliable player. Like there's
holding offense, number 72.
You don't worry about that anymore. There's one guy on the O-line that I think is capable of being elite level, and that's Quinn Miners. Quinn Miners could be one of the better guards in the NFL for a long, long time. Long time. But they all just do their job. You know, the defensive linemen, outside of Benito and probably Zach Allen's in that conversation, like DJ Jones has a job here for one reason. You know exactly what you get out of DJ Jones. DJ Jones is not going to be some mauler that has 10 sacks a year, but he's going to do his bleeping job every single snap. I think Alex Singleton is another guy that's just like that. You know, Brandon Jones, another guy just like that. They have a whole bunch of them, and I think that's a great place to be. You don't need superstars at every single position on the field. You need enough of them to be competitive with the elite teams in the league, but more than anything else, you need consistency. And I think it's a roster chock full of guys just like that. Now, the places you didn't get that last year, I think you addressed. And that's where 86% leaves room for 14% of new. That's where the new comes in. That's where you find Evan Ingram. You didn't have consistency at tight end last year. Well, here you go. This guy should fill that. RJ Harvey didn't have that at running back. Well, maybe this guy can fill that. The safety spot opposite of Brandon Jones. Well, maybe Hufanga can bring that. Dre Greenlaw, maybe he can bring that. That's the stuff that I just think they've been incredibly smart at how they've gone about a really difficult situation. Like, I think there needs to be a huge compliment that's been paid to this ownership group and to the people in charge, being George and Sean Payton, and how they've navigated this. Think about it for a second. You just ate $75 million over 2 years, or $85 million over 2 years. That has been removed from your salary cap. It would cripple a lot of teams because you weren't very good to start with. And in the span of 2 years, they've been able to push their way through that, find a franchise quarterback, and make a playoff appearance with a lot of optimism heading into the following season. It's incredibly impressive. Now, no guarantees. They aren't guaranteed a playoff spot this year. If they took a small step backward, would I be shocked? Probably not, because I think Maybe you're due for a couple of more injuries this year over the last couple. Maybe you have a quarterback that hits a bit of a year 2 wall. But I don't think that's going to happen. It's possible. I just don't think so. But I think it is pretty incredible, the job that they've done to just kind of keep this together in what feels like a very, I don't know, a difficult situation that most wouldn't be able to navigate. Now, a couple minutes left. Speaking of football, head coaches handling adversity. So after his first year as Alabama's head coach, taking over for Nick Saban, Kalen DeBoer was asked about being left out of last year's college football playoff. And here's the quote. "You wonder what would have happened if other people would have played our schedule." And I know that this is sort of the reflexive comment that's made to anybody that feels as if an SEC team got jilted. So if you remember last year, Alabama lost to Vanderbilt in Oklahoma, amongst others. Vandy and Oklahoma were bad. But when you say you wonder what would have happened if other people would have played our schedule, I would like to give just a reminder to Kalen DeBoer. And Nelly, you call me out if this is incorrect. I wonder what would have happened if Nick Saban had your job. Because I don't remember him doing that for 2 straight decades. You can't pull the if other teams had our schedule card, then what would they have done thing when I've witnessed what your team has done with that exact same schedule for 20 straight years, and all that's happened is college football playoffs and national titles every year. I'm not saying you have to be Nick Saban, but you knew taking over for that guy, that was the expectation.
You remember how many times Nick Saban's Bama team suffered just a heartbreaking loss to Vanderbilt? You remember all those?
I remember from a caller that it was never.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you're talking about, if people had our schedule, or you could have just beaten Vanderbilt.
Right.
That's a good start.
Or just do that. And by the way, you signed up to coach in the SEC. You were coaching in the Pac-12 and what would have been the Big Ten. You chose something different. Not my fault, not anybody's fault. It's like if a superstar player, if Giannis leaves the Eastern Conference to go to the West and he goes, gosh, well, how many guys could have gone to the Western Conference and tried to beat guys like LeBron and Jokic and KD every year? And it's like, well, you chose it in this hypothetical situation. You reap what you sow. You can always text the show. Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. We have some audio. Mike Kliss of 9 News sits down with Bill Schmidt and Dick Monfort.
He just sat down with
Bill Schmidt.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Bill Schmidt. I have intentionally stayed away from this. I want to listen to these live, and we'll do that next. All right, I watched the game. I watched it late in the game. I watched overtime. I wanted to see if the boys could get a win. I really did. So you take it to extras. Brenton Doyle hits a ground ball to the right side, which ends up scoring a run. You take a 3-2 lead. And then I felt like it was punishment for me trying to watch the game. Because the next thing that happens is you're trying to close the game out, and in comes my nemesis, Tyler Kinley. Then gets a ground out, but allows a stolen base to third, a single, then scores that run to tie the game. They pinch run for the dude who got the base hit, forget who it was, for Chicago. He then steals second. Then you draw a walk. Then a base hit from Shaw closes out the game. Cubs win 4-3. It's just a story that we've seen over and over and over again for a Rockies bullpen that has been very good this year. Surprisingly good, by the way. Their newly named closer, Agnos, has been fantastic. Jake Bird has been awesome all year. They've had a lot of really good things happening in the bullpen, and they keep doing this.
How's your boy Tyler Kinley doing?
Well, again, last night, he's doing exactly what he's been doing, which is playing poor baseball and having an ERA of almost 7. And no repercussions or ramifications for him somehow, some way. Don't get it. Never will. Never have. I just feel like he's going to be on this roster for another 10 years, and I will keep asking the same question. So, anywho, Mike Kliss sat down with Bill Schmidt. And I just want to play a couple of these. I did not listen to this yet. I want to hear them live.
This was on Thursday. This was May 22nd. So this was before the long weekend with the Yankees and the Cubs coming to town. Kind of, I think one of those games at least was on 9 News. So he was previewing the series with Bill Schmidt before they aired at least one of those games.
Just want to see, for a team that is yet to win 10 games in 55 attempts. How did we get here is what Mike Kliss of 9 News asks Bill Schmidt, GM of the Rockies.
How did this happen, where you're at right now?
Probably a perfect storm, and I talk about this year. Some guys we were counting on. First, probably some injuries. We lost Tovar for a good month. Estrada, who we had planned on being our second baseman, he's hopefully going out on a rehab this week, so we're probably 10 days away from him joining us. And then we had some guys not perform. McMahon had probably the worst April you could have. He's played better in May. So a combination of things.
It's like guys you rely upon, like, okay, I get it. Zeke Tovar being out of the lineup hurts. It does. None of that, though, goes to less than 10 wins in 55 games.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Brian.
I thought he was going to say that. I really did. Because some guys we were counting on, and I was like, if it's for his own sake, I'm glad he didn't. Because, Nelly, if he said as the GM of this baseball team, we were relying on Chris Bryant, you would be like, well, then you shouldn't have this job just based on that. What indication would ever give you that you rely on Chris Bryant for anything? Since you signed him. You know what Chris Bryant is? He's Dario Saric. It's like you signed him and immediately you're like, oh, he can't do it. The difference is he wasn't on a 2-year deal at $5 million. He was on what was the final contract? Like 7-year deal for 150 something? How long was his deal?
Can I actually ask a quick tangential question? Speaking of Dario Saric, I've been wondering, and I'm sorry if you guys have already addressed this, but can he not play because he can't play or because he was misused in the tumultuous environment
Who
of
are you
Calvin
talking about here?
Dario Saric. In the tumultuous Calvin Booth, Michael Malone toxic environment, because this is a guy that Vic trumpeted all summer, and then mysteriously he forgets how to shoot a basketball out of nowhere. Something just doesn't make sense to me. Is he really as unplayable as we say he is?
Well, I mean, he's not going to be in the NBA anymore. I think part of it has to do with maybe an injury that he suffered that he just didn't ever really recover from. But, yeah, to be honest, I don't know. Don't have the answer on that. Now, here's just a couple other ones. And Kliss was asking some pointed questions here. He said the fans want Monfort to sell a team. What do you have to say about that?
I said you have the target on your back. I think there's one other guy that has maybe a bigger bullseye, and that's your boss, the owner, Dick Monfort. If I pick up the paper, I'm on the comments on social media, which I look at. I'm sure you don't, but Dick needs to sell the team. What do you say? What do you say to that?
I think Dick's one of the better owners in the game. I have a lot of respect for Dick.
Why? Does he give you the resources you need? Why do you say that?
He's very, there's loyalty there. There's a backing. He cares a lot. Yeah, we get stuff every year. We're adding, we're getting better than, we're farther along. I think he is. I think he's a good owner, and he deserves better. And we've talked about it internally, trying to really win for him.
Before anybody freaks out too much, keep in mind, I don't think a GM's ever ripped an owner in the history of GMs being interviewed about owners. They sign his paychecks. So if you were expecting him to be like, yeah, I absolutely agree with the fans, there's no chance that was going to happen, first of all. Second of all, the Monfort stuff is such a weird thing. Like, I understand why people keep going back talking about him, but I don't know owners that just sell things unless they want to. They don't sell things unless they want to.
If John Fisher hasn't sold the team,
yeah,
how do you think Dick Monfort's going to sell the team?
It's like, it's part of the reason why I don't even bring it up, really. I just think it's like a useless exercise. It's not happening. And there's nothing that can be forced to do it. So here we are. Now, as far as Bill Schmidt saying that we've made moves, and what did he say? Improved every year roster. That's not obviously not true. They've made one free agent signing to a multi-year contract since I think Arenado left, and that was Chris Bryant, which is the worst contract in the history of the Rockies. So that's also not true. It's just, I'll do one more here. Here's Mike Kliss with Bill Schmidt.
This is the best sports market in America. And the fan base, I think they deserve better.
I don't disagree. They're good people. They're very loyal. How we're playing right now is not acceptable. But I do think there's a good future going forward with some of our young players.
Okay. I mean, it's really hard to sell that. I don't know what I want Bill Schmidt to say. I don't think anything that he said is going to make you feel better or give you confidence moving forward. It is kind of what it is. And my guess is Bill Schmidt's going to be out by the end of this year. I'm kind of surprised that he wasn't sort of packaged in with the Bud Black firing, because I don't really know you can do one without the other. Because if the admission here on behalf of the people in charge, Dick Monfort, is that Bud Black got fired because he wasn't doing a good enough job with the talent that was on the roster, then you're saying the talent is good and the coach wasn't getting the most out of him? The Nuggets kind of did that with Malone and Adelman, but the Nuggets were talented. They were the number 4 seed in a very good Western Conference. So anyway, 303-504-0925. Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get Easy Tom or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. It was a good night to hate watch yesterday. If you wanted to hate watch the Dallas Stars, well, then that worked out well for you. You wanted to hate watch the Knicks, that worked out well for you. I enjoyed myself.
Shout out to the dude who bought Moser's Jeep. That sucker break down right outside of, Amarillo? Good luck with that. Sucker. They're driving right now back to Texas.
No,
listening
dude.
to the show.
Dude, you have no concept of anything. They're towing it back on a trailer.
Oh, it's already broken down.
Yeah, the head gasket went out on it. You know my little Jeep? I love that little Jeep.
Moser sold his Jeep this morning, I guess is where you want to start today. That's fine. Go
That's
ahead.
not where I want to start. It's where Vic started.
No, I just want to give these people a little forewarning here as they cross the border and the Jeep falls off the back of the tow.
Yeah, I think they secured it pretty well. I had to go bare-handle the rest of the stuff. But, hey, shout out to Ray and Mike.
Shout out Ray and Mike.
Drive safe, be good, enjoy that little Jeep. I
Heads
love
up,
that
though,
friggin' Jeep.
When you try to start the engine,
Texas to buy your Jeep?
Yeah, he gave him a great deal. What's that, Nelly?
when you try to start it, it sounds like this, though.
No, it actually starts and runs and everything. It just needs a head gasket.
What does that mean? Just for those
That
of us,
doesn't.
those of us on this show who have no idea what the hell that
I don't
means.
even care what that is.
You are so mechanically disinclined.
There's
the amount
three
of
of us. Three of us don't know what a head gasket is.
Okay,
Three of us here.
Correct,
Brett?
I have no idea.
The amount of explanation I would have to go through to even have you partially understand what the hell I'm talking about.
What purpose does it serve? Can you drive without a head gasket?
You cannot.
So is there a big market for head gaskets out there? I mean, is there like a supplier of head gaskets?
Well, the answer is yes.
That? What, a bunch of
Yes.
circles?
Hey,
those are the tops of the cylinders, you idiot.
Nelly,
It doesn't matter.
Take it off.
It doesn't
the
matter.
screen. Vic, I'm assuming you're dressed up and you did your hair nice today because David Adelman is speaking later. Well,
I'm going to be interviewing David Adelman after his press conference for an extended interview.
we'll be carrying that live at noon today.
And we'll be asking him about head gaskets.
You should.
Yeah.
Here's a question I have coming off of last night, though. We'll get to the Adelman stuff in a second. Vic, you've said this before, and I largely agree with you in most cases. But I think it was about, I don't know if it's NFL awards or what it was, but you said, man, the players know. They should vote. The players know. And I remember in the case of Jokic, it took them a long time to come around. Like they waited until you couldn't wait any longer just to be like, all right, fine, he's amazing. You know, like there were some guys out there that were like, yeah, Jokic is fine. He's whatever.
Dude, we were dragging people across the finish line for about 4 years.
I'll be honest. I don't know if NBA players know.
They know.
You know, they do?
They know.
Well, they
may
all
not-
voted Tyrese Halliburton overwhelmingly the most overrated player in the league, and he is cooking people.
He is right now.
The game he had last night, 32, 12, and 15 on 11 of 23 from the field. 4 steals, no turnovers. That's some Jokic stuff. That's a Jokic game.
Vic, when I tell you,
That's in a big-time game 4, by the way, that if you lose at home again, that series is tied. You're going back to New York. Who knows what happens?
he was awesome. But he hit some floaters last night. I don't know there's a guy in the league, Vic, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. By the way, Pascal Siakam I thought was also very good.
He's always good.
Vic, I don't know that there's anybody when I see them elevate for a fadeaway jumper.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody in the league looks aesthetically more pleasing than Tyrese Halliburton.
Really? I get the exact opposite feeling.
He
I don't
looks
think
awkward.
I think it looks weird.
I think it looks
incredibly weird.
He looks like herky-jerky.
Yes.
I think it looks great.
I think you're nuts.
I guess styles make matches.
I think you're drunk.
Okay.
I actually think he's a lot like Joker in that sense, where just a lot of it doesn't
100%.
look totally right.
He's
but
got a set shot three.
Yes.
Everything about his game is not standard. It's not. But yet he wins.
I love it. Sorry, I love
So do I. It doesn't mean I don't love it. It doesn't mean we hate it. But there's nothing that is fundamentally like, oh, look at that's a fundamental shot.
If you told me I could take his jump shot and make it my own, I'd be like, no, thank you. I'll choose somebody else's. That looks too weird for me. Like I'll take Just from a look, I'll take the way that Porter looks like when he's shooting, or I'll do a Steph thing. I can't. That looks weird.
I think it looks great.
Yeah, whose jump shot is? I mean, Damian Lillard's jump shot is beautiful looking.
Speaking of,
It's
Just
beautiful.
Yeah, it
form
really
wise, though, I mean, Porter is like, isn't that picture perfect?
It's a beautiful release.
Yeah.
He's got the guide hand straight up. See, it's all about the guide hand. This hand right here. So his elbow's in.
Yeah, but where's the head
All
gasket?
there.
yeah, I was just gonna say, is that your head gasket?
So what he does, much like Jerry West, this guide hand, this left hand, a lot of guys have it like this, right?
Or if
That's
you're
wrong.
campaign, you
If
cast
you're
a spell on the
Cameron
hand.
Payne,
Now
like this.
Cameron Payne, did you see him throw it off the clock the other day?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was so gorgeous.
So his guide hand is here.
Right.
But when you watch Michael Porter Jr. shoot a jump shot, it's incredibly hard to do. This guide hand stays there, and it goes up like this. It stays vertical. That's a tough thing to pull
Yeah.
off.
I say all that just to tell you, I don't know if players actually know. Here's what I think happens. I think players get caught up in the same thing that fans do, and they go with the guy that looks the coolest because Halliburton, much like Joker, looks awkward in how he gets his production.
I think he's great.
What I'm saying is the truth, Moj. You can say you like it. That's fine. I'm telling you from a pure aesthetic standpoint for other players in the league, they look at Joker and they're like, that looks ugly. I don't like that. They look at Halliburton and I think they say,
Screw him.
that looks ugly.
So what?
But my point is, I think this is where they're wrong on things, and I don't trust their judgment because they go to their friends
Yeah.
and they go to who looks cool.
Yeah, pretty much.
They voted him most overrated in the league, and he's killing people.
He's
all
smoking it.
postseason.
He's on his way in one more game to the NBA Finals. Vic, I don't know why, but on my timeline, I get John Elway highlights about every 3 weeks. Somebody says, "Hey, don't forget what John Elway looked like," and so I watch them. He was so good. Do we forget how awesome this guy
Where's
was?
this coming from?
Well, just we're talking about aesthetically pleasing human beings. And John Elway playing quarterback was incredibly
Sure.
aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to get that in there.
Um,
The fact that Cameron Payne,
for you, bud.
thanks, buddy. The fact that Cameron Payne was a DNP CD last night was great.
well, he's not
Well,
very good.
he's never in the rotation.
I know, but he threw one off the clock in Game 3. He's not seeing the floor ever again. Love it.
It is interesting to watch a team like Indiana, where I don't think you put Halliburton's not like in a superstar conversation. He's a very good player, but they are built.
For the new CBA.
I mean, truly, right?
They're
like
built
they
for
have
the new
they have
CBA.
players who are a lot of players who are really good, but none of them are like amazingly good to where they're going to eat up max contracts.
But they're going to have to shed a couple of these guys because
sure.
Guys will have to be paid here real soon. Take a look at, if you pull up Spot Rack and take a look at their payroll, there are dudes that are due to make money. And it's going to leave a lot of their rotational guys exposed. In fact, Jay Coyne
Like
referenced
Mathurin and
Obi
all these kind of guys.
Toppin.
Obi Toppin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to, they're not going to be able to afford to re-sign him.
So
guys
Miles,
like that.
Miles Turner's a UFA.
And they're going to have to pay him a lot. A lot.
As far as next year, Miles Turner's the only real big one. I mean, they got like Thomas Bryant and
But
Tony
his
Bradley.
signing's going to knock off a couple players, is what I'm saying. What do you pay him? I mean, what do you pay him, Miles Turner? He's going to make somewhere north of 30.
Yeah, he's only making 19.9.
Yeah, he's
That's
going
crazy.
to he's going to close to 40.
If you've got a big who's playing well and he's under the age of 30, he's going to get paid a lot. A lot.
So they have Halliburton, Siakam, Toppin, Naismith, McConnell, all
Mathurin.
locked in for the next 3 years.
What
at
about-
least.
what about Mathurin?
Mathurin is an RFA 3 years from now.
Okay. He's got a long
They got a
time
lot
now.
of guys still under contract, though. Nemhard is under contract for another 3 years. Like they actually got a lot of their stuff in place.
Why isn't Mathurin making an impact?
Dude, he had 20 in 12 minutes last night.
But first game that he's actually done something.
Yeah, well, they
I'll
didn't
tell
need
you
him
what,
to.
I hope he doesn't. I hope
They're
they
up
get
3
rid
games
of
to
Mathurin.
1.
I hope they get rid of Mathurin and you pick him up immediately. I would love to have Mathurin.
So would I.
No, I was watching last night, and I didn't watch the whole game, but I was watching the pocket of minutes that Mathurin was playing where he took a shot every time he touched the ball, and he made it every time he touched the ball.
It's
20
so weird.
points in 12 minutes.
But that's the beauty of their team. One night it's Nembhard, one night it's Naismith, one night it's Mathurin. They just rotate these periphery players who shine.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma City's built the same way.
I think McConnell's fun to watch too.
You know what he does so well? He gets right into the crevice of a defense.
He's like your full court press guy all the time.
Yeah, but he gets into the crevice of a defense. That's what he does. He digs, he probes.
It's in the crevice?
Yeah, he's a prober.
The crevice.
He probes people.
He probes the crevice.
He's so good at doing that.
I bet he is. I bet he's really good. I bet he's really good at it.
Hey, Moj.
Yeah, buddy.
We're having a rematch of last year's final, aren't we?
Sure looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, Florida's got to get serious and dispatch Carolina. No offense to Carolina, but they're not going to win that series. What'd you see last night, boys? I tell you what I saw. I saw a guy 0-0 -2.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Well, he just turned it on for one series?
0 goals in last 7 games.
Well, he was still good. In the first game against Winnipeg.
He had a hattie.
Yeah. So
Well, this is kind of
So there was a 3-game stretch there. The last
had
two
9
against-
goals in 6 games and nothing else any other time. Nothing else.
Hang on, let me get the total here.
How does that happen?
That's that player.
Can you name the player? Are you allowed to name him?
I think we all know who it is.
I wanted to hear from your mouth. Who's the player you're referencing?
Mikael Granlund.
So Mikko's got
Who's the player you're referencing?
I'm referencing
Some
Mikko
people
Rantanen.
call him the Moose.
So Mikko's got 21 points this postseason in
He's-
8. Hang on. 21 points in 18 games.
Mhm.
And it's the same way I felt last year. He was a point a game guy, at least, I think more than that in the postseason last year. For the last couple of years. And I go, yeah, but does it feel like it?
Well,
And it's like, okay, he's had a couple of huge moments.
Right.
He had back-to-back hat tricks
correct.
to close out the Avs and to start the series against Winnipeg. And then it's just been like, where is he? What's going on here? You know what I mean? Like it's just not. I was talking about this in the appetizer about another subject, but it's not the consistency that you want. Just isn't there.
Correct. Stuart Skinner was great last night.
Yes, he was.
Been
Especially
great this
early.
entire series.
The Stars,
Dude, the first 8 minutes of that
Oh
game,
my
the
God.
Stars were.
Vic,
Oh my!
that puck, you probably didn't see it because you were paying attention to hoops. But that puck was fired at the net. I don't know how many shots they had in the first period, but it felt like 20.
Yep.
But they were firing everything from every angle in that first period. Now, I think Skinner also got a little bit lucky. Little bit.
Well, they
But boy,
they missed a couple that would
And they missed,
squirt through the crease, and then it would
including-
just be like a whiff.
Including that one guy. He missed one on a good chance. But nonetheless, Skinner locked it in, and they were really, really good last night. McDavid, again, he leads all point getters in the postseason. McPickles is going crazy. He had 2 helpers last night, but Draisaitl's always there. It's a top-heavy team, but when you've got that top heaviness of the top heavy, then you can do some things.
Yeah. So the press conference for David Adelman will be at noon. We'll carry it live. I have a question regarding that we'll get to in a second. We have Jake Coyne joining the show at 8:20, so he is the all-knower. He is the, I'm just going to call him the Nuggets basketball offseason god, okay? He knows exactly what they can and can't do in almost every scenario, whether it's trades.
Just say it.
No, I'm not going to say a nerd because I think it's very informational and helpful.
Moser, you say it.
He's a geek, but it does.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
And I love the guy. He is an absolute CBA geek, and he's proud of it, and he should be because he knows way more than any of us could possibly know. He should probably be hired by a friggin' NBA team. That's how much he knows this CBA.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I refuse to use that word, and we'll talk
You're
to him.
acting like it's a pejorative. It's not a pejorative.
It is.
It's a compliment.
Well, you're a slow healer. Is that a pejorative?
Now, that's crossing the line a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's
I mean, a
across the
little
line
bit.
now, huh?
That's not cool, dude.
So we'll talk to him at 8:20. But a question regarding Adelman's press conference at noon today, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, back after this. All right, so noon today, David Adelman will be have his formal press conference after being named the permanent head coach of the Denver Nuggets.
I'm looking forward to this. I'm happy for the guy. I'm happy for the team. I don't know how it's going to work out. I don't know what the future holds. I think it's a good move. I like his energy. You know how you just get a feel of a guy? I like David Adelman's energy. I like his straightforwardness. I like his honesty. He seems like a very good dude.
I'm very curious, and again,
I don't want him to stay that way. I don't want him to get all NBA head coach on me.
Well, he's taken a different path, and his path. He's the son of a coach, number one.
Correct.
Okay. He coached
By the
high
way,
school.
His old man was a very good coach.
He was a great coach.
Yes.
Legendary coach.
Legendary
both
coach.
Portland and Sacramento.
Yes.
I mean, hell, he was one Lakers team away from being in the finals. He was one Game 7 away.
That was Big Shot Rob or Big Shot Bob, whatever you call him.
But he's taken a different path. You know, he was very content being a high school coach and found his way to the NBA. And he's been sort of under the radar, very smart, and a very great communicator. That's the one thing I've learned. You know, I didn't know David as well, obviously, until he became the head coach and he started talking more. Because assistant coaches they talk, but they don't move front and center because that's not the way it works in pro sports.
Yeah.
In pro sports, the head coach does all the talking, everybody else fall in line.
I don't hang around that team, obviously. I got my own team to hang around. I'm pretty occupied with hockey. But when I've seen him talk to like Katie, out of half times and stoppages and this sort of thing, right? Because they'll do that. They'll throw assistant coaches out there and whatnot. I've always thought to myself, I like this guy. So, and then, he's interviewed and he's had other interests, so good for him. I don't know. I'm very curious to see what he can do, and I'm excited that he's getting the shot. Fair enough?
Yeah, here's my question. The last time that there was a press conference was Josh Kroenke was doing sort of the Nuggets postseason outlook thing. And I remember I asked, do you guys think that he makes some sort of announcement towards Adelman during this press conference or the GM or anything else? And we're like, no, I don't think so. I think it's more the state. Do you think we're in for another surprise today that when Josh Kroenke introduces David Adelman, there's a, hey, by the way, somewhere in this press conference about, hey, Tenzer's now the permanent GM or something?
Well,
I don't know.
Didn't you put it out there last week? Hey, Josh, it's Cater, what's up? Anyway, if you want to hire me.
Yeah, I'm available.
So is there something that we should know? Is there something you should spill?
No, I would never reveal inside sources, but
I don't think that's the case.
I don't think so. I think it would take away from Adelman's thing, so I would assume not. But I didn't think so last week either, Vic, and then they did, which surprised me.
How about Russell Westbrook announcing yesterday what was that? Is a newsletter or something? What is that?
I didn't know that people did this still. It is yes, Vic, it is on his newsletter.
He sent the facts.
No, but
it's called
heard of
the
this.
Word of Westbrook. He announced that he is getting surgery to fix 2 breaks in his hand, and he just said that happened during the season. So don't know when. Could it have been later, earlier? Don't know.
But what is Word of Westbrook? Is this a social media site? What is this?
That actually fits him so well.
Kind of does.
If there's anybody in the NBA that I would assume has a newsletter, it is definitely Russell Westbrook.
So has he been doing this like all season? We just haven't been following along his newsletter?
I have no idea.
Like providing daily recaps? Is it a diary? What is it?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Can you get to it?
Vic,
I want to see how many.
You just looked at our faces. Our faces should tell you we have no idea what you're talking about. And yet you continue to fire off the questions like, is it him writing it? Is it more than 10 words?
There you go. It looks more
It's like a blog.
It looks like a blog.
Word of Westbrook.
Yeah, there you go,
blog.
Nelly. Very nice. So he had one that was 21 hours ago. The title is called To Tunnel Fit or Not To Tunnel Fit. Don't know what that means.
That's something about style.
Oh, so it looks
Yeah.
like once every 2 weeks. Once every 2 weeks.
Oh, it's
and-
about clothes.
Yeah, it's about clothes. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of tailor-made style, Versace, Vogue goes to Hollywood. So it's every 2 weeks. It's a fashion thing.
And on this one, he sort of went off fashion and mentioned that he broke his hand.
Okay, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to start something Moj. What? Give me some alliteration, Brett. You're a big fan of alliteration.
The Mound of Moser.
Making the most of Moj.
Okay. I'm going to do a fashion blog as well, on my undies and flip-flops. How about that? I'll mix them up
It says here,
every 2 weeks. Brett, how's that sound? Throw on some different stuff.
Sure.
put in your email, become a part of Russell Westbrook's inner circle to access his content for free.
Nope.
I'm going to do it.
Go ahead.
All right. So I just joined. All right. I'm in.
There's a lot of things that Russ could talk about that I'd be interested in reading. I can promise you, Versace ain't one of them.
Well, let's go here with this, because I thought two things when I saw this. Well, three things. The first thing I thought was he has a newsletter. Secondly, the Denver Nuggets in the postseason, because I don't know when this thing was suffered, but it certainly happened during the season at some point, which means he was playing with this in the postseason, and I believe it was on a shooting hand. So they had one guy with one arm in Michael Porter Jr. They had one guy with one leg in Aaron Gordon. Russell Westbrook's got broken bones in his shooting hand. Nikola Jokic has obvious problems in multiple places, whether it's his back, knees, or elbow especially.
He had an elbow issue.
Jamal was dealing with stuff on and off over and over again. Like, God, that team was beat up at the end of the year. Really beat up. And I also mentioned this. I think if Russell Westbrook wants back in Denver, you would be a damn fool not to bring him back. I really do.
That's a great topic that I wish to debate a little bit with you. But first, from the word of Westbrook, this is a daily, sort of like a diary.
Don't do it.
Got a question from a reader, Duke Mendoza, about the best way to craft a strong outfit.
Oh, God.
I think building on your foundation with cool accessories is the best way to elevate a look with a minimal effort. There are no real rules about mixing metals in my book. The easiest place to try it out is with chains and necklaces. If they are bold pieces, allow them to be the statement. If not, try to have them both warm and cool elements throughout your garment so it feels cohesive. Thanks for the question, Duke. You have a chain, right? Let it breathe is what he's saying. Let it breathe.
What about me?
Let your chain breathe.
How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't read this unless you subscribe.
I just did.
He just subscribed.
No, I know. I'm trying to read. I can't.
You see everything,
and I'm skeptical out of any subscriptions because then I just get emails I don't want.
Brett makes me look like I should be on GQ. Okay,
you are,
and even and
sartorially speaking, you are the worst dressed person I've ever worked with.
See, but
and I mean that.
There's not a well,
and
that's
it's
probably
not even
true.
And it's not even remotely.
Have you seen DMac
true.
lately?
Oh, that's true.
DMac, yeah,
that's true.
When he rides his bike, ooh baby.
So DMac and Brett,
they're two peas in a pod.
I have no care though.
I know, but that lack of care is what makes me care about you.
Well, I think that Brett's outfits are actually inspired by Westbrook because anytime Brett tries to dress himself,
it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that.
Never know.
I mean, look at you right now. look at you right now.
That is so correct.
I'm looking at you and I'm saying, look at your collar.
Dude, when you roll out of bed,
collar.
yeah, when you roll out of
This
bed,
collar?
it's all jacked up.
It's all jacked up, and you don't even care.
When you roll out of bed and you start opening a drawer and grabbing stuff, that's exactly your daily wardrobe right there.
Yep. Can we go back to Westbrook? And again, I feel strongly about this.
So you think returning is not only going to happen.
If Westbrook wants to opt into his contract, because I think if he wants more money, that's a different discussion.
Sure.
But if he wants to opt back into his contract, which is a vet minimum, and you say no, I think you're a fool.
Well, they can't say no. I mean, they could buy out his contract. That's the only way to say no.
That's
it's his
what I'm
option.
saying. That's what I'm saying, though.
Well,
if people would say, I'd rather not, I think that's a foolish thing to do.
There's the rub. If it's the vet minimum, Vic, and fans out there going, nah, I don't think I want that, well, then you're wrong. because at a vet minimum, you should absolutely want him. He can still play. He provides a factor for you. And let's be honest, you need guys in that rotation.
Well, let's just make this really simple. You need guys that you trust to play, especially coming off the bench. You had virtually nobody that you trusted last year. You've also acknowledged that it's going to be very hard to find people that you trust this year. So one of the guys that you did trust last year, you want to get rid of because he frustrated you sometimes, and then you want to trust the unknown. That seems silly.
Your last point.
Vic. And by the way, let's say you didn't trust him. Well, you kind of had to trust him because you had no choice.
He can play. There's no question about that.
I understand he can play, but is there somebody else out there who would be willing to play for the vet minimum, or let's say you get out from under the Dario Saric contract, you go get an MLE contract out there, who could play that backup point guard role?
I still keep him. Because what's the harm? Like, this is what I don't get. What's the hurt? Let's say that you do find, in this case, Vic, let's just call it Bruce Brown, because it just makes it easier for everybody, okay? You go out and you find Bruce. And you know what? Turns out, Moj, Jalen Pickett got better over the offseason. He's your backup point guard.
Okay.
Why would I still not want Russell on there as a safety valve?
Absolutely.
Why would I not want him to give me 10 minutes a game?
Here's
a reduced role for Westbrook actually sounds a lot better than what he did last year.
Again, Brett, you're making so much sense today. It's not even normal. That's exactly right.
It's his collar right here.
It's your bacon collar.
Mm-hmm.
He's a safety valve that comes cheap, and hopefully you don't have to play him as much as you did. Hopefully you can spot him in different times better than you did this year. That's where he's probably going to be most effective.
Oh,
it
man, you know
sense.
what? Jamal's out for a month with a hamstring injury.
Perfect.
Jalen Pickett's got to start. Who's our backup now? Well, if you get rid of Russell Westbrook, then what? Trey Alexander? You calling him up from the G League? Or is it nice just to have Russ there just in case?
Yep.
These are decisions that are going to be made, but they're not going to be made single-handedly. There's a sum that you're trying to put together here. I think the bringing back Russell Westbrook, if he chooses to come back, it's his choice. It's going to be part of a bigger package. Like, what are they deciding to do here? What are they deciding to do in this offseason for the team?
Meaning what?
Like, is there another move to be made? Where are they going to try to get better? Are they going to try to get better with a backup big? Are they going to try to get better with another guard? These are decisions that will affect whether or not you want to bring him back.
What it sounds like to me is you're sounding like the Westbrook decision comes at expense of one of those. I'm just saying it costs you literally the least it would cost any player.
But here's something you have to consider. Is he going to be happy with you sound like just give him a reduced role.
Well, he may not be.
Then he can
go. Okay, then
that's
fine.
exactly what I'm
saying.
saying.
Then he can go.
Would he be happy with a reduced role than the one he already played?
Well, he would have to be, dude. Listen, this is where you have to have a good temperature of that room. Is he a problem inside the locker room? Have you ever heard that?
I have not heard that. In fact, Aaron Gordon, remember Aaron Gordon?
Shelburne said that.
Remember that? Aaron Gordon went off about that. So I can only tell you what the players say.
Okay, so the players say no. So that being the case, you're going to have a distinct conversation with Russ. Say, listen, you may be in a reduced role if you do come back. I mean, everything's on the table here. Let's be honest. We're all adults here. You're in an aged point in your career.
What does he want to do?
Exactly right.
Russell has already accepted the fact that he's not what he used to be because he's been coming off
the
bench for 3 years.
What does he want to do? Does he value playing time more than he values maybe hanging on to a team that's going to have a chance
to win? And Vic, I can't say this any more clearly than this. If you're going to fill those roles with MLEs or whatever, okay, let's say you get the opportunity to. This is basically, because of the position that you're in, this is needle in a haystack situation.
That's what I'm saying.
Not only that, this is needle in a haystack.
You have to hit
pleasant surprise situation. So you've got to get a little bit lucky here as well.
Because the Nuggets are so handcuffed with their contracts and their payroll, they have to hit home runs on these smaller contracts. They have to. And that's asking a lot. It's asking that's unfair. But it's what they have to do. And it's what they did the year they won a championship.
Here's what I would argue, just in the case of Russ specifically. I don't think you could have found more value out of a contract that small from anybody else. I really don't. I think for what he provided you, which was like 25 minutes a night, he was your spot starter if somebody was hurt. He was your spark plug when you needed something. I know the bad that came with Russ. We know the roller coaster. But you tell me, what was his contract? 2-point-some million dollars?
No, just over $3 million, and I think he's due close to $4 million this upcoming season.
I don't know how many guys you would find for that price that could have done what Russ did.
It's not about what he's done. It's about what do you want your team to be.
No, I get that. I'm just saying in general last year.
What's so funny?
Yeah, what is funny?
Sorry. Every time somebody says spark plug, all I can hear is Ted saying to Pat Healy something about Mary. I thought you said she was the real spark plug. No, I said.
Yeah, the other thing.
And the way he delivers that line, anybody who's seen the movie knows exactly what I'm talking about. It makes me laugh and I can't stop. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I know you don't, because that's why you're not laughing, because you're dumb. For those who know what I'm talking, Twitchers, just put it up.
Just shut up.
Nope, not going to do it. And you haven't used your
But
stoppage yet.
He was all of that last year. Now you're right. Do you want to move forward with that this year? I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. All I'm saying is I don't think you want Russell back to be a guy who played the same role he did this last year. I think that's too much.
Okay,
it's too much Russ.
Let me answer your question with this. That's a question for David Adelman. David, do you have bigger ambitions for Jalen Pickett? If the answer is yes, then Russell Westbrook doesn't fit in.
Well, do you think he knows at this point? Do you think that David Adelman really knows?
I'm sure he has like an understanding, but he hasn't really sat down with
he's not going to come
anybody.
out today at 12 noon and say the guy can't play.
No. You know what? If I asked, what do you think the answer is, Vic? If I just went to all 30 GMs in the NBA and I said, what's Russell?
Mm-hmm.
Like in your mind, if he's on the open market, what is he to you?
Would
they say he's a legitimate bench player getting 20-some minutes a night? Would they say he's more of like a spot sort of role guy?
Let me make this statement. He's played his best brand of basketball with the Nuggets than he has in years with other teams, right?
He was awful with the Lakers and awful with the Clippers.
Awful. His best brand of basketball has been played here in years, correct?
Yes.
I contend that there aren't many teams that can bring that out of him like the Nuggets just did.
I would agree with that.
That's my contention.
Yep.
I mean, go ahead, name some teams, and I'll tell you where there might be some issues. The Nuggets were able to do it, and it's a very sensitive and slippery slope. But the Nuggets did it.
Yeah.
And he played well. Very well. I mean, I want to know when he broke that hand, because there was a moment.
Me too.
You know, early in that Clippers series, remember, you don't win the Clippers series without him.
Correct.
He was
great.
Outstanding. Outstanding. And then all of a sudden, in the OKC series, his shot went off.
He looked less lethal, too.
Yeah, everything went away.
Like even offense, defense, all of it.
But what's weird, there's no noticeable, I mean, when you break your hand, there's noticeable swelling and problems and you miss and so on. I mean, I guess when I think broken, not cracked.
Well,
he wasn't wearing anything on it.
Right.
Either.
Anytime I've ever cracked a bone or broken a bone, well, it's not fun.
We'll get back to this in a bit. So the Broncos announced yesterday that DT is going to be inducted in the Ring of Fame.
Awesome.
Which is obviously a proper choice. Well, I want to talk about that along with a stat that I saw. I think this could be the greatest stat heading into a season that the Broncos have had in years. When I saw this yesterday, it's something they've been missing basically since Manning left, and we'll get to it next.
Guys, if you're dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. I mean, it's your business. You do what you want. But I'm here to tell you that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you today because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and success rates well over 90%. They've been serving Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and make sure that you're healthy. Make sure that you're back to being you. Any form of ED can really cause harms in a relationship, so do yourself a favor today and call them at 720-440-7900. The initial visit, only $99. You got the consult with the licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, the test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your appointment is free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be a happier guy. Expert staff, so get it done. 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, look, Moser's getting mad because Nelly's nerding out on his music.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead, Nelly.
You said you wanted to call me out for, and I quote, all the music I've been playing today. What was my other transgression? What was the other one?
Oh, give me enough time, I'll find one.
Yeah. Hey, so listen, first of all, DT being enshrined into the Broncos Ring of Fame is something that I think we all saw coming eventually. And it's obviously the right call. It's amazing. I think back to DT, Moj, and I know that it's not just the player he was, which was a phenomenal player. He was just also an amazing guy. Yeah. But you know what's funny? Demaryius Thomas was very highly respected in this league. He was seen as one of the best in the NFL at his position. Over the span of a decade, he was one of the best, and I still feel like he's underrated. Like, in the way that people talk about wide receivers during his era, it's like, I think he should still get more respect than what he gets. That's what's amazing to me.
mean, how many times over the years have we lamented the fact that you don't have 1,000-yard receiver, right?
Yeah.
This kind of thing.
And he was automatic.
Let's kind of rev up his career here a little bit, shall we? 10 games, 283, this baby. 11 games, 550. 16 games, 1,434 yards. Yeah. 16 games, 1,430 yards. 16 games, 111 catches, 1,619 yards. I mean, now we're talking about Peyton era and that kind of thing, but the Manning era. But he was such a good player, Vic. You know what's so sad? It makes me kind of sad now. You last saw DT at the Hall of Fame, correct?
Was
it the Hall of Fame?
It was at the Hall of Fame when Peyton was inducted, and at that time, he was undergoing. He had some issues with. He had tremors. I remember talking to him about that. He had tremors.
I think he had a couple seizures.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
And he was. We asked about how each other. How's your health? How's this? He goes, I'm okay. He looked fine.
Yeah,
he looked fine. But his teammates had mentioned that he was having seizure issues.
And he had CTE, I think, upon his passing, because his brain was donated to BU. But you never know. I mean, that you see him at the Hall of Fame, and we played the interview. It was great. He was his typical happy, joyful self, right?
Yeah.
I would never think anything different just talking to him while he was there.
And you never know if that's the last time you're going to see somebody.
Yeah.
It's just, this is a really cool thing. I'm very excited for not only the Broncos fans, but especially for DT's family.
Yep.
It's really cool. I think he deserves to be up there, and he was a great player.
One of the most, I still hold this dear to my heart. One of the coolest moments I've ever witnessed in my business, in my career, is the first game that his mother saw him play football. Katina Smith, who, if you don't know the story, his mother and grandmother went to jail. They went to jail.
Not jail, prison.
Yes.
Oh, it was Trump. It's all trumped up. And
there was drugs being dealt.
Right.
Okay. And she had not seen her son play football. And he got her out of jail. Enough connections were made. She got out of jail.
Well, President Obama commuted the sentences. Yeah.
And so she shows up at a game, her first time ever. And we have a microphone on her, and we're documenting the whole thing. It was unbelievable to watch.
Yeah.
She'd never seen her son play in person.
I know, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. You know what also blows me away about him and another guy of his era that was pretty good that also went to Georgia Tech is that Calvin Johnson, Demaryius Thomas, who have similar builds, similar like amazing players, played for a college that didn't throw the ball.
They ran the option.
I know.
They ran the option.
Unbelievable.
So you get a Megatron and a DT out of a system that doesn't throw the football. It's mind-boggling.
DT said there was two routes we had: stop and go.
Yeah, pretty much. But you're talking about two of the best receivers of their era come from colleges that ran the option.
That's crazy.
And again, I don't know why this happens. Maybe my phone is listening to me. Probably is. I was looking at DT highlights just the other day from Georgia Tech, right? Or not DT, I'm sorry, Megatron highlights from Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
God, was he good, though? I mean,
both of them.
Then how do you end up at Georgia Tech where they don't throw the football?
Yeah, I don't know. Now
it's not quite the Air Force Academy, but it's kinda.
So this is going to happen in week 7 against the Giants. I think that's the week after they get back from London. So next home game after that. Now, I saw a stat, and I truly think, as far as indicators that your team is heading in the right direction, and this is backed up by everybody else that's in the top 10 of this, it is such a good positive arrow. And it's something the Broncos haven't had since I've been here. We've lamented with the Broncos, and especially we talk to Jeff Legwold every Thursday. He said this, God, countless times. The Broncos had a real problem over the last 8-9 years with consistency. It's always a revolving door of a coach or GM's at the door or a new quarterback or a new ownership group. Or there was just nothing that transferred year to year. It was always starting brand new. So you've had now 3 years of Sean Payton. He's going into his 3rd. Is Payton going into George his 4th or 5th year as GM?
I think it's the 5th year.
I think it's 5, right?
Yeah. His first year was Pat Surtain. So, yeah, 5th year.
You're going into year 2 of the same quarterback, which is great. But listen to this. Teams with the highest percentages from over the cap. Teams with the highest percentage of players returning to their roster in 2025. The Broncos have 86% of their roster returning.
That's great
which
roster
is
management.
number 1 in the NFL.
That's roster
year-over-year.
management. A lot of it, is simply because you don't have the money to spend via free agency. You're still dealing with the Russell Wilson. They had enough money to spend. But that's good roster management. That means the guys you got, you like.
I think it is such a compliment to the people in charge, being George and Sean Payton, of being able to navigate $85 million going unused for 2 straight years and having a roster that you trust this much.
It's wonderful. Vic, I think part of it too, and Brett talks about the consistency, is that now you have guys who want to be Denver Broncos again. They want to stay Denver Broncos. Brett, there was a time in this town, man, guys wanted to be Denver friggin' Broncos bad.
Mm-hmm.
And they would come here, or they would be drafted here and they get paid, obviously, but they wanted to stay. It was an important thing. These guys now want to do that kind of thing. They recognize they've got something growing here.
Can I give you guys the other teams in the top 10?
Really good, yeah.
The others in the top 10.
I bet you there's going to be a lot of playoff teams here.
Yep.
So it's Broncos at 1. I'm going to go from 1 to 10 now. Packers.
Yep.
Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Cincinnati.
Okay.
Tampa. Dallas. Rams. Giants, Commanders. So outside of the Giants and probably the Cowboys, and they're a maybe if Dak stays healthy. Who knows? Those are all 9 teams that you consider, if not Super Bowl contenders, pretty damn good football
Well, since
teams.
he was there just a couple years ago, they didn't make the playoffs this year, but they've been there.
Continuity was the word I was looking for, not consistency. Thank you.
Continuity.
I think it works.
They both work.
I think they both work. I mean, I think continuity is probably a little bit more on target, but consistency will work, Vic. You know what? You're a thigh snob, number 1. Mm-hmm. And number 2, you're getting to be kind of a word snob.
I just want the word to match.
I like it. No, it's a good correction.
I can correct you some more if you like.
I consider those. Would you consider the Bills Super Bowl contenders? I think I would. Detroit? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
The Packers? They got a shot.
Yep.
Cincinnati?
Yep.
You never know with Joe
Well,
Burrow.
look, dude, they've got Burrow in the whiteouts, man. They both just signed massive deals. They're going to throw the ball like crazy.
The Rams, they were this close to beating Philly
in
a snowstorm.
Moser, you said something. You said that free agents, players want to come to Denver again. Why do you think that's the case?
I think that, I don't know. Listen, you don't have the super dupers, okay? No, DeMarcus Ware's showing up. Not yet. But guys want to stay, and guys, I think they want to play for a team that has got a lot of money, an ownership group that is going to absolutely do what it takes to win. The money is no problem whatsoever, but the Broncos are being run the right way, I think.
I think that's a big factor, what you just mentioned. I think they're going to a place they know it's done right. It's being done right. Back in the day, when Peyton Manning was here, he was the magnet.
Sure.
He was the Emmanuel Sanders. Remember, he had a deal with Kansas City. He said, "No, I'm going to Denver." Remember that?
Yep.
DeMarcus Ware picked up and left and said, "I'm going to Denver."
Yep.
Happened a lot.
I can give you one example. There were stories that came out. San Francisco was not wanting to let Dre Greenlaw walk out the door. They were doing everything they could to keep
You're right.
him. And he still chose to come
They
here.
flew to his off-season home to keep him.
Yep. And
So,
he chose here.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
You ever had anybody
when you
fly to
have
your
a-
off-season home?
Flown to my off-season home?
Well, I mean, did they ever just drive to Golden and say, "Hey, what's up"? 'Cause I've never had that happen before.
Trying to think if anybody's ever come to my off-season home. First, I'm trying to find an off-season home.
Yeah, working on that one still.
I have one home. That's it. It's got a mortgage on it.
And technically, it's the banks, but I just kind of stay there.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here, the Vic of all trades, or at least I thought I was, until I met the crew at AAA Services. For just $49, they'll tune up your AC. You want more? For $79, they're throwing a water heater flush. Feeling fancy now? $99 gets you the AC tune-up, the flush, and an electrical safety inspection. That's pro-level stuff. Be like me and leave it to the pros. Schedule now at AAAtoday.com or call them 303-313-3333.
Barrel.
You hit on something.
What's that?
I know where you're going. You asked him about the Tyreek Hill.
Oh, yeah.
I know where you're going. I have a completely different outlook on what's going on in the NFL now. And these NFL players looking at some of these guys who made it in college, NIL, and became famous, right?
Okay, well, hang on a second. Do you want to play the audio first before you go on this?
No, let me offer this first.
Okay, go ahead.
I think there are a lot of NFL players who are looking at these younger guys coming in and saying, oh, you're big deal now, huh? Let me show you how big a deal you are.
Fair point.
I think there are.
So he was with.
I'm so confused right now. What the hell? What's happening?
All right, so here's the deal. I don't know. Aiden Ross is this guy's name. I guess he's a big streamer guy. Okay. So he's for some reason on a bus. It looks like with Tyreek Hill and some other dude.
What is that?
He's on a bus. He's on a.
I don't
Tyreek
know.
Hill's on a
I don't know
bus?
what's going on. I don't know what these streamers do. Okay, I don't know what the deal is. But Tyreek Hill's there, and one of these guys asked him, "What do you think about Travis Hunter?"
Yo, Tyreek, what do you think about Travis Hunter?
He gonna be ass.
He's gonna be ass. Was the answer?
No, he's not going to be ass. No.
Well, why did he say
he's
that? I'm just curious. I mean, we know he's not, but why did he say that?
Oh, because they're trying to keep the rookies down, I guess.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, I see it a lot more in football because a lot of these older dudes that came up didn't have the benefit of NIL, and they didn't have the name and the stature.
Can I make a comparison?
They want to tamp it down.
Can I make a comparison that might be dumb? Maybe. I'll give it a shot, though. Are you saying it's kind of like when Caitlin Clark got to the WNBA and she was getting fouled in a way that other people were not getting fouled as you don't deserve the popularity you're getting by just walking through the door sort
I've
of
never
thing?
been in a fraternity, but you know how they treat pledges?
Yeah, what do they call Hell Week or whatever?
Pledges? You know, you're a pledge.
Hazing?
Yeah.
Well, Travis Hunter does this happen with all top picks now? Or is this a new trend, you think?
I just think it's happening now because the college game has changed. Guys are making money hand over fist.
Yeah, well, Travis Hunter's a great player.
I know.
And he's going to be a great pro.
I agree. There's no disagreement here. But there's a handful of these guys in the NFL who want to prove them wrong and want to give them their comeuppance.
I also don't think that...
You don't think they want to do that to Shedeur?
I'm sure they do.
That's the thing. I don't think that Travis Hunter is as flaunty about it as he could be. Like, I don't have a problem with this, but it's the same thing I've been thinking the entire pre-draft process. It would be a lot more beneficial for Shedeur if he wasn't so in your face about some things, and then he buys a $500,000 Rolls Royce the other day. Did you see that?
I thought
big
he said that
Instagram
was a
story.
lie, though, right? He said it was a lie. He just called it another lie. He disputed the Rolls Royce rumor.
Well, I thought there was a video.
I don't care what he buys.
I mean, I don't either. But this is just maybe it is.
I mean,
okay?
Moser sold a Jeep. Should I care? He sold a Jeep with a missing body part.
Yes. There's just
no. Hold on a second. See, this is where
the point though, Moj. Okay, maybe it is. I'll look it up. Maybe it is. But the thing about the Shedeur stuff in the pre-draft process was maybe just go through this kind of more under the radar than over the radar, because I don't think the over the radar stuff helps you as much. And I think obviously dropping to the 5th round, there was something about that had to do with it, right? That's all I'm saying. And I think guys like Tyreek Hill see guys like Travis Hunter getting the amount of attention that he got in college, the amount of money that they made, and I think Vic's right. They get like sort of pissed about it.
Okay, so is Cam Ward getting crap? Is anybody going to call him ass?
No.
How about Abdul Carter out of Penn State? Anybody call him a foul word?
I don't know.
Well, Abdul Carter did get called out by a bunch of people in the Giants organization because he wanted Lawrence Taylor's number, and they were like, no.
Well, who do you think you are?
And then he wanted Phil Simms' number, and they were like, no.
Okay, but I mean...
So, I mean, there was some stuff with Abdul Carter.
I'm looking up and down the first round here. I don't see anybody else getting the business. We'll see. I guess we'll see. Well, I mean, it's up to these players to prove that they belong. I think of all the guys that you choose to say he's ass, Travis Hunter is probably the last guy on that list. Probably.
It did come from Tyreek Hill, who's not exactly a beacon of sincerity.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
hey, real quick,
that too.
real quick on my Jeep thing and Vic being a smart aleck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember a time when you sold your Mustang.
Yeah.
And I showed a great deal of interest in your vehicle and its exit from your life.
You didn't help me sell it?
I didn't help you sell it, but I was, oh, really? Oh, wow, how'd it go? But I was inquisitive.
Because you care about cars. I don't care.
I
remember when you sold your Mustang and I didn't care.
Yeah, and I recognize the fact, and I don't care that you didn't care. In fact, I prefer that you do not care.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Then I won't care about anything in your life. I showed you the common courtesy that a radio partner and friend would give. That's what normal people do.
How did you sell your Mustang?
I don't even.
What platform did you use? I mean, your Jeep. I'm sorry. How did you sell it?
Okay.
Facebook?
I'm not getting into this now. eBay Motors, but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Dow Jones?
NASDAQ. It's about the courtesy. It's about the camaraderie. It's about the kinship.
I cannot be any more.
And you guys,
clear.
I know
Listen,
you guys are total dill bags.
If you had told me
absolute dill bags.
If you had told me you were getting a new set of golf clubs, would I be?
I would actually care about that.
Okay,
Yeah,
be all over it.
I don't care one iota about your stupid Jeep and its missing headgear.
I
whatever
cared
the hell
about
it
your
is.
bees. I cared about your bees.
You didn't give a rat's. When they died, you laughed.
We did.
Well,
we did laugh.
Just because I laughed doesn't mean I didn't. I was interested in your
I
bees.
had thousands of dead pets, and you're like, I
But
knew
see,
it.
when you sell a car, it's almost as if like you're selling a pet. Like you're despondent, emotional about it.
I love that little
got
Jeep.
rid of the Jeep. Like, oh,
Well, Bear-
what do you want me to? I don't care.
Bear loved that little Jeep too.
So what? I don't care about your Jeep.
It's got a blown head gasket.
See what I'm saying?
It's got a blown Achilles.
See the attachment syndrome he has?
Brett.
See, this is not so much about caring about your friends as it's you knowing your teammates. I remember just a couple of weeks ago, you said, Nelly, play it. And we didn't know what it was. And it was the sound of an engine from a video you found on Twitter. Like, we were going to be like, oh my God, Moj, that's amazing. How do you not know who we are?
Oh man, it was a Hemi.
Do we look like gearheads?
No, no, you do not.
So-
Neither of you.
so what part
In
do you-
fact, all three of you. Look at Nelson. I mean, Nelson wouldn't know a crescent wrench from a hole in the ground.
So why would we care about your Jeep and its headgear? What went off on it?
I just said head gasket.
Head gasket.
Hey, Vic, on Saturday, I actually bought a new mouthpiece for my saxophone. It's a Jody Jazz Superjet. I went with a metal mouthpiece this time, 7 opening, and it actually really makes the horn sound a lot brighter. It really has.
You what?
How much was it?
It was a few $100.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
is it-
$100.
has it
Just
ma-
get a recorder like the kids play in
Jesus.
elementary school.
Let's go grab a freaking kazoo, Nelly. What are you doing here?
I'm
okay.
working. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, my bad. Anyway, I wanted to point that out that there's a little hypocrite situation going on here.
Let me give you 5 minutes of this. At 8:20 this morning, we're going to talk to Jake Coyne because he had the Bible of the Nuggets offseason, okay? Mike Kliss sat down with Bill Schmidt, GM of the Rockies. By the way, watched the game last night.
Yep.
At the end of the game, anyway.
Did they lose? I stopped watching. Went
4-3.
The extras.
They lost 4-3.
They lost. Okay.
Bretton Doyle, ground ball to the right side, gave him a lead 3-2 at the top of the 11th. And then what did they do? Game on the line.
Tyler Kinley.
Tyler Kinley enters the game. He throws I think he got the first out, actually. And then he mixed in a base hit. And then he mixes in a stolen base and another stolen base and a walk and then a base hit to close out the game. By the way, the Rockies bullpen, if nothing else this year, the Rockies bullpen is actually pretty damn good. They are. Like, Jake Bird is having an amazing season.
Who's my guy?
This new guy that they brought in to be the closer, Agnos, has been phenomenal.
It's been good. Who's my guy, though? Who's in the rotation? Who's my guy?
Hold on.
What are you closing? They've won 9 games.
Well, that's close
To be the
game
closer.
guy.
Okay, just
To be the closer.
the guy.
They've won 9 games.
He is named the closer, though. I mean, that is his job on the roster.
Hey, Mosey's closed, man.
But just to
Closed for business.
give you just some supplementary stats, Agnos has a 1.13 ERA, I think, and Bird is at 1.67. Like their bullpen's pretty good. Tyler Kinley's at about 7, and he's still pitching. So, yeah, that's what happened yesterday.
Okay, so anyway, Marquez, see, my boy Marquez has not had very many quality starts this year. He had a quality start last night. He scattered 7 hits over 6 innings. Dude, out of his 84 pitches, he threw 61 strikes. I mean, he was dealing a little bit last night at Wrigley, and they can't get him any more flipping run support.
Well, Mike Kliss was asking Bill Schmidt a few questions about how the season has gone. One was, I think this is like the best question to ask. How did we get here?
How did this happen, where you're at right now?
Probably a perfect storm, and I talk about this year. Some guys we were counting on. First, probably some injuries. We lost Tovar for a good month. Estrada, who we had planned on being our second baseman, he's hopefully going out on a rehab this week. So we're probably 10 days away from him joining us. And then we had some guys not perform. McMahon had probably the worst April you could have. He's played better in May. So a combination of things.
He's not wrong about that. McMahon got off to a horrific start.
Yes, and Tovar's been hurt, but it's 9 wins in 55 games.
Yeah, this is not a bad
Agreed.
start. This is a historically bad start.
Let me tell you what he didn't say, and he couldn't say. Some guys they were relying upon. I think he wanted to say Chris Bryant and knows he can't, because if we were relying on Chris Bryant exits your mouth, then you're like, what the hell are you talking about? He's barely played a full season.
You look like the biggest fool in baseball.
Yes. He's barely played a full season combined in like 4 years. You can't rely on that. Now, Tovar being out of the lineup stinks, and McMahon having a rough start, that hurts. Estrada, spare me that. Okay, he's a 250 second
couldn't
baseman.
care less.
But all of these questions, and we got like 4 different answers here. I don't know what you guys want to hear. Like, I'll play this. He was asked, from Mike Kliss, fans want Monfort to sell the team. What do you think?
I said you have the target on your back. I think there's one other guy that has maybe a bigger bullseye, and that's your boss, the owner, Dick Monfort. If I pick up the paper, I'm on the comments on social media, which I look at. I'm sure you don't, but Dick needs to sell the team. What do you say? What do you say to that?
I think Dick's one of the better owners in the game. I have a lot of respect for Dick.
Why? Does he give you the resources you need? Why do you say that?
He's very, there's loyalty there. There's a backing. He cares a lot. We get stuff every year. We're adding. We're getting better. We're farther along. I think he is. I think he's a good owner, and he deserves better. And we've talked about it internally, trying to really win for him.
So 2 things here. Number one, what do you expect him to say? I mean, he's employed by the owner. He's not going to just crap on this guy, okay? He's not going to do that. But to say we've added every year is a stretch. A pretty big stretch. You've signed one guy, I think since Arenado was traded, one guy to a multi-year free agency deal, and that was Chris Bryant.
Yeah, it was a total disaster.
I don't think you'll ever have a general manager ask point blank, what do you think of your owner? And it's never going to be anything critical.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with the fans. He should sell the team. Also, when's my check coming?
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
Hey, Kane, what do you think about Dave Fleck and Kevin Shockey?
Let me tell you something about these guys. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, if you're being honest. Have they given you enough?
I think they're 2 of the best bosses that's ever existed in history.
Existed in the planet.
Yeah. In the history of any business, I think.
Not only do I love them, Matt Kroll, one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet in the history of television.
And let me tell you about Kroenke for a second, because I got a lot to say about Kroenke and how wonderful of a job he does with everything.
Can I be serious?
What are you going to say?
Can I be serious, though?
Ask me.
Vic, what do you think about Josh Kroenke?
I think Josh could do more to give me the support I need at this radio station.
Well, I mean, listen, we could all use some more, quote, support.
Yeah.
I just want somebody to punch him in the face.
I just want to say, if these bosses are listening.
No, in all seriousness, though.
Baby Jamal Kills eating Ritz crackers for the last 3 weeks.
Right. She's on a goldfish diet.
I lost a good sum of money on the golf course yesterday.
Could use a little bit more support today.
I'm going to need more support.
Hey, speaking of not having money, and what do you do if you don't have money? The Nuggets don't have money right now to spend.
They have money, just they can't spend it.
Well, what do you do? We'll ask Jake Coyne next. Seriously. Can you? As we head out to the Ramos Law hotline, car accident unit Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. The Stat Squatch. Jake Coyne joins the show as we were talking about your 50-page dissertation yesterday, which I am using as the Nuggets offseason Bible.
Phenomenal, Jake, as always. So the work you put into that, and you could tell the diligence, the discipline, the hours. You deserve a round of applause. Don't listen to Moser, who's going to call you a nerd. I call you a gift, so thank you.
Hey, well, thanks for having me on first off. And I think I've said on here before, totally fine with the nerdy or dork accusations. I think it's true to a degree.
Yeah, but Jake, they look at it as a pejorative. When I call you a CBA geek, I mean it in the most positive way because you do things that other people can't do. You get down and dirty with minutia.
You get deep
in every crevice, and I respect it. I appreciate it. Hell, I couldn't do it, and you make me learn things. So yes, welcome, geek.
Jesus. I always appreciate all the good feedback I get on it. So it's something I definitely enjoy doing every year.
Let me start here.
Yeah, go ahead.
The number one thing when I read this, and again, I took great joy, and I wrote down a couple notes. I completely spaced how much the Nuggets gave up to go get Deron Holmes. I forgot about the draft picks they gave up to move up a few spots. I forgot about that. That makes that pick even more important than it already is. If Deron Holmes doesn't produce, that's a major whiff. Can you explain how many they had to give up to go get him, where they were, and how they positioned themselves?
Yeah, so the Nuggets were originally at the 28th slot in the first round last year, and ended up moving with Phoenix to 22, which is 6 spots. They traded away 3 second rounders, including one that was last year in the early 50s, I believe it was. It's a little bit heavy on the compensation. I used some comparable deals in my report to kind of show like usually this would probably be like a 2 second round pick kind of deal. But it's possible that there just wasn't a lot of teams to deal with. And at that point, if you're so focused on getting your guy, it can become a little tough to make a deal that's, fairly compensated based on history. You might end up having to give up a lot to do it. And, yeah, it's tough because, he didn't contribute at all this last year, obviously due to a freak injury, which is really just bad luck. But it does make it tough when you give up that many picks and then don't get any contribution from
But when
them
you
right away.
compound that, so you give up a bunch of second rounders to go get him, then you compound the fact that to unload Reggie Jackson, you had to give up a bunch of second rounders. They gave up their entire allotment of second rounders in 2 moves. Boom, gone.
Yeah, they were gone really quick there. It's like you said, total of 6 second rounders between getting off that Reggie Jackson deal and trading up for Holmes. And, in a way, sort of KCP leaving and the Reggie Jackson trade enabled them to just sign Dario Saric. And so, in totality, you think about it, it's really like those 6 second round picks, they only contributed what Dario Saric gave you this year. And that becomes really difficult to deal with as a contending team.
Not to mention, you compound that with another reason why you're able to get Dario was to let KCP walk, and then you get somebody who plays no minutes. So, I mean, moving forward now, it's, first of all, for guys like Dario Saric and some of these contracts that are bloated that are just sort of a stain on this. You could throw Zeke Naji in it too. Do you see a clear pathway to try and get some of that cash back or not?
Well, sort of the interesting thing with those guys is getting off of their contracts, it doesn't open up cap space, because the Nuggets are so far above the salary cap that, moving off 20 million or whatever, it's not going to get you under to where you can just use every dollar that you send away. And so they're not hurting you to that degree, but they are hurting you a little bit with simply roster spots. They're also a little bit of, if Denver got low enough, they might have access to other exceptions, like a bigger mid-level exception that they could use to sign players. But as far as a route to get off of those guys, I think you'd probably have to fold them into a bigger deal. unless you're just trading away your one first-round pick you can trade, which is that 2031 pick. If you attach that to those guys, you could probably find a deal. But the reality is they're not making a ton of money themselves. And so, even if you attach a pick to those guys, you're not going to be getting back a $20 million player. You're going to be getting back, a $5 to $10 million player.
Jake, when I hear 2031 Moser, what are the chances Moser and I are dead by 2031?
There's at least a chance.
Yes.
And Jake, don't take this the wrong way because it's not you. But when you start talking about these kind of things, I just want to wade into traffic on I-25. I just want to. It's just like it feels like there's no hope here. I'm trying to find a path forward, and every time you keep giving me bad news, which I know is real, but I don't want to hear it. So, is there any positivity you can throw our way? Like, what is the best case scenario if everything went right and the new GM was as creative as a mother? What could the Nuggets do this offseason?
Yes, I think the first thing you look at is that mid-level exception, which you can use in free agency. You don't have to trade anything for it. It's just something you get every year, as long as your salaries aren't too high. And the reality is Denver could bring in a player with that who is just a rotation piece right away. It could be a Bruce Brown. It could be any number of other guys I highlighted in my report. Luke Kennard is maybe a possibility at that price point. And so that's kind of your first big one where you say, okay, this gives us a real chance. Just adding a rotation piece to what you already had. That would be very useful. Beyond that, they do have that 2031 pick. And I think you'd look at some of the contracts and you'd say, if we really want to make a significant move, it will probably come at the cost of one of our starters. And that can be a difficult conversation for people. But the reality is that, in order to get good players, you do have to give up something. It has to hurt a little bit. And I just don't know that that's possible with Denver's bench. But I think there is hope in the idea that you can do another move if there's a good one out there. And it'll just depend on what deals Denver is able to talk to people about this summer.
All right, I have a question in the weeds here regarding Dario Saric, and I'm raising my hand. I'm the one pounding the table here a year ago. Go get Dario Saric. I thought he was going to be a perfect addition to this roster. If, for whatever reason, it didn't work out. He lost his confidence. Can you, before we get into this, can you give me a reason why didn't Dario Saric work out here?
Yeah, so I think if you look at Dario's last place he played before Denver, which was Golden State, you could kind of see signs that, things weren't going as well as they did before his knee injury in Phoenix. You could kind of see signs that he wasn't moving quite as well. But despite that, there were certain aspects that you looked at with him that you really liked. He can create a little bit for a center, and he can also have some degree of shooting. And so I think with the Dario thing, sometimes you just have to chalk it up and say, we were a year late on this guy. And, that's tough, but that's sometimes how it goes.
That makes sense. All right, so to get out from under his contract, he's got an option year. He'd be foolish not to pick up the option because he's not going to make that kind of money overseas, even if there's an overseas team that wants him. After reading your report and talking to certain people, I know that if the Nuggets were to buy out whatever's left, the gap between whatever team pays him and what the Nuggets owe him, that would not take place until training camp, until after September, right? By then, if you buy him out by then, Jake, won't all the free agents who occupy that MLE be snapped up? I mean, what good is it to wait that long? You'll be screwed.
Well, yeah, to answer the second part of that, I think you wait that long probably as a leverage play. Try and squeeze as much out of that fruit as you can. Maybe they're able to get off of like a full $3 million, and then you're only on the books for 2 point something. For the other part of that, the mid-level exception, you get it regardless of what's on your roster. So if you think of the championship team, for example. 2021, they signed Jeff Green to an MLE deal. 2022, they signed Bruce Brown to an MLE deal. And they were both on the roster for that 22-23 season. So just because you have a guy that was previously signed with the MLE, you can get another one. You just can't have multiple MLEs in the same offseason. If that
Gotcha.
makes sense.
Oh, that makes me sleep
But you
better
could
then.
you could sign 3 in a row in three
Sure.
consecutive
Okay.
years.
Now I got it. Now I got it. See, that's why
Yep.
you exist.
That's
Jake.
why you exist.
That's why
Jake.
you were born.
Not to hang with your wife, not to paint the house. You exist to give us
Nobody
the good,
cares about
the
what you
goods.
do every day, but
Right.
that piece of information will change our lives, and that's important. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you think overall, Jake, that it certainly didn't sound to me when Josh Kroenke spoke to the media last week that there felt like a big change was coming? Now, I guess you don't know because the new GM hasn't been hired yet, whoever that may be, whether it's in-house or somewhere outside of it. But do you think this team, with this current starting five, given the situation that they're in with the apron and all of that, is still capable of building a championship team with an MLE and other stuff they can do?
Yeah, so I think my answer to that would be the starting five is definitely and obviously capable of winning a title. Where things get a little bit sticky is you have to say, is the team as a whole capable of doing that? And if it's not, don't we kind of have to move a starter to get there?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the complicated aspect of this. But yeah, for me personally, if they just mostly ran it back, I think you could make an argument that they could win a title. But I would just say there's a lot of things that would have to go right. And I think if you maybe tweak a few things on the margins, you might kind of lower or I guess expand that margin of error. You might have more space that, hey, if this doesn't go right, we'd still have a chance, you know. If they ran it back, I would look at it and I'd say, you know, hey, Daron Holmes, we need you, man.
Yeah,
like
right. They're going to have to hit.
If you come
They're
in,
gonna,
and
yeah,
if
they're
you
going to have
come
to
in,
hit. Yeah.
yeah, if he came in under like the scenario where they brought most guys back and he wasn't capable of playing, it would be really hard on them the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We may look back on this, Jake, when it's all said and done and say, man, the Nuggets gave OKC a tougher battle than anybody else in the entire NBA. We could look back and say that. I'm saying it right now because they took them obviously to 7 games, even though they got blown out in that last one. But it's still, I mean, they played them really, really tough, and OKC seems to be really, really good. So this next GM that comes in, if they're going to do what you're saying, how creative? I've maintained they have to be a very creative GM. You're going to have to really think outside the box. How much of that has to happen, in your opinion?
So how much of what exactly?
Like I mean, trading a starter, but getting, working deals where you go, wow, the Nuggets really won that deal. So that things can open up and they can do more things just very creatively, multiple teams, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I guess I would say, if I was the new GM, I'd go into it saying, we need to win a trade, but we're not going to do a trade just to do a trade. So, if you go out this summer and you're calling teams about Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr., and it's just like, man, we're just getting nothing back. Then in that position, I would just say, hey, do what you can with the mid-level exception, and mostly bring your guys back, and we'll see what things look like at the trade deadline. So I don't think there's a level of desperation, I guess you could say, but I do think they need to look at this roster creatively, just because of the way that they've sort of bled assets over the last couple years. It kind of puts you in a position where maybe you have to take a little bit more risk than you otherwise would. And so I don't think it's desperation, but I do think it's, hey, we need to get creative here and we need to figure out where we can make an upgrade.
Who do you hold as the standard of this new CBA? Who's doing it the best?
That's a very good question. I mean, most people right away would look at Oklahoma City, but they're almost a unique case that you can't really count on because they were set up by like this Paul George trade that was so one-sided in hindsight.
Where they got 7 picks and an MVP traded to them? Yeah.
Yes. So you can't really, it's like in a way, I can't really say, oh, that's the model, because it's like, how are you going to do that? How are you going to just, swindle some team into giving you their whole draft and a future MVP? It's probably not going to happen. I would probably look at, they haven't done anything yet, but I really like how Portland is building out their roster. They've made some really savvy trades. Last summer, they made this deal for Denny Avdia, who might still be an unknown to most casual NBA fans, but he
was a
came on really
stud.
strong at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yep. And I just like how they're building it. I mean, they got off that Damian Lillard deal, got some good assets back, and I think they're setting themselves up really nicely for probably 2 to 3 years from now. And so they would kind of be a team I'd look at and say they're doing a really good job, but obviously there's no results there yet. So we're early enough in this new CBA that I don't know that we have a ton of data points, but they're a team I would watch.
All right. Regarding what the Nuggets do, I think we all have come to the understanding, because you have a lot of different scenarios, what they could do, what they could employ, what trades they could trigger. But I think we all assume that they're going to run it back and maybe add some pieces on the periphery. That's fine. But if they were to trade one of their max contracts, if it came out of the blue, you suspect it would not be Michael Porter Jr., who will be worth more next year, the year before expiration of his contract. You think it would be Jamal Murray. How do you move Jamal Murray's contract? Do you think there are teams out there that would bite at that contract, considering that most of it's coming his way?
Yes, I think the unique thing with both Porter Jr. and Murray is they're not the types of players where I think you could call 29 teams and 25 of them would be interested. I think they're both kind of, hey, there's 4 or 5 teams that are really interested here. And with Jamal, I think you can identify a few teams that would be interested. I think Toronto, Orlando, maybe Sacramento. They'd probably be my top 3. And yeah, it's like you said, I kind of personally identified Murray as the more likely to move, just because of Porter Jr., he is making a lot, but it's only a 2-year deal. So I don't think that's a massive part in it. I think it's more so just kind of the health and mobility stuff. We've kind of seen a decrease in mobility for him since his last back surgery. And I'm just not sure there'd be a ton of takers, but in a year from now, when he's only got 1 year on his deal, I think there'd be more. And so, yeah, personally, I identified Murray as a guy where it's like, hey, if you're going to touch this core group of players, he'd be the one I would look at. And yeah, I think there's a handful of teams that would take him. So
Jake Coyne, you can follow him on Twitter at the Stat Squatch and check out his off-season guide. It's always a great read with a whole bunch of great information. Jake, you're the best. Thanks for taking us through the journey of what this CBA is like yet again.
Hey, thank you very much, guys. And I'm always around if you have questions, and happy to either bring more hope or bring less, depending on
the let's get you back on when there's some good hope. There's some stuff out there. And you go, yeah, now it's getting tasty.
Appreciate
we'll do it then.
You know, and as we say goodbye to Jake, I have to add this. You know, we're talking here in desperate terms as if this team is not one of the best teams in the NBA with the best player on the planet. So it's fine. Let's get some perspective here. It's going to be just fine. There's some tweaking that needs to be done, but I can sleep better now. I did not know that you can use the MLE every year.
Me neither.
I thought that if you were an apron team, you were screwed in that endeavor. So
I want to get me
awesome.
I want to get me some MLE, man.
So you should. Here's the good news. Here's what I took out of all of that maybe people weren't aware of. You should be able to get a guy this offseason.
Yes.
Like, you should get a contributing basketball player onto the roster this offseason.
Good.
As long as you don't sign another Dario Saric.
Bad.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Guys, if you're dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. I mean, it's your business. You do what you want. But I'm here to tell you that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you today, because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and success rates well over 90%. They've been serving Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and make sure that you're healthy. Make sure that you're back to being you. Any form of ED can really cause harms in a relationship. So do yourself a favor today and call them at 720-440-7900. The initial visit, only $99. You got the consult with the licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, the test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your appointment is free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be a happier guy. Expert staff, so get it done. 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, big thank you to Jake Coyne that introduced us to the information that the Nuggets can still use the money line exception this offseason.
What did you just call it?
Isn't it the money line exception, the MLE?
Mid-level.
Mid-level. Sorry, I was looking at the Circus Sportsbook and I saw ML money line. Sorry.
1-800-522-4700, Kane, or call that number.
Mid-level exception, sorry. But they can still use that, which I was unaware of, and I think all of us were unaware of.
I have a game to play. You ready for this game?
No.
Well, get ready. I don't know the answer to this, but I thought it'd be a fun little game.
You know, these are always the best segments.
I don't like your games.
The Rockies, according to OptaStats, have now lost 21 consecutive series dating back to last year.
So they have been an exception on the money line all year long.
It's the longest series losing streak in Major League Baseball history. I repeat, The longest losing streak.
Say that again. Give me it one more time.
Longest series losing streak. They haven't won a series
since last year.
They've lost 21 consecutive series.
Hey.
Now,
do
they're
you know
going
what
to
a series
Miami.
is?
They're going to Miami. They may have an opportunity.
Should I explain what a series is to you?
No, I know a series. I just didn't know how long it lasted.
So
21
consecutive series dating back to last season. The longest in MLB history. We each get to pick one team. Who do you think, and I don't know the answer to this, who do you think is the last team that the Rockies beat in a series?
Baltimore Orioles. Oh, the last team they beat in a series.
The last team they beat in a series.
Whose record have they beaten? I would say Baltimore.
No. Who did they beat in the damn series last year?
I don't frig.
Last. I will guess.
By the way, this is not a game.
It's a game.
This is you just throwing out some crap.
I'll just say Arizona.
I'm going to say Seattle.
I'm going to guess San Diego.
All right, hang on. Let's see.
So let's see what the answer is. Are you looking
I was right. It was Arizona.
I was going to guess Arizona, but you took my guess.
Well, they play each other enough, and they weren't very good last year. So I was like,
so when
maybe.
Was that? In August,
that
September?
Was September 16th and through the 18th.
That was a good game. See, that was a good game. Had resolution. Had a lot of
They actually
drama.
won 2 series in a row at that point. They won one against Chicago the series before that.
It's a good game. It's a quality game.
I'm going to be as honest as I can possibly be.
They were red hot at the end of last year. Red hot.
I'm going to be as honest as I can possibly be when I ask this question. Are we ever going to talk about the Colorado Rockies again this entire summer?
We do every show. Every
Why?
show we talk about.
I always
They
got
were
something.
stupid.
I'll have something to
Because
say.
when you're making history, there's much more to talk about. Again, if I'll say this honestly, if they had won, let's say, what are they now? 9-46? What are they?
Yep.
If they were, instead of 9-46, they were 20-34.
They're still in last place.
But we wouldn't talk about that as much. But because history's being made,
So
it's
you're
more
saying
top of mind.
when you look at 9-46,
it's talkable.
they're 25 games out
Yeah, you
on
talk
May
about
20
that.
what?
Yes.
What the hell's the date today?
Yes, you talk about stuff like
May
this.
28th, and they're 25 games out of
Yeah.
first.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just sickening. It's beyond, you know what it is, man? It's, how do you even categorize it, Brett? Pathetic? I mean, it's just 9-46 seems.
It's beneath that. Like
It's impossible to be 9. If you're a professional team and guys are getting paid to play a sport, it's impossible to be 9-46.
I agree.
Impossible.
But they are.
And yet here we are.
And that's where we are. Yeah. And that's what we do.
It just doesn't seem like it's real. It just doesn't seem like it's. I mean, this is beyond even a joke.
I consider the sports schedule like you're running a 400 relay. And the 400 relay is fast and furious, and you got to hand over that baton. You can't mismanage that handover, right? We've seen the U.S. team do it many times. They can't hand over the baton. The baton was to be handed over to the Rockies for the summer to carry us to football season. And that baton was dropped. I mean, it wasn't even handed. There was nobody there to take it.
No.
Bro, the guy pulled his hamstring and stepped out of
There
the
was
box,
nobody
and
to
he's like
take the
limping
baton.
his way.
Because a time existed where they would carry you. You would watch. You would be interested. There would be a relative interest in the outcome of games.
Well, they would at least be within a like, hey, if you get hot for a couple of weeks, maybe you're kind of getting back into a wild card talk or something. But that, I don't know.
I'm
man.
looking here at attendance records, or attendance for the season. The number one attendance team, the LA Dodgers. They've already drawn almost 1.4, which is astounding. The A's, of course, they play in a tiny ballpark. The Rockies have drawn 745,780.
What do they rank?
Which is, well, it's not, this is, okay, they're better than the A's. They're better than the Orioles. They're better than the White Sox. They're better than the Reds. Better than Cleveland. Better than Detroit. Better than Kansas City. Almost there with the Angels. Better than Miami. Better than Milwaukee. Better than Minnesota. Better than Pittsburgh. Better than Seattle. Better than Tampa.
So they're better than half the league.
Better than Washington Nationals. Yeah, they are in terms of
attendance.
But I'm looking at these estimated payrolls right now. White Sox are at $63 million. A's are at $58 million. Ugh. Rockies at $104 million right as we speak.
The bulk of that is one player though who can't play. If you subtract his salary.
Okay,
Good point.
the Dodgers are at $338.
Yeah, so what? So what?
The Mets are at $314.
You keep
No
doing
more-
this
no
over and
more-
over
no
again.
more
Like, we
crying
get
about
it.
that.
We get it. But, Moj, that's not why they have 9 wins. That's not the reason why.
I understand that, but baseball is just so screwed up
The
overall.
Tigers are 36-20 right now. Number 1 in the Central. 36-20. What's their payroll?
$133 million?
Yeah.
You can win, dude. I mean, you can't win every year, but you can
Well,
win.
they don't have a behemoth in their division.
Forget number 1 in the Central. The Tigers are the best team in baseball right now. I'm just saying, stop giving me the payroll thing.
I'm
It doesn't
so
matter.
tired of hearing about the payroll
I mean,
thing.
it does matter, but it doesn't. It's not the reason why you suck.
I agree. I don't disagree. I'm just saying this sucks. What do you? I got a microphone right here.
Uh-huh.
What would you like me to say that's going to make you happy? So where you go,
It's nothing that would make me happy.
Vic, what can I do to make you happy?
Dude, I'm looking
right
at the
now?
run differentials. Look at the run differentials.
Yeah, they're
okay?
minus 170 what?
There's not a single team in Major League Baseball that's triple digits minus in run differential except your Colorado Rockies. The closest two would be, let's see.
Somebody's minus 90 or something.
The A's are minus 87. The A's are minus 87. Oh, no. The O's are minus 95.
There you go.
The Rockies are minus 174 in run differential. They're not just losing. Losing is one thing.
They're getting killed.
They're getting blowed out.
Well, I don't even know if it's that as much as you have 37 losses. You're 37 losses below 500. 37. I mean, the Orioles are they're 16. It's more than half. And so when you have that many times that you've lost and you can't get the positive back up there, I mean, yeah, it's just going to continue to sink.
Again, it's historic, and because it's historic, it comes into our conversation more often. If they were right now the Arizona Diamondbacks who are 500, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, if they were 500, they might have more guys hitting above the Mendoza
Okay,
line.
if they were the Miami Marlins at 21-32, they would not be talk bait. 21-32, which seems impressive compared to the Rockies. But because they're 9-46, people talk history.
Tovar's like the only guy that I can. Maybe a little Jordan Beck, I guess.
No, they got a couple of
Hunter
guys.
Goodman is hitting 270.
Hunter Goodman, Jordan Beck, Tovar. Those are all guys you should be happy about. A couple guys in the bullpen.
What's wrong with Tolia? Is not even at the Mendoza line. He's at 196.
Yeah, Tolia.
What are we doing? I mean, what
That's just
by the way, your boy Zach Veen.
Who's that guy?
Hold on a second. Why did they keep Zach Veen?
Who's this guy?
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
Well, let's just randos just show up here.
Zach things, Moser, before you start doing this.
Yeah.
Zach Veen.
This guy's carrying a keyboard.
That guy's a freak.
We got a guy carrying a keyboard in the coffee room.
Zach Veen is a young player.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't play well in his first stint. You know who else got sent down because he was hitting like a $120 was Jordan Beck earlier in the year. He got called back up, and now he's fine.
Yeah, Zach Veen's hitting a $118.
Oh, you know what? Then trade him.
No,
Moj.
I'm just saying, great spring tradings and promise don't equate into jack crap.
He's a young guy. He's 23.
Understood.
You're worried about the wrong things.
Yeah, I guess I am.
You are.
You're worried about the wrong things.
No, Vic. I'm not worried about the wrong things. I'm worried about everything. So if that covers
help, please.
So if that covers some of the wrong things, fine. But you know what else I'm worried about? All the right damn things.
How about this?
Because I'm worried about everything with this ball club.
Rockies prospect Ryan Ritter has 5 home runs in 2 games. The first prospect in Albuquerque Tope's history, Isotope's history, to do that.
Well, that's
Call him up and watch him hit for a $110.
Yeah, but here's
with
the
no
thing.
dongs.
This is what kind of drove
He
me.
ain't got no dongs.
Who are you talking about?
Well, this kid came up.
He's got 5 in 10 games, and he's. You know what, Moj?
We're done with.
I'm trying to tell you how this works.
Please tell me.
And you just don't care.
I do care.
Because here's my problem. There's a guy who was just DFA'd by the Braves that it looks like the Rockies are going to pick up, and they're going to do that instead of Ryan Ritter. And it's like, why take the guy who's wasted and take the guy who's in your system?
Because they're trying to avoid making history. That's why. Because they're trying to avoid. It's the very reason the Nuggets, when they're on their way to making history in losing, they hung on Corey Alexander to save them, save their season. You don't want to do that. You don't want to make history in that fashion. So you'll do whatever you can. They will. They'll try to avoid this.
Anyway.
Ryan Ritter was a 4th-round pick. A $116 overall. Played at Kentucky.
He's a good prospect.
I like it.
Noon today. David Adelman will have his press conference. It will be carried live right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's the one thing you would ask David Adelman? We'll get to it next. Noon today, David Adelman will be introduced as the permanent head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Do we have any details, by the way, on the contract to him, Vic? Or no? Have they not released that yet?
I have no details.
It's weird. It's an introductory press conference for someone who's been here for, 6 or 7 years? It's not like he's new, but he is kind of new as far as hearing him speak and get his thoughts out.
So I'm going to be interviewing him one-on-one after his press conference for a special thing we're doing at Altitude Television. And I've made a list of questions that I'm just coming up with right now. Hopefully you guys can add to this list. But one question I want to ask is, I thought about this. How difficult is it? You have loyalty to the coach who brought you here, Michael Malone. Brought him here, hired him, right? How do you navigate those waters when he gets fired and now you're thrust into his position? How weird does that get? Like, did he get a chance? Did he talk to Michael on a daily basis? Did they just cut ties?
I'll tell you what you do.
How does that work?
I'll tell you what you do. You're a pro. You don't look back. End of story. It's your gig now. Make the most of it. It's your first shot in the NBA.
Yeah.
Make the most of it.
It's one of the things
I know, but do you lean on him? Do you hey, how did you navigate these waters? Or do you just say, we can't talk?
If you're Michael Malone, who's also a total pro, you wish him the best, and you're off on your way. You're going to find another job before the season begins, I'm sure, or close to it.
Aren't many jobs out there.
Whether it's on television, another job, whether it's in the NBA or on television or whatever the case may be. I mean, he's already done some of that, so you just move on.
It's one of the things
you don't have time to sit around.
I think if I was going to ask him just one question, from a purely philosophical standpoint or schematic standpoint, what do you think you're going to do differently from Malone? Like, you guys shared the big brain combos on how to do things right, but obviously I think every assistant probably has a thing that they would do a little bit differently from the head coach if they were given the opportunity. So what is it?
Write that down. Are you writing it down?
Yeah.
Write it down.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Because I think, Vic, you saw you've mentioned this, and we saw it firsthand in the playoffs that he did some different things defensively. I'm almost curious more about rotationally if he would do things different from Malone.
I don't think he's going to fully answer that question.
I don't
either. There's a lot of secret sauce in there, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to divulge.
But it's like, what separates you from Malone? Like, Malone was let go. You were hired. So you're obviously different in some ways because they wouldn't hire the same guy. So what makes you different?
I've got one for you. I've got one. Anytime you're named as a head coach in a professional sport, there's an obligation and a burden to try to win for that fan base and that ownership group. I mean, there's a responsibility that comes with it. You're not just a player who's getting money whether you perform or not, right? You need to win. How much more when you have a once-in-a-lifetime talent like Nikola Jokic, how much more burden is placed on more winning with that guy and not wasting?
That's a long-ass question, and it's not going to be asked. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Long-ass question.
The prime of his career.
How about this? Nikola Jokic, he's a gift, and he can somehow be a burden.
He's not a friggin' burden.
No, not him a burden. Playing to his expectations can be a burden.
Well, yeah, and the expectation to win can be overbearing, I'm sure.
Would you think for people at all? But because of expectations that come with it, can coaching LeBron be a burden as great as that could be? Because you're in championship contention, but if you don't reach that, then your job is a little bit quicker than most other
I would
guys.
also say, I already have his answer. Vic, the pleasure of coaching a guy like Nikola Jokic, I'll take all the burden and more that you want to give me.
Do you think that he's going to know how much of a say is he going to have in offseason decisions? Roster construction, if there's a big move being made?
I'm sure that he'll have some counsel, and I'm sure it's going to be one of those, what do you think? Not necessarily, what do you want to do?
Like, right? I would love to do the True Serum thing and just be like, Michael Porter Jr., honestly, what do you think about this guy? Because he said incredible player that he's ever coached before.
He's pretty tough, dude. I mean, when you can't put a jersey on, when you need help getting dressed as a human being, and yet you're playing in the NBA postseason, I think you probably are a pretty tough dude. I think Aaron Gordon's tough as well.
I got another one. Write this down.
I pulled my butt the other day, and it wasn't pleasant.
Write this down.
Yeah.
What's the proper length of shorts?
Shut up.
Are we going to the knees?
What will you employ to ensure that players show up in shape?
That's directed at one in particular. But I like it.
You got to ask the
general
generic
question
to get a specific answer.
I like it. I don't dismiss that one.
I think that's as much on the coach as it is the player. You have to check up on these guys.
So yeah, your expectations out of your players now. I mean, where do you set the bar? It's a great question.
We got a good question from the Twitch feed. They say you got to ask Adelman one thing. Hey, Coach, what that thing do?
Can do that too.
Okay. That's clearly the end here of this entire interview.
Yeah. Yep. I just,
we've napped out the beginning and the end. It's the middle piece.
I like that you guys are doing my work for me here.
Well, you dismissed mine.
Because it took 35 seconds.
It did not.
It
took literally 8 seconds.
I should ask.
What's the question?
I should just befuddle him with a 1:54 question.
Also,
ranging on every topic.
Ask him what his thoughts are on now doing a weekly radio show with DMac.
Weekly radio show. Oh, okay. Go on. You guys talk.
You're kind of a slow rider.
To be honest, in all sincerity, I know that's like a jokey question. I've heard coaches that have been assistants, especially guys who have been elevated to the interim role like mid-season, they say dealing with the media is a very tough thing that they didn't expect to be tough. Because they're like, I never had this responsibility.
He handles the media great.
Just the amount of obligations you have is what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you what's going to be awkward for David Adelman, because I know it already is. It's a question that I've been thinking about asking him for a while now. It's not how you handle the media. He does that perfectly. In fact, his responses at press conferences are some of the most profound I've ever heard. That's not the issue. Handling the celebrity status that comes with being the face now, one of the faces of the team. When he goes around town, where in years past maybe he'd be anonymous, people are going to know who he is.
Sure.
They're going to want a picture with him. They're going to talk to him. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. If you're not used to that, if you don't want that, if you suddenly have to give up time for that, that's a big deal. A lot of coaches, a lot of people can't handle that.
What did you learn from your dad's career that you would like to employ in your career? And what did you learn that you don't want to employ?
Doesn't make my cut.
That's my cue. Adios. You get no more help from me, Dillhole. Nope.
Good try, though.
Wait, can we do this? Can we have can Moser tape a question and have it be and in fact, can we just take the question he wanted you to ask him that you were trying to write down earlier? And then can you just play it for him on your phone?
No, because I love asking him for help and then not accepting his help. It's the most insulting thing you could do to him. It really is.
Can you help me? Oh God, I don't need help from you.
We got a question from the boss that we should ask, and the question is: you should ask him if he could pick one radio show to do his weekly hit with. Who would it be?
I mean,
I would never ask my kids that because they don't even know what radio station I work for.
That's true. I don't know if you were on with Kreckman and Lindahl. It'd be a lot of just weird questions, I think, coming your way.
They'd be much better questions. Much better questions. In fact, Nate probably asked the best questions in town.
How many questions will Nate ask about Ted Lasso? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. I mean, Kreckman would get the analytics part out of the way for you. Certainly do that. Moser's sending you a message over here.
Jesus, he's mad.
You're right, though. It is incredibly insulting to ask somebody for help
and
then
give me some help with
their
this,
help
and then
immediately.
Say, no.
No, that one's stupid. Not doing that. Anyway, that's at noon today, and we're going to carry that live right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
How about this? And this is more
because you're doing a follow-up after the press conference,
and
right?
This is going to be asked during the press conferences. How many members of your current staff are coming back?
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to get detailed on that, but you anticipate any changes there?
This is here's what's odd. And maybe odd is the wrong word, but interesting is maybe better. The Nuggets let go of Malone. And and their GM, Calvin Booth. And you think that like big changes are on the horizon for the organization. And I remember when Kroenke said that he kept using the word juice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think there's more left in the tank than what we're getting right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was right. I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but my best guess is if Michael Malone was still the head coach in the postseason, I don't think they get as far as they got. And it's a huge credit to David Adelman. Huge.
Here's one that I really appreciated.
But just to follow up on that, what you're talking about with keeping the extra, the other coaches on staff or not.
Sure.
It is interesting, right? Like you've deemed we had to make a change, and then you make one and you have this like impressive little run, and how much does that do to keep things moving in the same direction?
How much of a change do you really need to make? But at the end of the day, a coach is paid for his tactical schemes, his ability to prepare his team. I don't think motivation is as big a deal as people think. I think if you're not self-motivated as a professional athlete, you shouldn't be there. I think the pregame hype talk and all the halftime, I think that's all overblown. That's me personally. That's at the pro level. You could say whatever you want. Oh, the coach didn't hype him up. Well, that's not the coach's job necessarily. What is the coach's job? And this is something I grew to respect out of David Adelman. When you're coaching a game, are you the kind of coach that goes with a predetermined rotation? Or do you watch the game and say, we got to change this because it ain't working? What drives me crazy are the coaches who don't change things because this is the way they've always done it. Or this is the way it is. Or this is the way we taught it. Or this is, some things you got to go fly off the seat of your pants sometimes and make a change. Yeah. And he did say, we're going to play the guys that are playing well, and that's it. I don't care if you're a starter. I don't care if it's your minutes. Hey, it's my time to go back into the game. I don't care. We're going to play the guys who are playing well.
He did that in the postseason.
Kenny Smith the other day, he said Tom Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 dudes in a baseball game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and that's his modus operandi, right? Yeah. That's what he does. And I think that's where coaching sometimes gets you in trouble if you're so stubborn to your method. You're so stubborn. We talk about it in football all the time. Run my playbook. Well, what if your playbook is not conducive to the players?
Exactly. Yeah, it's got to. OKC is actually a good example of this. They play a different brand of basketball depending on who's on the court. It's not always the same thing.
Well, you know what? That coaching style burned them when Mark Daigneault said, we foul up 3.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is they have one style when SGA's on the floor, and they have another when he's off the floor. And the Nuggets never felt like they quite found that balance whenever Jokic left the game.
Moser, now that you have time to go talk and think about it, do you have a question I can ask Coach Adelman today?
I needed a bit of a cool down period.
Yeah, tell me. Do you have any?
No, you're getting nothing from me ever again. That was a very good question.
Stupid ass questions.
Well, then just tell me, like if you were going to ask him something.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered it. Yep.
Nothing to offer?
I've offered a lot, and it's all been rejected. I think you wrote down one of mine. We are done with
I don't think I have any of yours,
this segment. Uh-huh.
That's going to be at noon.
Let's see, I've got 4 of
you
Brett's,
know what? I'm
3 of
right
Nelly's.
now. Right now, I'm full Marshawn Lynch, and that is what, Brett?
You're just here so you can't get fined, but to keep your job, I suppose. So that's going to be at noon. You can hear it right here out to Dude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. Hey, can I bring up a comment that drives me nuts? So there's two sides of this coin. One side is team that's like favorite in their respective sport, and they play the nobody believed in us card, which I think is really annoying. You know, when Travis Kelce goes, "Oh yeah, nobody expected us to be blah blah blah." And it's
Who was the kid at Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia kid, whatever his name was,
yeah.
sort of same thing. And then there's an opposite to it. There's a team that didn't live up to expectations that complains about their route and why that happened. And I'll give you an example. Kalen DeBoer, I don't know where this is from, is getting this from Brett McMurphy. Kalen DeBoer.
Wait, this is new.
New, yeah.
Okay.
He was speaking somewhere. Maybe it's ahead of spring practice or something for the Tide. On being being left out of last year's college football playoff, he said, "You wonder what would have happened if other people have played our schedule." Now, if you remember, a couple of the losses that Bama suffered last year were to Vanderbilt in Oklahoma, right?
Well, Oklahoma was a losing football team.
They were terrible. And what was that final score? Like 24-3? Is how you lost them?
Vanderbilt was actually a winning football team last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but they were not good.
They were not good. No, they're just bottom of the pack in the SEC.
Well, let's just take that, okay? All right, Kalen DeBoer. Yeah, what would happen if Arizona State had to play your schedule? There's one thing I do know that I watched for 2 decades. I watched Nick Saban play that schedule and not lose like that.
Here's another thing.
Over and over again.
Yeah,
every year I watched him do that and never lose the way that you lost.
Scout. Here's another thing that I know. Hi, Kalen DeBoer. How are you, buddy? If you don't like it, then get your ass back to the
Why'd you take the job?
Right.
Exactly.
If you don't like it, then don't go to the SEC. Hey, if you don't like it, then give back all the money that you get from being in the SEC and the automatic bids to the postseason.
You weren't allowed to be surprised about an SEC schedule when you signed up to play in the SEC. Sorry, not how it works.
Oh, you know, that just smacked.
How about win a few ball games?
They were a 9-4 team with a loss to Vandy. We remember that guy that called. Who did he call? Feinbaum? And flipped out?
Yep.
Lost to Vandy, lost to Oklahoma. You're Alabama. I mean, what do you want? You just a schedule. Okay, I'll tell you what then. Schedule ITT Tech and DeVry Institute for all of your non-conferences, okay? And then take your chances in the conference. You lost twice in the conference to crap teams.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it, man. This guy. What you can't do is go to the SEC and say, oh, woe is me. Because everybody in the SEC, even the crap schools, I mean, Auburn had a bad year. Kentucky had a terrible year. They can snap up some wins, and they can step up and bite you right in the behind.
Well, you can't take...
That's part of being in the SEC.
You can't take any job, any opportunity that you jump from another and say, woe is me, because you walked into this. This is what you've got. That's why I ask you guys.
He was on Easy Street at Washington.
And I mean this with all sincerity. If today you were asked, Brett, by Josh Kroenke to become the new GM of the Denver Nuggets, you said that you would take that job. I would never take that job because you're stepping into something you're not prepared to do. It would be miserable. You would be right here a year later doing radio again.
But
it'd be like
millions of dollars richer.
But
millions.
Money notwithstanding.
Well, you can't say money notwithstanding.
Okay,
No, but it is a factor.
Vic, it would be like this. Brett stepping
By
into
the way, the
GM
big boss,
role.
you're listening. I know you're looking for a GM. I will do the job. I'm on record. I will do it.
Here's the problem is I think some people take these jobs and some people are ready. Some people are. If you don't think you're ready, don't take the job.
Vic, it'd be like stepping in if you're Brett. And then, when we get ready for the regular season and we have the sit down over at the gym and saying, well, if other teams had to deal with our CBA situation and our cap problems and all this, well, you took the gig,
job.
Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, Kalen DeBoer, you took the gig. Boy, I'll tell you what, I don't have a whole lot of love for the SEC right at the moment. I'm going to have not a lot of love for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
I've
going
heard
forward.
that cry a lot from Notre Dame coaches. Well, not every program has to deal with the academic restrictions we deal with here. It's not the same. Yeah, you're right. You took the job.
You knew it.
Yeah, this is what you get. Different standards here. You have to abide by these standards.
Like, I've said this for a long time. I was talking about this recently with, who was it recently that just took a job where it was comfy? Oh, CSU's coach, basketball coach. Why am I blanking on the name? Help me.
Nico Medved.
Nico Medved.
Yeah. Went to Minnesota.
I said, look, man, everybody wants to get, like, it'd be nice to get a pay raise. And with him, it was, going back home and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if you're Kalen DeBoer, I said, you could do this. You could go to Alabama, have all the resources in front of you, have a huge pay raise, but there's also an increase in expectations. It's going to be more difficult to keep your job. Or you could be Kirk Ferentz for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
You could go 8-4, and they're like, dude, this is cool with me. And not have that high-end pressure that comes along with all that different stuff. And I think that sometimes those jobs are pretty cushy and pretty nice to have.
Yeah. Or, hear me out now, or you could shut the bleep up.
Yes. Like Mark Few. You don't think Mark Few's been offered by a whole bunch of blue chip schools, and he goes, you know what? Kind of comfy here.
Yeah.
I got a good house in Spokane. Everything seems to be easy.
There's something to that. And so when I hear DeBoer say, it's just like, you took the job, bro. And by the way, the expectations of Bama. You don't lose to Vanderbilt if you're Alabama. It's just not what you do.
It just can't happen.
Yep.
Just can't happen.
So I have no sympathy. None. In the meantime, we were talking about these games last night to kind of open up the show.
Hold on a second. We haven't talked about Aaron in a long time. This whole Pittsburgh Steelers thing, waiting him out.
Yeah.
Did you hear any of his stuff on the Joe Rogan podcast?
I did not, but I did hear what Terry Bradshaw said about him.
Do you think that Pittsburgh radio shows are doing a day 6?
Nobody did day 6 better than we did. Nobody did day 6.
Well, Terry Bradshaw was on with 103.7 The Buzz in Arkansas. I don't know what the hell that is. And he says, that's a joke, talking about the Steelers' prolonged pursuit of Aaron. That's a joke. That, to me, is just a joke. What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? That guy needs to stay in California. Go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
Bradshaw has a theme. There's a theme with him. Bradshaw wasn't a fan of Elway either.
No.
He doesn't like guys who he feels like are holding teams over a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't like Eli for it. He didn't like Elway for it. Certainly doesn't like Aaron Rodgers for it. There's a bunch of guys that he finds that distasteful with quarterbacks. So that's not surprising at all to me. Now, my retort to Bradshaw would be, off. I'm not saying that Aaron Rodgers is great anymore because I don't think he is, but he's better than that, is what I would say.
It just dawned on me that Myles Garrett and Mason Rudolph, did they ever come to terms with what happened that time?
Tell you something, Vic. If I were Mason Rudolph.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
And Myles Garrett spiked me in the head with a weapon. Okay? Tried to kill me.
Do you remember how violent that was?
Yes.
It was his head would have been caved in.
I would say the next time I saw Myles Garrett, I'm sorry if I offended you.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry my head was in the way of that helmet. I promise never to do it again because Myles Garrett.
He's so lucky he missed.
Is so physical. He didn't miss, Moshe. He cracked him right on top of the skull.
But I mean, he's so lucky that it wasn't the full thing.
The brunt of it?
Yeah.
It was almost as nightmarish as that lemon going right by your ear.
It ticked my ear. That was scary. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I do find this Steelers pursuit of Aaron Rodgers kind of weird as they're waiting for him. I mean, he literally has no other option.
It just doesn't fit, but it doesn't fit the prototype of a Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers together. How's that going to work?
But here's what they've got. They've got Mason Rudolph as the, quote, starter. And he says it's nice to be wanted. I did see that. Will Howard is on that roster. And the third quarterback, who's the third quarterback in Pittsburgh? That's right. It's Skylar Thompson.
Oh, that's right.
You don't have a whole lot of you don't have a whole lot of options there in old
Thompson
Pittsburgh.
And Will Howard, I think, were teammates at Kansas State a few years back.
Really? Or
Yeah.
Will transfer to Ohio State?
Yeah.
Maybe they're punting on the season.
They were a playoff team. Why would they punt?
If you don't have a quarterback, what are you going to do?
I don't. Well, we've
for
asked
them
that
punting
question
is
around
going
these parts a billion times.
For them, punting is going 9-8.
Yeah,
because they don't go below 500. That's punting on the year. And they probably will still get there just because they always do.
The problem with an Aaron Rodgers, though, he has gone so conspiracy theorist on everything in life. I was listening to some of him on Joe Rogan. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything. Like, this is a conspiracy.
I got no problem with people questioning things.
I have no problem with it either.
The issue
once
I
it
have
becomes the story, and when you're the quarterback,
Well,
it's going
yeah.
to become the story.
being the quarterback and doing that is not smart business, first of all. But second of all, you want to question things, sure. It's the same thing I've hated about Rodgers forever. He doesn't question things. Rodgers knows everything. And he's educating you about it.
We all know
Even
these.
things that can't be proven, he knows it, and you're look.
Well,
I'm not going to say
we
you're-
all have a friend like that, right?
Well,
Vic,
everybody.
It's not that you're too dumb to understand this. It's just you aren't open.
Yeah, you aren't well read enough to understand this.
Goodness gracious.
Everybody knows those people who they're the smartest guy in the room. Just ask them.
Yeah.
Type of people.
You know, guys who read National Geographic and brag about it.
I didn't brag about reading National Geographic.
You know those
I
guys.
defended myself when you made fun of me.
You know those guys.
And it's Nat Geo history. It's not just Nat Geo with Serengeti and whatnot. It's history.
You know the type.
I don't know.
Why do I have to defend myself?
Moser's not like that. No, Moser's not like that. Now, Moser is just very violently loud with his opinion.
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
I'm not insulting, by the way.
I can be very calm and quiet if you'd like me to. I have no problem with that. What? See, this is where we get into problems, you and I.
Mm-hmm.
You and I. You and Vic?
Yeah, and you too, to a certain extent. I like
just
to
defended
learn.
you.
I have no problem with you. by the way.
I've never in my life been around people who made fun of me for learning.
Nobody's making fun of you for learning. I learned over the weekend. I watched Smithsonian Channel almost exclusively for 2 straight days.
Watching what?
They had every battle known to man in World War II that they played over and over. Watched all of it. I texted you.
Yeah, you did, actually, yeah.
So what do you want me to do about it? Want me to spout off like you do about this battle and that battle and this war?
Man,
I watched Kitchen Nightmares.
Okay, that's real educational. Having somebody shout at a meatloaf. That's great. Telling a meatloaf to go blank itself. That's really good. Exactly.
I learned that you shouldn't put a chocolate mint sauce on lamb chops.
Okay.
That's a bad combination of flavors. What do you mean?
Hey, when are we allowed to go to Broncos OTAs and talk to the players? Do they have an open mic day? They've got to this week. So probably Thursday. Probably once a week. I'm very curious how many guys showed up, how many did not, right?
Well,
because it's supposed to be voluntary.
If it's voluntary, Vic, it's non-voluntary, voluntary. You should be there. I would say that if you're the Denver Broncos and you're a player on that team, you should be showing up to everything that's voluntary.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you made the playoffs. Good. Really good. You got blown out, but you made the postseason. You're trying to build. I think every single minute of team building is important for a team like the Denver Broncos in the position that they're in. Now, if you're Saquon Barkley and you're coming off 2,000 yards in a Super Bowl championship and you'd like to spend maybe a little extra time in Costa Rica, be my guest. I don't have any problem with that. But I think if you're a team on the come and you're trying to build and you're trying to be that team that what's-his-face thinks can win the AFC West, then you should be there.
Oh, man, I got some great questions from some of the digital folks who want me to ask Coach. Oh, these are great. These are so much better than what you guys offered. These make you guys look stupid. I mean, this is good stuff. This is what I'm talking about. When I want help on a subject like this is the kind of help I need. Not you two.
I had great questions.
And Moser's 85-second.
Can I ask you just something quickly? Because I saw this the other day. And I know that this is just ridiculous and silly. But you know what? The Rockies season is ridiculous and silly. Here's my suggestion. Manny Ramirez had a quote I'm available to work as a hitting coach for any of the 30 MLB teams. I'm confident I can help any team significantly improve their offense. First of all, I've always loved Manny. I don't know how you can dislike Manny. Manny was the best.
I think he's been kind of a likable guy, has he not?
Manny, I'll do you one better. Get in the lineup, buddy. I want to see you. I want to see you take some hacks.
He's got to be 40. How old is he now?
He's 52.
52.
I want to see Manny take some hacks. The video he put out with the quote was him in the cage at his house. And you know what? Swing still looks good. I want to see it. Hitting coach and player.
Brett,
like once a week, just throw yourself in as a DH and just see what happens. I'll tell you this right now, Moj. I would pay for a ticket. If you told me Manny Ramirez was the starting DH for the Rockies this weekend, guess whose butt's in a seat at Coors Field? I got to see that.
You know what cracks me up? Whenever you have a bad NFL team and people say, well, if that NFL team played, the national champion, let's say it was Penn State or Alabama, I said that the crap NFL team would kill the best college football team. They'd destroy them. 93-3. I mean, they just blow their doors off. It would be the same kind of. Let's say you took the Rockies and you sent them to Albuquerque and you brought up the Isotopes and let them go.
It wouldn't be that much different.
20 games. This is where I'm starting to question my own sanity.
Now, they would have games, motion, which I think they would get smoked more regularly than what happens now.
16-2, that kind of thing.
I think a lot more of those would happen, but they could, if I gave them 55 games, I think they scratch out 9 wins. Honestly, I do.
You really think so?
Yes.
See, I'm not so sure of that, but at this point, I don't know, Brett, because 9-46 is mind-blowing. Vic, 9-46 is incomprehensible to me. So part of me is saying, what if you did? I mean, what if in an alternate universe, the Isotopes were playing at Coors Field?
Mm-hmm. I think they'd be 9-46.
I feel like a jerk for even.
I think they'd be 9-46. Honestly,
if you took the Isotopes roster and
through
said
55 games, I think they get to 9.
That's a really good point.
Just saying, I think they would.
They
wouldn't. Well, guess what, guys? They wouldn't be far off if they weren't.
Let me go back to when the Avs had a 48-point season. And it was really bad. But if you brought the Eagles up and put them in an Avalanche,
no chance.
They wouldn't even have. They'd have not even 20 points.
What game was it this year where there were 5 Eagles players on the ice?
There were a bunch in the beginning of the season.
Oh my God, it was crazy.
I mean, the Avs they had guys. I mean, they had guys that started the season injured.
I think we forget the tumult that the Avs went through the first 2 months of the season. Mm-hmm. The roster turnover was ridiculous.
It was crazy.
And you kept your head above water during all that.
I mean, think about where they could have been if you had access to all of your guys, including Val, right, coming back in November. Lekkinen, the same kind of story, coming back, December. I mean, you're missing some parts and pieces.
Bottom line is, Man Ram, you're now the new hitting coach of the Rockies, and you DH every week. Just once a week.
You just want to see it.
I'd love to see it. What's he going to do? Strike out? We don't have enough guys that do that already? All right, fact checker next.
Well, the little vehicle I sold this morning had a blown head gasket. It only had 48,000 miles on it. Ugh, that hurts. But if you want reliability in an automobile, look at Mazda. One of the most reliable auto brands on the planet year after year after year. And right now, at Silterhart Motors in Broomfield, they've got an unbelievable selection of Mazda cars, SUVs, every possible style, all the colors, all the options. And don't forget, at Silterhart, the prices of those vehicles and the value on your trade is the best that you will find. So shop online today, sthmotors.com. Let Greg Larson and his crew show you why they are so kick butt and why I love working with them. Then get to Silterhar Motors at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. The press conference of David Adelman will be carried live today at noon right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Going back to last night, it feels like in the NHL we're getting a rematch of last year, which is going to be Edmonton and Florida, considering what Edmonton did again yesterday to Dallas.
Feels like it, although Zach Hyman got injured last night.
Saw that.
He's already had surgery. He's out for the rest of the postseason, which is a big blow to Edmonton. Again, they're a top-heavy team, and he's a pretty good player. He's really, really after he went to Edmonton, he really emerged as a very good player. Let's see how many goals he had this year overall. He had, talk amongst yourselves, Vic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, he had a down year, but he had 27 goals this year.
Yeah.
But that's a big loss for them.
How did we get here again to what looks to be a rematch of last year's Cup final? Because if you would ask me, is there going to be a rematch, I'd say very unlikely, and yet here we are.
Well, Florida they finally stopped goofing around. That Game 7 at Toronto was like, wow. Then they pretty much toyed with Carolina through the first 4 games of this series. They goofed around in Game 4.
But why does Edmonton keep proving us wrong year in, year out? Because everybody kept saying, Edmonton, one line, big deal. Well, here they are again.
Well, yeah, here they are again because when you've got guys like McDavid and Draisaitl, dude, they do everything all the time.
Connor McDavid Skinner's been really good as of late.
They're the 2 leading point getters this postseason overall, period. McDavid and Draisaitl. McDavid's got 24 points. Draisaitl's got 23. I mean, that's pretty heavy duty, and they don't go invisible. They do it every single night.
So listen to this from Skinner. In his last 6 games, he's given up a grand total of 7 goals, and he gave up 5 in a single game to Dallas. That's pretty nuts.
Well, you also look at it. Calvin Pickard had to relieve him and come in. Remember?
Yeah.
Against the Kings. I mean, Skinner was out to lunch.
I mean, did you hear that, though? So outside of the 1 5-goal game that he allowed against Dallas early, I think that was that Game 1 of the series? Game 1. He has given up 2 goals in the 5 other games.
He's playing well.
That's locked down.
He played well last night. I mean, in the early going, you talked about it, Brett, at the start of the show.
He was getting hammered. Yeah.
He was just getting pelted.
It would be nice to see the Oil advance in Dallas in that barn.
Oh, don't tempt me. I don't want to get into it. Look.
Get into it, Moj.
Anything I say sounds like sour grapes.
It's okay to have sour. See, everybody always says, oh, well, that's just sour grapes because your team lost to that team. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. When I take a shot at OKC, yeah.
You know what I say?
What do you think it is?
You're right. You know what I say?
It is.
You want a taste of these grapes?
Yeah. I mean, why hide it? Why mask it?
They're pretty sour. You want a taste?
Why mask it? That's
Right?
what sports fans do. We always have sour grapes. What's the problem?
I don't like the way you said these grapes and pointed yourself.
You want a little taste?
Do you know how many
pass?
Do you know how many jerk OKC fans tweet me whenever I tweet about the Nuggets?
Man, and not only that, I had some jerk Dallas fans.
I'm like, I'll say something innocuous about the Nuggets that has nothing to do with what that series. Oh, how you enjoying Cancun? Yeah, I'm like, well, I wasn't even talking to you.
You know what's really bizarre about that still bothers me about OKC? Which is why I can't do it. I can't root for Minnesota either, but they talk about the Nuggets and they talk to Nuggets fans as if that was an even series going into it and they proved everybody wrong when they were so much of an overwhelming favorite that entire series and they got by this much
what's hilarious
in a Game 7.
Is how scared they were of losing that series.
This is what I'm saying. Like if
but
you
now,
guys remember,
we were dominant. No, you weren't.
They entered that series as what, like a -5 something, 550 favorite or something?
Yeah.
That is such a steep favorite. And they're like, ha, told ya. It's like, told me what?
I got some Dallas fans all over my bacon. Do you remember Rope Hintz took that slash from Darnell Nurse in Game 2?
Yep.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play in Game 3. He did play last night. And did you see what happened last night? Evan Bouchard, his second shift, Evan Bouchard slashes him right in the top of the same skate.
Yep.
I told you.
That's what hockey does.
If guys know you got something, dude, they are going to go for it. Anyway, I tweeted this out. You tell me if this is sour grapes. Because Hintz walked into the arena for Game 3 in Edmonton, went with the team, walked into the arena without a boot, just walked in totally fine, said, I can't go. I says, well, I remember a time in hockey that if you could walk, you could play. But then again, 2022 was a long time ago. Val Nichushkin had a foot that was in half.
I know.
Yeah.
His foot was in half.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him after the Avs won Game 6, and he was in this really weird slipper contraption because his foot was in half. Okay? So he had half a foot. So I tweeted that out.
Was he Tom Dempsey?
Kinda.
I still remember that video of Val being wheeled around after they were celebrating. Yeah.
Yes. And so I got Dallas people jumping into my mentions. Hey, go eat a blank and, all this stuff. But I mean, this is, I don't know how to try. Okay.
But you know what?
For someone who doesn't understand, how do I make them understand? It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
I know. But what I'm saying is don't run
Andrew Cogliano played with a broken neck.
Don't run from sour grapes and being envious and being angry. That's what we do.
The guys play with pins and mechanical contraptions poking out of their skin.
Well, hey,
they play with broken limbs.
Hey, how about this?
You go.
Moser, let me ask you this.
What?
The Denver Nuggets had 3 players who played injured, correct?
Yes.
They had Michael Porter Jr., who played without a shoulder socket.
Yes.
Russell Westbrook played without a hand, essentially. And Aaron Gordon played with a grade 2 hamstring strain. Remember that?
Yeah, well, dude, yeah.
Steph Curry did not play with a grade 1 hammy strain. Did not play.
Yeah.
Never even attempted to play. Never said he was going, hey, we'll wait it out. So if you're a Golden State fan, let me ask you this. You watched Aaron Gordon gut it out, and your guy did not.
Don't even get me started.
How do you feel about that?
Don't even get me started on, well, LeBron needs a full knee replacement. You know what?
God.
He couldn't have played another minute.
Can I tell you something?
And then I see him at a wedding a week ago, and he's going crazy.
Hang on.
I mean, come on, man.
It's one of the things every year that I really enjoy. Like, my favorite day in the sports calendar is the opening day of the NFL season. That Sunday, that 11 o'clock window, that red zone, like that is one of my favorite days.
You get me all worked up. Sorry.
It's the first round of March Madness. It's all this different stuff. The Masters, whatever you guys love. It's also Lakers eliminated, and LeBron walks out of that final press conference like this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The old big limp.
What's
that
wrong?
Was never there during the week, during the games.
Are you coming back?
By the king.
What's the future?
I don't know how to tell you guys this. I actually played with a decapitated head. And you guys can know that now, but
just call me Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
It's cool. Anyway, so look.
Super glued back on just for the series. We'll get it fixed in the offseason.
Because I've seen it so many times in my career. You can't believe what these guys play with and what they go through. I mean, again, Cogliano's neck was broken. He got driven headfirst into the boards.
No penalty, by the way, right?
No penalty. I mean, everybody's having procedures when it's over. Everybody's getting stuff done. It's crazy. That's my rant for the day, Kaner.
Well, if you're still into watching the Stanley Cup.
Sorry. Last thing, it's hockey. You saw the USA won the World Championships, right? Did you see that?
I did.
And they went and they brought out Johnny Gaudreau's jersey, which I thought
that was cool.
It was really, really, really special. Super cool, man. And again, the Worlds are not it's a lower thing, but it was awesome.
Well, Florida with a chance to close out the Eastern Conference Finals tonight and head on to the Stanley Cup. And you can hear that, as you can hear every game of the NHL postseason. Right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is powered by Mountain Hyundai. So a couple minutes left. Let's get a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, today was a notably rough day for Moser questions. Let's start off with our interview with Jake Coyne, NBA, CBA, stats, bird, and apron expert. Here's a question you asked him that had him stymied. Listen to his pregnant pause before his answer.
We may look back on this, Jake, when it's all said and done and say, man, the Nuggets gave OKC a tougher battle than anybody else in the entire NBA. We could look back and say that. I'm saying it right now because they took them obviously to 7 games, even though they got blown out in that last one. But it's still, I mean, they played them really, really tough, and OKC seems to be really, really good. So this next GM that comes in, if they're going to do what you're saying, How creative? I've maintained they have to be a very creative GM. You're going to have to really think outside the box. How much of that has to happen, in your opinion?
1, 2, 3.
So, how much of what exactly?
Trading a starter, but getting, working deals where you go.
And then you needed another maybe 10 seconds to actually explain your question.
Really a good one. It was a good one.
Oh, that's good.
Here, you want another one? This was Moser's hypothetical question that Vic should ask to David Adelman in about 2 hours.
Anytime you're named as a head coach in a professional sport, there's an obligation and a burden to try to win for that fan base and that ownership group. I mean, there's a responsibility that comes with it. You're not just a player who's getting money whether you perform or not, right? You need to win. How much more when you have a once-in-a-lifetime talent like Nikola Jokic, how much more burden is placed on more winning with that guy and not wasting?
That's a long-ass question, and it's not going to be. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Long-ass question.
The question was at the very end. The first part was a statement and an observation, you dillbags.
All right.
I can honestly say, you're not getting any help from me anymore.
I don't need
Okay,
to. I got some outstanding questions.
Then stop
that came
asking.
in.
Then stop asking.
All right, listen. Look at this one.
I'm not telling you, so stop asking.
How about this one? This was from the digital team. What kind of coach do you hope the players say you are when you're not around?
That sucks.
That sounds like some middle school kid talking to her teacher. I just had to defend myself.
Hey, me too.
Yeah.
That's probably a pretty good question.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Wednesday. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I don't know if that was a question.
Not coaching Raj. Raj is sipping Mai Tais on a beach. Should I not say that? Have we not disclosed his location?
No, we've talked all kinds about it.
Just making sure. I know you guys have talked about him being out, but I didn't know if I should say the exact location. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for. You got a little mic problem there?
We good, man. We good.
You good? You all right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just is this usually Vic's area?
Yeah.
It was definitely.
And he was here today.
It was definitely built for a smaller man. This was a smaller man setup over here.
Well, Coach, listen. You're a taller guy, and you also like to stand while you do.
Yeah,
radio.
so you have to add about 6 feet to whatever Vic's setup was.
And he was sitting. So,
he was sitting.
I mean, you're 0 for 2 there.
Yeah, and he was dressed up. He had his hair combed. He's going to the Adelman press conference,
which is coming up around noon today.
Noon. We'll be carrying it right here live on Altitude Sports Radio.
All right, well, let's start right there then.
You know what? I'm just going to go top rope.
Okay.
Question right out the gates.
Okay.
If I got the invite to be there at the Adelman press conference, I'm not pulling any punches. It's not the feel good moment. It's straight up. Here's my question for you, Coach David Adelman. The last iteration of head coach and general manager, it ended in both guys getting fired on the same day.
Strong start there.
How do you feel about being named the head coach of the Nuggets without a general manager in place?
Next question, man.
It's a good question.
Well, and
I've been told. So I've been trained recently in how to ask a good question.
Yeah.
Still working. I work in progress. I'm not quite Moser yet. I'll get there in terms of how to craft a really good question.
Oh, yeah.
But what I've learned is don't spend too much time building up the question. Don't spend the first 90 seconds, which is way too long.
Don't pull a Moser.
Telling people how much you know about the subject matter.
Yeah.
Ask the question, and a sign of a really good question at a press conference is when there is no immediate response.
Yeah. If there's a pause.
Like pregnant pause. Yeah. Uncomfortably pregnant pause.
100%.
I think would that elicit a pregnant pause from David Adelman?
I think the pregnant pause is after you say what you said as the
lead-in.
The lead-in, which is pretty heavy-handed.
It's pretty true, though.
It's not wrong, but it's pretty heavy-handed to say, hey, the last guy's got fired. So,
hey, man.
Now listen,
it's and this
is where you can offer a unique perspective. You've been an interim coach before. You've been a head coach before. There are differences, no doubt, into doing those two different jobs. And for me, and KJ and I were talking about this before the show. It was great during the playoff run to say the players are going to have more of a voice. They're going to take more accountability. They're going to control the locker room a little more. You can see them handling, calling plays, so on and so forth. That's great. But then when he becomes the head coach, it needs to be his voice. You no longer can do that unless you are just hiring him as a figurehead and Nikola Jokic is the de facto player head coach, which might be the plan. I don't know. But can you talk about the transition from going from an interim spot to what would be a full-time?
Yeah, I mean, first off, David Adelman did what I couldn't do. So call me a little
you got a cow win. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but here's the deal, man.
Couldn't keep the job. Okay, is that what you're saying?
So with the interim head coach bump, right? You fire a head coach. A lot of times the interim head coach is taking over an impossible situation.
Yeah.
I'd probably say I fell into that camp.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably.
I'll say it
Team
for
that
you.
went 1-11.
You don't have to say it. I'll say it for you, Coach.
I'll throw it out there. It was a challenging.
You stood by the Buffs when they had a tough situation. I'll say it for you.
It was not easy. Okay. So the ideal scenario is that the interim head coach does one of two things. Either wins so much that it becomes so obvious and everybody's like, that's our guy. Or does what I did and goes 1-6 in the remaining assignments. Like, yeah, it's not our guy.
Listen,
at least it's clear.
The one was a big one.
It was fun. It was really cool. It was fun. Good times. In the case of David Adelman, 7-7 in the postseason, 3-0 in the regular season. He's a 10-7 head coach. Generally speaking, I know this is old news. He was named the head coach. Interim tag has been taken off for what, it's been a week now, almost?
Yeah, something like that.
Weekish. I'm all in on it. I love David Adelman. I love his voice. But I would say that in terms of the results, I wouldn't say it's just crystal clear to everybody involved. And especially for me, the timing of it without a general manager in place was the piece that I was like, huh?
Yeah.
You sure? But as I've thought more and more about it, one, I love David Adelman's authenticity, his thoughtfulness, how he handles the media, which tells me that's how he handles the team, which is just answer a question honestly.
Yeah.
Just be an honest human being up there and be thoughtful and give intellect to your answers. Not everything has to be throwing shade or, this Saturday. It's just as simple as, hey, best guys are going to play down the stretch. Yeah, that was an answer we kept hearing, which is true. Who's going to close out games? The guys that are playing best at that point in time.
Which seems like it would be an easy thing to say, but not every coach says it.
It's really not, because you have to manage egos, right?
Or does it, for that matter.
Right? Like it's a challenge to manage egos in that position. And as I've thought more about why David Adelman was named the head coach, I think that Josh Kroenke and people inside of the building in the Nuggets franchise, they've realized for the last several years what they have in David Adelman in terms of how smart he is, how real he is, how much the players respond to him. And so I don't really know if this was as much of an audition for the head job as I probably thought it was when it all happened a month or so ago. I think that he was the guy.
So let's say they lose game 7 of the Clippers. You think still Adelman?
It would have been harder to justify.
Because that's what you're saying. It's not an audition, which means I think no matter what the turnout was.
It was an audition. Because going out in round 2 for this team with Nikola Jokic, is that good enough, Rob?
Well, that's something that I want to talk to you about. So this is something that I wanted to put on the table here. We can do it now. But I want to take a look at the Nuggets as a whole and see what your perspective is on them here. If Oklahoma, by the way, the conference semifinal or finals have not been great. They're 3-1 across the board. I mean, it's not
really. We're not seeing much that's great on either side, the hockey side. Or
that's what I'm saying. All 4 conference finals are 3-1 right now.
Is that true?
I think so. Yeah, Florida's up 3-1.
Yep.
The Oilers are up 3-1.
I do love seeing the Stars in a hole. That does me well.
The Thunder are up 3-1, and with the win last night, the Pacers are up 3-1. So let me ask you this. If Oklahoma City wins, I think it's tonight. If Oklahoma City wins tonight and then goes on and sweeps the finals, say they play Indiana and they absolutely blast them 4-0. Oklahoma City right now against the rest of the league is 73-13.
That's wild.
Against the Denver Nuggets,
they're
6-5.
6-5, 1 over 500.
They're 6, and that's regular season and postseason.
2-2
combined.
Regular season, you split, and then 4-3.
So, what if you're the second best team in the NBA?
Then we should have a second place parade for you, Rob.
I'm
of all people, should understand a second place parade.
I'm not.
The chairman of the Bill backers, the Bills backers of Denver, Colorado.
Let's take a deep breath here.
Absolutely have a second place parade.
I'm not celebrating that they're second place, but I'm just asking: are they closer than we think? We all are frustrated with the lack of the bench depth, with the fact that you have the best player in the world in his prime, and you're not ringing up championships, right? It's not just a cash register right now throwing up banners. But you had MPJ with one shoulder, Aaron Gordon with one leg. You had Nikola Jokic with I think, a bad elbow, maybe a broken one, I don't know. But it seemed like
wasn't good.
It affected his shooting, right? You had a
Russell Westbrook.
Broken hand.
Yep, surgically repaired hand now.
So you and with all that, you took who is the eventual champion and literally dusting the rest of the league. you took him to 7 games and you almost had him. Like and I agree with Kroenke. It wasn't game 7 that you lost. That you lost. I think it was 4 and 5 in ways that you should have won those games and you should have been able to close out the series. So does that make you feel any differently about where you are as a franchise in terms of hiring David Adelman?
It does. I think that David Adelman's being hired and has clearly been hired because he is by far the best guy for the job. And I think
But is he the best guy for the job because the status quo is good enough?
No, it's because they have a lot of data on who he is as a coach, about who he is as a person, about how he is to work with. And that does give me positive feelings about new general manager. Josh Kroenke knows that Dave Adelman will be somebody who's intelligent, will stand up for what he believes in, but won't be just an a-hole to be an a-hole with whoever is the GM that's hired.
Sure.
And I think that might have been a little bit of what the problem was in the past several years.
So then answer the question about the team as a whole.
Is
the status quo.
No, I think this. I think
because I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think the status quo is good enough. But in terms of what you can do to change it, there's not a ton. It's either nuking the whole thing or trying to go forward with this core. And I think you're in a spot.
But Rob, can you even nuke the whole thing?
You could.
How?
You trade Jamal, you trade MPJ.
Who's taking those contracts?
Oh, I think there's plenty of people who'd take the contract. I absolutely do.
No way.
I absolutely do. I really do.
Do you know Jamal Murray's contract? He is going to be the 7th highest paid player in the National Basketball Association. And he averages in the 20. He's like the 28th highest scoring player in basketball. And playing with a guy like Nathan McKinnon and Nikola Jokic that props up the pieces around him because he is an assist guru.
So basketball, more than any other sport, people will take bad contracts for you because they want to be bad. So at the least, you can get rid of the contracts. You can send them to Utah or to Washington, to teams that are actively trying to be bad. Yes, I think you can get rid of the contracts. But then the question is, what do you get in return? And can you build enough of a team a la, and again, KJ and I talked about this before the show, a la an Indiana Pacers style. Can you build enough of a team around Jokic that it is a contender immediately? Because make no mistake about it.
Isn't that kind of what you did to get to the point in 2022, though?
No, those were, MPJ, Jamal Murray are draft picks. You know what I mean? Like that is draft and develop. And Christian Brown is the one part of this draft and develop strategy.
So the Pacers have no draft and develop in their current.
They have
makeup.
some. They have some, but you would still too. Here, listen. Your most valuable asset right now is Christian Brown because he's on a nothing contract and he is a starting level player on a championship team. But you don't want to trade him away. He's the one that you want to keep, right? So. The question is, can you do that and turn into a championship contender as you go forward here, or do you just maintain the status quo? And I think that's why they hired Adelman, because I think
you are maintaining the status quo.
You're maintaining
that's the bottom line.
Status quo.
And I am going to argue that if Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. have markedly better off seasons and are better versions of who they are health-wise going into the next season, and Jamal Murray's he's in great shape, and he's healthy. Aaron Gordon's healthy. His team's good enough if you can add a piece or two. Just on the outside. Peripheral, bench piece or two.
I love it.
This team's good
I
enough.
love that optimism. I hope it's true. All right, coming back, we've got off-season football. The Broncos have been named a dark horse Super Bowl favorite. And if that's going to happen, well, they're going to need a little bit more out of everybody. I want to talk about how you're going to squeeze that out of them coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. I'm Rob Trujillo in for Alex Ryan. I mean, of course, we got the coach, Mike Sanford. Do you like being called the coach, or do you prefer? Should I just call you Mike?
I actually prefer Coacher.
Coacher.
That's the thing I've been using for years.
Yeah.
It was so cool because I've been calling people Coacher for, oh man, my dad and I go back almost quarter century of, hey, Coacher. What's up, Coacher? How you doing, Coacher? Coacher! And randomly, recently, the offensive line coach from the University of Oregon came in, and he did not know the origin of Coacher. And he called me Coacher. And I said, do you know? Like, do you know where that came from? I realized that two guys on Oregon's staff that he worked with, one worked with my dad at Louisville, and the other one worked with me at Western Kentucky. So
really?
They were using Coacher in the building. So it came full circle, man. Coacher.
It's a true sign of respect, isn't it?
Yeah,
if it endures
and he also
outside
thought
of
I
your
was
sphere
nuts.
of influence.
The dude thought I was nuts for taking credit for it. I'm like, dude, it's me and my dad's thing. We've been doing it for a long time.
All right, Coacher. Well, I want you
There
to
we go.
go coach on me here. So it's interesting. When you look at the biggest moves that the Broncos have made this offseason, they've all been on the defensive side of the ball.
And Evan Ingram. And using a second to draft a running back.
Okay, but the list is getting long now. Your two biggest free agent acquisitions, I think, were
Talanoa
Greenlaw
Hufanga,
and
Dre
Hufanga.
Greenlaw. And your first
round draft pick was a cornerback.
And you actually re-signed an interior defensive lineman in DJ Jones.
And you might have more contracts coming that way too. You might get a Nick Benito extension. You might get a.
Where are we at with Zach Allen?
I think he still needs an extension
too.
But that's what I'm saying. You might get those two paid. Your defense was terrific last year, and I think VJ deserves a lot of credit. Going all the way back to the Miami blowout 2 years ago, where I was saying, and I'll eat my crow for it, you got to get rid of him, if only to show that that's not acceptable. He has come back and is clearly a respected voice in that organization, in that locker room. Even though he takes some guff from Sean Payton on the sidelines, I think he's one of the few people who will tell him how he feels.
If there's a relationship that I would not have predicted that was going to be still
good,
going strong,
yeah.
Today as I actually mark the 20 years to the day of being married to my wife.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, I guess it is congratulations. I don't know how I've kept her going all these years.
I mean, honestly, it's more on her side that we're proud of her
proud.
than you.
A lot of pride there. But, well, listen. But if there was a marriage that I would have said is not going to make it,
yeah,
it was Sean Payton and Vance Joseph.
100%.
It looked like it almost. I'm just gonna throw it out there in the space. It almost looked like that Vance Joseph, a former fired head coach of a franchise that you're now returning as the defensive coordinator, and also a guy that had recently been a part of a staff that got fired at the Cardinals. It's like the perfect scapegoat that was built in, and coaches do this.
Yeah.
For Sean Payton, if things didn't go well in the first couple of years.
Which they didn't the first year, right?
Yeah,
the first half of the first year was an unmitigated disaster.
And especially when you talk about the 70 burger that was laid on you in South Beach.
And he turned it around to build one of the best defenses in the NFL last year. Now, it was very good, but it wasn't good enough to stop the big boys.
It wasn't good enough to stop your Buffalo Bills. Stopped the run, didn't get it done.
I mean, I don't just mean them. You struggled versus Baltimore.
Cincinnati Bengals.
You struggled versus Cincinnati. You did okay
Chargers.
You did okay against Kansas City.
I would say second half of that Charger game, really both Charger games.
The Kansas City offense is not I mean, you have an elite quarterback, but the rest of that offense is not what I would call elite right now.
They weren't great.
So you did okay against them, but like against the big offenses in the AFC, you still struggled. It wasn't brutal, but you still struggled.
You didn't play well enough on that side of the ball to win because of that side of the ball.
So if you're going to be a dark horse Super Bowl champion, and I can't remember the article that said it, KJ, if you can help me.
It was from ESPN.
It was from ESPN, but I don't remember who wrote it. But he named the Vikings and the Broncos as the two dark horses. And his reasoning was their defense and their offensive line. And I think it's fair. It's fair. You've put a bunch of money into that offensive line.
That's for my guy, Ben Solak, previously of The Ringer.
Okay, there you go. So Ben Solak saying
now of ESPN.
Offensive line, great. I agree with that. Defense, good. I agree with that. But I think you're going to need to squeeze some more out of this defense, and clearly the Broncos do too, using assets on the defensive side of the ball. So, Coach, my question for you is, how do you expect that defense to be different this year than it was last year with the new toys that he has? Are they going to be more aggressive because on the back end they have a better secondary, and so you can afford to blitz more? Are they going to be stouter against the run? What do you think they're going to be able to do to up the level of that defense to a championship caliber?
Best case scenario for the Denver Broncos defense is that Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw stay healthy.
Yeah, 100%.
Jahdae Barron immediately finds a role in at least the starting nickel position or potentially a starting corner. But I think the best thing for this football team and for the future of this defense and the way that the contracts are built is for Jahdae Barron to essentially replace Jaquan McMillan.
Right.
Not Riley Moss. Because you still have Riley Moss on a cost control contract for at least one more year. That's good. Whereas Jaquan McMillan's going to command dough if he's your starting nickel. The best path forward for the Broncos is they have to stay healthy at inside linebacker. There's no depth there.
It begs the question why they didn't spend more assets.
Well, you went out and got Dre. See, here's the thing. You went out and got Dre Greenlaw, who is a bona fide playmaker. But
injury prone.
Amen.
And still coming off an injury, right? So he came back from an injury last year and then got injured again.
And then Alex Singleton, who's been the ultimate tackling machine for this franchise for 4 or 5 years. Not originally drafted by the Broncos, but came over, I believe, from, was it Carolina?
Philly, I think.
Philly. Right. Anyway, comes over and all he's done is been a really high football IQ player that is in the right place at the right time and is so dependable against the run. Those two guys stay healthy. Talanoa Hufanga stays healthy, and Jahdae Barron is who we believe he is. You're in the conversation of bona fide number one defense in the National Football League.
But get a little crunchy with me, Coach. And I know
that's pretty crunchy.
I mean, you and I do it a whole film breakdown podcast where we get real in depth. And I'm not asking you to go that deep, but what do you feel like they can do better with the new toys? Is it blitzing? Is it getting pressure on the? I mean, they were great getting pressure on the quarterback.
Vance Joseph is. This is as a defensive coordinator, dude he is a risk-taking son of a gun.
Yeah.
Already. Been doing that. But now your back end's better.
I think so.
So I think you can blitz with more frequency against the really good quarterbacks. Because what I saw it was a little bit against the Chargers when Herbert's a really talented quarterback. Is he a top 5 quarterback? No way. But is he a top 7 talent? Yes. He is. Against Joe Burrow. Against Josh Allen. I saw way too much zone coverage. There was a lack of trust in calling blitzes and playing man coverage behind it.
Do you think that was because Riley Moss wasn't 100%?
I think that's part of it. Definitely a part of it when you're talking about the Bengals and the Bills.
Right. At the end of the season, when he came back from the injury, wasn't 100%, and maybe you felt like they're going to pick on him, of course. So putting him one-on-one with somebody may be too tough.
I think that you can utilize your two of your new toys. Heck, I'm going to say all 3 of your new toys as very, very creative aspects of a blitz package. Dre Greenlaw plays linebacker, so it's not that creative to say that Dre Greenlaw can be a blitzing, pass-rushing son of a gun.
But Hufanga is a heat-seeking missile. I agree with you.
Awesome blitzer. And I would say that if you go back to 2 seasons ago, Justin Simmons was really good in Vance Joseph's defense as a safety that was blitzing. It's really good. He got home and he held the disguise long enough. Hufanga, you know who he trains with?
No.
Troy Polamalu.
That makes sense.
Both have from Oregon, born and raised in the state of Oregon.
But
Talanoa Hufanga, raised in Corvallis, Oregon. He trains with a guy that I think at the safety position was arguably the best blitzer the game's ever seen.
I was going to say, but similar play styles.
Yeah, just Hufanga's bigger.
Anticipation,
longer.
Attack. Like
hair on fire.
Yes.
Literal pert plus hair is on fire.
I think it's Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders on fire. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, listen, because that's what I
Coming
feel
from a man that's used some Head and Shoulders himself.
that is my brand of choice.
Oh, that's why you stood tall. You're like,
so sure.
you're like, hey, I tell you what, that looked pretty good over there on Troy. Have you seen Polumbus recently?
No.
He looks really old. It's wild.
Really?
He's like gray hair. Looks like he's like a
How old is he
60-year-old
now?
man. He's
Yeah.
like probably what, my age? 40.
I was gonna say he can't be much older than you.
No, but
Anyway.
and then I think that's where I don't want to see Jahdae Barron play corner because I think he'd be such a valuable asset as a multifaceted player that he is already in the Southeast Conference, which Jeff Legwold always says is that's the litmus test for a defender. If you can hold up and you're stout enough and you can cover well enough and you are thick enough to play in the box, dude, that's what Jahdae Barron has done in his career. Playing that nickel position or the star in the the defense that they play there at University of Texas under Pete Kukowski, he's been tasked with being like what is a traditional Mike linebacker in certain sets. Like if you get into a 3 receiver detached set and a tight end in the box and they're in nickel, he was playing right over the guard and he was fitting power. He was fitting counter.
And that's why, and I don't want to draw too many comparisons to the Bills, but Taron Johnson does that for the Bills better than anybody in the league, I think.
And the other guy would be Derwin James.
Yes.
Those are who you're adding to your defense.
Linebacker corners.
And so I love the thought of Jahdae Barron starting in that nickel position and even maybe get real crunchy. And this is what I keep saying, even against 11 personnel, which that first digit stands for how many running backs are in the game. That second digit stands for how many tight ends are in the game. So 11 personnel is the number one personnel grouping used across all levels of football now. Very different than 10, 15, 20 years ago when it was 21 personnel with a tailback and a fullback and then one tight end playing pro-style offense.
You're being real cute saying 10 or 15 years ago.
You think it's even more than that?
I do.
Okay.
I do, but I take your point.
I mean, I coached at Sanford 12 years ago, and we were
that was 21 personnel.
Yeah, we were 22. We'd have 23. I mean, we were getting pretty medieval with people en route to multiple Rose Bowls. But what I would say is this: is that even against 11 personnel, most teams match 11 personnel offensively with a nickel defense, which means that you now have your 2 corners, your 2 safeties, and a nickel back in there. I think you could play some dime against 11 personnel, where you actually do utilize as the detached like dime back, the guy that's playing out over the slot receiver. That dude could very easily be Jaquan McMillan, and then you also add Jahdae Barron in that. Now you got super athletic.
And which one of them are you putting to the tight end side?
I would put I think Jahdae Barron's better in that space. And if you remember
big enough to cover a tight end?
He's
you think?
Oh yeah. I think he's proven that he's savvy and smart enough and understands leverage well enough. And that's what the film tells me. Candidly, when Jahdae Barron was drafted by the Broncos at pick, what was it, 22, 21?
21, I thought. I don't know.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
I was like, who? But then, of course, you go back and do your homework. And I was just like everybody else. We were looking for, is it Amari Hampton? Is it a tight end? Is it, trade back?
Right.
My head wasn't at defensive back.
I don't think anybody's was that. If you went back and looked at all the mock drafts, I'd be shocked if you found one that had a D back, not specifically Jahdae Barron, but like any D back for them. It was a strange pick, but it begs the question of if they're spending assets on this, what are they expecting to reap from that?
You know what
to
that
put
dime,
them into championship?
You know what that
contention?
dime packaging that I was just talking about? You know what that does? It reduces the importance of your linebacker depth or lack thereof. Because guess who comes off the field?
Right.
One of your inside backers.
Right. Which is probably, if everybody's healthy, is probably Dre Greenlaw.
Comes off the field?
No, on
Oh, he'd be on the field. 100%.
Yeah.
Everybody healthy. And then out, like Singleton becomes more of he's used more with Dre Greenlaw against 12 personnel,
right.
Which is where you have a second tight end on the field, and you're seeing more traditional run sets.
The only reason I hesitated a little bit in saying that is Alex Singleton, I feel like maybe as good as or maybe a little bit better than Greenlaw in coverage, just a little bit.
He's coming off an ACL.
Yeah, I mean, granted.
Greenlaw at his best, really athletic.
True,
I think Singleton understands, like, he does a good job understanding concepts,
Right.
Like
Where he needs to be.
diagnoses well. Now, the thing is that you would love to use him and free. So the thing that's great is you could free him up to be kind of more of a hole player if you're playing a lot of cover one and not if you're only bringing 4. And if you're a hole player, then he can roam and, find crossers and cancel them out and nudge them and, all the different things that you can do as an inside backer.
Real quickly to wrap this up. If you have Jahdae Barron learning how to play nickel, essentially working with Jaquan McMillan, nickel dime, of course, similar packages, right? If you have him learning how to play slot corner, how hard is it to teach him outside corner also so he's prepared if there's an injury?
Super easy.
I feel like.
Why?
Well, because
what is VJ? What coverage-wise? What does he like to do?
I think that I'm just asking more of a generic question because of injury.
Vance Joseph runs top 3 in the National Football League of man coverage. Man coverage for a corner mentally is as simple as that guy.
Sure.
That's my guy.
So, because I think if there's an injury, I mean, it's you kick him outside, right? Like so if Riley Moss goes out again, and that's your move, rather than last year you were trying to figure out what you were going to do across from Pat Surtain.
Yeah, and there was such a drop-off last year.
It was, and there was not only a drop-off.
Who was the corner that came in?
Abrams Drain was.
Oh, yeah.
There was a couple guys that came. They cycled through a couple guys.
He started looking pretty good, but earlier in the Levi Wallace, which was a disaster. The Levi Wallace game was the Browns game,
yes,
where Jameis Winston threw for 5,200 yards in one game.
Yes, and then
7 pick sixes.
And then when Riley Moss came back, it was still bad, but it was because he was injured, and it showed you how important having that other guy be a player is.
Yeah. Wasn't Levi Wallace released from the team like 2 weeks after that debacle against the Browns?
I thought he was still on the roster. Did he get released?
I'm pretty sure he was released. He got released. It was like VJ's like, hey, just if you guys were wondering what happened against Cleveland, yeah, that was the reason. That guy. That was it.
Yeah. Let's not have sacrificial lambs.
No.
Here,
when you've got depth, you got to be able to tap into it, and I think you do have defensive depth.
Which is nice because that's something that we said that they had been missing for the
past.
Oh,
guess who Levi Wallace plays for now? I got great news for you.
Don't tell me.
He is a Buffalo Bill, baby.
Yeah, he's not going to make the cut. He's not going to make the team. All right, I feel like Coacher,
he already got dealt to the Steelers.
Oh, no, that was, so years ago he played.
He was a Bill in 2018. There you
go. Coacher, I feel like I'm in a safe space here. I'm going to have the puck heads come after me just a little bit. But I want to have a talk with you about blowing up the Colorado Avalanche. And we'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach went to the board in the break. I mean, Coach are giving a full breakdown how they expect to use Jahdae Barron. That's great, Coach.
And also how he was used at Texas, which there's film evidence of what he's capable of doing as the defensive joker. We all, as idiots, took Sean Payton's lead of going out and trying to find a joker. And so we all were talking ourselves into which tight end, which running back.
Do you really think
was
that's
going
what
to be
they
a
meant?
joker?
You think he was playing chess like that?
No,
I don't
but
think he was.
it ended up happening.
I think it fell
and
into
it was
his
on
lap.
the exact opposite side of the football.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what Jahdae Barron is.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that Sean Payton maybe he didn't want to take a defensive player with the first pick of the draft, but somebody's like, hey, you realize that he's the defensive joker? And Sean's like, oh, I can get behind that. I like this.
And it is a fun thing to talk about. I mean, that's what we spent 5 minutes in the break talking about, all the different things that you can do with a player as versatile as that. So something that you could have gotten on the Safeway Twitch feed. If you would have joined us on there, you could have seen the whole board breakdown with Coach
what makes it, not to belabor the point and getting into a Jahdae Barron entire show for that matter, let alone a segment, but what's a differentiator about Jahdae Barron than I'd say a lot of defensive backs is I'd say it's step one of a corner that you see versatility is can they cover both wide receivers in man-to-man coverage and also tight end body types in man-to-man coverage? Answer to that, yes. And then when you really take it to the next level of now you can start thinking about utilizing him not only just as an on the island defensive back playing either outside or even slot. Can you fit the run?
Right.
When a run scheme comes at you and you are in the box by virtue of a formation, can you take on a double team? Can you shed it and be stout enough and smart enough to not be a liability in the run fit? And he has proven that.
Which, if we're being frank, is what got you against the Ravens, against the Chargers. That's how you lost those games. And so it's an important aspect to make sure that if you're going to go up against the big boys, even the Bills, Chiefs less so, but if you're going to go against the big boys in the AFC, you got to be able to play run defense from that personnel group.
And I would say, like, even though he's a safety by position, Kyle Hamilton of the Baltimore Ravens is the perfect example of that, of being a safety who's very different. So, like, he's extremely tall, he's got length, he's big, he's thick, so he can really hold up at the point of attack in the run game. He can be a viable blitzer, and he can cover. Jahdae Barron's almost like the corner equivalent of what Kyle Hamilton is, but he's proven on tape that he's able to take on some of those tasks, therefore unlocks the ability to play with even 6 defensive backs on the field at one time. And if there is a team that from a roster construction can play with 6 defensive backs on the field and get better in coverage, but also fit the run, be a little bit more multiple in how you blitz, it's the Denver Broncos and how they're currently built.
I see, that gets me jazzed up a little bit. That gets me
It's
excited.
pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right, we got to talk a little bit of hockey here. We do have Eastern Conference Finals Game 5 tonight, Florida and Carolina.
Do you feel like we've seen this movie before with the NHL?
Right. We are
outside of the New York Rangers making it into the Eastern Conference Final. This is essentially the exact same postseason as last year in the National Hockey League.
We are cruising towards a rematch. 3rd time in a row, the Panthers would be in the final. 2nd time in a row, the Oilers would be in the final.
And the Panthers will beat the Oilers. Like, we already know this. The script.
Do we know that? I don't know if we know that for sure.
The Oilers, they look good right now.
They do look real good, but
I'm actually strangely I'm rooting for them, just for a new time. Like, I know it's insane. You start thinking about Connor McDavid and Draisaitl. Those guys are they're fun to watch.
But then everybody's going to be rooting for a 3rd matchup next year where you've got the tiebreaker 3 times in a row, 1-1, Stanley Cup Final version 3. So I don't know that I want that.
Yeah, I'm not down for that.
I don't know that I'm crazy about it.
I kind of want the Avs.
But we do have the game tonight on AM 950. You can listen to Eastern Conference
All right,
Finals
so you were
Game
talking,
5.
Sorry,
Hold on, brought to you, powered by Mountain Hyundai. Go ahead.
You just brought up before the break, blowing up the Avs.
I mean, this is a safe space, right?
Please elaborate. I'm trying to figure out how you blow up the Avs.
I just want to have a discussion about it. Because I think the Avs and the Nuggets are in very different places. The Nuggets, I think you're kind of locked into what you got. That core is locked in. They're all getting, older. They're not out of their primes yet, but you got 3 or 4 more years in your prime. And if you're going to try to do it with that core, I think that's fine. Do you know how old Cale Makar is?
26.
26 years old. And I think some people forget that because he came in and was so impactful
And young.
immediately. But
he was playing as a 19-year-old?
I think it was 19. He is right now the 7th youngest player on your roster. And he is no doubt a superstar in the NFL or in the NHL.
I think he'd struggle. I don't think he'd be able to hold up against power or counter in the box. I don't think he'd be great in that space.
He knows where to be though. That's what it's about. It's about outthinking the competition, coach. Yeah, he's no doubt a superstar in the NHL. So this iteration of the team was kind of built around Nathan MacKinnon. And I'm not saying get rid of Nathan MacKinnon, but you see what happened in Pittsburgh, where they rang up cups for a whole bunch of years, and then they ran out of assets. They traded away their first-round picks. They traded away their prospects, and they did it to win now. And when they did that, look what has happened to the Pittsburgh Penguins, where the NHL and hockey fans around the world are begging them to trade Sidney Crosby to the Avalanche so he can have an end of his career with maybe another cup or two, right? I don't want the Avs to get into that situation. And so my question to you is, with a 26-year-old Cale Makar, do you consider maybe rebuilding this team with an eye on, we're going to build it around defense, we're going to build it around him, and we're going to reset the roster, which might be painful for a year or two, but get to a spot where we've got a younger core, and Cale Makar is kind of the older statesman, and of course you keep MacKinnon. You hope maybe the captain takes a little bit of a discount to stay, and you're able to rebuild a younger core. What I mean by that, trading guys like Devon Taves, who's 30, Arturi Lehkonen, who will be 30 at the start of the new year, Val Nichushkin, who will be 30 at the start of the new season. These guys, they are great players, and they have value right now. And if you trade them right now on the contracts that they're on, you can get an absolute haul. So I'm not saying I don't like those guys. I'm not saying I don't think the Avs are a cup contender if you keep them all, which I do. But we all feel like you're in this catch-22 of you don't have any money and you don't have enough talent to win the thing. You haven't made it out of the second round since you won the cup. And so the question to me is, are you able to build a longer-term contender by trading some of those guys away now, recouping assets, and maybe trying to create a second iteration of the Avs that's cup-worthy at the end of the prime rather than the beginning?
Call me dumb hockey guy, but you kind of lost me at, quote, build this around Makar, but keep MacKinnon, end quote. How do you do that? This is this.
You can't
this
trade
team
you
really revolves around Nathan MacKinnon and his puck distribution.
Okay.
So
let me ask you
how
this.
can you really build it in terms of your identity on the ice around Makar when MacKinnon's still on the roster?
Let me ask you
Does that make sense?
When Gabe wasn't around, who was more captain-like?
Neither.
It wasn't MacKinnon. Is kind of my point.
Wasn't really Makar either. But he didn't wear the A.
And he was younger.
Did he wear the A?
He had
the
A.
A. He had the A.
But
the whole time?
Also younger, also in the shadow of MacKinnon. And I think as you move forward into the future here, I don't think a C goes on MacKinnon. I think a C goes on Makar.
I like that take.
And so, but years away, obviously.
MacKinnon just...
so how does it become his team instead
that's more
of
of a personality issue, though.
Yes,
I agree. Because I think that I think that Nathan MacKinnon can be so bristly.
Yes.
That having Gabe Landeskog back was almost this, oh my gosh, thank God our guy's back.
Yes.
The guy that
it was a breath of fresh air.
I can have a real conversation with.
It was a breath of fresh air.
I can talk about some of the issues that I've been having or dealing with.
But so your question is, how do you make it McCarr's team centered around McCarr on the
Also
ice?
a defender, too.
I say to you, you make it a team centered around McCarr off the ice.
Okay.
And that's how you make it a team centered around McCarr on the ice.
Has there been a franchise, and this is, I'd love to hear this from our Shant Mazda text line. There's plenty of awesome hockey takes out there.
Yeah, there's a couple that don't like what I'm saying. Right
yeah,
and I knew it would be unpopular.
Has there been a championship build of a team that was really built around a defenseman?
Sure. I mean,
in the modern era of hockey,
I don't think an offensive defenseman, maybe Kucherov, but you had other great players there in Tampa Bay. I'm not Kucherov. Jeez, I can't remember. Regardless, Tampa Bay. I just think I feel like you have a dearth of assets, and everybody got mad when you traded away Callum Ritchie. Not everybody. There were people who got mad when you traded away Callum Ritchie. You've already moved off one of your big pieces who is getting older and more expensive. Is it time to just maybe bite that bullet and do it all and look towards what the next iteration of the Avs will be?
The only challenge they have is, does it bother you at all that Cale Makar was a ghost? He was on a milk carton in the postseason.
I felt like that was due to injury.
I did, yeah.
But okay. But it's something I think worth talking about. All right. Coming up next, Altitude Sports Radio. Big press conference today with the new coach of the Nuggets. We will recap what we expect to hear there and what our hopes are for the future of the Nuggets next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the morning sprint. Raj is on a beach somewhere sipping a Mai Tai, hitting the surf. So I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with Coacher.
And we're throwing chalk on grease boards out here.
I
don't know if you can actually throw chalk on grease boards, but we were doing it.
I
think
don't
you
know
actually
how effective
throw
it would
dry
be
erase
either.
markers on grease boards. But I either way, we're doing some ball here, Rob.
That's right. We're talking ball. Thank you to everybody who texted in, too. Victor Hedman was the person that I was trying to think of, Tampa Bay built around. And, of course, Stamkos was there as well. But Eli says Chara in Boston. Let's see. 7483 says 90s in Detroit. We were talking about teams that were built around defensemen. I think there's plenty of them. It was just, one, we were trying to think of current examples, more current examples. And two, it's really, we were trying to think of offensive defensemen is really where we were headed, that teams were built around. If the Avs were try to reboot this with the mind that Cale Makar is only 26 years old, and you've got a lot of time here to rebuild a contender around him if you wanted to try to do that. It's a different spot than the Nuggets are in.
Yeah, and you brought up something during the break that I think puts the finger right on maybe what the pulse of some of the fears of the Denver area fans are, particularly the Nuggets and the Avs. You talked about your fear when you were potentially rebuilding these Avs. Your fear is, and you used a great term, and I think it's appropriate for both Nuggets and Avs, that they become a corpse of contenders. Is that what you used?
A corpse of, yeah. I don't want them to turn into corpses of contenders. And
we've seen that a lot.
And only have one banner.
It's almost as if the entire NBA over a 7-year stretch has been turned into corpse of contenders, because every single one of the champions for the last 7 years was a one-time champion.
Yeah, and so the question that you have is, how close are they to actually getting it done? For the Avs, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's text on this text line telling me I'm crazy, saying that you lost to the Stars because of a coaching job, not because of the players. There's all kinds of texts on here that say the Avs are still a contender. And I do think they're a very good team. But that's with guys like Brock Nelson and Charlie Coyle. And I mean, how many of those guys are going to be back? Are you going to be able to replicate that without Gabe on LTIR? I don't know.
Not only that, but all of those pieces together, it was a first-round exit at the end of the day.
Yep.
And you are who you are.
Yep.
You have to live with the bed that you made. And the bed that you made is that you left in the first round of a Stanley Cup playoffs with a very talented roster.
And the example I used last break and in the commercial break was Pittsburgh has turned into a corpse of a contender, scraping, trying to make the playoffs. Their team just does not have enough talent after years of trading away assets.
This is going to sound wild.
But hold on, before you say it. They've got 3 cups.
They do. It's different.
If the Avs had 3 cups right now, I'd say just keep going. Just keep doing what you're doing and see how many you can win.
In the world of becoming a corpse of contender, would people in the Kansas, Missouri region have some fears about the trend that you start seeing right now with the Kansas City Chiefs?
Oh, I think rumors of their demise are a bit premature.
I don't
think they're going to be as good as teams in the past. I don't think they're near the best team in the AFC.
Did Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, if you take it for what it is, that he himself was not injured. I had my other thoughts on that. I don't know if you heard my take on that. He looked like he had the silent C going on that nobody talks about.
Oh, yeah. Shh. Yeah. Maybe.
We don't talk about that.
I mean, do you think it happened in that game, or do you think he had it beforehand?
I think it happened in the game. Yeah. But take it for what it is. Do you think that Patrick Mahomes himself looked like the boat raiser that can just win titles because of who he is and be surrounded by a bunch of pedestrian skill players?
It's hard to be the boat raiser when that offensive line was as bad as it was. And it didn't get better. They traded away their best offensive lineman. So I do agree with you that they're on a different track right now. I don't think they're as good, and I think they can be had in the AFC West. In fact, if I was betting it, your better odds would probably be betting on somebody else to win it than Kansas City. You'd probably have longer odds for Kansas City.
So we're talking about this whole premise of becoming a corpse of a contender.
Yes.
For our fine listeners out there on the Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925, and on the Safeway Twitch feed, I'd love to hear your voice. Which team, Nuggets or Avalanche, feels more likely to be a corpse of a contender sooner in its current iteration? Is it the Nuggets or is it the Avalanche?
I think the scary feeling for Denver fans, and it's why we have these conversations, is there's not a clear answer there. It feels like both of them might turn into corpses of contenders.
It's my fear.
And so it leads us to a press conference today at noon with a new head coach. PhD will have your coverage, no doubt. But if you're talking to a guy like David Adelman, listen, you can't just go to him and say, no coach is going to answer a question of, hey, you need more out of MPJ, you need more out of Jamal Murray. How do you get it out of him? They're not going to answer that question. But there needs to, and I'd love for somebody to come up with a creative way to ask that, to allow DA to elaborate on how do you get more out of those guys? Because if you're going to keep them and you're going to keep this core around, those two, I don't think Jamal needs to go up a level, but he needs to maintain a level that's higher than he does for an entire season. And I do think MPJ needs to go up a level. I mean, even when you won a title, it was, he was good in the conference finals. He was not good in the finals that year. He was not good in the playoffs that year, I would say. So if you're talking about needing more from a guy, it's MPJ. I think Mr. Nugget is beyond reproach. I really do. I think Aaron Gordon, you get exactly what you expect out of him every time. Everyone who says that like Jokic is your only consistent guy, I disagree. I think you get what you expect out of Aaron Gordon night in and night out. When he's healthy, when he's playing, you get what you expect out of him. But you need more out of those other two guys that are the main parts of your core.
Christian Braun, did you get out of him what you wanted to get out in terms of consistency?
I loved what you got out of Christian Braun.
So did I.
And, KJ and I were talking
especially on the
about
defensive side of the ball.
He was the only part of that plan that went right. You let KCP walk and you said Christian Braun's going to step in and be a starter.
Check.
Right. And that was maybe the biggest question, right? Not can I get solid bench minutes from Peyton Watson or Deron Holmes, which was your plan going into the season. You thought that's what you would do. But can Christian Braun be a starter and replace KCP? And the answer was absolutely he could. And in the playoffs, I think he stepped it up even another level with his defense in 2 rounds against
think
great
about who
players.
Kawhi, Harden,
SGA,
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And who has absolutely eaten the Timberwolves alive.
Yep.
You know why? Because they don't have Christian Braun.
They don't have a guy that'll D up like that.
So he is the one part of that plan that went correctly. And so would you like him to be more consistent, a better shooter? Would you like more points out of a higher average of points out of him? Sure, all those things. But what he brings is the energy and the effort. And as long as he brings that every night, yeah, I think you get what you want out of him. So, Coach, I'm going to ask you, do you think you can get more out of Jamal Murray, get more out of MPJ, and not be a corpse of a contender?
Unfortunately, the only two people that can answer that question, especially in the case of Jamal Murray, is Jamal Murray. And in the case of Michael Porter Jr., Michael Porter Jr.'s got to answer that question. I don't doubt for a minute that Michael Porter Jr. puts in the time to get his body to the best place that it can be. But he's just got to do it better. He's got to do it better in the 2025 offseason. And there's no doubt in my mind, Jamal Murray has the opportunity to take what was a bad offseason a year ago. Head was kind of dragging all Olympics. Just didn't look right, didn't look good. Didn't feel like that was a productive way to prepare for the Nuggets season. He was just like limping around, barely playing. Didn't look good at all.
And clearly his head was affected, whether it was being a starter not being a starter on the Canadian team.
It was a weird
It was a
dynamic.
weird situation. But I felt like that played into the first part of the Nuggets season too, in terms of where his head was at. You know, I don't know, was he resentful they brought in another point guard?
It felt that way for the first couple months of the season to me.
Right?
And it felt like Michael Malone went out of his way to praise the model of Russell Westbrook as it relates to the defensive effort, the hustle plays, and I think it was almost at times felt a little bit like throwing shade at Jamal Murray. And so you saw at a little bit of diminishing returns, although it's strange, like Jamal Murray had a career year. Scoring, he had a career year this regular season for the Denver Nuggets. He didn't have a great postseason, but he had a career year during the regular season. Didn't feel like it.
The answer to your question that you're getting on the text line here is mostly Nuggets. Yep. People feel like the Nuggets are closer to being a corpse of a contender than the Avs. And not to be all doom and gloom, like I think both these teams
still really good.
Yeah, both these you can have this conversation because both teams are that close. But the question just becomes are you just going to constantly be the bridesmaid, or can you get to a spot where you are the one at the altar?
Yeah, right here from the 5193 saying that Jamal was hurt during the Olympics.
Yeah.
Why are you there?
Right.
Get healthy for your $50 million contract.
And I get you want to be there for your country. I really do. I understand.
You're hurt.
But if you're not right, then sit on the bench. Then tell them you're not playing. You know what I mean? And if they need to bring in another player, they can do that. But yeah,
Well, he also looked like a malcontent at the Olympics.
Yes.
He didn't even like. It was like there wasn't this unbelievably deeply rooted love for the maple leaf, the red maple leaf, and the flag.
A couple people are saying Avs, particularly 6267 says Avs CMC tried, but he swung and missed.
He tried.
Man, I thought he did a hell of a job this year. I really did. I thought they had a great shot this year, and it just didn't work out. All right, coming up next, KJ's news and notes. We'll go over all these stories from the NFL on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
I got to tell you, that's my favorite bump back that you guys have. I love that because football's fun.
Football is fun.
Fun, sir. Fun, sir.
And I also love play some ball, yo.
Yeah, it's funny because
where's that from?
I don't know where that's from. Do you know where that's from, KJ?
Remember the Titans.
Is that
is all
is that
from
from
All of it's from Remember the Titans.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I do like that movie, but I love that little line you drew. But I don't think people know because your mic isn't on yet.
I
do
say
you
it,
do that
I say
every
it
day?
every single day. Football is fun.
No, go ahead.
Football is fun, sir.
No.
Play some ball, yo.
There you go. He did that unprompted
every
with
time.
Us, with us
And I say it. I say it a lot. It was funny. I was walking off the practice field, and it was a group of incoming freshmen that were learning football. Football 101 was taught. Like I'm talking about field dimensions, hash marks,
how to get in a 3-point stance.
Yes. What our tight end stance is when he is a detached wide receiver versus when he's off the ball, versus when he's on the ball, all those types of things. And it was awesome because coming off the field, the kids were like all fired up, and I go, "Football is fun. Football is fun, sir." And they're like, looked at me like I had 10 heads. Because these are 14-year-olds, 14, 15-year-olds. They probably hadn't all seen Remember the Titans.
Oh yeah, no, it's an old movie. You're like you said that 2 backs was 10 years ago, Coach. We're getting old.
Yeah,
you and I
remember a fullback. It was great. We went around and
do I remember a fullback? I was a fullback.
That's right.
And then when we went to the 1 back, I got to stay.
I was
in there.
so ecstatic. I went around and had every freshman introduce themselves in the room. And one kid, and I said, "What is your desired offensive position?" And this kid goes, "My name's," we'll just throw it out there, "Steve Walsh, fullback." And I'm like,
that's my guy.
Yes!
That's my guy.
Varsity. Done.
Yeah, I'm going to be the next Kyle Juszczyk. Yeah, absolutely.
NIL deal. Done.
All right. Well, we do actually have news and notes to talk about. Go ahead, KJ. What do you got for us?
The late, great Demaryius Thomas, God rest his soul, will be inducted into the Broncos Ring of Fame coming up this season. His induction will take place during Week 7 of the season versus the New York Giants. That weekend is also Alumni Weekend, where they will be honoring the 10-year anniversary of the Super Bowl 50 team as well. DT is the all-time leader for the Broncos with 36 career 100-yard games. He holds the single-season receiving yardage record for the Broncos with 1,619 yards. He's a five-time Pro Bowler, makes him one of 4 Broncos with 5 consecutive Pro Bowl selections, and he's second in franchise history in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns. Should a trip to Canton be next for DT?
Hell yes.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
The stat for me that does it in terms of cementing his legacy as Canton worthy, 36 career 100-yard receiving games. That's a really impressive stat line.
Listen, I think if you ask most other fan bases around the NHL, or it's the second time I did that today.
Sorry, man. Your mind's on rebuilding the Avs, on blowing it up and
most
forming it all around Cale McCarr.
If you ask most of the other fan base around the NFL, they would say he was borderline. Obviously, here, you're going to get a hell yes.
You know what's going to happen with Demaryius Thomas? Who's going to stump for him?
Leggy?
Well, think a little bit bigger persona. Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
He is going to be stumping for Demaryius Thomas.
But hey, listen, I want to get back to the tribute that they're paying him and the 2015 team. I think that's incredible. I hope, and I don't know if this is something that they would have talked about already. I feel like it's a little bit early for it. But if you remember the game after he passed, they sent the offense out there without necks. And I hope they start the game like that for this one too against the Giants. I think that'd be
if that means that Sean Payton's going to run the rock, then I'm all for it. Get into some.
No, they just took a penalty. I think it was against the Lions. They just
put
took
everybody
a
on the line of scrimmage and run the football with 10 on the field.
Do you have a moment that sticks out for you for DT? I do, but it was because I was in the stadium for it.
I can't give you one.
So I used to work for the Evil Empire over there, the actual Broncos station. And I had to, before the games, I did like a football toss. It was just a set up a tent guy, right? And he was always incredible. So he gets drafted. We're at a draft party. And the man is just such a good person that I'm a nobody, right? And he was the
Rob,
nicest
I disagree
guy
with
to
that.
me.
You're somebody.
I was a part-time employee
you mattered.
who was
you matter now.
20-something years
then.
old. And
did you have a man bun then?
I did not.
You probably were nobody
Hair
because that head and shoulders, it makes you who you are.
He was the nicest guy to me. There's no reason for him to. He didn't have to be. He didn't know I was going to be on the radio someday telling the story. And he was just the nicest human being. We talked for 5 minutes. I helped him with an autograph line, people coming in. Like, he was just the best human being. And that, to me, is what stands out. I also, though, was there in the stadium for the Pittsburgh game, and that was that playoff game was wild.
Glorious.
Oh, my God, so good. All right, what do you got next, KJ?
Louisville Soul Train. Louisville Soul Train.
ESPN's Football Power Index has the Broncos ranked as the 12th best team in the NFL heading into the 2025 season with a plus 1.3 rating tied with the San Francisco 49ers. They are still a decent ways behind the Kansas City Chiefs. They're at plus 5.4, and then the Chargers are at plus 2.1, but the Raiders are at minus 2.0. Last season, coming into this portion of the offseason, the Broncos were ranked 30th in the NFL. So that's an 18-spot leap, which is the second biggest behind the NFC runner-up Washington Commanders. What type of leap can we expect from the Broncos in 2025 that would justify they're on track under the Sean Payton and Bo Nix regime?
I think we can expect a positive leap, and I don't see the sophomore slump coming from Bo.
Ooh.
I don't.
I want to talk about that.
I don't see it at all. You know why? Because what Bo did is he tasted success, but he tasted the defeat against the Bills it was a meal that he ingested more thoroughly than even the success that he had in his rookie year. And what I've already seen is that he went to work. He went back to work, and he made it about his improvement, about getting around these players. Pat Bryant's already talked about the retreat that they're going to have as receivers and quarterbacks before training camp starts. Bo is a worker. He is a football machine. A chance to see it firsthand. My knees were very mad at me for the camp that I worked with Bo Nix. Football machine. The guy loves ball. And he's not about all the other stuff, man.
It's not. I'm not questioning him. But the league catches up to guys. Especially with an offseason of tape to break down. Now, listen. Is Sean Payton an offensive genius on the level of Andy Reid? I think he's close. So can he keep him afloat through a sophomore slump where D coordinators are doing what they want to against Bo Nix?
What do you see are things that Bo Nix...
You're the guy who helped me see him, so you know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, layering throws in is kind of your big thing. Not having to redline to get down the field with a ball is...
One of the things that I don't think that Sean Payton really even remotely tapped into was the design running of Bo Nix, particularly in the red zone. He's really good there, man. He was the number one dual threat quarterback as a high school recruit. He's built well. He's built durably. He's got good lower half. Like, he's a guy that can do those types of things.
He's a dude, no doubt about it. He's an athlete. I mean, I hate to make an example of a first pitch, but you saw from the first pitch, like, he's just an athlete.
Pretty dang sweet.
You know what I mean? He's an athlete.
Pretty good.
I don't deny that. I just, I'm not sold on there not being a sophomore slump yet. I hope you're right, but I definitely do worry about it. KJ, what do you got next?
Louisville Soul Train. Louisville Soul Train.
The Commanders are known around the league as the top threat to the Eagles in the NFC as we currently stand. Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury, he talked about earlier this week about the balancing of his new weapons and making sure everyone gets touches. Quote, they know bringing Debo in, there's going to be less, but we're going to be better. I think when they're able to sacrifice for that and understand that the ultimate goal is winning, then it all works itself out. But you want those guys. They're going to be pissed. I'm going to get cussed out a few games, but it comes with the territory. You'd rather have really good players cussing you out than bad players cussing you out. Coach, I'll come to you on this one first. Who plays a bigger role in making sure everyone gets touches, Cliff Kingsbury or Jaden Daniels?
That's going to be on Cliff Kingsbury. And Cliff Kingsbury, just to make it very clear, his background and his root as a offensive mind was shaped largely by the Mike Leach, Hal Mummy air raid system. And the air raid system is not a game plan heavy and design touches for particular players. It's all about it's basketball on the grass. It's Nikola Jokic.
Make the right play.
It's Nikola Jokic basketball, but on the football field where you just, hey, I got space over there. That's where the ball's going,
right?
Regardless of who it is. And so you don't scheme as much as, say, a Kyle Shanahan who came up in the same tree as Sean Payton did, which is you have sections of your call sheet that are called get touches to ...
for specific guys.
For specific players. So it's going to be an interesting dichotomy because this is a big year for Deebo Samuel. He needs to have a bounce back year. And if he doesn't get his touches early and often, he's going to be a malcontent. He's proven that.
Was last year, yeah. Was a malcontent last year. But to that point, here's what I'll say. I don't follow the Commanders close enough to know this for sure about their personalities. But the other guys that you want to get touches to on that team, I don't think have that personality.
Yes, I mean, Terry, he seems
he's
great.
not that kind of guy. And Zach Ertz, not that kind of guy.
No.
You know what I mean? And so if you're in a situation where you only have one guy.
Luke McCaffrey, not that kind of guy.
Not that kind of guy. So if you're in a situation where you only have one guy who's really going to be a malcontent if he doesn't get touches, I'm not as concerned about it as if you have an entire room's worth of weapons that feel that way.
It got a little bit heavy probably for Brock Purdy and certainly for Kyle Shanahan when you had Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel as malcontents at the same time.
And listen, Kittle wasn't going to be a malcontent, but you still want to get him touches.
Oh, yeah.
You still want to get use check touches.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean.
So
Kittle's a great teammate. He's a great effort guy, but he's still like, I know those types of competitors. I've coached those types of guys that are great teammates, but they'll come off of the field and they will start screaming obscenities because they are not touching the football and they're not involved.
And they think that them touching the football will help you win, which is
because they believe
mindset.
that.
Yes. Yeah. KJ, what's next?
Louisville Soul Train. Louisville Soul Train.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's head from the NFC East to the NFC South. The Atlanta Falcons.
Don't do it to me.
Let's go. Let's
Come
go,
on,
baby.
talk dirty
the
to me,
Atlanta
KJ.
Falcons are in OTA mode, and Raheem Morris stepped up to the podium, and he praised Michael Penix Jr. for his growing confidence as he steps into the starting QB role in year 2 for Atlanta. Now, another question came up from Michael Penix Jr. himself, and it talked about the relationship with his QB coach, DJ Williams. And MPJ talked about how DJ Williams has done a solid job of really just kind of pushing him and preparing him for what's to come.
What's it been like working with DJ Williams? So much last year and then also in his new role this year.
Yeah, man, it's been good. That's my dog. I could be open with him. He'd be open with me. He'd be hard on me. But it's been a good relationship, building each and every day off of that.
Sounds like you got yourself a great relationship there. DJ Williams, who cut his teeth under Sean Payton in the Saints organization, is a young offensive analyst, quality control type guy. The thing that I find fascinating about the Atlanta Falcons, Michael Penix Jr. takes over, and there was certainly a lot of positives to take away from his performance. That arm talent, the ability to layer throws better than anybody, maybe in the league itself, as a pure passer. It's a pure passer.
You're a big Penix guy.
I coached against all these guys.
I know.
And he's terrifying.
Yeah.
When he sees it, there's nobody who can locate a football better than him. Period. What happened to Kirk Cousins?
I was gonna let you finish.
What in the world is happening with Kirk Cousins?
I hate to derail KJ's topic here because I think Penix is an interesting discussion, but is Kirk Cousins just done? Right? I thought maybe after the draft, and I had heard that he had said, I don't want to be traded till after the draft because I don't want the same thing to happen to me that happened to me last year to happen to me this year. But how is he not in Pittsburgh right now?
Well, the reports that just came out from Jeremy Fowler is not only are they monitoring the situation with Kirk Cousins, but they're obviously kind of waiting on what Aaron Rodgers will do. If Aaron Rodgers decides that he doesn't want to play this season or if he wants to retire, Kirk Cousins will become their main focus, is what he's reporting.
Coach, I mean, I don't know how much you watched of him last year. It wasn't inspiring.
You talking about Kirk?
Yeah, but
Man, I was at that game against the Broncos, and I was like, that dude is past his prime.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, is he just cooked? Is he just done?
It's more of his movement skills to get away from rush. He doesn't move well enough. He's
After
still
the Achilles.
even in that game, he still had a couple seeds that he threw. You're like, okay, that's Kirk Cousins. I can see why he's made this much money that he's made, but just the movement skills, man. You can't do it. You can't play the game with that limited of mobility.
Yeah.
That's where I think Aaron Rodgers is cooked too.
Yeah.
Both those guys, man, they don't have a step. The Steelers really want to do that?
What? I mean, Mason Rudolph is your other option.
Why did the Steelers not take Shedeur Sanders?
It is malpractice, if you ask me.
It's crazy.
Teams like that, you want to know how the Packers had 3 real good quarterbacks back-to-back, 2 of them Hall of Famers,
Always
one
took
of
a
them might be. Well, when one slipped in the draft, because you're drafting at 20-something, you're not going to be able to get the guy. But when one slipped in the draft,
they got the right one.
And how about the Cowboys and the Steelers just sitting on their hands as you get into the 3rd round and not taking a guy who might have more upside?
I'd throw the Raiders in there.
Raiders, great. Like, how does that happen? I have no idea.
Because the Raiders don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Convince me that Geno Smith is their quarterback of the next 7 years.
Don't get me started. KJ, you want to do one more just to make fun of me real quick here? Go ahead.
Louisville Soul Train.
Yeah, go ahead.
Louisville Soul Train.
Bills DN Joey Bosa has recently sustained a calf injury that will have him out until at least training camp. And according to reports out of Buffalo, Joey Bosa may be on a snap count during training camp, even if he's ready to go by day 1. Rob, has the curse already started?
I know you put that in there just to make fun of me.
How is Joey Bosa only 29 years old, just feels like an old player now?
Because he gets hurt all the time. Listen, the Bills need him in the playoffs. They need 8 sacks out of him over the year and put him in bubble wrap. I don't need him at offseason stuff. When training camp comes around, I do believe you need to work up the calluses a little bit. So when training camp comes around, you just try it, but that's why the Bills got him at a discount. So
$12.6 million.
I mean, it feels like a discount. Does that not feel like a discount to you?
I mean, Joe Bosa has been a household name in the National Football League.
Yeah, it feels like a discount.
He's not commanding that 18 to 24.
Right. God, I hate you, KJ. All right, coming up next, we will preview the press conference coming up with DA, and the boys from PhD will have it covered for you. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Colorado looking for real estate needs, buying or selling? Well, my guy, Barry Remington, my favorite realtor that I've worked with, and I have unfortunately bought and sold too many homes as a college football coach for the last 20 years. I loved working with Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry says that real estate is like playing linebacker, which is what he did for the CU Buffs with 490 plus career tackles, all-time career leader in tackles for the CU Buffs. But you got to read the field. You got to move fast. And you got to protect your team. And that's exactly how they work at the Barry Remington team at WK Real Estate. I just got a phone with Barry a bit ago, and he talked about this being a buyer's market right now. That's what we're dealing with, a buyer's market. So do not underestimate what a seller will do to get a deal done. Barry's got more inventory than he's had in 10 plus years, which is awesome for you, the buyer. Sellers, they can help you even more by buying down the buyer's interest rate and making the monthly payment more affordable. It's a great opportunity for buyers, but you need someone who knows how to take advantage of it without losing the home that you want. Barry Remington is your guy. Make sure you log into barryremington.com. There's 2 listings in Louisville, Colorado. Beautiful properties. One on Coal Creek Golf Course in Louisville, another one in downtown Louisville. So check them out at barryremington.com.
So we're going to be moving forward with David Adelman as our head coach, moving forward for next season and beyond. I think that the way the group really rallied around him and not only a different voice but a different style of communication was fantastic to see. And so we're really excited about him, both what he's shown over the last 6 weeks and then having a full summer, a full training camp, and a full year to get things under his belt before we go back at it again this time next year.
I got to tell you, Rob Trujillo filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy, who's on an island somewhere. I got to tell you, KJ, you really confused me by playing sound from Josh Kroenke and having Dua Lipa underneath, because those are two different emotions that they evoke from me.
That's what I love.
Whoa.
That's what I love about my guy,
microphone.
KJ. He keeps you on your toes, man.
He does, man, because, I was listening to the terrific owner of the Denver Nuggets talk about an upcoming press conference and what he expects from DA. We're playing it because the press conference will start in about 13 minutes here. PhD will have your full coverage.
Do not miss this presser. It's going to be fascinating.
I really do think it's going to be interesting.
And I'm excited to see if Vic...
Wait, why are you taking Dua Lipa away from me? What happened?
I mean, it's just audio. It's not the visuals.
Oh,
yeah, he didn't put that on the board behind
It's still, it creates a certain memory. You know what I mean? So,
no doubt.
It's okay. You can take it down.
Yeah. So I want to know if Vic Lombardi's going to ask any real questions.
So he's got a special sit down one-on-one with him.
Is he going to ask? Is he going to ask the question?
I don't know.
What's the question?
The cart before the horse, chicken before the egg.
Coach before the GM.
Amen. Is that question going to be asked clearly? I'm going to challenge. I'm going to issue a public challenge to one Italian stallion, Vic Lombardi.
Okay, so he asked the guys this morning for what question would you ask and how? Go ahead, phrase it.
Yeah, this is it. The pairing of head coach and general manager led to both being terminated on the same day. What is going to be different about the David Adelman and to-be-named general manager relationship going forward?
Doesn't he just say, well, it's hard to say until I know who the general manager is?
How do you, follow-up question, how do you feel about not having a general manager in place when you've been named head coach?
That is, because as a coach, so from that chair.
It's essentially like being named a college head coach without an athletic director.
Right. And so do you say, I want to be part of those discussions? I mean, he doesn't really have the weight to say that, right? He's not whatever, Phil Jackson, right? He can't be like, oh, I want to say in who you hire as GM. But
he's not Pat Riley.
Right.
He's not even, Eric Spoelstra.
He's not even, I've been a head coach in the league before. You know what I mean? So I just wonder what kind of influence you can ask for in that situation when you have that seat, because you are the forward-facing part of the franchise. I mean, it's in terms of highest level up that talks to the media all the time, it's the head coach.
It's the headbanger.
It's not GM. It's not owner. They are available once or twice a year. He is available every day. He does a weekly radio show. Like, it is the head coach. So he does have to answer a little bit for the organization. How much of a right does he have to say, I at least want to be included in the conversation?
Because the real question here is not, from my perspective, the real question here has nothing to do with, is David Adelman qualified for the job? Did David Adelman earn the job? My answer to that is yes and yes, exclamation point.
Hold on.
From my perspective.
Let me ask you a question. Going into last season, had Antonio Pierce earned the Raiders job?
And no.
Go. Okay.
Dude, they won a couple meaningless December games, like 2.
I get it.
And then they smoked cigars
in
the locker room.
They did.
Cool, bud. That felt so different because it felt so Raiders. So emotional, snap judgment, and get a head coach on the cheap.
So, but
this does not feel like this.
You're saying he has earned this in your eyes.
Plus, I also knew some of the Antonio Pierce, Arizona State background information. So I was like, yeah, it's not going to work. Nah, it's going to be terrible. And it was.
And I assume you're not going to tell us that background. That's fine.
I mean, some of it you can just go look at the NCAA findings and why Arizona State was on probation.
So but from a coach's seat, even if he has earned that spot in your eyes, does he earn the right to say, I want to make sure I get along with this guy? Not necessarily veto power.
You
but
brought it up. You brought it up on one of the breaks that it makes you believe more that the process of interviewing the general manager for Josh Kroenke is he the governor and bunch of titles for the basketball for the franchise.
Yeah,
it's going to be a little bit more about, does that general manager like the head coach? Is he somebody that he has familiarity with? Does he believe in that head coach? Is there a relationship?
Yeah,
which there could be. Don't forget, David Adelman is not a nobody that just came out of thin air.
Sure.
He is the son of a legendary head basketball coach in Rick Adelman. Legendary.
And I'm sure he knows plenty of people around the league.
He grew up on a sideline. He grew up hanging around.
And there's no question, if you're Josh Kroenke, one of those questions that you ask in that interview is, how do you feel about the head coach? He is our guy going forward, no doubt. But as the coach, if you were him, you wouldn't try to say, like, can I at least get a conversation with you about who it is before you hire him?
We just got a really interesting text here. Josh says, doesn't this give the Nuggets flexibility if Adelman doesn't work out in the next couple of years, that the general manager can replace him with his guy?
You can't.
It's brutal, but there's a bit of truth to that. Here's what I'd say. If this doesn't work in year one of David Adelman,
you are burning prime years of the greatest player your franchise will ever have. And if that's your mindset going into this, that Adelman can be a scapegoat, I think it's a huge mistake.
Welcome to the big chair, David.
Yeah,
Have fun in your presser today,
Press conference coming up
Go
in
get
minutes.
it, Tiger.
Of course, PhD will have all the coverage for you. Coach, thanks so much for letting me sit in.
So you want to be a ball coach.
Thanks so much for letting me sit in. I had a ton
Awesome
of fun.
being with you, Rob.
PhD coming up next. They will have your coverage of the DA press conference right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we are just moments away from Josh Kroenke introducing David Adelman as the new head coach of your Denver Nuggets. Pretty cool. Looking forward to it. Tyler, what do you want to hear from David Adelman?
I'm not sure. It kind of feels like it's going to be a business as usual type of press conference. It's not like it's a new body. It's not a new name. It doesn't feel fresh, right? So I'm not really sure what to expect out of this other than maybe some very basics along the lines of, who's going to return, who are you keeping, coaching staff, I mean. And
coaching staff would make – I'm trying to think like what he would be in charge of. Like what does he – coaching staff, you would think.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get to be in charge of the GM, whoever that may be. Financially, like the roster, how much – involvement is he going to have with the roster? That might be a question, right? Like, how much do you need to have, and how much do you need to buy the groceries to cook the meal, that sort of thing?
Yeah, for sure. Probably not much. First timer.
Probably doesn't get a whole heck of a lot to say, right?
He probably cooks with ingredients that are given to him. He doesn't get the credit card.
Or what can he exactly do? And this is where traditionally Jared Bednar has just been, more deferential to Joe and to Chris McFarland. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be the case. Who knows? I'm trying to get the screen up there. So we are going to take it live as it happens. It's also on Altitude TV. It's also on Denver Nuggets Twitter and their YouTube channels as well. So don't know who that guy is.
I don't either. I was just kind of curious about that.
Some golf guy. So they're probably going to preempt some sort of golf show to bring you the press conference, but we'll be here for it. That's what we'll be doing. So there you go. There you go, Nuggets.
Scotty at the presser?
I don't think so. I don't. Maybe Dan. You might. We did come to you a little bit early today just to get it going, and they're about to take it live on Altitude TV, and we're down there as well. So Vic's there. It's set up in SoCo, so not the traditional media spot. So a little bit more room.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Where they got it.
That looks nice.
That. There's our guy, Vic Lombardi, hosting it with Katie Wingy. So they're managing it. Oh, there he is, my man. So, so here we go. We'll see them here in a second. They're just doing a little preamble. And we'll get it on as soon as we can.
So they're doing the presser up there, huh?
SoCo, yeah. Like I said, that's way more space, more comfortable. The little media room is, fine for most of the Muggles, but
when you should have lighting.
If you got a bigger event and everything, I think it's cool to go up to a better area. Scott, what do you think? What's on your mind here? What are you hoping you hear David Adelman say today?
I don't know. I don't think he could say anything more than he's said in 17 games.
Oh, it's going to be a boring press conference. Then. Yeah. That'd be funny.
Well,
I think I answered all your questions.
Well, it does kind of feel a bit anticlimactic, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
We know the guy.
We've gotten enough of his pressers. We've gotten I think you saw the home, I saw the home and away, and it's you kind of know his personality, right? You kind of feel like you know who the guy is and who he's going to be.
We will have Coach Adelman on with us one-on-one when the press conference is over.
That's cool.
So we will talk to DA after he's done.
What right now, before he speaks, would you ask him?
What do you think he gets to answer honestly? Personnel-wise, what do you need to win? Specifically.
I'd love to know, in his opinion, what makes you different than Michael Malone.
There's a good one. That's a good one.
You've been coaching with Michael Malone for a long time now. How is this program going to look different?
I like that. That's good. That's a legit one. It's got to be something's got to be different. What is it? Yeah, that's good.
Scotty?
I don't know if I would put Malone's name in there because it's not Malone's day, it's his, but I would say, how do you foresee your tenure now starting different from the previous ones?
Oh, well, as long as you're going to be, sneaky. Yeah.
I mean, you still get the same question, Ian, but
how
are you different than Malone?
All right, well, here we go. Here is David Adelman stepping up. He's very dapper in a suit. And
I'm going to get him
Kroenke
hooked
as well.
up with advanced hair restoration. I know that.
Let's go to the press conference.
All right. Thanks to everybody for coming out. It's an exciting day for the Denver Nuggets. You guys have heard from me from a few times in the last month or so. So I'll just turn it right over to our new head coach, David Adelman.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to people that came out today. And I think the personal stuff I want to get out of the way. I know it's going to sound like I won an Oscar, but I think it's important. First, the Kroenke family, Mr. K, everything he's done here over the years, the support over the last 2 months has been incredible. And then obviously Josh and what we've done together as a partnership before this thing was finalized was really special. And then I have to take some time. My family's here, their support, their sacrifice, what they've done to help me get to this point. My family back home, my sisters, brother, parents, and then really quickly, the journey of what this is as a coach. All the way back in Oregon in high school, Gene Potter, Jeff Peeler, Peyton Chapman. People don't know who these people are, but they're the reason I'm here. And obviously, in Minnesota, my father trusting me, on to Flip Saunders, Sam Mitchell, Frank Vogel, and obviously Coach Malone here. So a lot of people to thank. Again, I don't want to be long-winded, but that's what this is. Getting to sit in this seat next to Josh if those people don't support you. So I feel extremely blessed to have one of these 30 jobs and to be the head coach of the Denver Nuggets.
I'll open it up for questions.
Hey, mentioned prioritize organization specifically internally through player development. That's a bit. I'm curious what it looks like to you, player development, in terms of your expectations for the players, the approach from you and your staff, and also the expectation from the organization in terms of making sure that happens.
Yeah, I think it starts now. I mean, we have people in this building that are more than capable of creating the depth that we need. It's also me creating a different kind of relationship with these players. Being the head coach as opposed to lead assistant is a lot different. And those expectations have to be defined for them. I need to be active and go see players, make sure they understand what they can do to have an impact on this team next year. And I think it's an interesting thing, player development, because your skill set has to get better in the summer, but it has to be aligned with what we're trying to do as a team. So there is a happy medium that you have to meet. All these guys have people they work out with away from this building. We have great people in this building. But we have to unify those relationships, and I think that goes a long way. And I really mean that. I think throughout the playoffs, I played different people at different times, depending on who we were playing, matchups, the series, the opponent. But I expect guys to come back much better, stronger, more confident, and understand the opportunity that they have. People talk a lot about our first five, and they should. It's an incredible first five. But I see a lot of talent in that room. And, confidence, comes from trust. And I think that trust has to be, found throughout the summer. And it can't just be, hey, I'll see you in September and see what happens. So it's a big summer for us. A lot of guys coming back that I know are going to be competing for spots. And that's the biggest thing about the NBA, man. You want competition in that gym, and we're going to have it. And guys are going to compete for it, and whoever earns it's going to play. Just like in the playoffs, I said that, and that will translate to next season.
Sorry about that. How are you? Thank you for taking the time. I guess, given, like you were just talking about, given this, you have a summer and you have a training camp, what do you hope to implement, and what kind of new wrinkles do you hope to add to make it yours?
Yeah, I think you saw some of it defensively. I mean, I think we have to be, much more creative throughout the season. And that's not just zoning or things like that, but I think it gets guys through the year healthier. You can demand a very aggressive man defense, but I think you can change things up. I think we have high IQ players that allows you to be, more variety defensively. And I think offensively, obviously we were top 5 in the league, but it showed in the Oklahoma City series, our execution has to get better. You can run similar things that we've ran that have been very successful. And I thought, our transition game was very impactful throughout the season, but some of that does not translate to the playoffs. And so that's a major goal for us. We have to get back to being an execution-based team. If that takes away some of our pace numbers or whatever the analytics want to say, I think that's okay if it wins you a game in May, as opposed to, playing a game in December. It's a very different style of basketball. And we have to think that way throughout the whole season. So when we get to that point, we can morph into that team. And I think you see the teams that are still surviving today outside of Indiana, they can really slow down and execute. And to Indiana's credit, they're playing at a pace that's absolutely insane for the playoffs. But I think most of the time, the majority of the time, if you want to win big, you got to play slow, you got to be efficient, you got to be clean. So that'll be things we'll talk about throughout the summer going into training camp.
David, following up about the development, players earn roles in the offseason, they develop skills, but implementing them, it seems to me, often takes real game experience and maybe some sacrifice from the team to get guys there.
Right.
What's your philosophy about letting players grow into their role through repetition in the regular season?
Yeah, I think to grow into a role, you have to earn a role. So guys that earn those roles will play. I do believe you're right. In-game experience is better than anything else, but there's a balance there. We know what the Western Conference is. It got better in the last month, with the draft, and obviously free agency and trades are going to happen. So it's a balance of trying to get guys to have game experience while staying in the fight, staying where you're supposed to be to compete for one of those top 6 spots. Because we all saw it this year. I mean, it's the play-in, included the Golden State Warriors. So it's an incredible conference. We know that, but you're right. There's a happy medium. I have to manage that as best I can with the help of the staff to make sure guys are progressing at the right rate. So we have a proper, balance of guys in the playoffs when it comes. But like I said, it goes both ways. You also have to earn that. These guys will get a chance to do that throughout the summer, getting to see them. Seeing their progression as an individual player, and then into September, when we have, obviously runs here, guys want to come in and play, and then obviously training camp's going to be a real thing. And I'm hoping to make sure we get to playing quickly when September rolls around, because you don't have a lot of time to decide. But yeah, I think it's a balance, like most things in life. It's yes, I want to see progression, but I also really want to win games. So we'll balance that as best we can.
Coach, you talked about meritocracy in the playoffs. The playoffs creates an urgency that, for me, creates a buy-in from the players. How do you do that on a Tuesday night in Chicago where you set a guy and he's clearly upset because it's like, what does this matter? Why can't I stay in the final 5 minutes of the first half or the final 5 minutes of a game? What did you learn about doing it in the playoffs that you can apply as the head coach during the regular season?
I will say this. The last 2 years, we've lost Game 7 in the second round of the playoffs. So when we get to December, January, February, and there's small fires to be put out and all those things, and guys aren't feeling it or whatever, I will remind them of that. And we have to understand that if we want to have our ultimate goal, then our professionalism has to be throughout the whole season. And if you want to create, a way about you that's going to translate in April and May, and I keep saying translate because it's what it is, and this is a step-by-step process throughout the season, that will be brought up a lot because we've been this close 2 years in a row of doing something extremely special like we did, in 23. So if guys can't understand that, that's an issue, and I'll make sure that they remember that because we have to understand what our opportunity is here. And as tough as the conference is, we know where we are in this conference. We've been the standard for a long time, and the standard is great, and it's fun to come back and win every year and have a great team. But our ultimate goal is to get to the end. And again, I'm not making blanket statements here. I'm just saying it's a step-by-step process, and what you're talking about is part of that process. And yeah, go ahead.
You have to be aligned, and you're the coach before a GM. Josh, you talked about this. Why were you so comfortable that you could put David in this position before a GM that you could all still end up aligned to get to that next step?
It's a very good question. I think that when you're contemplating changing out coach and general manager, one of the things that I would look at from my perspective is, do we need a complete organizational reset, top to bottom, culturally? And that's why I made the decision at the end of the season like I did, was probably to do a little bit of a litmus test on that. With the benefit of hindsight, I can look back and see that very clearly now. And I can also say very clearly that this organization does not need a cultural reset. I think anyone that was in and around that dressing room for the last 6 weeks, I think could probably say that there was a very unified group. And while I understand that pressure might have brought some of that unification, I also think it was the people in that locker room. I think, a long time ago, when we set organizational standards to get to where we are today, that a lot of it of that is about culture and a day-to-day thing. Eventually, I need to take a step back from that. The coaches take over that, and eventually the coaches even take a step back from that, and that becomes the players. The players are policing that on a daily basis. And from what I saw and how the players responded, our culture is still there. We just needed to peel off a few things, have a small reset, and I think we're ready to go forward.
Like, I was going to ask a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. Coach, first off, congrats. I was just curious, how much did you feel like you were able to implement in 3 regular season games and 14 playoff games that you would have, I guess, implemented in a training camp?
Yeah, I would say defensively it was easier because you can put things out there in a walkthrough. You don't get to practice a lot at the end of the season. The playoff schedule was insane, as everybody knows. We were playing every other day. I think the offensive part we didn't get to do as much as we would have liked to because offense, you need repetition and live action. Defensively, you can really talk about small things, depending on what kind of zone you're running, what we're trying to take away. You don't make it complicated. We had our standards defensively in our man defense. It's always been there. But I'm excited for the offensive part of it because you need repetition and rhythm together for that to matter. You can't do a walkthrough. You can put in a set play or first play of the game, ATO, whatever it is, but that's not going to translate, like I said, unless you're really playing. So these guys will have the summer. We'll go talk to them about what our ideas are so they can implement that into their game when they're working on it. But training camp will be really fun for us. And I think it'll be good for the guys. That's one thing about coming back this year. Yes, I'm new in my role. And obviously that's going to be different. We have to look at the staff and make good decisions, but new ideas are good ideas. And I think the guys have to feel like when they come back, it's not just the same. And, some things you try, you end up, throwing to the sides, it doesn't work, but I have to give them something to come back to that excites them. And a lot of these guys have been here for a long time, and that's a goal of mine. And there's so much good basketball out there to watch, to learn from, to implement. And when you have the talent that we have, a lot of things can work. We just have to pick the right stuff to make them feel like they're coming back to something new.
This can be for both of you guys. Over. Hi. What are the details of what will define success for the two of you?
I think it's just a day-to-day grind. And like I said, the ultimate goal is obviously to be the last team standing. And that's easy to say that, but it's day-to-day. Are you winning the day? And if you do that, I think you set these marks along during the season. And to have ultimate success has to be something you sustain. And the personality of the team has to be consistent throughout the season. And that has to happen. I thought last year we were up and down. We had success, but it didn't seem like it was a steady rise. And I think that's the thing you have to feel throughout a year. You want to go into the playoffs feeling that way. And we did have momentum. Josh talked about it. There was change at the end, obviously. We took that change and had the momentum and found a way to win that first-round series. But I want to feel that way in February. I want to work our way to that where everybody feels like we're progressing towards the ultimate goal. So again, I said it, you can talk about finality all you want, but the bottom line is that it is a process-based business. And you have to work every day to get to your ultimate goal and not just expect it to happen. That'd be my expectation for next year.
To piggyback off of kind of what he said, I would say it's a process-oriented business, but it's a results-oriented narrative. And we're very conscious of that at different times when we set about, when my father and I kind of set about building these teams, 10 plus years ago, start laying the foundations of the group that you want to see play out over time. Success means something different back then than it does today. And so right now we're in what I would say is kind of a very binary position, which is you either have success, which is to win the championship, or you're failing and you're falling short. So, making the second round of the playoffs, losing in Game 7, while we have many positives that we can take away from that, I think that we're most aware of the result, how it ended, seeing the teams that are still playing, where we can tweak our group going forward to give us the best chances to compete against those teams and eventually beat them.
David, over here on your far left. Given the past 2+ months, the way you grew up with your dad as an NBA coach, how prepared do you feel to step into this role full-time now?
Very prepared. I felt prepared when we started at the end of the season, and that's because of the people I've been, lucky enough to work for. Coach Malone was a great teacher, a guy to learn from. I said it, Frank Vogel, Flip, Sam, my father, obviously. When you're around those people and you see how they run their business and their process, it's kind of a cheat code, and it helps you when you get this opportunity. And not to mention I think I'm ready because I have an incredible support. I mean, with Stan and Josh, Ben, what he did stepping in at the end of the year, the coaching staff, what they've accomplished here, and obviously our players. You can talk about yourself individually, but it's not about me. It's about, are we ready? And do we make sense together? And obviously at the end of the year, we found a rhythm. Relationships, were formed in a different way to be a head coach. So, yeah, I'm excited about the group, and coming together. And are we ready as a group to take the next step? Josh just mentioned it. Are we ready to do what we have to do to make sure when we get to these opportunities late in the season that we can win these games? And, I can sit here and answer your question directly like I did and say me, but I do think it is the group. And when we come back together, we reconvene as a team, I think we're more than ready to take the next step. And like I said at the start, we talked about player development. This is about every man in that room, coming back, being better, ready to win the day. And if we can do that, obviously we'll all take the steps we want to take to find ultimate success.
David, kind of building off that, a lot of coaches in your situation will hire an assistant with head coaching experience. I guess how important is that to you? And then as a whole, what kind of consideration have you given to your staff? And do you feel like it's important to bring in some new voices?
Yeah, I mean, that's conversations we're having right now. And those are conversations we're going to have going forward. The staff obviously did an absolutely incredible job. I think sometimes in the media you talk about, well, I stepped into a situation and I had to handle all this pressure. But everybody had to step up in different ways. I do think we'll have to take a long look at everything with the staff, just like you do with your roster, your players, because every year you want to get better. And to talk about what kind of assistant we would hire, that's a conversation we'll have upstairs. Because you want to find the right people, not just people that fit a narrative, outside of this room. So it's about winning games. It's about finding creative minds within your own room that you've been with over these years or outside of these rooms. So it's have to take a complete look at it, make sure if we come back, the right people are in place. But again, I want to say that again, the staff this season, what they did at the end to complement everything that was going on was so incredible. I have nothing but good things to say about everybody in that room.
I guess for both of y'all, but Josh, how much are you going to lean on David or want his input on who the next GM might be in DA? How much do you want to be involved knowing you've got to put your staff together? And Josh obviously has an idea the direction he may want to go.
I've already been thinking a lot about the front office. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Ben Tenzer, just like DA did. Ben's been unbelievable since he took the reins. This time of year, there's, through the playoffs, there's minimal things that go on in that world from a roster standpoint. But Ben and I have been spending a lot of time together talking about each individual player, how we think we can improve them, as individuals and within the context of the team. Ben has a lot of great ideas of how we can improve the front office, both internally and externally, and I'm also soliciting a lot of opinions outside. DA will come into that process at some point, but right now I think it's just, focusing on getting him the right staff, making sure he has the right pillars underneath him to give him the most chances for success. But we'll come back to that at some point. And, as we reach a decision, I'll for sure bring him into the loop. But I think, the input will be relatively minimal because what I'll be looking for is cohesion between those two. And I think that, once we decide on that, I think that I'll have a lot of comfort in how they work together. And I think DA will as well.
Yeah, and I also think, just to respond to it, I've been in the NBA for a long time, so you work with a lot of different kinds of people. This business is about cohesion, like he said, and it's all about just moving forward and winning. That's it. So it's not about finding your best friend. So like he said, Ben's done an amazing job. Complementary, thought process in basketball is important. But, like I listed, the head coaches I listed, I also worked with, 100+ assistant coaches, different GMs, front offices change, different ownership groups. So that's what this is about. It's actually about whoever has that spot going forward. It's just developing relationships, sacrificing your own thoughts for the betterment of the whole group. So, yeah, obviously extreme trust in what Josh is going to do. I have my job. I'll do my job, and I'll do the best I can with whoever comes in.
This is for both of you. Your standard over the last several years has been very, very good. And with the last 2 years, you've fallen just short of halfway to a championship. on your roster now, do you have the talent to win a championship? And the second part of that, in hiring a GM, do you want somebody to challenge you on that idea or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it starts with belief. And that was one of our main topics of discussion whenever we made the changes 6 weeks ago, was reestablishing belief in that locker room. So I think if you ask us, there's a firm belief that they can achieve their ultimate goal. Can they achieve that as currently constructed? I think the answer, as Yoke said after the playoffs ended, was obviously no. So we need to take a hard look at how we can raise our ceiling going forward, whether that's internally or externally. As I said last week, I'm actively inviting outside opinion into my process in the front office because I genuinely want to know, what people think of how we've operated. And, to your point, yeah, the standards have gone up significantly around here. And so to feel like, losing a heartbreaker in Game 7 of the second round of the NBA playoffs is a massive disappointment. But from where we were, a long time ago, it makes me proud, but I'm disappointed with where we are currently because we have a real shot to compete. And I think if you look at the team still playing, we feel while, they're still playing, with a little bit of health and maybe a little bit of luck, maybe it could be us, but it's not. And we're very conscious of that and how we need to go about improving going forward.
Yeah, and I would say you never live in the present or the past. So if I answer that question, I would say remains to be seen because what are people doing within these rooms to make themselves better? Because next year will not be last year or the year before or the year we won the championship. It's going to be its own thing, its own journey, its own adventure in a way. And that's the great thing about the NBA is it never stops. And like I mentioned earlier, Dallas gets the first pick. San Antonio gets the second pick. That's going to change. So it's the responsibility of the group to understand that if we want to make that happen, it's starting right now. It's not just going to happen because it's going to happen. And the standard has been the standard here, and we have won so many games over the years. But there's a responsibility from everybody, myself, the staff, the players, support staff, front office, everybody, to understand if we want to have that goal, you can't stand pat. You can't just be excited about having a good season and getting to Game 7 against a really good team in OKC. OKC's coming back. They're going to be there. Minnesota's going to be there. So for us to surpass those teams, everybody in that room's got to believe they can get better. And so it's easy to say, well, we didn't have the roster last year because we didn't win it. Or you can look at it and say, well, how much better can this roster get? How can we maximize what we have? And if we do that, I think we have a great opportunity. As Josh said, we're more than capable of competing with those teams. We showed it. It's just about getting in the right, mindset when those games come at the end of the season, earning the right to be in those games first. But yes, there's enough in there. Obviously, conversations have to be had. We'd love to improve, but you can improve with what you have. And that's going to be important for these guys looking at their summers.
I have a question for David, but real quick, Josh, you mentioned last week the possibility of an outside firm in terms of the GM search. Are you going that direction, or is it more
There's no news on that front.
Okay.
No news on that front. Thank you.
David, offensively, specifically, what's going to change for you, if anything? What stays the same? Or are you planning to have an offensive coordinator, so to speak? Or how's that going to look in terms of the delegation?
Yeah, still formulating ideas with that with the staff. Going in a lot of different ways. I think offensively next year, though, I think Jamal's not going to miss shots next year. He's going to be on fire all the time. We're going to rely on that. No, I think it's like I said. You have to always be changing with the game, and our players will come back. We've had, things we've ran for all these guys over the years. We have to come back with different ideas, and that comes from different voices. I have to be willing to listen to outside opinions. It's different for me. It was my opinion before being given to someone else. So I think, delegation will come as the staff is formed. And there's different ways to do it. What we've done here has been successful with the offensive, defensive coordinators, with the head coach. But there's other people doing it a different way across the league. And so that's for me to sit down, realize where my comfort zone is with that, and then go from there to make sure we put the right people in place to give these guys the best chance possible to be successful.
David, go back to that top five. Given the way the last two seasons ended with conversations about fatigue, injury, lack of depth, Are you satisfied with the condition level, the conditioning, and the approach to availability from those guys you're leaning on so much?
No, I think we can come back better. I think we can come back more ready to start the season. I think you can every year. I think every guy comes back, and as they take a year, they get a year older, they're all trying to maintenance themselves through the offseason into the first part of the first games. I would love for us to come back, more ready to go. Because I think the thing that's funny is the year we won the championship, yes, it was a totally different conference. But the bottom line is we got off to a great start that year and just crushed it throughout the season, which allowed us to be right for the playoffs. And it's hard to say we're going to do that because the Western Conference is really tough, but you have to give yourself every opportunity possible to have the best start possible because it allows you to maintenance your roster as you go into the playoffs. So that'll be the expectation. We'll have those conversations with guys. It's not all that simple. Guys are coming off, a really, really tough season. There's mental fatigue, there's physical fatigue, but when guys are ready to get back into it, I think they have to start and understand what the challenge is going to be. And teams that get off to great starts, usually at the end of the year, have the best chance of being healthy in these big games. So that's going to be a conversation with the whole group. There'll be goals set, expectations, obviously private conversations. But yeah, that'll be the expectation to come back in much better shape.
Coach, over the course of the last couple of seasons especially, the team has really had probably like an 8 or 9 man rotation with guys playing heavy minutes. Just in an ideal world, what would you hope for as kind of running things now?
Yeah, in the past, it's always been 9.5 to start the season. And then as you gradually work your way to the playoffs, it usually morphs to 8. But every year is different. You know what I mean? I see 2 teams right now in the playoffs playing more than that in these rounds in Indiana and OKC. So, it's about progression of our players, and the trust goes both ways. It has to be developed both ways. But yeah, the ultimate goal would be playing 9 guys to start the season. And like I said, sometimes 10. And that's the best way to get through the year. And then I think guys earn their spots. As you play more games, you realize stylistically how you're going to play. And that also helps to know who's going to be in that rotation. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. Obviously, I would say, the year we won it, it was more like a 7.5, 8-man rotation. We stayed healthy that year, but the goal would be to have more people in the fold, as we go forward. So I said it before. There's going to be spots open. It's going to be an open competition to win those spots in our rotation. And so guys that come back ready to roll are going to, reap the rewards of that.
David, I know it's the front office's job to add personnel to the roster, but what traits do you see the team lacks right now that can be accomplished either through internal improvement or external? What traits, shooting, athleticism, that the roster needs to add going into next year?
Yeah, I would say consistent shooting. Obviously, the way we get guarded, and that's nothing new. That's not like it's just for us. If you're watching these series, Shea and Anthony Edwards are getting triple teamed. They're coming from all over the place. And we brought this up during the playoffs, and it's funny, Julian's sitting right here. His game 6, was incredible. And then you saw what Lou Dort did, in game 5. There's a premium on shot making at, the times you need it. And when you get into those moments, it's not just about making shots during the season. I never look at percentages because that's not real when you get in those moments. It's about the repetition, the confidence of making shots in those big games. And, it's a talent. And it's something that can be, I think you can enhance yourself, being mentally tougher, playing in more games throughout the season that mean more. But to me, that's what stands out is just, it's not just making shots, it's making shots in the moment. And how do you get yourself ready for that moment? And I think the guys going through some experiences this year that maybe weren't part of those things the last couple years, you hope that translates to next season because the trust is going to be there. And you saw Nicola, you see Jamal. They trust their teammates, and they're going to get off the ball, and they're going to make the right play. And now we've got to take those steps, whether that's through talking about it mentally, the repetition they put in the summer, the type of work they're putting in, not just getting 100 shots up, but what kind of shots are you shooting? All that stuff matters when you get in those moments. And, that'll be talked about with these guys. But I think that's what stood out to me throughout the season and then obviously in the playoffs.
Coach, I know this decision came down to more than just the players' voices, but at the end of the season, a lot of those first 5 guys really advocated for you to be in this role. Did you see any of that? And what did that mean to you to see that you've already built those bonds?
Yeah, it meant a lot because it's not just the fact that we've known each other for a long time. It was the fact that the situation was going to go one way or the other. And their decision to buy into what we were doing said a lot about them, not about me. And the fact that they thought that they still had a chance to make something out of the season as things were kind of going the other way. And I was actually talking, Andy Miller, my agent's here, and we were talking about this last night, but it was special to see the response from the guys. And these aren't just, random players I took over. These guys won a championship. These guys are some of the most accomplished players in the NBA, not just the last 3 years, the last 6, 7, 8 years that have been through the wars of the playoffs and seen it all. So to develop trust with them during that time was really important to me. That's going to continue. And I want to talk about this before this is over. What you saw from these guys communication-wise is going to continue next year. These guys, this is their team. And what they want to do next year and the goals they have is going to come down to what they want. And I'm there to help, to shepherd this. But this is about them and the success they've had. So it meant a ton to me that, Josh had the trust in me to take over. And then at the end of it, to have the guys feel like things were done correctly, and to have this opportunity to come back, it's an honor. It's an honor to coach the Denver Nuggets, and more importantly, coaching these players. So very excited for the journey next year.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, quite a press conference there. And David Adelman will join us here shortly, so we will not take a break. We will have DA on with us in a little bit. Scott, your overall impressions?
You and I have talked about this since David took over. He wins every press conference. I mean, did that sound like the guy that got his very first job ever as a head coach?
A little yes, mostly no, only because of how grateful he was in the beginning, thanking everybody the way he did. So
that part.
Yeah.
But when he started talking basketball.
But also, I've been in the NBA a long time. This is this is that. No, it sounded like, somebody who's really ready for the job.
And he kind of ends the press conference with a mic drop.
I thought he did a great job. Thought it was a bit confusing, the messaging coming from Josh Kroenke and David Adelman. We heard in various forms different messaging, meaning, yeah, we got the group to run this thing back. Yeah, we got the guys. We feel very confident that we can win a championship. And then also hearing, oh, nope, Jokic said it. Nope, we can't win it with this current group. So it's kind of like, well, which one is it?
But I thought it was the same message, but you got to go back to what David said. And it's what we said on the show. Is Julian Strawther going to improve his game and create contact and finish a shot as opposed to feel the contact fade away from it? That's
Number
a big
one
step.
thing he said was consistent shooting.
Yeah.
Said the culture didn't need to be reset.
Which was interesting.
But they don't have all the players they need to win. So
Currently formed.
And
I thought the majority of his talk about players was basically, we got guys on this team that can play. Peyton Watson's got to get better. Julian Strawther's got to get better. If Jalen Pickett's going to be your backup point guard, Jalen Pickett's got to get better. They weren't good enough with the talent they had currently constituted.
They also did not take things, as far as I can tell, listening to this, they did not take things as serious as they should have during last summer. Their conditioning was off.
He was very blunt about that, wasn't he?
It led to blowing a bunch of games early in the season.
And we talked about that at the beginning of the year, too.
There was somewhat a lack of professionalism early in the season, and they need to tighten things up, and there were different rules for different guys, and that's going out the door. That's what I took away from that.
Well, I didn't get the different rules, but that's been mentioned in past things. But I think the conditioning thing was a challenge, and obviously it sounded like Jamal was in the thing, and we talked about Jamal was not in shape when the season started.
Nope.
He wasn't in shape in the Olympics. Nikola Jokic was not in shape when he came back from Serbia after the Olympics either. Now he's the one guy. Listen, when I was in the league, you came to camp to get into shape, but and football used to be the same way. Also, you came to camp to get in shape. Now it's 11-month out of your job, both those sports.
Yeah, you better have your ass
too.
in shape when you show up because you got that conditioning test on day one.
Right.
And you don't pass that thing, well, you don't get to practice.
We are joined by Coach David Adelman. Congratulations. A huge day for you, Coach. way to go. How's it feel to be announced as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets?
It's nice to get it over with, to be honest. You talk to people, you go through the negotiation of it. You don't know what's going to happen when the season ends. So it's really cool to have the trust of ownership and feel like now you can actually go and organize and do something, productive for the organization going forward because, you're in a holding pattern when the season ends. So very excited to get going. There's multiple players here. It'd be a good thing to have those conversations and get people's expectations rolling for what we expect, coming back in September.
You said that you were going to reach out to see players. When you hitching a plane to Serbia, Coach?
Well, hopefully it's Belgrade. We'll definitely see Nicole at some point. It's a balancing act, as you guys know, and Scott, when you played, you need to give them space, but you also, have to keep communication constant. So I think as the summer wears on and I have conversations with people, slowly but surely, I'll get out there, see guys. And then for our younger guys, it's not about going and seeing them and the mental part. It's the physical part and what they're doing to make themselves better, to align with our system and what they can do to make our depth better. We feel like we have a lot of people in-house that can take those steps to making us a better playoff team next year.
Yeah, I want to talk about that, but first I got to say, next year, welcome to the David Adelman show with us weekly. That'll be good. But I'm sorry you won't
number one ranked show, by the way.
Yeah, number one ranked show. But I know.
Well, just wait, guys. Now that I'm on it, we're gonna take steps in the right direction.
But I know you'll miss the trivia questions from Kaz before game, so we know that there. You talked about today, and I was excited when you said this because we talked about it once the season was over. Your roster and no draft picks and everything else, higher minds are going to have to deal with all of that. But you got guys, and you didn't mention names, but I will. Peyton Watson, I think, can be a player, but he's got to get stronger, and he's got to be able to finish and contact and everything. You can improve that in the summer. Julian Strother has got to be consistent. Now he feels contact and fades from a shot. He's got to do like Shea. He's got to create the contact and finish. Those are two giant keys from you right there. Automatically makes you better off the bench than you were this year probably.
I completely agree. And I think it's interesting. We're all prisoners of the moment, and we all see these players at what they just were 2 weeks ago. We all change in the next 3 or 4 months, and especially when you're young and, the resources these guys have. If they're professional about their approach this summer. And, Scott, I would say this, too, simplifying your game. I think everybody leaves in the summer and thinks they have to become a first-team All-NBA player. That's not the case. Simplification, mastering things that you can handle in games goes a long way. And what that does, that breeds trust. And you feel like you can trust somebody to be out there, whether it's finishing a game during the regular season, playing more minutes in the playoffs. But this is a huge 3 or 4 months for those guys. And like you said, putting the work in to get stronger is the number one goal. And I think skill set wise, like I said, simplifying and making things happen for yourself where, if I go right, this is what I do. I have one counter. If I go left, this is what I do. I have one counter. I have to be able to make a wide open corner three. Efficiency matters in our league, and especially when you're a role player off the bench. So got to see strides in that direction. I have to help with that. I have to give them, an outlook of the expectations of what we expect when they come back. I'm not just saying that because these guys are going to be back. We see things in them that could make us a better team. And the bottom line is we're not taking any steps, any direction more positive than this year unless those guys come back better. So that's on us to help them do that, and that's on them to have a professional approach this summer.
Coach, you're obviously around the previous regime, and I know you've got nothing but respect and probably nothing but love and gratitude. But how could we expect you, the protege, to look different than the previous regime?
Yeah, I think, when you work underneath somebody, your job is to complement their ideas. And, I think in the playoffs you saw a lot more variety defensively. We ran a lot of zones. I think that's something that's going to continue. It's something I'm into. I think it's good. I think it's important to kind of keep the better players in our league kind of off kilter a little bit. And it had an effect in the playoffs. We're going to keep going that way defensively. And I think offensively, I can't say blanket statements, but we have to take a deep look into why our execution's not good enough in big games. And, I think the year we won it was probably the highest point of execution we've had, and we could play at a slow pace and still win games. This year it was fun. We got up and down. We scored a lot of points. We're a top 5 offense, all those things. But when you get into a series against the Clippers with a bunch of grown men and OKC, who's, basically the greatest AAU team ever created, you have to be able to slow down and execute. And I think that's a step we're going to have to take this year. That's on me. That'll start in training camp. So whatever the ideas are that we come back with or we scrap that we've had in the past, the fundamental execution's got to get better. The physicality, the screening, the small things. And they showed up in those games we lost in the playoffs. So to answer your question, I think it's just a deep look into, how we've fallen off since we won the championship. How do you improve these small fundamental things? And, you have September, a little bit of October to improve on those things. And, all ideas are good ideas. I'm going to have to take a deep look at the staff, make sure we have, creative minds in that room. So when the guys come back, they feel like it's something new that they can grasp onto, improve and get better and hopefully, get past the round that we've been to the last 2 years.
David Adelman, newly minted head coach of the Denver Nuggets, joins us. You mentioned it on your presser. We've talked about it on the show. And see if there's any correlation in this. You guys, you just talked about playing a little bit more zone, doing this. You got a big fella that's at the top of his game, but he's still 7 foot and 290 pounds or 285 pounds. Doesn't the zone in season? We always talk about game management and rest management and all that stuff. Doesn't that give him a chance every once in a while if you play a little more zone in the regular season to rest a big fella, but yet be able to keep him out on the floor?
Yes, and that was, the idea of it, even in the playoffs, you don't have to get him to 42 minutes, whatever it may be, was to try to use your timeouts the right way and then change up the defense. The other thing with the zone for us, Nicole is such a great captain back there. And, him pushing people around in a sense of pushing his teammates to the corner or seeing what the alignment was of the defense or the offense we're going against, showed me a lot. And when you have a guy like that, kind of shepherding everybody around, you feel confident to try different things. And so one part, yes, it's for him to rest a little bit. But the other part of it is I actually think we have high IQ guys that can do this and allows you to have more variety in those situations. So I'm going to look at, all things. We tried a little 1-3-1 in the playoffs.
Yes.
We played some matchup zone.
I've never seen a 1-3-1 in the NBA. I swear to God, I saw that. I mean, what? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we can get better at it. And, if I think the more looks you can give people and the more things you can master throughout the season, when you get to a playoff series, you have those things in your back pocket. And I think it's funny, too, is that people don't realize, San Antonio back in the day, they played man at the end of Tim Duncan's career, but really they were in a zone of sorts. Like Tim just played at the rim. He was in complete zone coverage right at the rim. He just kind of pointed people through. And like I said, if you have a guy with that high of an IQ like Nikola does, it allows you to try different things and keep people off balance.
You're in an episode of X-Files just for this question. The Scully and Mulder are on the case of this alien. This alien has a very strange set of skills. He can help an NBA coach set up his bench however he wants with the perfect skill set. And he comes to you, and you got to get this done before Mulder and Scully figure it out. What do you ask the alien for the perfect bench?
I think timely shooting. I think shooting is one thing, and guys can improve on that this summer. But, I think when you look at the playoffs right now and you look at our series against OKC, it stood out. Game 4, it was Caruso, Wiggins, Kason Wallace. Game 5, it was Dort. Game 6 was Julian Strawther. And I think that's something that you actually can learn to do over time, and it's how you work out in the summer. It's easy to go shoot 500 shots in a gym. I think I mentioned this in the press conference. Yeah. It's different to go and put pressure on yourself, and you have to develop that mentality. That not all work is equal. And these guys have to understand that because when you play with the best player in the world, for us to win a championship, it's going to come down to the other people. And the responsibility to make an open shot. I said this way too much in the playoffs, but I meant it probably because I have, mental scars from watching my father lose to the Lakers. But say what you want about Shaq and Kobe. I said this, Fox, Ori, and Fisher, that's what I remember from those years. Yep. I remember them making shot after shot in the biggest moments. And I think we have the guys that are capable of doing that. Not to answer your question so seriously, because X-Files is great, but it is it's a skill, man, and these guys have to understand that nothing's going to change next year in the sense of hopefully we're in those playoff games, we're in the big moments, but the same thing's going to happen. And you saw, I mean, you're watching the OKC Minnesota series. It's crazy.
Yep.
They're sending 3-4 people at these guys, and it comes down to the other people, stepping up and making big shots.
All right. Since the interim tag was put on you, 3 games left of the regular season, to today when it's official, and I'm sure you guys came to terms, a couple days ago, but best thing your dad said to you in that time frame?
Probably what I said when I called him and that morning. I woke up and had 40 missed calls. I had no idea what was going on, and I get the news that I got the job, at least on the interim basis. And before I went in to meet Josh and talk to him, he was the first person I called, my father, and his reaction, it was so classic him. He just kind of paused and just said, "Well, that's a good opportunity." And it was. I'll be honest, it's what I needed to hear, because it's said more than that. It said, just go be yourself. It's you. This is what you've been working for. And he's so great about that, man. Here's a guy that coached in the NBA, is in the Hall of Fame, came so close to winning championships multiple times, and I would say throughout this whole experience, he's been nothing but calm and easy to talk to. Never brings up the team unless I bring it up. Always just asks about my kids. And when you have somebody like that, it's more than your father. It's an example of how to do this job, and how your mentality has to be day after day to be consistent with the guys you're coaching. So, yeah, I'll never forget that. The first conversation, after getting the news, and then just the ultimate support of a person that just acted like your father, not a former NBA head coach.
A little bit cooler to your kids nowadays?
No. No, you know what, man? I learned I wasn't cool with my kids 2 summers ago. My son started destroying me in Mario Kart, and I started realizing how old I was, man. I even tried to change, the settings. I figured it wasn't.
It's all about the drift, Coach. You got to get the drift in.
But I'm telling you, man, I can drift, and I took out every possible variable, thinking that he was getting lucky, and he continued to just absolutely crush me. So, yeah, the coolness factor is definitely gone, but. No, this has been cool for them. And I'll be honest, going through this as a kid, this is a lot. My kids are 9 and 11, and I think we forget what school is like no matter what you are, how old you are as a kid. Kids are kids, and you have to be mentally tough when you go to school. And we lose to OKC in Game 2 by astronomical amount of points. Your 11-year-old is going to answer questions at school about that. And, people don't understand that. Like, there is a mental thing for with your kids, but they've handled it really well. I went through it, and I told them, I said, it could be a lot worse. I saw my dad lose, 50 games before, and that was not fun going to high school every day. So, they're enjoying this, and it's cool to share it with them, and have these life experiences like I got to have. You're so lucky to be around it, and it's like nothing else. You're in the NBA locker rooms, you're around these players. So, yeah, it's been a cool experience to share with them.
Coach, we really appreciate your time. It's nice to know you own at least one suit, and we absolutely wish you the best. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you. And I'll be honest, I brought the suit to the arena, and I didn't try it on. I haven't worn it in like 2 years. And I thought, oh, my God, I hope my neck hasn't gotten bigger or whatever. But, yeah, it still fits. Probably won't wear this thing again for another couple years.
Well, you can wear it for funerals, for formal occasions, for press conferences, and it's sort of – it kind of
when your daughter gets married in 15 years.
Whoa, no, she's not. At this point, I hope she never gets married, but it's going to happen.
All
so
right,
it's good to have a suit.
All right, we'll let you go. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks,
you got it.
All
Congratulations.
Right. There you go. We were getting yelled at to wrap it up. He's the one that was going on and on.
Hey, he might be a fun show to have next year.
He will.
Yeah. Going to be some changes, though.
Oh, I think so.
Got to be some changes.
I like that he also said this, that we're going to be the way the team communicated at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have that's a regular thing now.
We don't have to be best friends. Just got to have some cohesion.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hate each other either, though.
No. Well,
you gotta figure it out.
You don't have to love them. You'd like to if you love them, but you got to respect them. The bottom line is you have to respect.
All right, lot to unpack there. We'll take a break and be back with more. It's PhD on 92.5. We appreciate you listening. And if you missed any of David Adelman, like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can easily go back and check it out right there. Great to have time with the coach. Okay, guys, what do we think? Give me some deeper thoughts here. We had the press conference. We got to talk to him one-on-one. It was really cool. What do you got?
Well, we're watching highlights of the playoffs that are still going on. And you said it last week. I always keep saying that, but I feel like that means we've been on the topics pretty well. They played OKC really well. I mean,
it's looking better and better.
They had a chance to beat OKC. I mean, legitimate chance. 2 games really to beat OKC in games 4 and 5.
Correct. Not game 7.
No, but even still, it was a game going into half. You're fine.
Yeah, game 7 though, they were just too beat up as it turns out. And
well, to me, the turning point of game 5 is when you start the third quarter and you get a flagrant foul, 1, 2 free throws in the bucket. Now it goes from 13 to 17, and to me, all hearts and minds and everything else sunk right there. But no, I think it's the right choice. It's a younger man's league. We just looked it up. He's 44.
44.
I think he's relatable to the guys. I think the guys know him, so they trust him. And it's easy. You know this. Assistant coaches usually are liked. Head coaches you fear.
Mm-hmm.
So now how does he relate now from being liked guy to now there's got to be a point where my word is a bond, and when I say it, we got to jump. Let's go.
It can be a tough transition for sure. You know, you see guys that get out of playing and they become coaches the next year on the same team, and that's a weird transition, right? You're going from peers to no longer peers, and you need to respect and hear what I've got to say. I thought that one thing that's interesting when we talk about the differences between him and Michael Malone. You know, Malone's known as a defensive guy. It didn't necessarily show up that way in the last year or so, but that's what he's always prided himself as. And it sounds like Adelman's just got he's in on the zone deal. I wondered how much of that was just a matchup thing, how much of that was just for the playoffs or whatever, based off OKC, SGA. But he's got a philosophy there that, quite frankly, makes sense. Listening to hearing him talk about San Antonio and the way they did that. Hey, you got the smartest dude in the world. Put him near the rim and let him hang out there as long as he possibly can.
If I had one pushback ever, and I always try to do it subtly, and you guys remember when I started doing that, go score 120 points and you'll beat everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Coach and Bill Hanzik go, defense. Now I can be honest. Who you got on this team as defensive stopper? I mean,
I'm not even sure Jokic is. I think he's a really smart dude. He's not a rim protector.
He's not a rim protector. You don't want a 7 foot, 295-pound dude out chasing guards on the perimeter. Yeah. You don't want a 7 foot, 209-point dude chasing down shooters in the corner.
Is this going to be Deron Holmes?
My point, no. You probably don't want him either.
Okay.
You don't want your best rebounders.
Who do you want?
Here's what you're changing the subject. I'll tell you.
Oh, all right.
The subject is they want to, and David talked about his presser. They were hardcore man-man defense all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got man-man defense players.
I see what you're saying.
That's my point.
Right.
And what I've been trying to say without saying it, I guess, for the last 3 years, Hanley, I'm going to play defense. Who's going to step in front of him? First of all, Eric Gordon used to be able to, but guess what he did this year? Played on one leg.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you got a calf injury, can you move side to side with a calf injury? No. So how are you going to guard anybody in the NBA?
Well, let me ask you something.
You're side to side.
You're yelling a lot like we don't have anybody, but isn't that a problem?
Well, I think
you know what you do, though? What John Wooden said. You don't make players try to fit what you do. You fit to what your players can do.
Right.
And that's what wasn't happening.
Right.
And you want to start talking about a disconnect. That's probably the start of the disconnect between locker room and head coach, was that we're not doing what the players can do. We're doing what you want to do. And I think it finally wore them down. That's what I think.
When I was doing a lot of baseball, you'd hear well-meaning but idiot parents saying to their kid, hit the ball. Well, the kid's trying.
Yeah.
He's trying. You know what I'm saying? And screaming at him, hit the ball. When you look at the Nuggets, you say, play better defense. Play better defense. We got to play better defense.
Great.
Well,
Is Michael Porter ever going to stay in front of somebody that's quicker than him on the post or on the floor?
You know what was interesting, too? Josh Kroenke said, do you need a complete reset? No. And it was Troy Rank's question about, well, you hired a coach before the GM. How's that going to go for your culture? But it does go to what we've talked about. If the Nuggets believe in their team, they likely will not go get some sort of high-profile GM
Kevin Durant.
or
well, yeah.
We'll just
Bob Myers.
Bob Myers to me is out the door. It's unnecessary. What you need is somebody who's going to work well with the coach to do what you can with who you've got. And the fact so many of the players advocated for David probably had an impact too. Meaning, we've got the team, we're just doing things the wrong way. And yes, we've got to have more consistency from Jamal Murray shooting, and more importantly, X-Files, more consistency shooting from the bench. So how do you do that? Well, what Adelman is saying, it's not just about putting up 500 jumpers. Put up 75 jumpers in highly contested, more game-like situation and be ready to go. So what that tells me is there was a lackadaisical approach basically to everything last offseason because nobody was talking. And you know what? I don't mean to necessarily pile on, but when we're missing games for a variety of reasons that are not to do with basketball, you can't tell me you're the most focused team in the world.
I'll ask Tyler this because I know coaching about and the NBA nowadays has 1 million coaches, right? And we don't have 53 players. They got 15, 17, I guess, if you got the G League guys in. But how important is it the guy, if you hire him as an assistant coach, and his job is to sit there and snap the ball to the center or to snap the ball to the quarterback, just put the ball in his hands? How really important is that job? Well, it's the same thing if I got guys that are just shooting, as you just mentioned, 500 jump shots, and you're going to pay a guy just to rebound? What is that?
What are we doing?
I mean, and that was, when I played, you know who used to do that job? Ball boys. That's how they got the name ball boys.
Not assistant coaches.
Not assistant coach. It was a ball boy. If you just want to put up jump shot after jump shot, got a ball boy. Now, if you're trying to put in scenarios and do different things, now you get into coaching. So get away from the ball boy coach mentality and get them into coaching. That's what I'd say.
Yeah. NFL, it's usually the equipment guys. Harry.
Mike Harry.
Harry's got that covered.
Harry has had a close personal relationship with every Broncos quarterback.
I know what you're saying, though. I mean, so many times you see these clips of these guys that are just shooting hundreds and hundreds of jumpers and, the pregame, the practice, the routine, and it's like somebody's just throwing the ball, but who's coaching them on their shot throughout it? Who's putting them in different scenarios? Who's challenging them? Who's telling them to take a step to the left, step to the right, whatever? It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of that going on.
Well, and listen, Larry Bird, I will always remember this for the rest of my life. I used to talk about this when I did camps. Larry Bird won the MVP. They won the NBA championship, and I think he was the MVP of the playoffs, right? And some snarky, muggle comes up to him after the game and says, "Oh, after this year, I guess you're going to be playing a lot of golf this summer."
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "No." He said, "I got to get better." And the only time you get better is in the off season.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing Bird, and Bird was dead ass serious. Well, that's all David was talking about. If you wait till September and October and come back to Denver and say, "Okay, I'm going to really work on my shot," it's too late. You want to be able to put the work in during time when maybe no one else is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's some harsh reality that fans got a dose of today, and this is a tough one. Because you would expect guys who are making $20, $30, $40, $50 million to be ready for their job when their job started, and they weren't. And that's a bummer. That's a bummer to kind of hear. Now, they got into a certain type of shape, fine, but they were not ready to go.
No, but I'll say this. His answer to that goes a long ways. Earlier in this segment, when we were talking about the transition from assistant coach to head coach, the respect level that, sometimes you're the buddy when you're the assistant coach. Hey, man, he flat out called out those guys.
He did.
Said you were not ready.
You
were not ready for the season. That needs to be different.
I don't know how much of call out that is on the strength staff because the strength staff isn't necessarily with them in the offseason. It is on these guys to do their own routine. But I think it is a shot at the strength staff as well. And I'll be curious, is the strength staff back?
We'll see. I think
We'll see.
that'll probably be decided in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, the staff right now, we're having conversations right now. We're talking about it upstairs. We want the right people. It's about winning games and having creative minds.
You know, these guys were playing basketball. The Olympics were going on. Jamal Murray was playing for Team Canada. Well,
was he?
Yeah, well.
Couldn't even make the starting rotation for Team Canada.
I got you. But, I mean, in theory, he's out there for practice. In theory, he's playing basketball. But I don't know. A lot of times off-season conditioning, it's a different style. It's not about necessarily playing the game. It's getting yourself prepped and ready in other ways to last the entire season.
Let's face it, the Nuggets put themselves in a hole in their championship year. They got out to a big lead. So you could go 12-11 in your last 23 after that big win over Memphis in the championship year because you had built a huge lead. You were fine. We're good.
Still won first place in the West by 5 games.
Right. You kind of cruised in. You just had about a 500 or so record.
Right.
The next year, you actually were great down the stretch, but you had to kill yourself to get there.
Right.
Yeah.
And you want to just have a better balance of things, and you want to be able to go after it on a better day-to-day basis. I'm going down a Bryson DeChambeau hole on YouTube right now. It's really interesting because he came up with some compelling things to put pressure on himself. And it all seems like kind of fun and games. But he goes out to a course, and he goes, first time at this course, like Raccoon Creek or someplace like that, I'm going to break the course record. Well, you know what he does? He films himself. I get it. It's just kind of a whatever course. But he's filming himself, taking every single shot. And he said in one of his videos, this is the perfect way to get ready for the PGA. Meaning I'm putting pressure on myself in practice that is way different than just going to the range. Listen, I'm putting this out there. I guess he doesn't have to put it out there. But do you know, and he does that break 50 thing, he has never set a course record, nor has he ever broken 50 in any of the videos that he's done. And there's a bunch of them out there. But
he's got millions of viewers on.
Millions of people are watching him, and listen, man, there's a lot of warts on that, and he's including every damn shot. And I'm like, hey, this is kind of a genius sort of approach. Like, I'm going to do this, watch me do it, and it's going to be embarrassing if I don't do it. And I get it. It's not everything. But every once in a while, guys, how else do you simulate pressure in the offseason or your preparation aside from putting it out there? And I'm not saying everybody has to do a YouTube series, but there's got to be a way in the offseason to simulate some sort of pressure rather than just putting up 500 jumpers when nobody's looking at you. Nobody cares.
I think the most impressive thing was when he was trying to go for the hole-in-one, that he never hit his house.
I know.
Because
he did that.
Just seeing all that glass in front of you, I'm sculling that thing on my first swing.
Do you know what day he finally got a hole-in-one? And the way this was...
It was like 13 or something.
I know exactly what it was because I just saw it the other day. But he would give himself one shot for every day. So day 1, 1 shot. Day 2, 2 shots. That. Well, what distance would you say it was? 120 yards?
Oh, I thought it was a little more than that, but it might not have been.
I don't know.
But he's got to get it. That's probably not a big deal getting up and over his house, but he had to do that, and it was all glass windows. He did it on day 16.
Yeah.
And for him, like, theoretically, because he had started posting the videos, you know, he was committed to it. He was doing it every day. So, like, we got to get this thing at some point, or this is going to be kind of a little embarrassing if people don't see me do this. Ways to, I don't know. You guys tell me. How do you simulate pressure when there's no pressure to be had? How do you do it?
I don't know. It's a fine line to walk because you also do need to get away from the mental pressure. You do. You need to get away from it significantly. And if honestly I were advising anybody, I would say get away from it for a long, long time. You cannot stay in that mode all year long, or else you'll burn yourself out. You'll burn yourself out early in the season also. And I do think one thing that's going to be interesting, because he talked about the importance of winning those early season games.
Yeah.
He talked about why. Why do you need to win those early season games so you can get into maintenance mode later in the season?
Yes.
You can't get into maintenance mode unless you've got that cushion that's already built in. Okay. Well, now comes down to the old Michael Malone approach of, okay, it's real nice and easy to have this theory of we're going to play these young guys early in the season. Well, now we need to get in maintenance mode. Now we need to win these games.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not so easy to play 9 or 10 guys like he said he wants to.
Well, I think it's easy to play 9 or 10 if you got 9 or 10, but
Well, yeah, if you got 9 or 10.
yeah. Well, that's why I think he's going to challenge those guys. I think part of why he called out Julian Strother was at the presser. He's a key for him, man. I'm telling you, he's the one guy off the bench that can get downhill and get his own shot.
So is it reassuring that Julian Strother obviously has heard that message?
I think
that he's here.
If he takes it to heart, it is absolutely.
That is true. The guys can use the Nuggets facilities whenever they want year round. Correct.
Yep.
There's no restrictions like, well, even in the NFL, were you guys allowed to like?
You're always allowed to go on your own.
On your own, you could go on your own. You couldn't be there with the coach. Is that the same with the NBA?
Probably. I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah. But they got enough stuff. They got
strength
ball
staff.
retrievers.
Strength staff can be there hanging out. If you show up, you show up.
But it can't be mandatory.
Correct.
Strength staff can be there to hang out.
They could be there. Hey, the strength staff's just working. They're there all day.
Okay.
So if you show up, they're there.
Could they hold the pad for you?
No, you can't do football.
You can't do football.
Right.
Okay, but they can help you in the weight room.
Right.
They can give you a spot.
Whatever. Right. Whatever.
Well, they can give you They can give you a full workout plan.
Yeah. Proper form to do a clean.
You
they
can
still do cleans?
Not as you get older.
If you go out onto the field, you just have to work out on your own, or could you work out with a couple of buddies?
No, you do. You can always take buddies out there on your own.
But can the strength staff?
No.
Okay. Can you film yourself doing it?
I've never seen that done, but in
Jerry Judy was filming himself, but it wasn't at the facility.
Right. He was filming himself running down the street in his helmet. I mean, in theory, nobody's preventing you from putting your own camera out there.
So what prevents the Nuggets from just having runs at their own gym with the team, the best it's constituted?
Guys living here.
That you got to get away.
Commitment.
Well,
Okay.
But I think it's important. You do have to get away.
Agreed.
I actually disagree with your whole Bryson DeChambeau thing. I don't think they should do that. You get to that offseason, you mentally need a vacation.
Yeah, but I think they do take vacations. I mean, I think they do get away from it. Justin Thomas has talked about.
Now, there's
that.
a ramp up, right? Like for us, I would take like a legit I'm not doing jack squat until that Super Bowl starts. The day the Super Bowl, if I wasn't in the playoffs, right? Super Bowl comes around, okay, now it's time to get ramped back up. I might go on some walks with the dog or whatever, you know? But there's always there's landmarks in the offseason that tell you when it's time to get back into competitive mode.
Is it fair to say a good sign would be to hear rumors of competitive runs happening down at the Nuggets gym with most of the team showing up to participate?
I don't think it's realistic.
No?
Because people don't live here.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, I don't know basketball. I don't know how many of these guys live here.
I'm with Tyler. I don't want probably to see anybody until.
I mean, I'm just going off what Adelman
today is. May something.
It's May 28th.
Yeah.
It's a Wednesday.
July 1st, you got to be ready to go.
You ain't seen the greatest player in the world there.
Do we need to?
No.
You sure?
But I'd like
Hell
to see
yeah.
Nikola Jokic come back in shape this year.
Do you think
I think after the now he
Well,
played,
we used to send our dreadlock guy out to Serbia
Yeah.
to flip some tires with him.
Do you remember what
Steve Hess.
Do you remember what Jokic was talking about him having to figure out this summer? The World Championships.
Yeah.
They're coming up. He said that. He mentioned it. I don't know if I'm going to do this or not. I got to tell you, I'd rather see him skip the World Championships.
Me too.
Get your vacation in, whatever you need. Come
Beers.
on back.
He's having beers right now.
Have your beers. But I'd rather see Jokic. Don't miss the Olympics. I got you. That was too special.
Yeah.
I got you. World Championships.
But you know, European countries take world championships even
I
as
understand,
big as Olympics.
but and he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't need my permission. I would just like to see him skip that and be here because I think his influence on the guys would be pretty significant. Now, listen, he's Nikola Jokic. He's going to be great no matter what, and the team should not have to depend on Jokic playing summer basketball in Ball Arena to, that's not the end-all, be-all. But I'd rather him be doing that than playing in the World Championships. But that being said, only because he's the biggest leader on the team, that's all. Other than that, let's get everybody else in there, one way or the other.
Well,
if they're serious about it.
Yeah.
If Adelman is does this matter or not? I mean, does it matter to be in better shape? Does it matter to get off to a faster start?
Yeah, but I don't think organized runs is what he means by being in shape.
But how else do you have pressure to have more consistent shooting if you can't simulate the action that you need to be in that situation? If there's another way to do it, let me know. How else do you do it? Play in the Drew League?
Well, listen, Zeke Naju, I've said a million times, has an NBA body. He hadn't gotten better. He's got to get better. And if I were him with the money he's making, I'd hire me a shooting coach, and he's got to change his entire form to find his consistency. And then I would learn to juggle and do all these little things we used to have to do to get better hands. He's got to have better hands. That's a waste of a great body if he doesn't ever develop.
It's going to be an interesting offseason. It'll be a fun offseason to track. And I think they raised the bar of expectation.
Yeah, it feels like it.
And there's only one expectation here, which is cool, man. There's only one goal, and that's to win the championship. That's it. I know he said day-to-day grind, but at the end of the day, it's one thing and one thing only for this team. Josh Kroenke said, hey, it was nice because back in the day we were terrible, and just, to have a moment like this we couldn't even dream of. Well, we're here. I like it, man. It gets me fired up.
Well, it's like the Broncos. You've now raised the bar. It's a lot more exciting this offseason to try to guess what they're going to be next season because you finally have gotten hope over the previous 10 years where you had none.
It tells me, too, do not expect major change with the starting five at all.
Not with the starting five.
No. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience. You're going to love your vehicle. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute, and you're going to get the best price in Colorado. They locked these vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, you get to save big time money in comparison to other car dealerships. I've been a customer for life because relationships matter to me. And if relationships matter to you, go check out my friends at Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life as well. They'll respect you. They'll get you in. They'll get you out. They'll give you the best price. And they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
All right, I got 3 great sports, not sports stories for you guys to get your feedback on. I'll give you a choice. Pat McAfee ripping on New York celebrities. Terry Bradshaw ripping on Aaron Rodgers. Charles Barkley ripping on Anthony Edwards.
Well, it sounds like a lot of ripping.
I think just say pick your favorite tail.
All I know is one of you two was ripping something when I was gone.
Was not me, my friend.
Oh, my Lord.
Scotty?
Wow. Walk back in on that one.
It has not reached this part of the room, so it must have ricocheted off the window.
Oops.
Took a left-hand turn at
Get
Albuquerque.
me a gas mask.
Oops.
I'm getting it right now.
Oops.
Boy, that's interesting.
That is foul, brother.
Went that way, and then
I need you to
onions
just
and
go.
ketchup.
Just go.
Budget.
What would you like first? You want Chuck? Start with Anthony
Let's go with
Edwards.
Chuck.
All right, because we've had this conversation too about the face of the NBA. Who's it going to be?
OKC is the best team in the NBA. I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking it.
Fair.
Scotty's been kind of saying that for a while now. I don't know how much of it was basketball versus non-basketball related for Scott, but you more or less had the same take.
I think it's all related. Yeah. No, I have nothing wrong with that. I don't disagree with him at all.
I think Anthony Edwards is an amazingly talented player.
That's still immature.
Yeah, man.
That's his biggest problem.
I don't think you can win a championship being that immature on a team. I don't. He is one hell of a player, but by default, because he's the best player, he's their leader. There ain't no way about it. But you can't come in after.
Well, that's why they got rid of Towns, because they wanted Edwards' voice and not Towns.
Well, who would want Towns' voice? But that's, oh my God, that's a whole different ball of wax.
Right.
Towns is not, he's a great player too, though, bro. He's a great player too.
But he's been
not
there
a
so
face.
long.
Not a face, though.
No.
But
he was the face of Minnesota, and Tim Connelly wanted.
It's the wrong
It was
face.
Edwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He listen. I've been saying it for months. He is a phenomenal player. Love to have him here and see if you can work it out. But he's immature, and he plays immature. He's pouted, and two of the games I've watched where they lost, and he's just been a pedestrian. He was pouting the whole game.
I don't think we have that issue with the Nuggets, but let me do a heat check on that. Do you think there's any kind of lack of maturity for the Nuggets?
I thought Jamal was immature to start the season. I thought there was something wrong with him that was more than physical. But I saw a change in him as the season went.
Well, they had the prolonged contract thing, right?
Let me ask you a tough question. Is confidence related to maturity?
No, because I've seen a lot of immature guys that are confident.
I tend to agree.
Until you get punched in the mouth.
But I do think at times you've got some mentally fragile guys on this team.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
you're probably right about that.
There's growth that happen there. I just think immaturity is sitting in a presser after you win and laughing about something else while guys are asking you questions and not really paying attention. And I just think he does too many of that. And then I thought he pouted. The last game, he only had 16. He said, well, I didn't have that many touches to say I struggled.
Right. That was
bizarre. ESPN, to their credit, did put up a stat that Randall had the least amount of touches he's had in any game this year. I didn't hear Randall say anything.
Let's move on.
He was 1 of 7.
Let's move on to Terry Bradshaw, who's had an interesting relationship with
I thought Terry was done.
I don't know what he's
I thought he retired.
No.
He was there doing
Well, first of all, this was on a sports talk station in Pittsburgh.
He almost died.
No, I know he was on last year, but I thought his whole deal was he was stepping away.
Oh, well, I don't know if he is or he's not, but this is
okay,
Pittsburgh sports talk guys, and you can tell by their accents it's local yokels. But here is his comments about Aaron Rodgers.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke.
What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
That's
that
not
guy
the
needs
Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go,
Thank you.
somewhere and,
Thank you.
chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
My wife is from Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania, but I've known a lot of people from
Amish,
like really close to Lancaster, brother. You don't have to look far to see a buggy rolling down the road. Let me tell you, I put up a burn or two while I was in the courting phase. that Pittsburgh accent is something else, man. But that is not Aaron Rodgers is not the ethos, to use a big fancy word, of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but it's a stupid take. It's a stupid take. What's the Steelers' way? Mason Rudolph? What's the Steelers' way? Will Howard?
Well, listen.
They're talking about the Steelers' way. What choices do you have? You don't have a freaking quarterback, so shut up and take whatever quarterback you can get.
And you've boxed yourself. I would say I agree with you. I think you've boxed yourself into that situation.
You don't have Russell Wilson. You don't have Justin Fields.
I think what Terry was trying to say, listen, what we do is we get guys in here and they stay 8-9 years. What happened to that? But you got to call out the organization. I mean, that's an organizational thing right there.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say, hey, why are we in this situation
and they had an opportunity to draft 2 or 3 quarterbacks.
So is the Steelers' way to not make the playoffs this year? Because if that's the Steelers' way, then you go ahead and have fun with Mason Rudolph.
I think the way their management and their organization has handled quarterbacks has been comically bad. Comically bad.
Once you lost Roethlisberger, who played 16 years for you.
Yeah. They're kind of idiots as an organization on how to do this. And they're paying the piper. It is funny, though, hearing the heat against Aaron Rodgers is, why don't he go out there and stay in California and eat some bark? And the redneck and Terry Bradshaw, and then the redneck of, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania comes out. And then,
he had a little Louisiana come out of him right there, didn't he?
I mean, listen, somebody from Louisiana and somebody from Pittsburgh, they're gonna melt.
That's why it worked.
Hey, maybe Skylar Thompson is the Steelers' way.
Hey, man, you got a great point, but I was listening to Mike Sanford on the way in, and he was like, I think Kirk Cousins is washed, and I think Aaron Rodgers is too, because they can't move the way you need to move in the NFL. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I tend to agree, but what in comparison to what? Like in comparison to their old selves or in comparison to Mason Rudolph?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Right?
Fair. You only have to be better than Mason Rudolph. All right, last one. This was great. So the Pacers now up 3-1. They're going to beat the Knicks. Everybody in New York is, I mean, it's not over. And the Knicks have some talented players.
Well, and Game 5's in New York, right?
Yeah. So, hey, you never know. You never know. But I got to give props to Pat McAfee. They hand him the microphone. He has been so loyal to
Indianapolis.
Oh, my God. So the bigger he's become, he has not left them behind.
Right.
He is ridiculously loyal to Indy. And boy, oh boy, is he not going to pay for a beer ever in Indy after this rant.
Indianapolis, Indiana. We got some big wigs from the big city in the building. Spike Lee is here. Ben Stiller is here. Timothy Chalamet is here. Let's send these sons of back to New York with their ears ringing. Let's turn this
When we put in the beeps, players on the Pacers bench were standing up, clapping, pumped up when Pat McAfee was doing that.
Was that in the field house?
That's on center court. They handed him the microphone. He just walked out onto the court and started pointing at Spike Lee, pointing at Ben Stiller, pointing at Timothy Chalamet. He went all WWE. He was standing in the middle of the court while he was doing that in the middle of a game during a timeout. Oh my God, it was sublime. It was so good.
That was so good.
Can you tell the guy does WWE?
Yes.
He has done a couple of them.
It's fantastic. I don't know if I've ever. So, well, there you go. There you go. There you're seeing it. They're putting it on ESPN right now. So he starts there, right? But then he just starts wandering out. There's Ben Stiller. There's Timothy Chalamet. I mean, he's sitting there. See, he's walking on the court.
Now he's going on the court.
Watch the Pacers bench if they show it to you. I know this doesn't have the audio, but he's not in center court. But you know what I'm saying. He's on the court.
He's on the court.
There's Spike Lee. There's Ben Stiller.
Look at Ben Stiller going nuts.
Watch the Pacers bench.
Was that before the
They
game?
punches Rick Carlisle like in the shoulder, like, go get him, coach.
You got this.
Well, that's during the game. That's like in a timeout.
Oh, my God. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's freaking awesome.
I think I'm kind of pulling for the Pacers right now, man. There's something about those guys.
I love Tyrese, so.
Yeah.
I hope it's Indy and Oklahoma City. And you know what? I think that would be a good basketball series.
I do too. The heartland of the country gets a championship. That's cool. That's a cool deal.
And Pacers hadn't won a champion. Well, Oklahoma City's never.
It's looking like it. Have the Pacers never won?
They won an ABA championship, I believe.
God, that's
but
it,
I might be wrong even on that. They're one of the original teams that came over from the ABA.
Do you count Seattle as the organization winning a championship?
No.
Or Oklahoma City? No.
No, it's Seattle.
Oh, all right. I'm just checking. Like, we still take Quebec into consideration for some Avs records.
No,
Not really.
I mean, we do. There's things.
For records.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
we can have records.
They never won a Stanley Cup, so
No.
I mean.
Yeah, that's a good question. I never even thought about it.
By the way, they let Pops Halliburton out of jail. He can, like we
It has
suggest.
to be up in the box, though.
Yeah, well,
In a
all right.
suite.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, we're going to punish you. You have to sit in a suite now. We're going to furnish it for you. Here you go.
Pretty good troll. By the way, props to Ben Stiller and Timothy Chalamet for sitting. They could be up in a box. They could afford a suite. They're sitting down on the floor.
Spike Lee hit his face. Ben Stiller looked like he was PO'd.
Ben, of all people, should have been laughing. He's the comedian.
Yeah. Hey, they're good fans. They're true
Ben
fans.
Stiller looks pretty good. How old is that dude?
Oh, he's
Probably
got to be close to 60.
Close to my age, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's
he's
looking
in there.
pretty good.
Oh, he is. He keeps
But
himself
Botox
all right.
His dad,
does the face
his dad
good.
Jerry, who was hilarious too.
Yeah.
He lived for a
Both
long
of his
time.
parents were great. All right, funny stuff. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925 on YouTube. Like and subscribe. On Twitch, on the text line. Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's PhD on 92.5. That's next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, maybe you got a bald spot, maybe your hair is just thinning on you, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. You're going to love your experience and you're going to love your results. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're fantastic at what they do. Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we're open for it. 303-504-0925. Twitch, text, YouTube, whatever you need. I'll open the floor, but I got a couple in the chamber.
I got one that just happened to me. I want to see when it happened the last time, or if ever has this ever happened to you. You get a call from somebody, they got news for you, and they ask you this. And I don't know if it's ever happened to me. The lady goes, "Are you sitting down?"
Uh-oh.
Jeez, that ain't good.
Is that not?
I think that usually means someone died.
Well, I guess I've never even gotten that news sitting down before either. But you got to believe whenever someone says, "Hey,
it's not good."
And what happened? I had a sliding glass window busted out, and they're going to go fix it for me, repair it, and said, well, we looked at it, measured it, blah blah blah. So we got to cut the glass. It's tempered two ply. And she said, "Are you sitting down?" And she was kind of serious, nice person, and told me what the cost was. And I went, "No, but I did."
Yeah.
So I didn't know if anybody's ever started a conversation with you guys. Well, you ready for the price? Oh yeah. Are you sitting down? You just you know it's never good.
I guess you respect the honesty there.
I guess. Yeah. I mean,
You're just asking words you don't want to hear to start a phone conversation.
yeah. Words you don't want to hear. Hey, we found your dad. I mean, that might be a good one.
That's not a bad thing. I got one the other night, which I don't want to go into detail, but it was like, "Hey, I'm okay, but," and then.
Oh, yeah.
That was a kid.
That means a car wreck or a DUI.
That was definitely a call from a kid.
Yeah, so I don't even want to go into details, but that's always.
I'm okay, but the other dude is not. Yeah.
I'm okay, but, and then blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. It's like, yeah, boy. Sometimes you just don't want to leave the couch. Like, are we okay here? All right, well, that's a good one. No,
this is not a dumb question, but you guys see this video floating around of Stephon Diggs?
Yeah, explain. It's on a boat or something, right?
So he's on a boat out down there in Miami or something with a bunch of females, and he pulls out a baggie of the same stuff that Diddy is like famous for. That
is it pink cocaine?
Pink cocaine.
What is pink cocaine?
I don't know. Designer cocaine. Apparently, regular cocaine isn't good enough anymore. Apparently, it's got to be pink. But he pulls that thing out and he busts it out like he knows he's on camera. He's got someone filming him right there, and he just busts that thing out. Mike Vrabel's asked about it today, and he's like, yeah, don't do bad things.
How good are you? What kind of pain in the ass are you?
I mean, Stephon Diggs.
What are the scales?
He's a pain in the ass. That he is.
Well, how good is he?
Nowadays, I think it's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerously close.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Is he in Antonio Brown territory quite yet?
He's getting there. Yeah.
I mean, again, you must be really good if you can be filmed with pink cocaine and your boss is like, I know I'm not that good.
No, I am slightly curious what the difference is between pink cocaine and white cocaine.
Yeah, you're barking.
I don't know.
Listen, Fido, you're barking up the wrong tree. I couldn't tell you that answer. Here's a no-dumb question real fast.
All right.
Looking back now on hindsight, when Antonio Brown, we just mentioned him, had the feet thing in the freeze bath tube, whatever thing, the
I'm sorry?
Remember
The freeze bath tube?
Yeah, the chirogenic or whatever thing that was.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where he burned his feet.
Yeah. Did he do that on purpose?
I don't know.
Who knows? He's a nut.
He showed up to practice in a hot air balloon 2 days later.
That was crazy stuff. All sorts of crazy going on. No dumb question. What are the chances Coach DA decides he doesn't want to do your show every week because there's one idiot in your studio that can't help but embarrass the crap out of him? Well, that is a harsh way to talk about Dan Tanner.
He must be talking about me because he didn't know how to drift in Mario Kart.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah.
By the way,
I did call him out. You got to know how to drift.
Well, he said he's good at drifting, though. He said that.
He's not.
By the way, a Mario Kart commercial came on right after you guys started talking about Mario Kart.
By the way, I'm a little concerned for some of our listeners who want to clarify the difference between pink cocaine and just regular cocaine. And 9596, you may want to look in the mirror and check yourself if you really know the significant difference. He's pointing out it.
What is the difference?
Well, I'm not even going to talk about it.
One's pink and one's white.
We'll just start there. But it concerns me that
the difference, pigmentation.
Concerns me that one of our listeners wants to be the clarifying voice. That's right.
Well, it takes all kinds.
That might be one that you just sort of, wow, there's more than one. Okay, there's actually several now that I look on our text line.
You guys know who Daryl Doucette is?
I do not.
No.
So he's like the best flag football quarterback.
Oh, I do know, the 5'8" guy.
That can't throw a football. Like
he looks terrible.
His throwing motion is the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen in your life. Like, dude, did you ever learn? Did you throw a baseball in the backyard? Like what's going on here? Is this dude the most delusional human being on planet Earth?
Yes and no. It depends if it's the quote that you're going to read.
Well, he says, this is the sport that we've played for a long time, and we feel like we are the best at it. We don't need the other guys.
Yeah.
You're better than Lamar Jackson, buddy. You're better than Patrick Mahomes, buddy.
The worst quarterback on an NFL practice squad would be 10,000 times better than this guy.
Now, I do think there's a certain level of athleticism that goes into this that is different than like Kenny Pickett, for example. I don't know if Kenny Pickett would be that good at being a quarterback here, because if they rush you, you do want a Lamar Jackson type of body back there that could juke and jive and go run. So I think there's a certain skill set to it that is a little bit different.
Well, at 5'8", when your flag be a lot lower.
Here's the difference, though. Kenny Pickett, while perhaps not mobile, will be throwing flag football passes to Justin Jefferson.
You've got to see this dude throw football. I mean, how is this guy
he's awful.
The best quarterback?
He's not. It's not even close.
Well, I don't know if it was this guy, but I heard this, that I didn't hear the quote that we don't need those guys. It was the guys have been doing this and playing on the levels and doing I guess there's international tournaments, stuff like that.
Yeah. It's probably competitive because they're not that good.
Yeah, and they said, well, I think it's unfair if we don't at least get a chance to make the team.
I'm sure.
I'll give you that.
Tryout.
I'll give you that.
You have a tryout.
Hey, Mark Wahlberg made the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, there you go.
So why not?
Perfect.
You don't know.
Don't you love that a 5'8" guy played a guy who was 6'4"?
Oh, I know, right?
That's invincible, by the way. Yeah, the real guy is like 6'4".
Well,
the
Jack
big
Reacher,
dude.
we already talked about Jack Reacher and Tom Cruise, 5'9".
Wahlberg, man.
Yeah.
Thinks a lot of himself.
Well, it was a good movie.
Big story. Invincible was a great movie.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite football movies. Is it a football? Would you consider it a
I
football
would
movie?
call it a football relationship movie, yeah.
I thought it was tremendous.
So a better football movie, Invincible
go ahead.
or I just forgot the team. We Are Marshall.
Oh, it's so different. Like,
is We Are Marshall a football movie? I mean,
I guess
it's about a really sad story.
It's about a plane crash more than anything, and coming back from that.
Well, and restarting the football program from scratch.
Yeah. They're both good
and that
movies,
head coach became interim AD at CU for a while.
If you told me I could only fire one up to Netflix and chill on a Friday night, I'd be picking Invincible.
Any Given Sunday, baby.
Any Given Sunday is a great movie. That's like a whole nother thing. You know, like that's fantastic.
We Are Marshall's a good movie now.
Oh, it is.
It is a good movie. You're asking me to make a Sophie's choice, man. It's Friday night. You're sitting on the couch. Which would you rather watch? Invincible or We Are Marshall?
Well, if you get more loving from a tearful movie, then you go with the more tearful movie.
I'm asking you.
I'd probably go We Are Marshall.
Because
I remember that happening.
Name the football player. You win nothing. You win nothing right here, right now.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Name the football player that Mark Wahlberg was playing in Invincible.
Ask Dan.
Oh, Dan, hold on. Before you ask Dan, has he seen any one of those three movies?
Dan, have you seen Invincible?
I've seen Invincible.
Any Given Sunday?
I've seen parts of Any Given Sunday.
So no, that's
not the whole thing.
And We Are Marshall.
Is that the one with Matthew McConaughey?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Those who
Now,
did it.
this one for Invincible is about a player from the 70s. However, the movie is within the past decade or so. So even though it's about a football player from the 70s, the movie's more recent. Who was Mark Wahlberg playing? Was the name of the player?
Vinny Testaverde.
You are shockingly close.
It was Vincent something.
You are correct. You are by mistake unbelievably close.
Wow. Vincent Spallone.
You are knocking on the door.
Well, it's Vince.
Yep.
I got that much.
You did get that much. The text line is blowing up, but don't look at the text line. Don't cheat.
I don't have it up.
Dan, you got it? No? Nobody?
Is it something Italian?
You know what? I'll tell you after the break. And we have the big question of the day next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. And finding the right treatment can mean the difference, Papali, between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer from ED, you certainly want a good outcome. All right, this is what you do. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work where the pills or Papali herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. The initial visit, Papali, is $99 with a consult, a T and a PSA test, and an advised test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the next day. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The big question is, what were the major takeaways from David Adelman? And he was on with us. Again, if you like and subscribe to YouTube, you can go back and see that conversation. But that was very cool. We appreciate you watching and listening. But before we get to that, I did say the name. I gave away the answer to the question 3 times during my live commercial. Did you, either you, Tyler, or Scott, I said it 3 times during my live commercial. Did you catch?
I don't even remember your question.
I don't know what commercial you did.
Dan, did you pick up? During my live commercial, I gave away the answer 3 times. I mentioned the athlete's name 3 times, his last name 3 times during my live commercial. The question is, what athlete did Mark Wahlberg play in Invincible? Vince was the first name, and I said his last name 3 times in the live commercial, and you guys did not.
Lombardi.
Scott? Did you pick up on Dan? Did you even notice that I said it 3 times during the commercial?
What commercial did you do?
I did a Rocky Mountain Men's commercial.
Wow.
Dan, you didn't hear me say it.
No.
A couple of listeners did. I appreciate it. Said it 3 times.
Vince PayPal.
Papali.
Papali.
You cheated and looked it up. And you couldn't even pronounce it right.
Well, I tried not to, so I didn't want to act like I knew it.
Okay.
I've never heard of Vince Papali.
Well,
Vincent Papali.
You would only have heard of him because of the movie Invincible.
Yeah.
What made Vince so famous? He was just
The
a
Eagles
random
were,
fan that tried out for the team.
Well, they were so bad in the 70s. Dick Vermeil had an open tryout saying he was trying to motivate his own guys. And he was new to Philadelphia, and he was the first-year coach, the whole thing. And he held an open tryout, and Vince Papali, who is like 6'3" and a big dude, came on there and was fantastic during the open tryout. He brought him to training camp, and through incredible determination and effort, unbelievably, he made the team, and he stayed on the Eagles for 3 years, basically as a special teams guy. But he did recover a blocked punt for a touchdown against the Giants. That is a true story. He really did do that, and they made a big deal of that in the movie. He's like a neighborhood Philly guy.
Yeah, and he grew up in the neighborhoods of Philly.
He grew up in the neighborhoods of Philly. It's a great movie.
But you just would have liked a little bit bigger guy.
Well, he was 6'3" in real life. It would have been a little bit more realistic. But, Mark Wahlberg was a hustle dude. Invincible, great movie. Dan, you didn't hear me say
I'm sure his teammates loved him.
They hated him.
Yeah, I'm sure they were just like, hey, you come on in here, open arms, pal.
No,
he was a Tebow win every sprint kind of guy.
That's exactly who he was. No, that's a big part of the movie is how much they hated him.
I would imagine.
For all that stuff.
Yeah.
They grew to love him once he made the team and everything. But, initially, no, he was despised. Back to basketball.
I wonder what he did after that movie.
He has made.
Went back to the bar.
Kind of. And he kind of
Wasn't he a bartender or something?
His dad, I think, worked as a bartender, something like that. He was definitely tied into a neighborhood bar.
I just remember the neighborhood bar.
Yeah, the neighborhood bar was a big deal, and he more or less the rest of his life has been like a motivational speaker.
Basically, it was filmed like where Rocky was filmed. All the houses look the same as.
Well, he's
Rocky
kind
did,
of like a real life Rudy, if that Rudy story was true at all, which of course it's not. The Rudy story is like ridiculous. But he sort of has made the rest of his life about those moments that he had. But he really did play in the NFL for 3 years. I mean, it wasn't just, kind of just, a stunt. He made the team. He made the team for 3 years. So
79 years old.
Right now, yeah.
Still around.
Yeah, Vince Papali. Anyways, best takeaway from Adelman today in his opening press conference. Overall, if you were to sum things up, what would you say about it?
That the gig won't overwhelm him. As far as him as a person, the gig won't overwhelm him. I think he has a good balance. He even talked about it when we had him on for the interview. Talked about the balance. You could tell he's a good dad, and the kids matter, and time spent. And he's got a chance now to do what his dad did for him. I mean, can you imagine being an 11-year-old boy and be able to hang around guys like Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray over the next 4 or 5 years and being a ball boy? The kid will probably – we got pictures of him and Dan Sheminsky because Dan Sheminsky's dad was the trainer in Portland with his dad when he was a coach. We got pictures of those guys when they were like 11 and 10 and they were ball boys.
I called Kyle Shanahan one time because I got offered a job to coach in the NFL. And I called Kyle and I said, hey, I really want to know what your childhood was like. Like, did you feel like you knew your dad? Do you feel like you can do this and be a good dad? And his answer to me was pretty cool. It wasn't enough to necessarily convince me that you could do the job and know your kids. Because I had a lot of reservations about it, and mainly about moving around and making your kids move every 2 or 3 years. But his answer to me was, I wouldn't have traded my childhood for anything. I grew up in the locker room. I was hanging out with Rod Smith. I was hanging out with the guys. I got experiences that no other kid would get. And I think if you do it the right way and you focus in on that stuff, you can provide. I know we're talking about stuff that is unrelated to basketball right now, but it's just kind of a subject.
It's all coaching. It doesn't matter whether it's football
it's a subject that's soft, that's important to me.
I'm curious on the timeline. Were you and Kyle at Creek at the same time?
I think I missed him by 2 years.
So he's a couple years old then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kyle kind of got lucky then, theoretically, because it was relatively stable. Like he was able, at least through high school.
Yes, that's true. Kyle's childhood, at least like when it mattered to him the most, meaning like I'm in high school and everything, he really didn't have to bounce around.
Well,
and he got to come home, and home was always the same place for 10 years.
How long has Adelman been an assistant with the Nuggets?
8 seasons.
A while.
Okay. How long do you think this run's going to go for with him the head coach? Knowing that every coach is bound to be fired.
Wasn't Michael Malone the longest tenured coach? Or what?
He
was one of. He was one of.
Yeah, if he wasn't, he was right up there.
He and Doug, I think, the same number of years.
I'm sorry, how many years was it?
Though.
Right at 10 seasons.
Could we become
nine seasons and 91%, 94%?
Could we become the Pittsburgh Steelers of basketball?
Well, if Adelman, who's been here for 8, could have a very successful run and be here, say, for another 8, which would, for a head coach, that'd be a successful run. His family, his life would be here in Denver 16 years straight as a coach. That is, like, wacky. Like, nobody has that. Now, we have a situation with Bednar, who's been around here for quite a period of time, too.
Does he have kids?
Oh, yeah. He's teenagers, though, older kids.
But he's been here for a while now, too, now.
Yeah. Yeah. Adelman's like your age-ish, your age-ish. Bednar's my age-ish. Nobody's.
So McKinnon
Sean Payton is.
Bednar's first year was McKinnon's second year?
Oh, man.
I think it was his third year. 16-17 was Bedsy's first season coaching.
What year did Patrick Watt ditch us?
Well, they lost in the playoffs in a Game 7 to Minnesota.
No. Bedsy came here when the Avs
were. I'm talking about with Patrick, because they lost the Game 7 to Minnesota. And did he come back the year after, or did he quit in the summer after that Game 7?
No, he came back the year after. His final year was 15-16. Bedsy took over right before the start of the 16-17 season.
And that's when they won 42.
That's when they had the 48-point season.
47 points or 46 points, something like that. That's been around for a while. So 8 going on 9th season.
Yeah. Long time.
That's a pretty good tenure, too, especially you look around the NHL. I mean, those guys.
Yep.
You know.
What do you expect out of Adelman? What were the biggest things that do you think is going to demand from his team that might be different than Michael Malone? What were the differences that you could tell from today compared to Malone?
I think he understood fatigue and the fatigue factor of guys and how to survive, try to get them through. He brought up 23 and how they were able to cruise at the end because they had a great start, so he talked about that. But my biggest takeaway was this, and we saw at the end of the year, and some people had fun and made fun of it. He said, it ain't about me. It's about what them guys want to do. And if there's no buy-in from Jamal Murray, and I thought it was a good sign he was at the presser.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no buy-in from Nicola. And
Jamal Murray was at the presser?
He mentioned Jamal back there and pointed to, he said, yeah, if Jamal makes all of his shots and does stuff. So I took it as Jamal being in the building.
Okay.
Okay.
You sure that wasn't Julian?
He also mentioned Julian, too.
Jamal was there.
Yeah. He mentioned Julian, too.
That was interesting. I didn't realize Jamal was there.
Yeah, well, I took it that he was there. He kind of went up and pointed at
Dan,
him.
you're confirming that Jamal was there?
Katie tweeted that out, that Jamal and Julian were there.
Okay.
Why do you guys question me?
You think you're on the same level as Dan to him?
You tried to cheat on the Vince Papale thing, and you messed up his name. I mean,
Well, I did that on purpose.
okay.
I could have said
It's
Papale.
a fine line
I said
between.
PayPal. I thought you thought that would be funnier. I mean, if you,
I
you
do.
Thank you. I didn't even get a giggle from it, but I was trying to get a. But I listen. I love what he said that it ain't about me. And you know what? Sean Payton eventually's got to get to there too. Now he's developing young guys. He's the Nuggets. Hopefully, 8 years ago, right? With a new young quarterback that looks like to be the guy. He's the Nuggets 8 years ago as far as young guys develop. He's still got to be loud. But eventually he's going to get to, once you got the system in, and once I teach, and I know you hate John Wooden, but John Wooden always said that.
I don't hate John Wooden.
Well, all my teaching
cheater.
is done during the week, and I got to trust him in the game. Game come, this is fun time now. Now we get to play. Practice is hard. We work hard. Games are fun. And I like that mentality, and I think David will have more of that mentality.
We will hear from David Adelman from earlier today, and he was on with us too, which was really fun to have him on. Appreciate it. We'll have Let's Football Go. The Broncos are wrapping up practice again today, day 2. Tomorrow, everybody can go out there. It's like, you're going to have a celebration of football tomorrow. So we'll get to all that. Let's Football Go's next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. And if you're going through this, well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions, treating men for low T for years and years and years. If you're like many men who are low T, within a few weeks, you'll find your energy returning and that brain fog going away. How do you do it? Listen, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, only going to take a couple minutes, 10 questions, yes or no, and you go from there. If you do go in for an appointment, they'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. It's only $99 if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment. That cost goes away. Call 720-440-7900. Get back in the game. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We will hear more from David Adelman in just a little bit, but to catch us up on everything with football as day 2 for the Broncos' first OTA session is done. Here is Dan Buds Quince Tanner.
All right, fellas, just an update from OTAs. Linebacker Dre Greenlaw is not participating in the Broncos' voluntary OTAs. He's rehabbing from a quad injury, but is still at the Broncos facility this week and is around the team. Sean Payton said at rookie minicamp, Greenlaw will be a full participant when training camp begins. So good news. I know there was injury concerns around Dre Greenlaw. What kind of extra dimension can Dre Greenlaw bring what was already a top 5 defense in the NFL last year?
Well, he brings physicality that we haven't had in a long time. We've had some respectable linebackers, kind of jags, guys that you really respect their game. They're tough to replace, but they're not dudes. They're not all-stars. And Drake Greenlaw brings the physicality, and so does Talanoa Hufanga to this defense that we have not had in a long time. So hopefully he's going to make a huge impact in the running game.
Singleton going to be okay?
I don't know. What's his status?
He's on the mend, I don't know. I think he'll be okay for training camp. I think.
I guess I don't know anything about where he's at.
Okay. What about the rest of the position? What about what's the role of the inside linebacker now? What do they got to be able to do? What do we got to be better at with that?
Well, the 3-4 defense is which is what the Broncos play. Your linebackers, everybody's got 2 gaps. That's their responsibility. The defensive linemen have got 2 gaps. The linebackers have got 2 gaps. But the D-line, they exist to keep the offensive linemen off those linebackers. So your linebackers got to be playmakers. They got to make every single tackle. And you don't want your safeties being your leading tacklers on a football team. Now that happens a lot. But in a perfect world, your inside linebacker, which Alex Singleton has done over the years, should be your leading tackler.
What's your injury concern meter with Greenlaw?
Oh, it's always high. It's high with all these guys. It's high with Evan Ingram. It's high with Talanoa Hufanga. It's high with Dre Greenlaw.
The wear and tear.
I love all the players we brought in, but there is a big caveat. They're all hurt.
You got great steals if those guys stay healthy.
Yep.
Big if.
Yeah, you got great value if they're healthy.
Next story, Dan.
All right, yesterday, guys, ESPN did their 100 days to the start of the season. Now there's 99 days starting today. They did a section in this piece called 14 Intrusive Thoughts. One of these thoughts, they say there are 2 teams that could reasonably project as having the best offensive line and the best defense for the upcoming NFL season. That is the Minnesota Vikings and the Denver Broncos. So as such, they write Minnesota and Denver register as Super Bowl dark horses on sort of a what sort of contender are you scale before they even know anything about their respective young quarterbacks. With the Broncos offensive line and their great defense, do you guys agree that they could potentially be a dark horse Super Bowl contender?
Could the Broncos be the Indiana Pacers of the NFL? Good team, but nobody was talking about them.
No.
Playoff team.
Well,
but nobody was talking about them.
They didn't think they were going to get out first round against Cleveland, right?
Yeah, could the Broncos be the Indiana Pacers?
Are you asking me if I think they will be, or
I'm
if they could be? Because, could they be? I guess I understand the premise of the article. If you've got one of the best offensive lines, one of the best defenses, you should be a pretty damn good team. You are paying this offensive line more than any other position group on the football team. You're paying them over $65 million. They damn sure better be good, and they are pretty good. Do I think they're a top 3 unit? I don't, but I think they're a really good unit. Yeah. Defense to me is the bigger wild card because we've had so many ebbs and flows with this defense where they've been elite. They've been the worst in the NFL. In the month of December, when Riley Moss gets hurt, he went from being a top 3 unit to literally being 32. So I need to see some consistency out of this defense before I'm talking about anything like that.
Would you be shocked if they weren't a top 5 defense?
No.
You wouldn't be shocked. Okay.
I think they can be, but I think it's really, really hard to do that.
Okay.
To actually accomplish that over the course of a season is an enormous challenge.
And I think you've also, listen, there was an uptick last year. I think even surprised a lot of fans at how good they started off being or
I mean, I'm going to be a little disappointed if they're not a top 5 defense.
Well, but you
considering what they put into it.
Can you do it? The key is, can you come out and show and do it? I mean, it's one thing to have a year where you go, oh, and then you go back down to over here.
Boy, I tell you what, if they're not a top 5 defense, what would they be missing? Like, where would they be soft? Where
I don't
would
know.
They,
somebody goes down, somebody gets hurt, whatever.
Yeah. Well, okay, fine.
Is your pass rush as good as it was last year?
I'm sorry. I'll throw out a caveat. You get injured, you get injured. It's hard to predict injuries aside from they happen to everybody. How's their depth on defense then? So, not great.
Well,
it's
they've got pretty damn good depth in the secondary. Linebacker's pretty thin. D-line, okay.
Pass rush is pretty good depth-wise.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Well, listen, hopefully they don't get that hurt. I mean, it happens.
Look, it's just I understand your premise on it. On paper, you got a bunch of really good football players. What really changed in December? And don't tell me it was just Riley Moss. Like this game is hard.
What changed in December?
You went from a top 5 unit to number 32 in the NFL.
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, I guess I would look at the players they replaced in free agency and tell you that it wasn't up to snuff. And it was all like right down the middle.
They did miss Moss.
Yep.
It felt like it seemed like they were sure.
I agree.
Whoever they put out there, it seemed like a lot of balls were going over there and not at number 2. And it felt like they started giving up way too much on the run, didn't they? Seemed like they started getting a little porous.
I mean, they picked
running.
up Hufanga and Greenlaw. I think they're telling you they were a little soft on the second level, and that they probably gave up runs that should have been 3 yards, went 5 yards, 5 yards, 9 yards, and soft in terms of coverage in the middle. That's what they were telling you, and they were probably right. And the result of that, you punch in the middle a little bit, then you can go outside, and then you're missing your corners, and all of a sudden games are getting away from you.
I'm just not convinced, and I know that I was on a team that won a championship, so I got it. You don't have to come at me about it. Much like Scott in NBA, I just don't know how far a top 5 defense can take you. So when we're talking about are they going to be Super Bowl contenders, dark horses, because they're going to have a great defense, I don't know. I mean, this is an offensive league, man. It is.
Hey, see if you agree that what a top 5 defense can do is keep you in games.
Yeah.
But your offense has got to go win your game.
Yeah. Yeah.
More times than not.
Agreed.
I mean, there will be a game or two your defense wins your game.
You better score 27 points a game, and if you don't, you're not going to win a whole lot of games.
RJ Harvey's going to 23 carries for 165 yards every game.
You laugh.
Next story, Dan.
All right, lastly, fellas, is Aaron Rodgers going to sign in Pittsburgh? Well, let's hear from the current starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's Mason Rudolph on what it's like hearing the noise about A-Rod.
The porn
Well,
stash.
that's nothing new to me. There's been constant noise. That is the nature of the NFL. So I am been used to that for a long time now. Do nothing but be the best I can be and help our team get better this spring.
Have you been in touch with Aaron at all?
I have not. No.
Has he been in touch with Aaron? That's a great question.
Hey, Aaron, you want to throw together?
Has he been in touch with Aaron?
Hey, am I going to be the starter or are you going to be the starter?
That is so funny. It's kind of a great, stupid question. Have you been in touch with Aaron? That's pretty funny.
How far can he go? How long can Aaron Rodgers hold out?
The training camp. It's
wow.
It's kind of wild.
Nah,
though.
that's too much.
What else is it going to be?
He's got to at least get in there for one mini camp, right?
Oh, we only have 3 weeks of that left.
I know.
No way. You think he's going to get a deal done in the next 3 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, it could happen at any moment. And he was on some sort of weird thing in Chicago, and he was kind of teasing it, but I think that was in Chicago. He was on some sort of stage.
You also know him is waiting as long as he can to not sign so he doesn't have to go to minicamp.
So he can go to Egypt.
Right. He doesn't want any of those the sloppy conflicts.
Better chance of Aaron Rodgers signing in the next couple of weeks with Pittsburgh or not even playing football next year.
Signing with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's too much of an egomaniac not to play. And they're desperate. It'll be stunning if he's not with Pittsburgh. The bigger question, he's filled with drama.
There's one wild card in there. What if Pittsburgh just says, screw it, we're going to go trade for Kirk Cousins?
I was just going to bring up Kirk Cousins. I literally was just going to bring him up. That's a trump card they could play. You'd have to trade for him, though.
It's a whole lot of money.
Yeah, and what are you getting for a trade? Like, I mean, Aaron just cost you a lot of money. You'd have to trade for Kirk Cousins. Is Kirk showing up? Is he not showing up for
both
OTAs?
of them's going to cost you a lot of money this year.
What's that?
Either one will cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
But one has multiple years left. The other one, you might be able to get away with, here's $30 million signing bonus. You can play for 52 and one season. See you later.
You realize either one is a terrible plan for the future, though. So you gotta think, if you're Pittsburgh, can this guy win us a Super Bowl this year? And if the answer is no, you might as well just go with Mason Rudolph and just take the punishment and just go back in the. It looks like there's like 4 or 5 good quarterbacks next year, by the way, in the draft. It looks like a better quarterback.
But you're talking about Mike
year.
Tomlin.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
You're not talking about a coach that is okay with taking a season.
Are we talking about Mike Tomlin in 2026?
But
he just got an extension.
Here's another thing: is
okay.
Pittsburgh trying to hold the fort on Cousins that you don't have to trade for him, and they pull a Russell Wilson.
What do you mean?
Well, they just cut him, and then they could get him for on the cheap for a year and not have to pay him all that money.
Yep.
I mean, are they maybe holding out and saying, listen, no one's going to trade for Kirk Cousins. He's been hurt for a year and a half, so they don't know if he's going to be able to play or what level. And as Coach Sanford said that you heard, that he can't move anymore.
If I'm Atlanta, I just hold on to Kirk Cousins. I seriously do. He's not a distraction. He's a good dude. He ain't my guy, but
but if you're going to hold on to him, why do you tell him not even to show up?
I don't know that they did tell him that.
They told him.
I read that on
Kirk did not show up, but I think that was his choosing.
I thought I read on a scroll, they said, I told him don't bother coming.
Really?
I thought I read that.
All right. Well, we might
Well, if that's true, it's because they don't want to guarantee the money if he gets hurt.
Oh, well, that's what we went through with Russell. That's a fair point.
Right.
Hey, by the way, you are going to be part of the Demaryius Thomas day, which is really cool. I've that was kind of breaking during our show, but we got clarification. I'm going to guess you had heard about it or had some information about it ahead of time. You kept quiet, but that's fine. That's cool because your team's going to be honored on the same day as Demaryius Thomas.
Yeah, it'll be cool. So I was actually told about this a long time ago, months ago.
Okay.
Was told that there would be a day that they're going to honor the entire team, and that day, the Super Bowl 50 team, and that day would be the day that DT goes into the Ring of Fame.
Wow.
So will be cool. I'm sure there will be a huge contingency of the guys. You get a reunion, and you'll probably have a pretty good turnout. You time that reunion with a reason like DT. I would expect almost everybody to be there.
I would too. Wow, that's going to be amazing. That'll be like a high school reunion almost, kind of in that same vein.
Maybe you guys will have a party like you guys did the week before your Super Bowl.
I hope so.
Oh, well.
Pink?
Stop. I'm saying stop. You're bad. Do you have any information about what's going on that weekend? Like any kind of festivities or what to expect?
No, I don't. I just know there's going to be a reunion. That's about it.
Who from your team 10 years ago would you be like, man, I haven't seen that guy in a long time. That'd be really good to catch up with that dude.
Shoot, almost everybody. I mean, literally almost everybody. People scatter. You live your life. You go to different towns. Even the guys that are in town, you just don't see them as much. The offensive line will be fun to get back together.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that I stayed, like there's a couple guys that I stayed really good. Well, not even really good, but the best that I stay in touch with would be Evan Mathis and Matt Paradis, Max Garcia to some degree. Max is doing something kind of cool this year. I don't know if you guys saw it. Max has been out of football for a year or two, and he actually got pretty overweight.
Okay.
And he got himself back into really fantastic shape. Went out to Florida as pro day and is trying to get back into the league.
What?
So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good for him.
And he looks absolutely fantastic. He looks like an animal. I don't know if he'll get a chance or not, but he's trying to get one more crack at that thing.
It was easy yesterday for...
And by the way, if he gets back into the league, I think there'll only be maybe 3 guys that are still playing. Three 3 or 4.
From your team?
Brandon McManus, Von Miller, if he gets a job.
Well, that was it.
God, I don't know. I did this a couple months ago, and I came up with a couple.
As it stands, your DN might be able to, outside linebacker might be able to show up. Vaughn
doesn't have a job yet.
Yeah, Vaughn might be able to show up for the reunion.
Yep.
He'll probably have a job by October, though.
Yeah, he'll probably be a training camp edition somewhere.
Yeah, don't you think? Well, it'll be interesting to see if Vaughn sticks. But I don't think I think he still wants to play football. Yeah, I think he loves it. I can't think of anybody else from that team that's still playing. It's Brandon. Gosh, what team is Brandon even on now?
Packers.
Packers, right.
Took over from Mason Crosby.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm going through my head, the team. It's like nothing's ringing a bell. I got to think of just some rookies from that team. They got a shot.
Funny thing is, you'll come back and all the D-line and O-line guys will be in great shape and look good, and all the running backs will be big, fat slobs.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Skinny guys get fat guys get skinny almost every single time.
Well,
it's like a guarantee.
A lot of those bowling ball running backs are on the borderline of, an extra burrito away from tipping the scales.
Oh, Trevor Siemian, is he still out there?
Golly,
he played backup last year. I think he was a backup somewhere last year.
Yeah.
If he's not with the team now, that wouldn't be a surprise if he got signed by somebody. Let me ask.
Hey, Pittsburgh ought to look for where he's at.
Let me ask you a quick question, Tyler.
Yeah.
Yesterday, a lot of memories were circulating about Demaryius.
Yeah. Yep.
Everybody in sports kind of has their own personal thing, but the easiest memory to have is obviously the Tebow to DT pass. It's like the incredible moment Broncos history, and you can say whatever you want about Tebow, but literally that's got to be one of the top 5 moments in the history of the entire team. That's how big it was. What for you is your most significant memory of Demaryius Thomas?
Well, if you want to be honest, it has nothing to do with football. My single-handed greatest memory of Demaryius Thomas is right after we won the Super Bowl. Everybody is hungover, is all get out. We got to get up early the next day to get on the team plane. It was crazy how early we had to get up.
Okay.
And so everybody's kind of in a foul mood. DT's sitting at the front of the bus, and it's the only time in my entire career that you could bring family on the plane. For me, it just so worked out that the only person I was going to bring was my son.
Okay.
And I get on that bus, and DT's sitting in that first row. He's in a great mood. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm telling my son Noah, I'm like, hey, you know what that is? And shockingly, he did, because I'd prepped him for a few of the guys.
Okay.
And next thing you know, he's sitting on Demaryius's lap the rest of the bus ride. And I've got these amazing photos of it. Then we get on the team plane, and DT sits down right next to me. And I've got it's me, Noah, DT.
Wow.
And I've got these photos of Noah sitting in DT's lap holding the Lombardi trophy. Noah's playing keep away. No. What happened was they were passing the Lombardi trophy around the plane. And everybody wanted to do photos with it. And DT was just being funny about it, and he gave it to my son, Noah, and he's like, hey, don't give that back to anybody. And so he hands it over to Noah, and Noah's holding on to that thing with 2 arms,
Mm-hmm.
and DT's kind of playing keep away with the Lombardi trophy. And then afterwards, we get to the parade, and we're on the fire trucks. And all of a sudden, DT picks up Noah, and he's holding him, up in front of the crowd before we get rolling. And those are my memories. I mean,
cool.
those are the memories. I've got more, Do you
have a significant football memory? That's amazing.
Well, I couldn't care less about the football memories. If I'm being honest, I couldn't care less.
Not when someone loves on your son. That's bigger.
No. These are the moments. I mean, if you want me to ask about football memories, it's the bubble screens. It's every time Peyton Manning would look out there and say, hey, we got the numbers. We're giving that ball to Demaryius Thomas, and I'm throwing that ball lateral. I'm throwing that ball behind the line of scrimmage. DT's going to take that 15 to 20 yards, if not to the house. That's what I think about DT. DT would have some drops, and he would catch a lot of heat from the fans at times because he would have some drops. But every freaking time that dude had a drop, he'd go across the middle, he'd take a huge shot, and he'd have one of the most ridiculous catches you've ever seen.
Cool stuff.
He'd come into the offensive line room, And he was the only dude I'd ever see do it. That was not like the offensive line. That's a brotherhood, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you don't get to come into the line room. And every time we would have fried chicken on Fridays or whatever, he just burst through that door in the middle of the meeting, walk into the back, and grab some food. And then you know what he would do every single time?
What's that?
He'd throw money down for the rookies that had to pay for it. So he paid for his food.
Well, that's cool.
That's
Every time he'd take some of our food, he'd put money down for the rookies that had to pay for it.
What was the name of the bubble screen called? Do you remember the play call name?
Fake 18 slip screen left. Fake 19 slip screen right.
Simple as that.
I mean, there were variations. That was one of them.
That's it, though, basically. It's tough, Tyler, man. It'll be an awesome day, and I'm getting kind of chills even. Well, you must too. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Time goes quick, man, and DT should be there, man. That's gonna be one hell of a day. Who are they playing? What game are they? What is that? Who is that against? We have a schedule in here? We don't? What happened to our schedule? Oh, you got it, Scott.
Oh,
it was week 8. Is that what it was?
What day?
Oh man,
I thought it was week 8. I might be wrong.
Week 7.
Week 7.
The Giants.
You play the Giants at 7 and at Dallas.
Okay. What's the date on that? October what?
19th.
October 19th. All right, we got a shot at good weather that day. October 19th in Denver. That usually is pretty good. That'll be one hell of a game, man. That'll be one amazing day, man. I'm happy for you guys and your teammates, and we're all sad.
The
DT's
least prima donna wide receiver I've ever played with.
Yeah, that's cool, man. It's the best. You know, I was thinking about it because I was hearing the guys talk, should he be in the Hall of Fame? And
he was on that track.
Everybody says, like, well, Rod Smith was, number 1, DT maybe number 2, but I do wonder if DT seriously might have been. I know everybody has such high esteem for Rod, but Rod's nowhere close to making the Football Hall of Fame. Sneakily, is Demaryius the best receiver in Broncos history and have a better case for the Hall of Fame than Rod Smith?
Oh, I don't think it'd be tough to make an argument for either one of those guys to be the best wide receiver in franchise history. I mean, I love Rod. He's my guy. DT is my teammate. So that's the dude I'd choose.
Good stuff. All right, Nate and Andy coming in next. All right, Nate and Andy coming in here in just a second. Let me get to some of the David Adelman stuff from earlier today. Adelman was on with us after he did his presser. Again, like and subscribe to YouTube, and you can find that really easy. Here he is. This, to me, was what it was all about today, about getting off to a better start. And because I think this touches on, like, all sorts of different elements of the team and how they were a bit off track from the jump last year.
No, I think we can come back better. I think we can come back more ready to start the season. I think you can every year. I think every guy comes back, and as they take a year, they get a year older, they're all trying to maintenance themselves through the offseason into the first part of the first games. I would love for us to come back, more ready to go. Because I think the thing that's funny is the year we won the championship, yes, it was a totally different conference. But the bottom line is we got off to a great start that year and just crushed it throughout the season, which allowed us to be right for the playoffs. And it's hard to say we're going to do that because the Western Conference is really tough, but you have to give yourself every opportunity possible to have the best start possible because it allows you to maintenance your roster as you go into the playoffs. So that'll be the expectation. We'll have those conversations with guys. It's not all that simple. Guys are coming off, a really, really tough season. There's mental fatigue, there's physical fatigue, but when guys are ready to get back into it, I think they have to start and understand what the challenge is going to be. And teams that get off to great starts, usually at the end of the year, have the best chance of being healthy in these big games. So that's going to be a conversation with the whole group. There'll be goals set, expectations, obviously private conversations. But yeah, that'll be the expectation to come back in much better shape.
Did that catch you by surprise that there was a lack of communication, preparation, perhaps design of defense that all led to chaos for the Nuggets?
Good question. Do not know. Do you think it did?
Well, if we put the puzzle pieces together, it makes sense. Were we critical of Jamal Murray's preparation and the way he athletically was at the beginning of the season?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Including all the way back to the Olympics.
And a lot of that, by the way, I do think we had the conversation about him being out of shape, but a lot of it just had to do with him not being good at basketball at the time.
Did they get off to a good start last year?
No, 11-10.
It was all over the place. Was it at least worth it?
How good of a start do you need to have the luxury of maintenance mode midway?
Well, I think if you start the season, but at 21 games, even 14-7, which you just doubled up, I think you're much better.
Don't you want to be 7-3 in a 10-game stretch?
Yeah, if you can, be perfect. So you're 20-6.
You're doing all right. Did we at least raise some eyebrows when Malone skipped the game to go watch his daughter play volleyball?
Not as much as we probably should have.
I know he had allowed other coaches to do the same thing, but I think there's a difference between assistant coach and head coach.
Okay. So if we put all these things together, doesn't this add up to what's going on here? When we found out that Russell Westbrook wasn't always traveling with the team and was on a little bit of a different schedule because his family, I think most of us said, that's awesome. What a good dad, a good husband, all those things, which are all true. But still, isn't that something a little bit different for one dude than everybody else? Listen, a lot of these things are small. A lot of them are small. But when you add them up together, it sort of creates this uncohesive team. Never mind the Cold War that we all knew was going on with Malone and Booth, correct? Like everybody, that's like the worst held secret with the Nuggets this entire year.
Right. That was no surprise. Everybody knew that when that came.
Everybody knew that one. Now, the degree of it, who knows? But you certainly heard things that were later confirmed, and that's that.
There were lots of reports early on about those two guys just not being on the same page about younger players. But I don't know that it'd be accurate, at least for me, to say I had any clue how toxic that really was. And I guess the one thing that surprised me a little bit out of the presser today was Josh Kroenke saying, yeah, we like our culture. We're good. Well, didn't you just blow up the whole culture? Didn't you just blow up the head coach, the GM?
Kind of funny.
I'm just saying on the surface level, that's what it can easily look like.
You know what stood out to me is no other assistants were blown out when Malone was blown out.
Yeah, but that's unusual. You usually you need the assistants to just carry forward.
Yeah, but you don't need like all the assistants.
Yeah, you do.
Well, Dwayne Stukes
When
was blown
was the
out.
last time you saw?
I mean, there have been assistant coaches blown out with head coaches.
When they fired the guy in Memphis, they took an assistant with him.
I mean, Redmond went out with Bud Black. Stukes went out with Hackett. The Avs have fired an assistant coach, but they didn't fire the head guy. I mean, it's not that unusual that. Listen, the Nuggets have like 100 assistants too. I mean, Malone was it. It was Malone, and there's nobody else in personnel that was let go. Like nobody under Booth was let go either. And we did believe, we've talked about it multiple times, there's more juice to get out of this team. Josh Kroenke said that he was thinking about firing Malone before the All-Star game, and they won inconveniently.
Won eight in a row, 9 in a row. Yeah.
But when you look at those teams, even Joker talked about, hey man, we weren't playing like
they beat Charlotte twice, right? He's a lottery team.
It was like kind of like that. But how do you fire a coach who's just won 8 games in a row? There are a lot of signs that they actually like the culture of the team, and what's happening now is helping, I think, significantly. The fact that the Thunder are, I don't know, man, are they going to lose another game?
Well, here's the key.
Who knows?
If you think that a head coach was affecting the culture of the team negatively, you got the coach out. I mean, you kind of blamed him for doing that. If you think it's a player now going forward, if all of a sudden you got a player, Boogie Cousins was a guy when he came in here, and Bones, two guys that did not fit the locker room culture.
Yeah, by the way, Bones, very confident guy, very immature guy.
Yeah. And really hadn't played since he left here, has he?
No, he's wearing street clothes most of the time, even if he's on a team.
You know, like his third team now?
I don't even know where
he got traded from the Clippers, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know if he got traded.
Well, he got moved from here to the Clippers, and the Clippers.
Did they just release him?
He's on Minnesota's bench.
I was going to say, because he wasn't on the Clipper bench.
Is he on Minnesota's bench right now?
Well, that's Tim Connelly's draft.
But he's not dressed, right? He's just.
I thought I saw him in street clothes the other day in one of the games.
Okay. Well, I definitely saw him in street clothes. I did not remember what team that was for.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Wow.
That's Tim Connelly's guy.
That's Tim Connelly's guy. Tons of talent, man. Mile High City, baby. I mean, we had nights where Bones Highland was blowing the roof off Ball Arena.
Right.
Now?
Well, we got Julian Strother, who at least is, hey, man. Hey, Jamal was there today. Julian was there today. Okay. Let's hope for the best as it goes.
That was good to see players supporting their guy. Right?
Yeah.
But I am curious to see, and maybe this is a good question for you, how much different, we're going to talk about it at 320. I got some opinions, but how much different is David Adelman, the head coach, versus the assistant coach? He talked about it. He said about how he's got to listen to everybody now and take in other ideas. It's not just my job to give an opinion. It's my job to listen to the opinions and make the best decision. But I am curious how much needs to change. How did it grab you, him talking about maybe looking a little bit different in the regular season and being more playoff ready?
Well, that right there answers your first question. How's it going to change? That right there. I think you even saw, we can go back to the simple experiment of Westbrook playing horrible in that Sacramento game, and he finishes the game with Jalen Pickett. I think that's going to be a difference in him. He said it here. He challenged guys to better come back in shape. We got to start from the jump and not 30 games in like they did last year, 25 games in like they did last year. We got to start from the jump.
To actually admit that they weren't in shape and they weren't as prepared as they could be, does it break your heart a little bit as a fan to think that the team is just admitting that
I think it means they got fat and lazy in the locker room.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Who do you think needed to hear that? Because I said to Nate at one point last week, if this is going to work, and you guys had mentioned it on your show, I heard you, It doesn't feel like a lot of changes are probably coming. We'll see if they can make a move or two to try to improve the bench. But I think we used to talk about it with Joker, and I heard you said maybe Joker needs to come back a little bit more in shape like he did a couple years ago. But I think Jamal has to be ready from the get-go. Jamal can't play himself into shape for 2 months. I'm sorry.
I also think that it's funny you talk about that. They were what? They were 11-10 after they lost to Washington, and then they finally got their crap together and started to win some games. They won the title 2 years ago, and I do think like there is a psychological component to, November and December basketball is pretty lame after you go and you win an NBA championship. And like that's one of the things that I'm very interested to see is, with the not even just like the change to Adelman, because it's David Adelman. It's a guy that's been there the entire time, but just a little bit of a wake-up call, given to the locker room of like, okay, to use your term, we have gotten fat and happy on a few things, and let's re-emphasize doing things the right way and have it be said by a different voice. Will that make an impact? I don't know.
Let me ask you this. And I talked about this with Sean Payton. We talked about on our show, my good friend.
Yeah, best friend.
Your boo.
Mm-hmm.
He took over a bad program that had not seen the postseason for 9 straight years. It was a bad crap program, and he is a high-name coach. You haven't had a hire, even when they hired Shanahan, turned into a great coach, or even Kubiak, didn't have the name that Sean Payton had. Sean Payton was a high-profile name coach. He has to be your face of your team, and that's what he was. But there will come a time that Sean Payton, if his ego allows, needs to step back. Michael Malone took this team over and was nobody. Your best player is a second-round pick out of Sanford that looked a little chubby and no one ever heard of. And all people did, Nate, and you know this, for the first 4 years of his career, make fun of him.
Yep.
Then he wins an MVP and they go, oh, how'd that happen? Oh, then he wins another one. Wait a minute. Then he wins an NBA champ. And now, also, he is highly regarded throughout every circle in the NBA.
Charles Barkley said he's one of the 3 faces of the NBA
He's as highly regarded as anybody in the NBA. Your coach can't be your mouthpiece and face of your team.
Sure.
And I think that was an adjustment. And it needed to be Michael. Michael needed to be out in front and get out there and take the slings and arrows and win 36 games and be the cheerleader and be the disciplinarian. But then by the time you won a championship, he needs to step back. And I'm not sure that happened. Instead, I think it was the grind. And guys are like, and the one difference, David came in right away, and he said it today. Next year ain't going to be about me.
Right.
If we're going to win and get to where we're, it ain't about me.
It's funny. I think of the.
And I think that's a healthy attitude.
The 2 championship parades back to back. Jared Bednar, aside from being happy drunk, Jared Bednar crying a little bit, he barely was part of anything.
He was the proud father at the wedding. We talk about it all the time with the teary toast of,
But other than that, it was kind of Gabe Landeskog's show, and or Terry Lekkinen,
Eric Johnson, Miko, yeah.
But at the Nuggets parade, Malone I don't think there was anything laid out.
He was the show.
Sideways.
Yeah, he was the show.
Hell no.
Right.
Hell no.
I mean, he just kind of took over as the MC of the entire, which we all
Eric
loved.
Johnson. He was the Eric Johnson of the affair.
And this really, though, is also one of the unique challenges of Nikola Jokic as your superstar, because you guys talk about him being the face of the NBA. I saw it today, like Bill Simmons put out his like superstar pyramid in the NBA. There's one name at the very top of the pyramid. It's Nikola Jokic. Shea and Giannis, they're on the next tier down, right? Pretty damn good players, but they're not Nikola Jokic. But also, like, he's such a different superstar, right? He is a little aloof. He
doesn't look for the spotlight.
Doesn't look for the spotlight. Yep. He's not a native English speaker. All of those things, and so like you started to see him once Adelman took over. You saw the empowerment out of Nikola Jokic and the challenge to Nikola Jokic, and it looked a little bit different. How much does that now continue going forward, and how much is that the challenge that he lays out for the Joker? Is to be that guy.
Hey, it's nowhere near the challenge DMac has of trying to get out of here. He was going to leave, and Tyler's doing an interview, so you know what? He just turned back around and picked up the mic, and we're going to go again.
I'll just be here.
Well, but I'll ask you. Let's go.
We've
all covered a number of championship teams. Like, I don't know if Joe Sakic was the loudest, most boisterous leader back when they were winning cups. That was more Wah, right?
He was the captain.
I mean, Wah is a pretty good 1A, 1B, if you will. How many? I'm curious. As a guy in the locker room, is it always your best player that's got to be the most boisterous in your mind? Who is the best
I
leader?
talked to Kevin McHale one time, and he said you have to have 3 guys on your team. He said you got to have your best player, your best athlete, and your best leader. Now, you hope that you got at least 2 of those guys, and one of them might be your best athlete and your best player.
Mm-hmm.
One might be your best player, your best leader. He said, so you need at least 2 guys to fill those 3 roles. If you got 3 guys, that's great. And that's always stuck with me just a little bit since he told me that. And that was way back when he was GM of Minnesota, and we had Nene, and I was asking what he thought about Nene. He also said this, and this fit Nene perfect. He goes, there's a whole lot of guys in this league that can score 20 a night, but there are not a whole lot of guys that want that responsibility.
But you know what's funny about
that was Nene.
About the Celtics? They won one championship one way, but then they were lacking a little bit, and then they got somebody else in Bill Walton that really helped them sort of that leadership thing get to a next level. They did not win back-to-back. They won, lost, won, sort of like that. So you've got to evolve, too.
Yep.
And your leaders can evolve, and they've tried that a little bit. So
this year
then
with
you get
Westbrook.
Well, right.
But have they tried that before?
Kind of. I mean, DeMarcus Cousins was probably kind of that guy, but it just wasn't.
But that was before the championship.
Well, Bruce Brown was. Well, they tried, but they've been bringing different guys in to sort of help Jokic do that sort of thing.
But none of them have been as good as Bruce Brown or KCP before them.
As players.
Yeah,
Correct.
as players, which that's also a big
KCP
thing.
was like the total package.
KCP was more of the leader than Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown was just everybody's buddy and would rah-rah you and get you going. Jeff Green was bigger than people realize, too.
Yeah.
I mean, we always talk about KCP and
Jeff Green
Bruce,
had that dinner the night in the middle
Jeff
of that
Green,
championship.
That's right.
Jeff Green was a
no question there. Who's the best athlete on this team?
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon?
when healthy.
When healthy.
Yeah. Freak of an athlete.
Okay.
Or are you going
when healthy, Aaron
Okay.
Gordon? But I'm going to tell you who's better than you realize. And now he's one of the guys I thought Adam was talking about. Strother's a hell of an athlete.
Hell of an athlete.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, phenomenal.
Where's Jamal on the athletic scale?
He's not the most athletic dude. He's strong. He's skilled and he's crafty.
He's
but
not super quick.
Yeah, when you're just talking pure running, jumping, he's not. That's why he was the 7th pick in the draft rather than first or
He
second.
can go either side of the basket. He's got unbelievable handle.
He's a great player.
His
Can
skill
create
is
his own shot.
through the roof.
Yeah, great skill.
Yeah,
Okay.
unbelievable.
But he doesn't look to posterize guys even like Christian Brown.
Well, how often do you
Well,
watch?
I mean,
just talking athletic.
But all those things you just said about Jamal, you could say about Joker, but I don't know if we'd all say he's the best athlete.
I would cert.
All right, I'm not going to fight you about Aaron Gordon.
I made
see where
this
you're
point
going.
many a time.
A healthy Aaron Gordon.
Nikola
Healthy.
Jokic is always the 10th best athlete on any NBA court. He just is.
Okay. So you're saying athleticism and skill is two different things.
Very much so. Yes.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
like
AG.
okay.
AG.
And
Let's
here-
not argue because it's AG. No
It
doubt
is.
about
It is AG. But here's a
or it
perfect
could be
example.
Strother's. I'm going to trust Scotty.
I
saying
think Strother
close.
has a possibility.
Going back to the Jamal thing, just put it this way: how often do you watch him blow by a guy the way Anthony Edwards does?
He's not like Anthony Edwards.
Exactly. That
Okay.
Or Shea.
that dude. But I'd go AG / Strother. Who's the best leader?
Jokic.
I think the leadership of Jokic came out after the firing of Malone like we've never seen it.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me ask you this,
Like
though.
we've never seen it. Didn't David talk about that today, too?
He did.
Let me throw this at you. Because to me, and this is just guy watching from the outside impression, yeah, he's the best leader, but you're probably also scared as hell to have that guy mad at you because it's his team. It's everything.
It can be intimidating, but still, you're a good leader. What great leader isn't a little intimidating?
Do you have a guy like he just talked about? Do you have the Jeff Green / KCP that when the butt chewing's over with, I pull you aside and go, let me translate?
No, because that's going to be Christian Brown in like 3 years.
There was a
But
great
he ain't there yet.
conversation I had with Maxie when he was still alive. And I was asking about those Avalanche teams. I said, Joe, was he the best leader? He said, Joe was a great leader, but he's quiet, just like you mentioned.
Mm.
He said one time they came in between periods and it played like ass, and Patrick Wall started throwing Gatorade water things around and tearing up the locker room and did it. He said 5-minute rant, was calling guys out. And I mean, it was just loud. And Joe went like that, Patrick, that's enough. And he said like that. The rant stopped and Patrick went and sat down. So that's a leader because you know what? I'll let you be my muscle.
With a leash, yeah.
I'll let you you be the barking guy at the postman, and you scare the postman to death, and then I'll reel you back in. But
that feels like we thought Gabe has been missing from that equation when we talked.
And I'm not sure
I think McKinnon's that way, and Gabe was the one who was like, all right, let the guy have a Chick-fil-A. All right, calm down.
Hey, Gabe. Or Nate, it's a
funny.
Snickers.
Yeah, it's okay.
Relax, bro.
He's still got 0.8% body fat. We'll be cool.
A little flour
He's
won't
not up to
kill you.
5%.
We got rid of Johansson.
Yeah.
We're good.
We're at Twin Peaks. He can have some nachos.
That was funny about Johansson.
Worry
It's
about who you're going to draft in your fantasy
You don't
draft.
see like a lot of sloppy, fat hockey players, and then there's Ryan Johansson just walking in there
Well,
like,
Phil
He
Kessel did
comes from a
pretty
different
well
day.
as a fat, sloppy hockey player.
Hey,
Would Johansson be on the top of your least favorite athletes that's played in Denver in the last
He
decade?
would be on the top of the list of Avalanche players' least favorite player that they played with. He was not respected or liked well inside of that locker room.
Baddest baseball player. No, that's for another day.
Well,
That's
we
a
already
whole
did that
different
one.
thing. Yeah.
When we get to midsummer.
Terry Forster.
All right, you got another one there, Nate? Or
I love good fat baseball player talk. No, that's good. Okay, best athlete, best player, best leader. So Jamal Murray doesn't fill any of those. Michael Porter doesn't fill any of those categories.
Right.
Second and third highest paid player on the team. I think generally, wouldn't we all agree, like, okay, all the talk is run it back. But if this team is going to make a significant improvement with a change of personnel, it includes trading one of the 4 large salaries that are on the team. You're never going to trade Nikola Jokic. The greatest trade value would come via Jamal Murray or Michael Porter just because of the size of those contracts. Is that the only way for this roster to take a significant step forward would be to trade one of those guys?
That's not what David Adelman said today. David Adelman was basically saying you got to have more consistency shooting, and that would be off the bench. And he says it's not about putting up 500 jumpers.
Mm-hmm.
It's about, quality and contesting them and making it a more competitive way to go about it. So I read from Adelman, no. Like, the starters are not what you got to worry about, nor is it Russell Westbrook. I thought he was talking to Strother and to
Peyton Watson,
and probably to 2 guys in free agency, like Ty Jerome or somebody like that they're going to pick up for $4 million a year. Somebody like that they hope they can get off the bench.
Look, there's a lot of good things to say on May 28th when you don't have a dance partner yet. Let's be honest. But do you think that's the exact same conversation they're having behind closed doors right now?
They'll have all those
They're
conversations.
having every conversation.
I'd say this. And let's take Russ doesn't come back because he can get more than 3 somewhere else. You're going to have 4 empty contracts. That's 4 spots you're going to be able to add. And I've said this before David Adelman talked. I was saying this last week. Your 2 biggest keys, you want to get better in-house, not making any moves. It's going to be Peyton Watson and Julian Strother. And Peyton Watson's got to get stronger. He's got to be able to finish under contact at the rim. If he can get to that point, his defense has been phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
You've added something extra. They don't have anybody on the team. You mentioned, does Jamal get to the basket downhill like Ant? No. Strother can. Mm-hmm. Strother's one of the few guys you got on your team that can get his shot at any time. But he's still got the college mentality of, I feel contact, I'm flying myself this way, hoping I get a shot to go in. You don't get the calls. The NBA now is, I got to create that contact. Now fall back. I never lose sight of the basket. There it is. Bing, bing, bang, shot, and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the free throw line. That's the improvement he's got to make in his game. So he's got to get stronger too.
Does SGA host a summer camp that he could go to learn these skills?
Well,
can he and Jalen Brunson teach Julian Strother how to be a free throw merchant?
Listen, there's enough guys out there that have little mini camps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Chris Paul did one forever. Remember?
Perfect.
Remember, Jamal went like his second year in the league or something like that.
Did Julius Hodge ever go?
Julius, I don't think so. Let me
Deep
throw
cut.
a name out there though. Free agent that I'm interested in.
Yeah? Give me a name.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams. I love Steven Adams.
Would that be a great bench
Would you like
guy?
him over Brooks Lopez, who has been listed by a couple
Isn't
places
Steven
as a
Adams
possible?
like everybody's favorite person in the NBA too?
Yes.
Isn't he?
Yes.
Like, he's like the nicest, most
Yes.
beloved
Wasn't
person
he
in the
Australian?
entire league. He's a Kiwi.
Close.
New Zealand?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a Kiwi.
He's the nicest, scariest guy in the
Right.
league.
Right.
Because
You
he's a
wouldn't tell
guy
me
you probably
close.
don't want to get too mad at you.
His dad had wasn't he like? Isn't he like the 13th kid or something like that
Oh,
too?
probably.
There's a great backstory on Steven Adams. Yeah.
Dad had a lot of free
But-
nights.
but-
what you're telling
but-
me?
Yes.
But a free agent, a big guy that's great on the boards and can really pass, would he not be a backup for Joker to
He'd be
play
perfect.
15 minutes a night?
He'd be perfect, and he'd be so fun to have around.
By the way, Nate, you guys, Cubs, got so lucky yesterday.
How did they get lucky?
Oh, man, the Rockies had them.
No, they didn't.
When did
They
that
literally
happen?
never had
actually
anybody.
technically
They
did have
never
them.
have anybody.
Why?
were
Because they had a lead in the top of the 11th.
Correct.
Ever so
With
briefly.
the ghost runner.
So lucky.
You can't catch Pete Crow Armstrong out there on
Actually,
the paths.
looking
let me
at the
tell
Cubs,
you.
because I don't pay attention to them because I basically hate them and their fans. No offense. But
No, tell me how good they are. I
that
want to hear
is,
it.
that is a team
Oh,
that,
let me drink in those tears.
I mean,
Give it to me.
it's speed,
Yep.
it's strength,
Uh-huh.
it's actually great pitching.
It's talent.
Like they had
Well managed.
seven base stealing attempts. They got caught once because I'll give you that. Hunter Goodman ain't a big league catcher.
They don't steal a ton either. They're just very efficient with what they do.
They got Shaw. That rookie's unbelievable.
He's very
Suzuki's
good.
incredible.
Yep.
That is a really
good
good
club.
team.
It's a good club.
And you almost lost to the Rockies.
Beautiful.
You're going to make us late to break to get a Rocky shot in?
my fault.
Beautiful
What are we doing?
ballpark.
I'll leave
What
now.
are we doing?
Play in front of some of the nicest people you'll ever find.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
Pack
true.
of idiots.
Because when I think Chicago, I think really nice, welcoming town.
Also, the Red Sox fan is ripping Cub fans right
Red
now.
Sox fan here. We'll get Dodger fan in here, and they'll all be represented. We'll have a panel.
Yeah. It was a nice win last night for the Cubs. I do have to tell you this, and we'll spend more time on this later. But as a Cub fan, watching them play the Rockies, especially when it's like night 2 of the series and the Cubbies already took game 1, you're sitting there looking at it and you're like, you can't lose this game. You can't lose it.
Yeah,
You-
we have a larger discussion about that.
You can't lose a series to this.
You almost did.
Tonight,
You tried.
I don't care. Tonight's fine.
Tonight.
The Rockies are allowed to win a game of this series. But you can't. By the way, 21 consecutive series losses now for your Colorado Rockies.
Going back to last year.
Going back to last year.
Yeah, longest in MLB history.
21
Another
consecutive.
historical mark for this group of brothers.
Our buddy Aaron Anderson is here today. We were looking at the schedule before the start of the show. I thought you were in here, by the way. I was leaving our buddies out to dry.
No, I was in here for a minute.
But we were looking at the schedule. I can't find the series that they win until 4th of July weekend when the Colorado Rockies welcome in the Chicago White Sox. The Pale Hose come to town.
Is that a 3 or 4 game set?
It's a 3-game set. 4th of July weekend. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, there's some bad teams on the schedule. Like, the Marlins are on the schedule, for example. The Nationals are on the schedule, but these are all on the road. So the Rockies aren't going to win a road series. They can't score runs on the road. So I think it's going to have to be at Coors Field. I got 4th of July weekend circled. I think the Rocks take 2 or 3 from the Pale Hose, the Southsiders, the Chicago White Sox.
That
Mark it down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What if we get a split and then the first tie in MLB history because they get so bored with it, they call the game a tie.
There's a tornado.
We get to 25 innings.
We can't squeeze
Both
this
teams
game
need
in.
to leave.
The end of the year.
Fireworks have been ruined.
Both teams are 80 games under 500, so you're just like, there's no purpose in playing it.
We're done.
That's it.
We're done.
It very well could happen. Our pal Nick Kosmiter joins us for Bronco OTA discussion coming up at 4 o'clock. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Nuggets do have a new head coach. We're reacting to what David Adelman had to say today, in particular about his plans defensively. That's coming up next.
And I want to talk about this before this is over. What you saw from these guys communication-wise is going to continue next year. These guys, this is their team. And what they want to do next year and the goals they have is going to come down to what they want. And I'm there to help, to shepherd this. But this is about them and the success they've had. So it meant a ton to me that, Josh had the trust in me to take over. And then at the end of it, to have the guys feel like things were done correctly, and to have this opportunity to come back, it's an honor. It's an honor to coach the Denver Nuggets, and more importantly, coaching these players. So very excited for the journey next year.
All right, I want to start in this spot right here. And Andy, this is apropos of nothing. This gets you absolutely nothing. And maybe it only matters to me because, I don't know, I'm a Nuggets fan. I like David Adelman.
Okay.
I like him. I like his demeanor. I like his delivery. I think that he did a good job making the transition to being the guy in front of the microphone every day during the postseason. I like the way that he talked about the team today and his players. I think he is a guy that is very eager to get this opportunity. We talked about this the other day. This guy gets a chance to be a first-time NBA head coach, and he gets to coach the greatest player in the world. That doesn't ever happen, And he gets a chance to be able to now do that. It's very cool. I like his kind of humility that he talks about. He talked about his family today. He talked about his high school buddies, the guys that he goes to for input on these things. It just screams to me like I'm not the NBA know-it-all. These are the people that I've been talking basketball with forever, so I'm just going to kind of keep doing it. I think there's an authenticity to him that I think will play well in the locker room. And by the way, none of these comments are a shot at Michael Malone or what he was. He was just here for a long time, and the message grew stale. Guess what? It's going to happen for David Adelman someday too, okay? Because it always does, and there's a shelf life on your effectiveness as a coach. But as of right now, I listen to him and I hear an authenticity to him. I hear a humility to him, and I hear a relatability to him that I, as a fan, like, and I think will do well with the basketball team. It will ultimately just simply come down to wins and losses, but I think he's starting in a good place because ultimately being a professional basketball coach is almost the biggest thing in it is you have to be a professional psychologist.
Yeah, I would say this. I don't think that if you're a Nuggets fan that's upset with the David Adelman hiring, go ahead and tell us why. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line's always there for your use. I'd be curious to know why. I think getting an audition certainly helped things. There's a lot of unknown when you hire a new coach in any sport.
Totally.
Never sure how it's going to go. Never sure how it's going to transition. They actually played better basketball, it felt like, down the stretch under him. I think they played a brand of basketball with an effort that maybe would not have shown up had Malone kept coaching this thing. Now, we'll never know for sure. Everybody might have gotten playoff serious, and they might have still done what they did. But
didn't you see, though, that team get better over the couple of weeks that he
coached
them?
We did, and I
thought they did.
I think they made adjustments. I thought they played some things differently. I thought it was good that certain guys, Westbrook chief among them, but not always him. Sometimes it was MPJ. Remember, there was the MPJ game where he didn't finish the game, too. Right. It wasn't just Westbrook. I think it was good he put guys on notice that if you're not having a night, then I'm not going to let you play. I'm going to close with the guys that are playing well. That was a bit different. We talked about how Coach Malone kind of fell into his routines, as most coaches do when it came to his routine, or his rotation, I should say. So, look, all that's great. So I'm curious to see what he does. Yeah. Now, the GM thing is still kind of interesting to me. I think you and I both heard a lot of the same language today that speaks to me. I felt like there was almost a little bit of a I don't know if warning is the right word, but maybe that's the only one I can come up with that says, hey, if you're expecting a lot of big splashy moves to get into free agency here, that's just probably not what this is going to be. He talked a lot about developing the guys he has in front of him. Now, look, he also gave that answer because we're not in free agency. You don't have any idea what offseason moves could have. So, of course, he's going to talk about the guys that he does have to coach in front of him right now.
Look, real quick, and I don't want to say this, okay? Now, I think Josh Kroenke is a absolutely marvelous and wonderful human being. Just terrific, top-notch, across the board all the way. I think he runs a fantastic media company. I think nobody has ever run a radio station to the quality that KSC does.
No, Westward agrees.
But I would also, I would say this, okay? And I'm not saying that he's not trustworthy in these matters, but I think you say a lot of things in a press conference setting. And in this case, it's a lot of run it back, a lot of we believe we have the guys in the room. I think a lot of things get said in those settings that don't always turn out to necessarily be, A, how everybody really feels about it, and B, how everybody acts going forward in the future. So, I mean, number one, you don't sit up there and trash your own team. Because they are assets.
And they are your team right now.
Exactly. And also, here's the other thing. Because I don't know if this has ever happened before in the history of sports, but how often has a trade been discussed and then it doesn't happen? And then that guy is still on your team. You want to make sure the public record is filled with things that are positive about it.
No.
I'm certainly allowing for the possibility that it is completely team run it back, but I also believe they're going to try to do something.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to do something with the bench. Right now, I'm not getting the vibe they're going to try to do something with the 4 big contracts you and I talk a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that changes. And look, as far as your comment on Josh, you're right. Josh having a press conference.
He is wonderful.
Frankly, for David Adelman, too. Mm-hmm. Having a press conference is a lot like doing talk radio. You're talking about what you know that day.
Sure.
And very easily, like in a month from now, you could find out some team's willing to trade somebody or somebody has an interest in one of your core 4.
Yeah.
That team that exists, that has interest now come July 1st, may not have had the interest at the trade deadline, may not have given you the offer that you had in the trade deadline.
You also don't have a general manager yet.
No, you don't. And it'd be curious to know, I mean, right now, I kind of feel like, is this just, maybe it's just a hire from within, but we'll see. We don't know. I mean, again, I think you had talked about the Wolves assistant GM. That'd
Matt
be
Lloyd?
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, the whole puzzle's not together yet.
Yes.
And that's the other thing that's kind of tough to talk about long-term future on May 28th.
It's step one, and a lot of people are still under contract.
Right.
So you're...
And even David said today, I haven't even figured out my coaching staff yet.
Very much so. So again, basically the way that I'm saying this is I am not beholden to the idea that they're just going to run it back. I don't think they will. And I think that would be doing a massive disservice to Nikola Jokic if they don't attempt to do something major with this roster. When I say major, I think they're going to be having conversations about who is movable. And that's what they have to do. And it basically comes down to, Andy, and we know this, it comes down to MPJ and Murray. Okay? Which one of them is movable, and what does the return then afford you to be able to do, and how does it make your roster more versatile? And while you may be acquiring a player back that is not as good as those guys at their peak, could the sum of those parts ultimately make your basketball team better? That's what I think they're going to be exploring here.
Well, and I think from what Josh had said his last presser, he probably wouldn't mind a draft pick attached to those that could be used.
Yeah, so one thing, and they got to get draft picks. They've got to find a way to bring some of those back into the fold. Right now, they have a single pick that they can move, and I think it's like the 2031 first.
Yeah, not even this decade.
Yeah. Now, I believe in early July, they'll be given the 2032 picks. So they'll have that first and that second that they can then play around with a little bit. Because I think right now don't they have the 30, the 31, and the 32. I think they got the 26 and the 28, but they can't move those. And then they have the 30
because
and the 31.
Because you have to have a pick every other year,
Every other year is the rule. And then the 30 and the 31. So I think you can move the 31 as of right now, and then the 32 will come along, and maybe you can play around with that a little bit. And maybe you can, honestly, that's one of the other things that's funny. I know this sounds like a silly conversation to be had. We're discussing a 2032 draft pick, and like Kyle Shanahan says, we're all day to day. But still, Jokic is going to be gone by then.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a high pick.
We celebrate 6 years together next week.
Yeah.
We'd have to have double the show length to get to 2032 and see how that looks.
Sure. And we're all day to day in this business. We know that. So, yeah, I'm waiting to see on what this offseason has to offer me. Mhm.
Okay. I just feel like I do think they'll do something. They'll have some contracts expire that allow at least some kind of situation to be changed.
Yeah.
I just don't know that I feel like with the language that has been used at now 2 press conferences in 2 consecutive weeks that I feel like a core 4 person is going to be moved. Now, to your point, if they get the right offer for Jamal or if they get a better offer for MPJ, as the reporting told us after the firing of Coach Malone, there were some offers out there for MPJ, but they didn't like what they were getting in return, so they decided to hold on to him. If those get beefed up, then yeah, probably something happens and the language changes. But
Yeah, and I don't think they're kicking anything out of bed. Jake Coyne was on with the fellas in the morning, the Stat Squatch on Twitter, and he put out his annual off-season preview. And I love this dude. He does great work on this. He's a good Twitter follow, Jake Coyne on Twitter. But he has the bones, the outline of a trade that interests me greatly. Regarding these Denver Nuggets. I want to bounce it off of you a little bit when we come back. But an interesting move that would send out one of those core 4, but I believe make your basketball team considerably better. I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, not fun to talk about, not fun to think about, not fun to deal with, if it has you pulling away from your significant other, or if it even has you maybe not seeking the attention of anybody right now, or even seeking a dating life because of this, don't live that way. Get it fixed. Head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you. It's going to be key to find the right treatment for your situation, and they've got different treatments over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And finding the right treatment is the difference between getting back an okay experience and a fantastic one. So go and have a chat over with the good folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Again, they've got treatments that will work when the pills and the herbals fail. So if you've tried other stuff and you think you've tried it all, make sure that you really have and talk with the folks over there. They also have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men, so you know that they've got a lot of experience in this. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit is $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. And you could be back to feeling like your old self and having that same old experience the next day if you're like a lot of men. So, 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, Fort Collins and the Springs included, 720-440-7900, the number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Talking football with Nick Kosmider, top of the hour, 4 o'clock. Broncos begin their OTA tomorrow. Okay, so...
No, they're in the middle of it.
Oh,
We
they're
just
in the
only
middle.
get to watch
It's
tomorrow.
open tomorrow.
Yeah,
You're right about
yeah.
that.
No,
yes.
I like your idea. If we're not there, it ain't happening.
It's not really happening.
What are you doing? Are
Exactly.
you playing chess? You working that Papa shot they used to have?
We don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
pal. We got to be there to see it for it to happen.
If a tree falls in the woods
and a bear's out there
and
dropping a deuce in the woods,
Bo Nix is
completing any
bootlegging out. If I don't see it, it's not real. Jay Coyne was on the morning show today, the Stats Squatch.
Is that guy real?
No,
we've got sound to prove it.
Stat Squatch is a figment of our imagination. But no, he's got his off-season guide out. I always like this, but he's got some mock off-season trades.
Okay.
That the Nuggets could make. I've got one here for you. Mock off-season trades.
A mockery.
Mm-hmm. So here's one. It involves Denver swinging a deal.
Denver. Come on, man.
EJ?
Denver.
There you are. There you are.
We need more of that in our lives.
Good to hear him.
Denver.
Drop of the year right there. Denver swinging a trade with the Chicago Bulls.
Okay.
And their old buddy, Arturas Karnisovas. In this deal, Denver would send Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji, and a 2031 first-round pick. That's right, 2031 first-round pick.
Okay.
Got that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
To the Chicago Bulls. Denver would acquire, hang with me, this first name is going to underwhelm, Patrick Williams, got to make the salaries match, Kevin Huerter, Ayo Dosunmu, and a 2029 second-round pick. So,
well, at least you get a second.
Yes. Basically, here's the bones of this trade, and it doesn't involve Bones Highland. Basically, there's other things attached to it. In the short term, think of it this way, MPJ for Kevin Huerter and Ayo Dosunmu. You would have to take back Patrick Williams and his terrible, terrible contract. But also, he was once a top 5 pick in the NBA draft, so you could convince yourself, hey, maybe I can fix that guy. The key to these deals is Huerter and Dosunmu. I would assume Huerter moves into your starting 5 and replaces MPJ, and then Dosunmu is your do-everything stud off the bench. He can shoot, he can slash, he can defend. He's a really nice NBA player. Also, Andy, I'm always partial to legends out of the University of Illinois, so I like Ayo Dosunmu a lot, but also this guy's a legit, really good NBA player.
How soon is Williams' contract up? End of the year?
4 years left on it.
4 years left on it?
Mm-hmm. It's not a good contract.
Oh, my gosh.
It's not a good contract.
All right, now, how long left on MPJs? 2?
2 years left on that deal. Mm-hmm. So, again...
You're making me less interested with the 4 year. What are we talking? What are we talking per?
18.
So that is half of what you owe Mike?
Basically,
are you getting some cap relief is what I'm asking.
Well, you wouldn't be getting cap relief per se.
Immediately.
You're getting 2 players for 1. This is the classic. We can take our starting small forward, Michael Porter Jr., and we can turn him into 2 viable pieces, one of which would be a starter, the other of which we bring off the bench, thus adding to the depth of our basketball team. Like the other assets included in this, again, hypothetical trade are Zeke Naji, which who cares? You don't play him anyway.
Sure.
And a 2031 first-round pick. We may not all even be here. So, again, and
Nikola Jokic likely won't.
You have to make the salaries match, so you have to take something that is less than ideal, because that's how NBA trades basically work.
Any trade this offseason will include that caveat.
Yes, absolutely. But a deal like this, you're adding a swingman out of Maryland that is a dead-eye shooter.
How tall?
And Kevin Huerter at 6'7".
Okay. You lose a little size in the exchange. But
Michael Porter Jr., that's the thing. Like a 6'10" dude that shoots the way that Porter does,
That's why he was thought to be the number one pick once upon a time.
That's why he was a lottery pick.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's that ability right there. And then again, in Dosunmu, you're adding an absolute, just stud, do everything kind of guard. The kind of guy that you put in your backcourt, the kind of guy you could bring off your bench and put in different matchups, that has the kind of versatility of guarding multiple positions, a switchy kind of defender that you desperately need. And, oh, by the way, he can shoot the ball a little bit. So that's what you'd be doing with your basketball team right there.
All right.
To me, the key to this deal, why I like these kind of trade proposals is it's the 1 for 2.
Sure.
You're taking Porter's massive contract and saying, how do we split this up into more players, more assets, and thus deepen our basketball team?
So that part I like. What I would at what point do you just get, like, if you don't trade Porter this year, you're just riding out the contract to free up the money then in 2 years, right?
Either that or he's just like a expiring trade piece that you could trade next offseason if you wanted to. And people could just say, all right, well, I'm getting an expiring deal right there. I can get out from them under whatever deal I don't like. My core didn't work out, and you can make a move like that.
Williams, what is Williams? Give me some update on what is Pat Williams. You said he's a former lottery pick.
He's a disappointment. Is what Patrick
How tall?
Williams
What
is.
position?
He's a
Break it down
6'7", 215-pound power forward. Okay.
Okay.
Again, like, put it this way. He's a little bit better than Zeke Naji with a way higher ceiling.
Okay, but again, you lose some size there, right?
You're giving up size. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Size isn't everything. Look, I keep bringing up size because the Dallas Mavericks are about to,
size isn't everything, Andy.
I get it, but it's working out for OKC.
Do you know what you're doing with it, and are you charming?
Well, if you play the right motion offense,
that's what I'm saying.
Could work for everybody.
Anyway, I don't hate this. I don't hate this deal.
What other options do you think they would have? See, this is what I like is we're getting some names now. It's easy to say, let's trade XYZ.
Sure.
What are you really getting back for them? That's what you got to really dig in on, right?
How about
Everybody
this
can
one?
be disappointed you didn't trade somebody. If you don't know what you were getting back, then what does it matter?
Let's listen to Jake Coyne himself. He was on with the fellas this morning, and they just sort of asked him best possible moves for the Nuggets. We know they got the taxpayer MLE that they can use,
mid-level exception for those that don't.
In recent seasons, they have used for the likes of Reggie Jackson and Dario Saric.
So not a good history there.
Yeah, recently, no. But that's something they could do. Thank you, Demps. Good to hear from you.
In.
But let's listen to Jake Coyne talk about best possible moves for the Nuggets this offseason. A lot of this meaning not moving a member of the core four.
Yes, I think the first thing you look at is that mid-level exception, which you can use in free agency. You don't have to trade anything for it. It's just something you get every year, as long as your salaries aren't too high. And the reality is Denver could bring in a player with that who is just a rotation piece right away. It could be a Bruce Brown. It could be any number of other guys I highlighted in my report. Luke Kennard is maybe a possibility at that price point. And so that's kind of your first big one where you say, okay, this gives us a real chance. Just adding a rotation piece to what you already had. That would be very useful. Beyond that, they do have that 2031 pick. And I think you'd look at some of the contracts and you'd say, if we really want to make a significant move, it will probably come at the cost of one of our starters. And that can be a difficult conversation for people. But the reality is that, in order to get good players, you do have to give up something. It has to hurt a little bit. And I just don't know that that's possible with Denver's bench, but I think there is hope in the idea that you can do another move if there's a good one out there. And it'll just depend on what deals Denver is able to talk to people about this summer.
Wow. Talk about a thinly veiled insult. It's got to hurt a little bit to get something good, and I don't know if that's possible with the bench.
Seriously.
You have no good bench guys, is what he just said.
Well, and not even just like, he's right about that. You do lack a little bit of talent, but also they just don't have good movable contracts.
Right.
Like Christian Brown's a really good player. But what's he do to make next year? $5 million or whatever it is. That gets you nothing.
Right.
You know?
Well, again, yeah.
Peyton Watson, Julian Strother, Jalen Pickett, Hunter, all these dudes, you know? Like, that's why, and I know that I bring this point up all the time, but, like, Zeke's contract is good because it's movable. The issue being the player.
Yeah.
But some of it is just a math problem in the NBA.
Because they have to match.
You have to match. You have to be in the ballpark matching the salaries, and especially in the Nuggets apron situation. So, like, this is no defense. I guess it kind of almost is a defense. It's an excuse for Calvin Booth. I get what he was trying to do with the Zeke contract. And he was betting on improvement and Zeke being a desirable trade piece. It just hasn't happened. Maybe there's a world where it could happen one day. It just hasn't happened yet.
Feels like, yeah, that day's the sun's setting.
Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so again, like when you start talking about trades, like, yeah, like you could sign Bruce Brown to the taxpayer mid-level exception. That's great. I would love Bruce Brown here. Absolutely. I want Bruce Brown back on the Nuggets. I think that's wonderful. But also, like, if you really want to do like a remaking of this thing, reboot the franchise like it's a Spider-Man movie, you probably have to trade Michael Porter.
Yeah, and like frankly, what I would be okay with
or Jamal Murray.
And this is not possible in the NBA for people that haven't followed it closely. You can't just trade Porter for like a $50 million contract and then you buy yourself cap savings. That's what I wish they could do.
Sure.
They're not allowed to do that here.
No.
Because then you'd have free agent dollars to actually go sign somebody significant in free agency. They can't do that.
That will not be happening. Nick Kosmider will be happening, talking Broncos OTAs next. All right, let's do it. Tomorrow, Broncos OTAs will be open and available to watch. They've been working out yesterday and today. Full team and coaching staff in the house. Joining us right now, a guy trying his best to pick up the breadcrumbs along the way. It is Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Good to be with you guys.
Have you flown a drone or anything like that over the field to try and get some content, get an idea of what has happened the last couple of days?
No, I think Sean Payton has probably installed a geo fence around there. You're not even, don't let me sniff you anywhere close.
A defense missile system. Yeah.
You get your one day, and it is it's interesting. It's one less OTA week this year. And before you ask me why, I'm going to just be frank and honest and tell you I don't know the exact reason. That was something I was trying to kind of get an answer on today. But the Broncos aren't the only team. A number of teams, I think based on the way that the calendar fell this year, just have 2 weeks of the OTAs instead of 3. And then still have the mandatory mini camp next month. Broncos might be less inclined to cancel a day of that, given that they don't have the other week of OTAs. But not quite as many chances to be out there this year.
All right, Nick Kosmider covering the Denver Broncos. Nick, one of my annoyances from last year was it was fairly evident very quickly, Bo Nix is going to be the starting quarterback on this team, and yet the Stiddy and Zach Wilson charade was continued, which ultimately just took reps away from Bo Nix. Where do you expect to see kind of the greatest value in Bo returning as the guy and having the opportunity to get every single one of those oh-so-valuable first-team reps this offseason?
Yeah, I think it's a number of things. I mean, he's got a couple of new targets that figure to be, varying degrees of important to what they're doing offensively. Chief among them, of course, is Evan Ingram. And the idea that, Bo Nix won't have to take turns with someone else as they try to incorporate this really important guy into what they're doing offensively, I think that's huge. I mean, other players on that list include, Pat Bryant. You certainly want to be in cohesion with RJ Harvey when you're talking about some of those sort of pinpoint passes out of the backfield where you need the guy to be in sort of the perfect spot, and gain an understanding for how he moves. I think that part is really important. And then just the other thing of continuing to just, be that guy that is at the front of the train in terms of the improvement that you're trying to make offensively. I think all of that is huge. And I agree with you, Nate. I mean, you understand why it was done that way, right? This idea that you don't want to just, crown anybody right away. And they wanted to see how Bo Nix would go in and kind of organically earn the trust of his teammates. And chances are, even if he had that offseason, would he have struggled to the same degree those first 4 weeks? It's hard for me to think that would have been possible. But again, I think it's a good deal for him that there's no question that he has the continuity with the staff, with the offensive line, the play calling. It's just something that he hasn't really enjoyed since high school. Really, when you're talking about back-to-back off seasons of the same stuff, I think that's all going to be critical for him.
You wrote about a number of these things in your article this week for The Athletic, so everybody subscribe, go check it out. You highlight the position battles. Where do we expect to have a lot of those position battles, especially on offense? Is this thing locked in?
Yeah, it's pretty this is, I think, when coming into an off season and starting to evaluate the roster, I think this has been at least at this point, kind of the least wiggle room that you have in terms of starting positions. There's not a ton of spots that you can point to on this roster and say there's some real question marks about who's going to start. Now, running back is one where we know RJ Harvey is going to be a big part of what they do offensively. You do not draft a running back in the second round in the year 2025 and not have him be a guy that plays significantly right away. So how does the rest of the rotation look? Is Audric Estime going to be kind of a heavy workhorse running back for you? Are you going to really just have 2 guys? Are you going to incorporate 3 in the way that you did last year? So then who is that guy? Can Blake Watson make this team? Can Tyler Badie, who was starting to show Tyler Batty, who was starting to show flashes
No, it's bidet, isn't it? I think
it is
it's bidet.
I turned myself around there.
Yeah, you're right. You're okay.
No, you had it. Yes. No, you were. You know what you were, Nick? You were clean with bidet.
I see what you did there. I was going for the dunk and then decided to lay it up at the last minute for no reason. I don't know who does that. But anyway, so like those are some of them. And then defensively, like I'm curious to see like where does Jahdae Barron fit in? Like his most natural early spot is probably nickel. Is he going to battle Jaquan McMillan for that spot? Again, you draft a guy in the first round, 20th overall. He's going to play significant time for you. So what does that mean for some of the other younger defensive backs on that roster who are still on their rookie contracts? Those are some of the battles. And then, yeah, the pecking order at inside linebacker, while you have Greenlaw and Singleton both kind of finishing up their rehabs, both expect to be ready for training camp. But in the meantime, getting a look at some of those other guys who are trying to earn a spot on this team.
Talking to Nick Kosmider. Nick, defensively they got the Dre Greenlaw thing, and they're waiting for him to get healthy. But basically, they look pretty good to go right there. There's some contract questions that have to be answered. But one of the things I thought was interesting today, I was looking at ESPN's FPI rankings, the Football Power Index rankings for the upcoming season, and they put those out today. And you look at the very top, and it's offense. There's Denver ranked back at number 13, and obviously the Broncos, they hang their hat on the defensive side of the ball right now as a football team. I think the offense is still developing and hopefully developing nicely. But one of the basically key tenets of it is that, hey, offense translates year to year. There's high variance when it comes to defense year to year. You look at this Denver defense, and there's talent all over the field. But knowing that is a factor that you're up against, what are some areas of concern where you say defensive variance could be a problem for the Broncos? Here's maybe where they could take a step backward.
Well, I would just say number one in that would be that they've been remarkably healthy.
Yeah.
Especially last year. And so it's hard to count on being as healthy as they were a year ago again. Because it's just, that's the nature of this sport, as you guys know oh so well, is that, you're not going to be the least injured team in the league every single year. Now, obviously the Broncos believe they've done a lot of things that are going to long-term help them average out near the least injured or most available, however you characterize it. But that doesn't mean that any given year, look at the 49ers last year, just ravaged by injuries to the point where they just were not functional. Like that's, of course, always on the table, and that would be the bigger concern. But there's really, to answer your question, there's really nothing in my mind outside of that I'm just saying man, are they ripe for a fall off? Because again, even when you talk about that defensive front, it's a young group, right? Even John Franklin Myers, 28 years old, kind of the oldest guy in that mix. DJ Jones, of course, but he kind of can be older there as sort of the middle of the line, plug the gap kind of guy. They're just young, and in the secondary, the same thing. And when you account for the fact that two of the free agents that they signed have dealt with injury problems, you say, yeah, but now instead of PJ Locke goes down and you're playing a guy like Devon Key, well, now PJ Locke is the guy that you play when somebody goes down. Justin Sternad is now the guy that you play who has ample experience after last year. So it's hard. While it certainly is possible, Nate, and I agree with you, just kind of based on the way teams attack you and different things, you can have issues that sprout up, and that's why that variance is what it is. But it's just hard for me to look at anything in particular right now with that group and pinpoint one because of the fact that they are so deep and showed last year just how talented some of those young players are.
All right. Von Miller is going to be making the rounds. He's still out there. I keep getting asked by people, should they bring Von Miller back? Do you see a world where Von Miller, other than the one-day contract that he'll probably inevitably sign would be my prediction, to retire a Bronco, do you think he pulls on a jersey for this team ever again to actually go and play?
You play for the Giants and be here when they honor his team on October 19th. Maybe that's the way to kind of get him in the mix. I just don't see it. And I've been asked about that a lot as well. I think that the group that they have is is obviously solid in terms of actual on the field impact, and I also just think their locker room, where they've kind of gotten it, Vaughn being what he was to that group, I just think that they've kind of turned that page. And so, yeah, I think that this franchise will honor him in every way that they should and are able to do in time going forward, kind of in perpetuity. But I just look at the actual having him on this roster, and there's just I think too much depth in the way of what they want to continue to develop, and and really kind of where they are locker room wise, and culture wise, having changed it from the past, to have me think that they're going to bring him back.
I would agree with you. I just, I think everybody loves the thought of reunions, but you got to think about how realistic are reunions, and especially with, like you said, what they got in the locker room already, it would seem like it's probably done. All right, one of his teammates that I think he'll join in the Ring of Fame is Demaryius Thomas. That gets announced yesterday that he's going up. I've got to ask you, you're one of the younger riders out there that'll probably be tackling the question as you age in this business. Is Demaryius Thomas worthy of the Hall of Fame? I would think you look at his numbers, and he is, but you and I, Nate and I talked about it yesterday. We all know that the receiver numbers are going to get more and more eye-popping. What do you think the real case for DT Hall of Famer will be?
Well, yeah, the point you touched on there at the end is what's going to always, I think, challenge voters as they kind of come through, because, quarterbacks are going to be the same way, where the numbers are going to explode, and you're going to look at guys who during their time you just say were absolutely unstoppable, and you look up and they're only 30th or 35th on a career receiving list. I think his case would be that he was a sort of central figure in some of the best offenses the sport has seen. I mean, the Broncos 2013 team is still the highest scoring team in NFL history, even as a decade and a half have passed, or 12 years have passed with all this modern offense and powerhouses, and no team has touched that.
And an extra game, Nick.
Yeah, and an extra game. And from 2012 to 2015, Demaryius Thomas might have been the best receiver in the NFL. And it never really got viewed that way. But when you look at the numbers, only Antonio Brown had more catches and more yards. I think DT was third in touchdown catches during that time, and that was while playing with this pretty deep room of weapons that the Broncos had. I think that would be his selling point, was just, look, if he had Peyton Manning for a couple more years than he was able to have, really 3 years of Peyton Manning when you look at it, but put up big numbers with other quarterbacks. Again, he's going to struggle just because of that number look, but what he meant to one of the greatest offenses, if not the greatest of all time, I think goes a long way.
Yeah, 62nd all-time on the career receiving yardage list, but I think, the concentrated dominance of what he did from 2012 to 2018 when he was a top 3 wide receiver in football, that's 7 years you're talking about. That is a healthy chunk of time right there, that he was as good as anybody in the game. He is the young, fresh-faced Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read him in The Athletic and check out his podcast. It is called the Not Another Bucking Podcast, and get his coverage of open practice tomorrow. Nick, well done as always, man.
All right, thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
All right, good stuff right there. When the Denver Nuggets hired David Adelman last week without having hired a general manager, it was decried in some circles as a mistake. Josh Kroenke answers those critics when we return. Hope you're doing well on this lovely Wednesday afternoon here in Denver, Colorado. I am Nate Kreckman along with Andy Lindahl. Tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, we will have Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Canes, Panthers. Game 5 at 5:30. Florida has a 3-1 series lead over Carolina. Rod Brindamore and the Canes finally snapping that oh-so-painful Eastern Conference Finals losing streak, which was just insane. But yes, the Hurricanes will try and keep things alive tonight. The NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio are powered by Mountain Hyundai. So, Josh Kroenke was up there today with David Adelman introducing the new head coach of the Denver Nuggets. And the question was asked when it went down last week, should you really be hiring a coach before you've hired a general manager? Was an organizational misalignment what plagued the last regime of Calvin Booth and Michael Malone? Shouldn't this have been a GM signs off on the coach type of situation? Well, Josh Kroenke talked about why did he hire David Adelman without first hiring a general manager.
It's a very good question. I think that when you're contemplating changing out coach and general manager, one of the things that I would look at from my perspective is, do we need a complete organizational reset, top to bottom, culturally? And that's why I made the decision at the end of the season like I did, was probably to do a little bit of a litmus test on that. With the benefit of hindsight, I can look back and see that very clearly now. And I can also say very clearly that this organization does not need a cultural reset. I think anyone that was in and around that dressing room for the last 6 weeks, I think could probably say that there was a very unified group. And while I understand that pressure might have brought some of that unification, I also think it was the people in that locker room. I think, a long time ago, when we set organizational standards to get to where we are today, that a lot of it of that is about culture and a day-to-day thing. Eventually, I need to take a step back from that. The coaches take over that, and eventually the coaches even take a step back from that, and that becomes the players. The players are policing that on a daily basis. And from what I saw and how the players responded, our culture is still there. We just needed to peel off a few things, have a small reset, and I think we're ready to go forward.
Okay. The evidence is on Josh Kroenke's side, okay? They went 3-0 to close out the regular season. They stayed out of the play-in. They got themselves home court advantage in the first-round series. They played a well-oiled machine in the L.A. Clippers that over the second half of the NBA season had been one of the very best teams in the league. They survived that thing in 7. It wasn't always easy. They were down in that series and came back and managed to win that thing. They had a bad Game 6 on the road and came home and pulled their crap together and really performed in Game 7 when they needed to. They then, on 1 day's rest, went into OKC, somehow stole a Game 1, fought that game to the very end, and pushed that series to 7 games. So, that evidence would suggest that the organization does not need a cultural reset. The question is, was that a big enough sample size to tell you without a shadow of a doubt, no, we're good to go and we've got the right people in place already?
I would say we don't know. It's a lame radio answer. Do we know? We don't know. We don't know, but I would point to things like Antonio Pierce in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They thought they'd found their guy. Guys played better. The locker room had the refresh that it needed from Josh McDaniels, so on and so forth. They get to this year, everything's a big fat mess. They have to fire him, and then they ultimately go and hire Pete Carroll. No one knows for sure whether that's going to happen next year or not.
Sure.
Right? David Adelman handled things well. The plans are already in place. He executed what he could. He played the roster that he needed to. But I'm not going to sit here and try to sell anybody the bill of goods that next year isn't the bigger real test. You're going to have a different roster. You're going to have a different rotation. I don't know how different it's going to be. And I'll express it again. If they don't do, if you don't do it, at least change out 3 guys and give you 3 other real options. And I don't know how much this looks different, but we'll see. And we won't know the answer till then. We still don't even know who the GM's going to be. Is that a little weird? Yeah, kind of.
Very much so.
But I think, though, to compare it completely to what happened when Malone got the job, or Malone had the job, and they just basically gave the promotion to Booth, things were in a better spot then, right? And look, Booth came in right away and made 2 key moves to get you the championship in KCP and Brown. So.
And then what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then you lost them both.
Yeah.
Then you chose not to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? And by that time, those two had a chance to get on the same page. No
And
matter who.
You tried to build a basketball team with a bunch of guys you drafted in the 20s.
Right. That's another tough thing.
And it's just, it's like, okay, like you signed the big deals and then you tried to build the team that way, but like, you got to have a really high hit rate if that's what you're going to do. And it's tough to do when you're drafting guys in the 20s. Like Christian Brown, you hit. Peyton Watson, not yet. Julian Strawther, not yet. You know, wait to be seen on that one. That's just, it's a tough way to build a basketball team right now.
Yeah, we don't have an answer to a lot of these questions. And again, the interim bump is a real thing.
Right.
Unless you're the Rockies. You know.
2-13 now?
Right. And again, you got calmness in the room. Now, I will say, look, to the positive points, I heard a lot of things I liked out of Adelman today. David Adelman let us know this isn't going to be, I'm not going to show up here and just go fast break offense and do everything that we've done in the past.
Yeah.
There are some things that I want to change up. I do want to put more of a premium, I guess, on the regular season. Now, we'll ultimately see, the ultimate balance between, if you're going to put premium on the regular season, then to me, you've got to have 10 guys you're comfortable playing with. Do you have that? Right?
Right.
Because you're not going to, you can't wear these guys out. Do you have a cut you want to play to that effect?
I do. Adelman spoke just about that very thing, and he was asked about, ideally, what are you trying to do when it comes to managing minutes, when it comes to managing lineups and rotations, and having the roster as fresh as it can be by the time you get to the postseason, while also, finding the balance of winning games in December and January. Here was Adelman today.
Yeah, in the past, it's always been 9.5 to start the season, and then as you gradually work your way to the playoffs, it usually morphs to 8. But every year is different. You know what I mean? I see 2 teams right now in the playoffs playing more than that in these rounds, in Indiana and OKC. So, it's about progression of our players. And the trust goes both ways. It has to be developed both ways. But yeah, the ultimate goal would be playing 9 guys to start the season. And like I said, sometimes 10. And that's the best way to get through the year. And then I think guys earn their spots. As you play more games, you realize stylistically how you're going to play. And that also helps to know who's going to be in that rotation. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. Obviously, I would say, the year we won it was more like a 7.5, 8-man rotation. We stayed healthy that year, but the goal would be to have more people in the fold, as we go forward. So I said it before. There's going to be spots open. It's going to be an open competition to win those spots in our rotation. And so guys that come back ready to roll are going to, reap the rewards of that.
Yeah. Seriously, Andy, I'm not trying to kick the can or anything here. These things are all great to say on May 28th.
Yeah.
When it's the third quarter and it's a critical game against a Western Conference opponent, whomever it is. You're playing the Grizzlies, the Warriors, the Suns, whoever you're playing on that given night, and you're in a tight game in the third quarter, and the moment that you go to your bench and you put Nikola Jokic, have him have a seat and get his rest in the second half, and okay, well, Devin Booker is still out on the floor, and that probably means that here comes an 8-0 run, and there goes our lead, and all. You want to win that game that's directly in front of you. Malone took a lot of heat, I think, for succumbing to human nature a lot of the time of just I don't want to lose this game,
right?
So I gotta pedal to the metal with Nikola Jokic. Well, now he's exhausted from carrying this crap team, and we eked out a 4-point victory that we didn't even feel good about, that's, but ultimately, that's what got you to 50 wins and got you home court advantage in the first round. There's no good answers right there. That's where, that's where this team just needs better players on the back end of it.
Yeah, and they've got to have it. The other thing, well, here's the thing, and like you said, what I like a lot, we can like a lot of what David Adelman said today. You're going to have to hold his feet to the fire when we get to the regular season, is what you're talking about with kicking the can.
And kind of what I'm saying there is he's going to have to hold his own feet to the fire.
Well, and he said it. He said, look, guys, and when we go into Minnesota's a game you get fired. Pick your random opponent. When we're going to see the Wizards in December, and it's
lose.
cold.
Please don't lose.
Don't lose. We need this game so that maybe we don't have to play you guys every minute down the stretch the last 2 weeks of the season to secure a playoff spot.
If the Nuggets don't get swept by the Wizards next year, is that going to be the surest sign of a step forward for the organization?
That'll help because, well, let's be honest about it, Nate. They've had too many of those the last couple of years. They've gone losing to the Bulls a bunch the last 2 years. We don't need to.
And that's just it. Is like it's you're gonna lose stupid games sometimes in the NBA. Like
happens all the time.
There's 82 of them.
All the teams do
it. Seriously, everybody does it. Okay.
Remember when the Nuggets lost to the Spurs only for the Wolves to turn around and lose to whoever they lost, Memphis or whatever it was?
Do you remember?
To hand the seeding right back to the Nuggets?
Do you remember when the 72-win 95-96 Chicago Bulls came into McNichols and lost to the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Like, it happens in an NBA season, but it's like, okay, well, you can't do it twice. And it's are you keeping those to the bare minimum? And are you maybe doing that on nights where you don't have a full complement of guys or whatever it may be? Like if you're trying to win those games and you lose those games, that's where it's a problem.
Yeah, where Philly's missing all their starters and you still get a game out of them?
You look
at
the Nuggets and you're like, I can tell you're trying right now, and this is bad.
That's why it bothers me. That's that crap 4-point win you talk about.
Yeah.
Where Nikola didn't get to sit out the whole second part of the fourth quarter because you're playing your dudes. Let me ask you this real quick, and I am dead serious when I ask you this question. I'm not being snarky.
Okay.
He said there, I'd like to play 9 or 10 guys. I feel like most coaches would like to be so deep they could play 9 or 10 guys.
Yeah.
Do you think Malone felt that way, or has Malone always been a 7 or 8 guy rotation dude? You know the guy's history better than I do.
Sure. No, I think that Malone was a guy that liked his vets. And again, when I say that is not exclusively a Michael Malone problem, okay?
That's a Tom Thibodeau.
Guys that coach winning teams in the NBA have these issues. Like
Phil Jackson didn't want to run all his rookies out there.
I mean, think back to the Clippers series. Like Tyronn Lue wasn't running a bunch of rookies out there or anything like that. Like he was playing his guys. And like when you're at the championship level, the pressure to win every game is so massive on you because the margins are so slim and you know those things. So you ultimately will just play the guys that you trust. And the mistakes of youth will send you up the friggin' wall. And you'll be going, why the hell am I playing these guys? And in the case of Malone, it was a personality conflict with Calvin Booth of why the hell did you give me these guys?
Sure.
Okay. And that whole thing was a ridiculous, idiotic mess. What David Adelman, in the very least, Adelman gets to walk into this thing pretty clear-eyed about what this team is. Like, there is a difference between being the guy sitting in the first chair and the guy standing on the sideline, pulling his hair out and screaming at the officials. Okay, it's what's funny is you're physically 10 feet away from him, but it's miles.
Well, he talked about it. He was worried about the offense. He was laser focused.
Exactly.
Then he had to be the guy with the big job.
We know that, so he can walk into this situation. And one of the other things that's happened is 2 years since the Nuggets won an NBA championship. And Nikola talked about it. Well, look at Indiana. Well, look at Oklahoma City. Well, look at Minnesota. Like, that's the model of what it looks like right now. And that screams to Adelman, 1, we have to get deeper because that'll help us win. And number 2, we have to get deeper because otherwise we're going to kill Nikola Jokic.
Well, and they got to get a little bit better defensively.
Have to.
All these teams in the Final Four can play some defense.
He
now.
was very zone happy talking today, especially when he was on with the fellas in the midday show. He was very zone happy in that conversation with those guys. And again, that's one of those things on a night-to-night matchup basis. I'll be curious to see what it all looks like. But I also like that, he talked about, and I think he was addressing Scotty's question on this, was he was talking about, okay, well, when Tim Duncan played, I know that zone was, for most of his career, technically a legal defense, but look at the way that they used him. Like, basically, San Antonio was smart enough, they could kind of play their way around the rules and use Duncan in a role like that, and ultimately what you're trying to do is preserve your guys. Like, instead of having to put Nikola Jokic in a pick-and-roll action, whether to play, at the level or drop, and put all that extra movement on his body and all that extra mileage on his legs and his feet, What if we can keep him a little bit more stationary and he doesn't have to move around quite as much? Like, find the ways in there that you can steal rest for the player's most, the world's most useful basketball player.
And in the same time, I think one of DA's biggest challenges, David Adelman, I think early on, he needs to find a way to get Nikola Jokic to let him handle the refs.
Yeah.
And you already talked about that. And I told you that during the playoffs. I love Nikola. We all love Nikola. How could you not? But he does get a little too zoned in his bickering with the officials. And there were times in the playoffs where I felt like that's where Malone would have stepped in and told him, hey, man, go to the bench. Then he would scream or he would take the tech.
Sure.
Or he would get in there. He would be all red-faced and getting the argument going before David Adelman's going to have to do a little of that. And he doesn't have to do it the same way Nikola Jokic did. But somehow, my only concern with this hire when it comes to that part of it is I don't want to see Nikola. I mean, he's always going to be having the running conversation with the refs.
Always,
we see that.
yeah.
But, man, I just felt like there were points where it just consumed him. We talk about game 4 and 5 to the point where you're demanding the same call on the other end, and the refs called him for whatever because they thought he showed him up. Don't let him get to that spot.
Yeah.
Can't let him get to that place.
How much of – and I agree. Like, Jokic got too focused on the officials, but also, like, how much of that was just a symptom of his frustration with the Thunder?
Yeah.
Of what they did to him, because
he got tired of SGA and the calls that he got. But again, I would also say, trying to be a neutral party, Nikola does get some calls other guys don't get either. He's getting his superstar whistle finally.
Of course he does. Of course he does. It's the more that I watch Ant and Julius Randle struggle against the Thunder right now, the more, and we're going to watch the Pacers struggle with it in the next round, is it's just like, I think those guys irritate the hell out of everybody so bad that it takes them out of their game a little bit.
Well, and Caruso is low-key one of the most physical defenders you'll find because he's just casually putting that elbow in the small of your back.
Right.
Nobody can move around. It got to the point where, again, I thought Randall was going to just swing on him the other night when the refs had to stop on the inbound and tell them both knock it off.
Randall's in trouble right now.
Yeah.
The Thunder, he was really good the first couple of rounds of the playoffs. Thunder have taken him out of this series, man.
Every NBA team, we all have a role player on any champion. Everybody wanted the Bruce Brown when the Nuggets were done.
Right.
Everyone's looking for a Caruso this offseason.
Sure are. Yep. Those guys are pretty damn good to have around. Kreckman and Lindahl. Speaking of Tyrese Halliburton, his performance last night, Andy, positively Jokician, you might even say. How long until we start using the phrase "not since Jokic"? We'll tell you a little bit of how good Halliburton's game was last night, put into the context of was it as good as Jokic? That's coming up next. Hey, it is Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. It's on right now, guys, the June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. This is the big one. This auction is going to begin closing on June 4th at 9 a.m. That means you have got a week to get to roller.bid. In fact, you should sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude. We got a cool thing going on. If you sign up that way, number one, you get the email directly into your inbox, so it lets you know when the auction's open. But number two, you'll also be eligible to win concert tickets, sporting event tickets, all kinds of great stuff from us here at Altitude. But yes, this June Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, well-maintained city and county vehicles for nearly 50 years. Roller Auction has been the industry leader. Right now, I'm looking at these heavy-duty crew cab utility trucks that are available to be able to bid. Some fantastic deals are available. Guys, a lot of these trucks are under 100,000 miles on them, and these deals are absolutely terrific. If you're looking to add a vehicle for either work use or personal use, go to roller.bid right now, roller.bid/altitude, and check out this June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction.
Shot clock at 3. Halliburton for 3. Well, that was deep, but Brunson backed up. Halliburton weaving, driving, scoring.
Yeah, that dude, Tyrese Haliburton. Andy, remember the context of all of this. Right before the start of the postseason, Tyrese Haliburton, in a player survey, was named the most overrated player in the NBA. Last night, he put up a game for the ages in the Pacers' 130-121 victory, which was a highly entertaining basketball game. In 38 minutes, 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds, 4 steals, 0 turnovers.
Huge key right there.
That's pretty large right there. I used the phrase before the break, positively Jokician. Jokician. I don't know. Either way.
Yeah.
So, you know me, Andy. I like to dork out on StatHead. And so I went into StatHead. And I said, okay, NBA game. At least 30 points, at least 10 rebounds, at least 10 assists. By the way, he had 15 assists last night. At least 4 steals and no turnovers, okay? Because what Haliburton did with the 15 assists and the 12 rebounds, never been done before. No one's ever done it.
So he beat Jokic.
Yes. If you lowered it to 10 rebounds, 10 assists, these are the 3 names on the list that have ever had a game like that. Haliburton last night in Game 4 against the Knicks. Jimmy Butler last December in an overtime loss in Detroit when he was still playing for the Heat. Jimmy had a 35-19-10, 4 steals, no turnover game. And Nikola Jokic, October 20th, 2018.
Oh, wow. Going way back.
Listen to Jokic's stat line from that night, okay? This is 2018. This is pre-MVP Jokic. 35 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 steals, no turnovers. But it doesn't end there. Go a little bit further, okay? Haliburton last night was 11 of 23 from the field. Jimmy Butler, when he did it last December, was 12 of 21 from the field. Nikola Jokic, when he had that game, October 20th of 2018, 11 shots, 11 makes.
Wow.
He was 11 for 11 from the field, 3 of 3 from behind the arc. The only flaw for Joker that night, he missed 1 free throw. He was 10 of 11 from the line that night in a 35-11-11, 4 steal, no turnover performance, and the Nuggets destroyed the Phoenix Suns that night. Jokic, by the way, he did that in 31 minutes on the floor. Haliburton played 38. Jimmy Butler played 44 in an overtime game. So basically, like, had Joker played an actual load of minutes that night and played, 36, 37, or if it was last year, 42 minutes, he would have blown Haliburton's numbers out of the water.
That is
pretty good.
I'm trying to remember back to that time. You and I weren't even a pair yet.
Nope.
Because that was June 2019.
We were just 2 guys that knew each other. 2 ships in the night.
We were suffering through, you said there was a December game for Jokic?
Yeah, it was December against Phoenix. October 20th, 2018 against Phoenix.
So, right, start of the season.
At the then Pepsi Center.
Yeah.
It was the Nuggets' second game of the year. Your starting 5 that night for the Nuggets, Jamal Murray, Gary Harris, Will Barton, Paul Millsap, Nikola Jokic.
We were dead in the middle of the Case Keenum season.
Hey, there you go.
Probably would have. That might have been the weekend the Broncos played the Rams, where Emmanuel Sanders thought he scored a touchdown and then got the.
Could have been right around there.
Yeah. Right around that time.
Could have been right around the time they blew out Arizona.
How is that game not more revered? Like, do you remember it? Well, you were doing radio here.
Sure.
You were here. I wasn't. Soon to be. Didn't know it at the time. But
the thing about it is, like, you have to think of the Nikola Jokic canon, Like,
it all feels like it starts with the MVP years, though.
Really, I would say it started in December of 2016 when the team made the decision, Nurk is going to the bench, Jokic is going to start.
The Joker.
Right. And so Jokmiss was December of 2016. That was when the team, made the decision. Jokic moved into the starting lineup where he would then stay forever. And that was where it kind of took off. But no, that would have been 2018, 2019. So that was That was his first All-Star season.
Sure.
He was first team All-NBA. That was his first year making All-NBA, and he was fourth in the MVP voting.
And that was when they lost to Portland in 7?
That was, let's see, 18, 19. Yes, that would have been the first year that they made the playoffs. So that was coming off of the Game 82 loss against Minnesota.
They beat the Spurs and then lost to Portland in 7.
Correct. Yes. That was they lost to Dame Lillard and company.
And the Avs would or wouldn't be offside to fall to the Pete DeBoer Sharks. If I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, deep pull for you right there.
That was the summer you and I think that's when shortly after you had a good complaining session with Gary Bettman on our show then about the technology that existed to determine offsides.
It was a good interview.
No, it was.
It was good.
We've not been asked to have him back on since.
No, we haven't had him since.
Gary hasn't seemed too quick to want to jump back on the old shoe.
There's a list of dudes that only ever made one appearance on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's okay.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
Yeah. Now, did we really only have Fouts on once?
I think we did.
Really?
We only had Adazio on once.
Well, I remember. That was clear.
I don't know, man. You know what? Coaching's coaching.
Yeah, that was about where we were like, I think none of us are enjoying this. So, Coach, we'll talk to you. Good luck.
Take it easy there, pal. Yeah, have a good one.
We have nothing from Bettman? Did we not know that'd be a thing at the time? That was I was very impressed by this. We had a texter start of the show ask, where can I find the first episodes of Kreckman and Lindahl? And I said, maybe Spotify, man. I don't know if they exist. Kreckman, Mark, and I will all tell you, it's rough listening. It's like watching the pilot of a show that we hope you all think eventually got good, but it got off. It needed to find its legs.
Listen to Nate and Andy do 7 different radio shows in one. Yeah,
you took turns with long takes. You had 2 guys that were used to hosting shows by themselves.
We got there eventually.
Speaking in 10-minute segments to each other.
Bill Simmons put out his NBA top 15 player pyramid. Okay. I love a pyramid.
You love tiers, don't you?
I love tiers and I love a pyramid, okay? I texted
Aliens
this
built them, have you heard?
Over to you. Here we go. Nikola Jokic, 1 of 1.
Tip of the pyramid.
Yep. Right there at the very top. Next rung, Shea and Giannis.
Okay. Those, by the way, are the 3 faces that Charles Barkley named of the NBA.
I would say that's the 3 best players in the NBA. Your next tier, Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic, Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, let me ask you this. How much is this playoff series affecting the view of Anthony Edwards?
I don't think it's too negatively impacting him. And the reason why I say that is, who's the guy at the very top? It's Nikola Jokic. In games 2, 3, and 4, I would argue the Thunder effectively put the clamps on the best player in the world.
No, I'm with you, but I also think it took, like, the first couple of games, Stephen A. in particular is just going nuclear on the guy, and I think now people are starting to understand, man, this really is a heck of an OKC defense.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Rung number 4, 4 names on it, Steph Curry, Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, the 2 stars of the Eastern Conference Finals, right on there as well. I don't think Halliburton would have been there before the start of this playoff run. He's been marvelous. And then finally, tier 5, 5 names on here. Cade Cunningham, who was great this past year for Detroit. Anthony Davis, Karl Anthony Towns. I think Towns is having a good series. I don't think the fact that his team's down 3-1 is on him. Evan Mobley, he just won Defensive Player of the Year, right? Yeah, I think he did. And Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams, the star of the Oklahoma City Thunder, or I suppose the number 2. But there's Jokic at the very top. Top 15 players in the NBA. Joker, 1 of 1 at the very top of the list.
All right. I mean, who's going to complain?
I don't have – I mean, I guess if there was one critique that I would make, and I swear to God, I'm not trying to be beholden to the NBA or anything, but how do you not have LeBron James on this list? He's still there. I think he's still a top 15 player in the league.
Yeah, if Anthony Davis is going to be on that bottom rung, LeBron can occupy it with him.
Yeah.
Because LeBron plays through more than what Davis does.
I mean, again, and I love Jalen Williams too. Are you going to put him above LeBron James right now at this moment? I can't do it. I just flat out can't do it with what that guy is still able to do at the age of 41. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from the David Adelman, Josh Kroenke press conference. Spring, you keep trying to put John Tesh to bed, but he refuses. He's like my 3-year-old. He's just going to be up for another couple of hours, and he wants to read a book, and he's got some other BS on his mind. John Tesh, Josh Kroenke, David Adelman, next. Let's get right to it. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day following a big Nuggets press conference. No NFL news today. Nothing about Stephon Diggs, call me daddy, whatever that all was that Vrabel had to talk about today. Mike, will you be calling him daddy this season? Anyway, let's get back to the NBA. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, the Tesh is back. Cannot stop him.
No.
You can only hope to contain him.
That's our daddy, is John Tesh.
Call him daddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the high five. And David Adelman, the new Nuggets head coach, talked to the media today along with Nuggets owner Josh Kroenke. Let's hear from David Adelman first. What is next in his installation process now that he's the head coach?
Yeah, I think you saw some of it defensively. I mean, I think we have to be, much more creative throughout the season. And that's not just zoning or things like that, but I think it gets guys through the year healthier. You can demand a very aggressive man defense, but I think you can change things up. I think we have high IQ players that allows you to be more variety defensively. And I think offensively, obviously you're a top 5 in the league, but it showed in the Oklahoma City series, our execution has to get better. You can run similar things that we've ran that have been very successful. And I thought, our transition game was very impactful throughout the season, but some of that does not translate to the playoffs. And so that's a major goal for us. We have to get back to being an execution-based team. If that takes away some of our pace numbers or whatever the analytics want to say, I think that's okay if it wins you a game in May, as opposed to, playing a game in December. It's a very different style of basketball. And we have to think that way throughout the whole season. So when we get to that point, we can morph into that team. And I think you see the teams that are still surviving today outside of Indiana, they can really slow down and execute. And to Indiana's credit, they're playing at a pace that's absolutely insane for the playoffs. But I think most of the time, the majority of the time, if you want to win big, you got to play slow, you got to be efficient, you got to be clean. So that'll be things we'll talk about throughout the summer going into training camp.
That comment really kind of struck me today, Andy, because the Nuggets in prior seasons had been one of the slower teams in the NBA. This past year, Christian Brown especially, he was one of the best transition players in the entire NBA. Obviously, you have Nikola Jokic, who was the best outlet passer in the entire NBA, and the Nuggets played a faster brand of basketball this past year, which I think that Adelman is looking at it and saying, okay, slower pace, can we preserve ourselves? Can we better set ourselves up for success in the postseason? Also, can we grind down our opponents a little bit more with what we're doing offensively, make it a little bit tougher on them? I think that's the way that he's viewing all of this. But, I also don't want this team, if Christian Brown leaks out and he's got one guy behind him and that CB's going to beat him down the floor, I still want to see you get those opportunities and make those plays.
Yeah. And again, how different does this look if your outside shooting is clicking, which he'll touch on later on here in the high five. But I'll be curious to see what he tweaks. Now, here's what I do think this is interesting. He talked about at one point in the press conference that, look, I got to worry about everything. I've got to take opinions now. It used to be my opinion that I had to fight for as the top offensive assistant to get you to play or run the plays or whatever that he wanted to do. And now he's got to think about the whole picture again. So I do think it's interesting that he comes out and criticizes his area of expertise.
Sure.
And I don't think that was by accident.
Yes. I think what he philosophically, Malone wanted to turn defense into offense. And I think DA's argument is look, we may never be a great defensive team anyway. So let's not rely on that when it comes to what we're doing in terms of our offensive execution. There's a lot of stuff in all of that, and a lot for this Nuggets team to figure out. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Josh Kroenke. How much will David Adelman factor into who he names as the permanent GM?
I've already been thinking a lot about the front office. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Ben Tenzer, just like DA did. Ben's been unbelievable since he took the reins. This time of year, there's, through the playoffs, there's minimal things that go on in that world from a roster standpoint. But Ben and I have been spending a lot of time together talking about each individual player, how we think we can improve them, as individuals and within the context of the team. Ben has a lot of great ideas of how we can improve the front office, both internally and externally, and I'm also soliciting a lot of opinions outside. DA will come into that process at some point, but right now I think it's just, focusing on getting him the right staff, making sure he has the right pillars underneath him to give him the most chances for success. But we'll come back to that at some point. And, as we reach a decision, I'll for sure bring him into the loop. But I think, the input will be relatively minimal because what I'll be looking for is cohesion between those two. And I think that, once we decide on that, I think that I'll have a lot of comfort in how they work together. And I think DA will as well.
Again, my guess is, Andy, is that the team will hire an outside president of basketball ops, and Ben Tenzer will be promoted into the general manager role. That's kind of my hypothesis as to what is going to happen right there. In terms of like how much is David Adelman going to factor into this decision, essentially what Josh Kroenke is saying right here is it's just like, okay, a large apparatus of my front office is already in place right now. We know what direction we're taking this thing, where we want it to go. So again, it's not as though this thing was ever going to get a huge facelift. He watched what Adelman did. He was pleased with it. He also knows how challenging it's going to be to make a move going forward. So why change the ground underneath everybody's feet?
Yeah, I still would not be opposed to an outside set of eyes coming in here. Like you said, maybe the assistant GM from Minnesota. Maybe there's another person out there to serve as president. I also kind of wonder, Josh told us I should have stepped in sooner at his presser when he fired Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. I kind of wonder if Josh wants to hang around this a little bit and maybe have a bigger role than what we've seen in the past.
Right.
Until it's up and running to the way he wants it.
Exactly, and some oversight to make sure that everybody is falling into roles correctly. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Back to David Adelman. Before he was named the interim head coach under Mike Malone, he was the offensive coordinator for the Nuggets. Will David Adelman hire a new offensive coordinator to try to take some things off his plate?
Yeah, still formulating ideas with that with the staff, going in a lot of different ways. I think offensively next year, though, I think Jamal's not going to miss shots next year. He's going to be on fire all the time. We're going to rely on that. No, I think it's like I said. You have to always be changing with the game, and our players will come back. We've had things we've ran for all these guys over the years. We have to come back with different ideas, and that comes from different voices. I have to be willing to listen to outside opinions. It's different for me. It was my opinion before being given to someone else. So I think, delegation will come as the staff is formed. And there's different ways to do it. What we've done here has been successful with the offensive defensive coordinators, with the head coach, but there's other people doing it a different way across the league. And so that's for me to sit down, realize where my comfort zone is with that, and then go from there to make sure we put the right people in place to give these guys the best chance possible to be successful.
Interesting stuff right there from David Adelman. And yeah, as he is going to undoubtedly learn in his new role of, the amount of time available in your life to sit around and grind tape and all that kind of stuff, it's going to be tougher. There's going to be more demands on your time now as the head coach of this team, whereas in the past he could go directly into the film room after a game. It's like, well, now you got to deal with your media obligations now
and the defense.
Yeah, there's a lot of crap that you've got to deal with on the day-to-day basis right there. By the way, Jamal Murray and Julian Strawther were in the room today during the press conference, so I think he kind of said that with a wink towards Jamal of just like, well, if you never miss shots, then we wouldn't have any problems.
Yeah, it'll be a better offense all around. Can we
I
just
agree.
get that done?
Yes.
Yeah, I do think what I also thought was interesting in there is that he praised the entire coaching staff and then left we haven't really made a decision as to what this looks like just yet.
Right.
And that was another sort of nod to it right there.
Yes.
Because he was also asked, will you bring in a veteran guy to help guide you through your first official head coaching opportunity? I don't know that he needs to do that.
Right.
He's got a veteran guy he can call at all times, his dad, to help him out with anything that he may want to talk about.
It's interesting too. Like I'm really curious to see what it's going to look like. Is Ryan Saunders going to be back? Is our buddy Popeye Jones going to be back? I'm assuming Ogi Stojakovic is going to be back. That's Jokic's dude. So I would think that he would be in place. I think there's still going to be a lot of the same people in the organization. But a chance to tinker a little bit with the coaching staff, I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
David Adelman was asked if he is satisfied with his team's conditioning.
No, I think we can come back better. I think we can come back more ready to start the season. I think you can every year. I think every guy comes back, and as they take a year, they get a year older, they're all trying to maintenance themselves through the offseason into the first part of the first games. I would love for us to come back, more ready to go. Because I think the thing that's funny is the year we won the championship, yes, it was a totally different conference. But the bottom line is we got off to a great start that year and just crushed it throughout the season, which allowed us to be right for the playoffs. And it's hard to say we're going to do that because the Western Conference is really tough, but you have to give yourself every opportunity possible to have the best start possible because it allows you to maintenance your roster as you go into the playoffs. So that'll be the expectation. We'll have those conversations with guys. It's not all that simple. Guys are coming off, a really, really tough season. There's mental fatigue, there's physical fatigue, but when guys are ready to get back into it, I think they have to start and understand what the challenge is going to be. And teams that get off to great starts, usually at the end of the year, have the best chance of being healthy in these big games. So that's going to be a conversation with the whole group. There'll be goals set, expectations, obviously private conversations. But yeah, that'll be the expectation to come back in much better shape.
It's interesting because yes, they were 11-10, and it was disappointing to be sure, right, Andy? But I'm looking at right now. Okay, you lost the opener against the Thunder. You lost Game 2 against the Clippers. Joker went for 41 points that night, and it was the Clippers without Kawhi. I know that, but you had a road loss at Minnesota. That's okay. Road loss to New Orleans. That's not okay. Road loss at Memphis. That's okay. You lost to Dallas when they still had Luka. You lost again to the Clippers. You lost a game in Cleveland. That turned out to be one of the best teams in the entire NBA. It's the Washington game that's in there that smarts. It's a Portland loss in there on Thursday, December 19th, where you fell to 14-11. Those kind of games, those are the stupid ones.
Yeah, you can't have those. Again, this is ultimately going to be the conundrum, though, with this team. If you do win a lot in the early season, then you can maintenance the roster down the stretch, as you kind of talked about, and into the playoffs.
Yeah. That's what they did the one they won the title. They wrapped up in March.
And maybe that's just what they have to do. But at other points, you and I have asked questions. Do you really need to ride Joker for a full game when you're trying to win the early December matchup? You know, I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, if you can find a way to get a better bench and you can play more guys, then it's easier to answer some of these questions. They have to be able to play more than 6 or 7 guys, period.
Let's get to the shooting question. David Adelman on what they need to improve this offseason. Spring.
Yeah, I would say consistent shooting. Obviously, the way we get guarded, and that's nothing new. That's not like it's just for us. I mean, if you're watching these series, Shea and Anthony Edwards are getting triple teamed. They're coming from all over the place. And we brought this up during the playoffs, and it's funny, Julian's sitting right here. His Game 6, was incredible. And then you saw what Lou Dort did, in Game 5. There's a premium on shot making at, the times you need it. And when you get into those moments, it's not just about making shots during the season. I never look at percentages because that's not real when you get in those moments. It's about the repetition, the confidence of making shots in those big games. And, it's a talent. And it's something that can be, I think you can enhance yourself being mentally tougher, playing in more games throughout the season that mean more. But to me, that's what stands out is just, it's not just making shots, it's making shots in the moment. And how do you get yourself ready for that moment?
And it's that you have to play in the regular season. It's flat out you got to play in the regular season. Julian Strawther, excellent in Game 6, disaster in Game 7. He's got to stay healthy and play more basketball in the regular season.
Yeah, Scott Hastings has said it for a while. Until we see the situation change with how you change up the roster. And even if they were to make that MPJ trade that you put out there, that Coyne had put out there, and they are able to acquire a couple of, a starter and a bench player for MPJ with a bad contract being the third player, it's still very important that Julian Strawther turns into something.
Yep.
There is not much in the last couple draft classes that you can save. You need to try to save him.
No, that dude needs to be a stud. Kreckman and Lindahl, quick break. When we come back, little Broncos OTA discussion. Andy's got a Bronco list.
I got a list for you
to drop on us. I have an NFL list.
They made a surprising list today, I would say.
What do the metrics think of the Broncos? We'll dive into a little bit of that when we come back.
What if it's the same list?
It could be. Let's find out next. More from David Adelman coming up here in just a moment, including his thoughts on the depth and challenges of the Western Conference. By the way, tonight on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950, Game 5, Stanley Cup Playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Canes Panthers Game 5, Florida up 3-1 in that series. NHL Playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Mountain Hyundai. We're really going to get the rematch from last year, by the way.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
I feel like the Canes might stave off elimination tonight, but no way they're going back to Florida and wrapping it up.
Yeah, it doesn't feel terribly likely. They got a long road ahead. All right, Andy, you got a Bronco list.
Real quick, I got to ask you this question.
Oh, okay.
If Brendan Moore would have lost the other night, and they did, what was he been 0-14 or 15 in conference finals games on the road?
Yeah,
or just finals games, period. Right? Do you got to fire a guy that can't win a game in the conference finals? I mean, it's like...
I mean, my answer to that is no, but it's hockey. You can get fired for far less egregious things in the sport of hockey.
No, I'm with you, but dude, that is a lot of losing in the conference final. You hadn't won a game. You can't win a game. He finally won a game.
I know, but the flip side is like...
A lot of teams don't get there. I know.
Got to the conference finals. He made the Final Four.
It's like
pretty
when
good.
Nebraska fired Solich for the 8-win season,
right.
or 10-win, whatever it was.
Yeah, careful what you're kicking out of bed,
I
man.
know, but man, dude.
Yes.
All right, anyway. I've got a list. Where's your list? I'm just curious. We both tried to surprise each other with a list.
Mine was on ESPN.com.
All right. This should not be the same list.
Okay.
The Broncos have made a list on NFL Network.
Okay.
The Broncos!
Love those guys.
The top 10 most complete NFL teams for the 2025 season.
Ooh.
Top 10. So this is the top 10.
Most complete.
Most complete. Where do you think they fell?
Offense, defense, special teams. I'll say, how's a Niner sound to you?
They were 10.
10, okay.
But still.
Pretty good.
This is a team, as Leggy pointed out yesterday, still a little bit of the cap sting from Russell Wilson hanging around.
Mm-hmm. Not that bad, though. You can live with it.
2 years ago, we were dealing with Hackett and his Star Wars tapes and gold member movies.
Yep.
And now do you agree with look, I got to be honest with you. Solid offensive line. One of the more exciting. I think people are excited to watch Bo Nix in his second year. A good, maybe not great, but a good receiving core. And they were one of the best defenses in the league last year.
You're combining one of the top defenses with one of the best offensive lines in the league in front of a quarterback that, if he hits his ceiling, should probably not make a ton of mistakes to kill you. That's pretty good.
They all got to the playoffs.
That's a really good combination right there.
All right, let me throw you the list. Here's the list. Here's the names.
I'm assuming Philly was number 1.
Philly, then who's 2?
Kansas City.
Nope. Baltimore.
Baltimore, okay.
3.
Then the Chiefs.
Nope.
No.
First
Buffalo?
NFC team makes an appearance.
Well, the Eagles are from the NFC.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yes.
Detroit.
Okay. Yeah.
4 is there where your Chiefs are.
Okay.
5 is where Buffalo is. 6.
Manders.
Minnesota.
That's a pretty complete team, yeah.
7. The only team on the NFC South that...
Not the...
Yeah, say it.
Out of the NFC South?
The Buccaneers at number 7.
You know, you really forget about those guys.
They're
solid.
Does that douse the list for you?
Not really. Broncos beat the snot out of those guys last year.
Packers 8, Niners 9.
Okay.
Broncos 10.
Okay. That's a good place to be.
And again, for those wondering, it's the top 10 most complete NFL teams.
Complete.
Which, again, where
Strong
this roster
was
was when you and I watched Sean Payton's first year even.
Right.
To have this be year 3 of the Sean Payton era, and any NFL publication wants to put them top 10 for most complete rosters, that's pretty interesting.
Seriously, like going into last year, we were like, they don't have any talent. And now you look around like Benito takes a huge jump forward. Miners takes a huge jump forward. Like all these guys, like just turned
Mims
into
has shown up a bit.
Exactly. Mims looks like a player.
Sutton is looking more like his old self.
Looks like his old self. Absolutely. Like Bo Nix appears to be a legitimate NFL quarterback, not just a reach as the 6th quarterback that was taken in the first round. There's a lot of good things going on with that team right now.
Zach Allen's a star. Going to get paid for it.
Your front seven is as good as any of the NFL right now.
Greenlaw.
And then you stack on top of that, a secondary with the defensive player of the year, and then by the way, you used a first-round pick on a corner that you love.
And if healthy, Hufanga is going to be a massive signing.
Yeah, really, really, everything looks good. You know what's funny? And I asked Kosmiter about it, okay, defense is one of those things that you can go really up and down year to year. It was to me, Andy, it was always one of the faulty things about the John Elway plan after the Super Bowl I think he hung his hat on, we'll have an elite defense. You had a good defense after that, but it was never elite again. And that's just, it's injuries and attrition will always sort of eventually take over,
Well, and listen, in 2016, they were elite again. And then you got to the Brady game in December and your crap offense broke their will.
Yeah, very much so. So that, again, that's a faulty part of that plan. This Broncos defense, health is always going to be a thing. Maybe this is the year you just have terrible health luck.
Yeah, let's hope not.
You had crazy good health luck last year. For example, I pulled up the Football Power Index ratings for the 2025 season. First look here. Okay, this is from ESPN. FBI is generally what they do to try and set up, game simulations and betting lines and all that good stuff is what we're talking about right here. This is some straight math. This has Denver coming in at number 12 on the list.
Okay.
At number 12. Philly, Kansas City, Baltimore, Detroit, Buffalo, the Manders, the Bengals at 7. We know their offense is elite. We've seen that up close. Defensively, they got work to do. Packers at 8, Chargers 9, Rams 10, Niners 11, and Denver at 12. One of the things that I thought was so interesting about this particular list, and again, you can generally hang your hat on offense staying consistent year to year because generally, massive quarterback injuries are a little bit more rare. But Philly, Kansas City, the Ravens, the Lions, the Bills, those top 5 teams, you can pretty much pencil them in for 28, 29, 30 points every week, right? It's ironically the one team you would say maybe I doubt that would be Kansas City.
Yeah.
Of all friggin' teams, and that's the team that has Mahomes. But the rest of those guys, it's just they're going to score a buttload of points every single week. Defensively, they're pretty good. Denver is a team where it's okay, defensively, I know you're going to be really good. The question is offensively, how much can you count on that being a 4-score offense every single week? That's what the Broncos have to be. And I think if they can be that, I think they're competing for the AFC West this year.
I would agree. Now, again, Mims has to continue to develop the way that he's developing.
Yep.
And maybe we see something out of Troy Franklin this year that we didn't see last year, kind of like Mims from year 1 to year 2.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Ingram's going to have to be everything you hope for. And the only reason why I'm nervous about Evan Ingram, mainly, he's been a consistent player in his career, but he's also consistently been hurt.
Yeah.
And so that's where you get, and then I don't really know what you have after that.
You're right.
And then I don't know, the running back, the only place that I'm not sure about on this team is the running back room. And I'm excited to watch RJ Harvey, and I'm excited to see what the plan is for him. But frankly, I was excited about Audric Estime at points last year.
Right.
And the only thing that's been sort of a little weird and a little inconsistent under Sean Payton's offensive tenure here is you just don't really know how he views the run game sometimes because at points we felt like He'll even tell a broadcast crew it's going to be a big emphasis today, like Jim Nantz and Romo talking about it last year, and then he doesn't use anybody.
He writes it right there on his sheet, and then he doesn't even listen to himself.
Yeah. So
I'd say they're a complete team. I would agree with that.
I would, but it's just crazy that it's happened somewhat fast.
Yeah, it really
now,
has.
like you said, injuries could take all that apart.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, you've got a good offensive line. You're strong amongst the lines, and everything seems to work in cohesion.
I mean, that list has Denver at 10. FPI's got them at 12. I think when you start to look at what a power ranking would look like right now, I think that's the neighborhood the Broncos reside in right now. I think they're That realistically, you go into this season squarely saying, okay, this team is they're a playoff team. They're competing for a wild card. And if some things break their way, maybe if some other teams in their division have key injuries or whatever it may be, Broncos got a shot to be able to win the AFC West.
Look, if this defense can come together and resemble, not even get to the level of the Eagles, but resemble the Eagles, that'll give Mahomes problems. Mahomes, man, we all forget how close the Niners were to winning both their Super Bowls against the Chiefs until their offense did stupid things.
David Adelman talked today about the importance of internal improvement, which, given the Nuggets' salary structure, roster limitations, the nature of the contracts, they're going to have considerable internal improvement unless they can swing a major trade. They may be able to. They also might not be able to. Today, David Adelman talked about the importance of improvement up and down the roster.
Yeah, and I would say you never live in the present or the past. So if I answer that question, I would say it remains to be seen, because what are people doing within these rooms to make themselves better? Because next year will not be last year or the year before or the year we won the championship. It's going to be its own thing, its own journey, its own adventure in a way. And that's the great thing about the NBA is it never stops. And like I mentioned earlier, Dallas gets the first pick. San Antonio gets the second pick. That's going to change. So it's the responsibility of the group to understand that if we want to make that happen, it's starting right now. It's not just going to happen because it's going to happen. And the standard has been the standard here, and we have won so many games over the years. But there's a responsibility from everybody, myself, the staff, the players, support staff, front office, everybody.
You know, that thing that he talked about right there, like, this is where you got to be fair to the situation, all right? And I'll use the Indiana Pacers as an example. And I know major injuries hit the two contenders in the East this year, with Boston losing Tatum and Cleveland just losing everybody, basically, by the time they got to the playoffs. But seriously, look at Indiana right now. Like, look at how well they are playing. That's a really impressive team against an excellent defensive team in the New York Knicks. And, like, did I think that, like, Aaron Nesmith would be this good of an NBA player? Did I think Andrew Nembhard would be this good of an NBA player? You know, like, that's just it, is like a group like that has become so devastating. They throw waves at you. And there's guys on that roster, like, yes, like Halliburton is a star, and Siakam already was a star before he showed up in Indiana. But who are the guys on the Nuggets that are going to make those leaps? And it can come from anywhere. Like, I would say Christian Brown has already made the leap. He's a 15-point-a-game guy in the NBA. Like, who's the next guy that's going to do it? Strother? Is it Watson? Is there a name in there that we're not even thinking about right now? Is it going to be Pickett? Is it going to be Hunter Tight? Who knows? Who knows? Because these are world-class basketball players, and these guys can take big leaps, and they can get better and all those kind of things. But I think what Adelman is kind of talking about right there a little bit is like, okay, every single year in the NBA, somebody makes a transcendent leap forward, and it wasn't anything that you expected. Do we have one of those guys inside our building? I don't think they're hoping that's going to be the case. I think they're looking at it and saying we have to make that be the case. And I don't know if they can.
Yeah.
I want them to.
I like the idea. I
Sure.
like the chat. Like
Again, it sounds
said,
good to say.
May 28th. Don't have to go out and make any of these guys be the transcendent change.
Right.
The problem for me becomes, like, you take a Zeke Naji, okay? And again, I'm the guy that kept asking you. For 3 years, I've been asking you, Scotty, anybody. Demps, what about this guy? What about this guy? The body looks right. There's times where he has his moments. He had a 3-game stretch where, like, right before trade deadline, they're like, all right, maybe that's what gets some action. Nobody was interested. Nobody called about him. At what point does the day just get so long? And look, I don't know. Maybe Najee, if Najee were to go somewhere else, maybe he'd find it. Maybe it'd be the old classic change of scenery and a different style of coaching and yada, yada, yada. But right now, I ain't banking on that. You know what? Here's the problem. Here's what's the pressure of this Nuggets job. It's great to say we're going to do that, and I hope you can. And to be fair to the situation, Adelman will bring in, I'm sure, 1 or 2 new coaches that have 1 or 2 new ways of doing things, and maybe that does click, whether it's Strother, whether it's Najee, whether it's Pickett, and it just changes the course of their career forever. We don't know. But you have Nikola Jokic in his prime, and you don't have time to be taking too many risks to find out. You've got to have a few more sure things coming off the bench that you hopefully will mix. It would be great if you could add 2 bench players like you had laid out there, although I guess in your scenario with Coyne, one would be a starter. But to me, you need 2 solid, I know I can bring them off the bench guys, whether it's Bruce Brown and another, whoever it may be. But if you can then add the Strother, add the Pickett, and somewhere there's got to be another big guy in there.
You know, real quick, something we didn't talk about before, and because I brought up the hypothetical MPJ trade that Jake Coyne suggested in his offseason guide.
To the Bulls.
It would be MPJ to Chicago, bringing back Patrick Williams, Kevin Huerter, and Ayo Dosunmu. Zeke Naji would be included in that.
And you said Huerter would be the starter, and Dosunmu would be off the bench.
I did. What about this? Okay. There's no bad ideas today, right?
Sure, it's the 28th.
What if there's a world where the Denver Nuggets just take a look at Peyton Watson and say, you are our starting small forward? Are you going to meet the moment? Are you going to be the guy? Defensively, he would instantly make you better. You no longer give your opponents the ability to just be able to hunt Michael Porter and punish him for not being able to move. So automatically, you're better on the defensive side of the ball. He does make corner threes. He's not Michael Porter. I'm not pretending that for 1 second. But he does make corner threes and could still offer you some floor spacing. We're looking for a big step forward right there. Hastings has brought up that he's got to get stronger. I think there's no doubt about that. But like that kind of length and athleticism, like Hastings talked before about the importance of athleticism. I would say Peyton Watson is a top 3 athlete on this team right now.
No, I would agree, but let me also ask you this. What are we talking about first off? After you've traded the MPJ and added these players?
Yes.
So maybe both guys you get back, and Pat Williams was the bad contract for those that didn't hear it earlier.
It's not as though he's completely unplayable, though.
Sure, but you'd have Watson in there, and then you deepen your whole bench in this case.
Yes.
Instead of having Huerter be the starter.
Right.
That you had laid out earlier.
And knowing that you could use a player like a Huerter, a 3-point shooter like that, use him in your first round of substitutions, and also use Watson as your defensive stopper with your bench
All right,
unit.
then let me follow up with this question because you would put it out there.
I know I'm counting on a lot of Peyton Watson improvement here.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
So there's my hesitation.
Yeah, it's fair.
And again, the 3-point shot does have to be consistent. It can't be on one night and off for 2 nights and whatever. Do any of these guys get their own shot that you've begged for? Because truly, that's what the second unit is missing. The guy that just finds their own shot.
Yeah, Io can get some looks.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
now, is that your Illinois coming out?
Of course
here?
it is.
Okay.
Of course it is. No, it's like again, like he's not Shea, but he can get some looks.
But you have nobody that does it right now. If you have somebody that can do it 60% of the time, it's 60% more of the time than what you got right now.
It'd be nice if Strother could do a little bit more of it. But.
Well, and again, maybe see Strother, if there's going to be a guy that takes the big leap, Strother, I think, offers you the best chance.
Mm-hmm.
He was a first-round pick. You brought it up. Too many times we're relying on guys that were second-round picks who most of the time don't even see the NBA. That is the 7th round of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I know it says round 2, but it's the 6th and 7th round of the draft. That's why you look at the Nikola Jokic thing. It's truly, truly amazing what that guy turned into.
He's unbelievable.
And you're not probably having it happen again.
Nobody
Nobody else has found Tom Brady or Terrell Davis in the 6th round.
No, they really haven't. Got the Blitz coming up from 6 to 7. Rapids at Portland Timbers. Pregame coming up at 8 o'clock. On the other side of the break, how much pressure, suffocating pressure, is on the opponents of the Colorado Rockies? We'll discuss next. Into your 9-win Rocks.
Niner. Did I catch a niner in there?
They got one more in Wrigley Field in Chicago against the Cubs tonight after falling 4-3 in 11 innings last night. Rocks did take a 1-run lead in the top half of the 11th. Tyler Kinley was actually pretty good last night. And even the 2 runs that he allowed in the bottom half of the 11th came on not terribly hard contact, but it meant that the Rockies had dropped the first 2 games of this 3-game set, meaning that the Colorado Rockies, Andy, have now lost 21 consecutive series dating back to last year.
It's a lot.
21 series in a row.
That's brutal.
Amazing.
So that covers the pretty much 2 months of this season.
Yes. They have been swept damn near every series. Let's see. 3, 4, 5. They took one in that series. They got swept 6. 8 times this year. Been swept 8 times so far this year. Tonight could be number 9. Going up against the Cubs in Chicago. Okay. So the way that I teased this conversation, Andy, as you know, I am a lifelong Cub fan. Okay? And though I don't live and die with it the way that I did when I was 9 years old.
Living in Chicago.
Yes. I'm still a Cub fan.
Sure.
I still got a little bit of pride in my ball club. And last night, when the Rockies took a 1-run lead in the top of the 11th, I had a moment there where I was like, you screw around and lose this game.
You can't go lose it to the Rockies.
And then you have a rubber match tomorrow. You could be the Rockies' first series victory of the season. Like, I can't have that.
Oh, there's pressure.
There really is. And that's the weird thing about this. Like, if the Cubs, drop 2 of 3 against the Reds or whoever, the Cardinals, the Brewers, well, no big deal, right? But if the Cubs drop 2 of 3 to Colorado, you're like, my team sucks.
I wondered how Yankees fans felt when the Rocks took the first game of that series.
You're one of the 40,000 that paid to get, and that was a well-played, clean game.
Yeah.
And then the next day, the Yankees scored whatever it was, 10 in the 5th or whatever it was, and beat the absolute snot out of the Rockies. But that's just it. Like, you can't go losing a series to this team right now. There is a unique brand of pressure that exists when you're playing the absolute garbage teams in your sport. It's what makes the Nuggets, having been swept by Washington this year, oh so painful. You don't want to lose those games. It's kind of what makes the 2024 Broncos so incredible. They didn't lose to any crappy teams all year.
They beat every team they should.
Right. Exactly that, which is a good way to be. But, think of those teams that were playing, the 0-16 Browns or the 0-16 Lions at the ends of those seasons. You can't be the team that messes around and loses to those guys.
Hey, I've seen it. I can remember being worried about the Broncos back in their heyday of the Manning years, and you're going, you can't be dropping to Jacksonville, man.
Right.
I don't care if Jack Del Rio has the magic potion against you when he was the head coach.
Yeah.
That was more, I guess, against Shanahan's guys.
But don't go losing this game.
Yeah, you're at home.
Yeah.
Don't, you can't go dropping this one.
And also, you got to get fat on these bad teams.
Yeah.
Everybody that's playing Colorado, it's think of the Phillies coming in here and sweeping them in 4. Think of all the statistical markers that just, went north for the Phillies. Schwarber had a massive series. Harper homered in that series. That you got to view it as okay, this is a time to stack wins, and this is a time to start piling up the ribbies. We got to just beat the crap out of these guys. There is a little bit of there's a kind of a unique pressure to all of that. And that pressure will be on the Mets next, as the Rockies will head to Queens to take on the Mets Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend.
It exists more too at home, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Rockies, not that they bat well anywhere, but they usually hit a little bit better at home. Is that true this year? Now that I say that, I'm like, they hit it well anywhere.
No, they suck at home. They have last time I checked, they had the 14th best home OPS in baseball, which they're always top 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they always just rack it up at Coors Field. They have not been able to do that. So good news if the Cubs pee the bed tonight and lose to the Rockies. Hey, they already took the series. It's okay. I wouldn't be nearly as annoyed if they had lost that game last night. And again, I'm speaking as a Cub fan. So
is there any chance, because your division's always harder on you than anybody, is there any chance that they are a problem for anybody in the division?
No. No, everybody else in this
division. The
division.
Sleep on them a bit.
The Diamondbacks are good.
I know. They're all good. The whole damn division's good.
Everybody's
Who
good.
stinks in the division? Seriously,
nobody? Nobody. No. The entire division is good and competitive and all of that. Real quick, before we get out of here, I want to touch on something. I saw a few links to this column on Twitter. Christine Brennan wrote in USA Today about Caitlin Clark, okay? And she writes, here's the headline. As you know right now, Andy, Caitlin Clark has a quad injury, so she's like out for 2 weeks. 2 weeks,
at
okay?
least.
She didn't miss any games in her time at Iowa in her 4 years at Iowa, and she didn't miss any games her rookie year with the Fever. Now she's in her second season. She's missing time basically for the first time ever. Christine Brennan writes this column in USA Today, and it's here's the headline. Caitlin Clark has proven to be crucial to the WNBA, so her absence will be painful. All right. And in this piece, Christine Brennan writes about what I think is a very relatable sports problem. Okay. People have paid excess, sometimes on the secondary market, for tickets to games to go and see Caitlin Clark play. And now, at least for the next couple of weeks until she returns from injury, those people are paying in excess and not going to be able to see the player that they want to see. Some are trying to resell their tickets on the secondary market. Fever tickets have plummeted in price on the secondary market here over the next couple of weeks. Christine Brennan goes on to point out the financial importance of Caitlin Clark to the WNBA, which is all true, by the way. Like, I don't deny any of this. I think my issue with this column, and I just want to read this at the very end of this story, okay? She's pointing out the financial implications of it. She writes, NBC News went back before Clark's injury. They looked at the impact on the 2025 WNBA season. The answer is that Caitlin Clark is basically worth $1 billion to the WNBA. Again, that's what stars are worth to their leagues, right? And then she writes this. She says, this is just how crucial Caitlin Clark is to the WNBA. You would think the league might acknowledge the moment, but so far, no. Asked 3 times for a comment on Clark's injury and what it meant to the league, a WNBA spokesman never replied. Here's my question to Christine Brennan of USA Today. The hell do you want him to say?
Yeah, hey, don't come.
She's hurt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever looked at other sports leagues, but sometimes the stars get hurt.